In her past life, she fell into the water and succumbed to a cold, remaining unconscious for 6 days, thus missing her coming-of-age ceremony. Upon awakening, she was informed that she was to marry the heir of the Marquis' residence in a month. To please her family, she acquiesced. Yet, the heir's heart was never hers. In the Marquis' residence, she faced constant hostility, enduring humiliation at every turn, cast away to a remote estate, and forced to subsist on pig feed. After a harrowing escape, she was recaptured while seeking medical aid in the north, subjected to a brutal execution. After being cruelly slain, she was reborn on the eve of her coming-of-age ceremony. She realized that the prescription she had concocted for her cold had been tampered with. Resolute, she vowed to alter her fate of being a substitute bride in this life. As she arrived at the ceremony, her frail body barely holding up, she came to the grim realization that her presence would not alter her destiny of being a substitute bride. Since they insisted on her marriage, she resolved to leave the residence of the Marquis, thus accepting the marriage. On the day of the wedding, he audaciously interrupted the ceremony, declaring, "You should not marry into the Marquis' residence. If marriage is inevitable today, then I shall marry you." She coldly rejected him, stating, "Unless I am dead, no one can prevent me from entering the gates of the Marquis' residence today." The heir claimed she was not the one he wished to marry. Coincidentally, he was not the one she desired either. They reached an agreement wherein he would return her dowry, provide her with a divorce decree, and assist her in leaving the Marquis' residence. She chose not to disclose the truth of her substitute marriage to outsiders. Returning to her maternal family, she found herself faltering in front of them. Eventually, she discovered that the deepest secret of her maternal family was the masked man who had silently protected her in her past life, and she clung to him tightly, unwilling to let go. Chapter 1. Awakening in a Different Era. In the Southernly Kingdom, the 23rd year of Tianjing. Late at night, the entire Prime Minister's residence was shrouded in darkness. The wind picked up, rustling through the trees. In a secluded courtyard, a window that had been tightly shut suddenly swung open with a loud crash. Chilling wind rushed in, extinguishing the flickering candlelight on a small table. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness. A light veil draped over the edge of the bed fluttered gently in the autumn breeze. A maid, who had been dozing at the bedside, abruptly awoke and stumbled to the window, reaching out to close it. Inside the curtain lay a woman with a round face, the fifth young lady of the Prime Minister's residence, Wei Ziwei. Her face was ashen, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, and her brows were furrowed tightly. 3 days prior, Wei Ziwei had fallen into the water and caught a cold. She had prescribed herself medicine and sent the maid to fetch it, but after taking the medicine, she fell into a deep sleep. "Water, water. Cough, cough. Miss, you're awake?" Bai Yu exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Wei Ziwei's voice, hastening to close the window. "Wait a moment, miss. I'll be right there." This voice. Wei Ziwei was taken aback. It was unmistakably Bai Yu's voice, yet had she not perished years ago? No, it was not just Bai Yu who had died. She herself had died. Enduring a brutal execution, she had ultimately been slain by having her heart cut out. Wei Ziwei's complexion turned ghostly pale, her heart aching as memories of her execution flooded back. She could not suppress the tremor of her lips. It all felt like it had just happened. They were all gone. Everyone who had shown her kindness had met with a tragic end. How could she expect a good outcome? Biu. Miss, do not worry, I am here. I have always been here. Wei Ziwei reached out in a panic, grasping at shadows in the dark, yet her hands found nothing. Bai Yu, it was I who caused your demise. Suddenly, a light flickered. Bai Yu set down a fire stick and hurriedly poured a cup of water before rushing to the bedside. Miss, you must have had a terrible nightmare. Do not be afraid. Everything is fine now. Drink some water to soothe your throat. Wei Ziwei felt rigid all over. It was truly Bai Yu. Bai Yu was alive. She stared blankly as Bai Yu offered her water, dazed as the cup was taken away. Bai Yu set down the cup and continued to chatter away, but Wei Ziwei heard none of it. She surveyed her surroundings. It was indeed her room in the Prime Minister's residence before her marriage. Had she been reborn? Reborn before her wedding. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Ziwei suddenly embraced Bai Yu, weeping uncontrollably. Bai Yu, bewildered, blinked her long eyelashes and joined her in tears. Miss, you have finally awakened. I thought you would never wake up again. I was truly frightened. 3 days had passed, and at last, the miss had regained consciousness. Had she not, Bai Yu would have followed her into slumber. Once Bai Yu's emotions subsided, she intended to cease crying, only to find that Wei Ziwei's sorrow deepened, akin to losing her parents, laced with a profound desire for vengeance. For some unknown reason, goosebumps erupted on Bai Yu's skin, her hair standing on end. Fear gripped her heart. The Mrs. cries were unnervingly haunting. "Mississippi, what is the matter with you?" Sensing Bai Yu's tremor, Wei Ziwei immediately reined in her emotions, suppressing the overwhelming hatred within her. Bai Yu felt the dread dissipate in an instant, not understanding why. "Miss, please do not cry. You have been feverish and in a deep sleep for 3 days and nights. You are still weak. You said before that patients should not experience great joy or sorrow. Have you forgotten?" Wei Ziwei forced a smile, though the tears in her eyes did not cease. "How wonderful! I am alive. Truly wonderful. I never imagined that heaven would grant me a second chance. The nightmare you had must have been dreadful. However, do not fear, for the matron has said that dreams are merely inversions of reality." Indeed, Bai Yu is right. They are merely dreams, and dreams are the opposite of reality. Once more, she had a chance to rewrite her fate. Who would ultimately prevail remained uncertain. "Bai Yu, what time is it now?" "Miss, it is nearly the hour of Z." "Why do you ask?" The coming-of-age ceremony she had missed in her past life must not be absent this time. Wei Ziwei was the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's main branch. Her grandfather, Wei Haoqing, was the current Prime Minister, her father, Wei Zhongzhe, was the governor of Qingzhou, and her mother, Mu Leiden, hailed from a noble family of national generals. She had 3 elder brothers, and with such a background, she should have been cherished by all. Yet, due to the presence of another in the family, she lived like a dog, begging for scraps of affection. The second son of Prime Minister Wei Zhongping, had tragically passed away while visiting relatives with his wife, leaving behind the orphaned Wei Zi. Everyone in the household, seeing that she had lost her parents at a young age, showered all their affection upon her. Whatever she desired was granted. Wei Zi was the beloved, while Wei Ziwei was treated as mere dust. Wei Ziwei had once believed that marrying into the Ning'an Marquis' residence would improve her life. Little did she know, that was merely the beginning of her descent into despair. The betrothal, which was meant for Wei Zi, had been hastily transferred to her as a substitute bride. Years ago, in a bid to align with the Marquis' residence, the Prime Minister's household arranged for a marriage proposal. At that time, Wei Zi had her sights set on the Marquis' heir. However, upon catching a fleeting glimpse of the Crown Prince, she became solely fixated on marrying into the Eastern Palace, disregarding the position of the Marquis' wife. When Wei Zi refused to marry, the Prime Minister's household, unwilling to forfeit the alliance with the Marquis, set their sights on Wei Ziwei. In her past life, Wei Ziwei had fallen into the water and remained unconscious for 3 days and nights. When she finally awoke, she lacked the strength to rise from her bed and was utterly incapable of attending Wei Zi's birthday and coming-of-age ceremony. She was unaware of the specific events that transpired during the ceremony, only knowing that afterward, she had become the betrothed bride of the Marquis' heir. She harbored no affection for him, yet to please her family, she reluctantly consented to the marriage. As she entered the Marquis' residence, brimming with hopes and dreams, she discovered that the heir's heart had always belonged solely to Wei Zi. The Marquis' heir harbored nothing but endless disdain and hatred for her. He deemed her shameless, believing she had used underhanded means to force the Prime Minister's household to switch brides. During the wedding, he scarcely acknowledged her, let alone consummate the marriage. Upon hearing of Wei Zi's betrothal to the Crown Prince, he left the Marquis' residence in a daze, never to be seen again. Had events concluded there, her life would not have been entirely tragic. At most, she would have lived out her days as a lonely widow. After the heir of the Marquis departed, the Marquis' wife sought to seize all of her dowry, confining her and forcing her maid to administer a maddening concoction daily. The seemingly virtuous Marquis, lusting after her beauty as she withered away, audaciously intruded upon her chamber with vile intentions. She steadfastly resisted, preserving her innocence, yet this attracted the attention of others within the Marquis' household. The Marquis accused her of seducing him, while her sister-in-law ordered that her legs be broken on the spot. And then... Chapter 2. How did she arrive here? Miss, what has happened to you? Came the anxious voice of Bai Yu, pulling Wei Ziwei from her reverie. She rubbed her temples, attempting to alleviate the throbbing pain in her head. Bai Yu, did you personally brew the medicine from the prescription I wrote earlier? Response to the miss, it was Green Willow who gathered the herbs, but I personally prepared the decoction. Wei Ziwei's eyes darkened, and the pulsing pain at her temples intensified. When she accidentally fell into the water, she felt no significant harm and did not summon a doctor, instead concocting a remedy for the chill she believed she had caught. Since childhood, she had enjoyed reading medical texts, and she was capable of drafting simple prescriptions. Moreover, with the coming of her coming-of-age ceremony, she did not wish to disturb her family's peace over her own matters. In truth, she understood that even if her family were to discover her condition, they would not express concern. Rather, they would reproach her. What she never anticipated was that a mere chill could lead to a stupor lasting 3 days and nights after consuming the potion. If this had occurred in her previous life, she would have merely questioned her medical skills.
But now,
Are the dregs still here? Bring them to me. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu turned to leave. Wei Ziwei added, Go quietly, do not let anyone know. As late autumn approached winter, the air had turned bitterly cold, and she recalled the bone-chilling sensation from her fall. She shivered involuntarily, tugging the blanket closer, squinting as she awaited Bai Yu's return with the dregs. In her past life, she remembered not awakening at this hour. No, perhaps she had briefly awakened, only to drift back into a hazy slumber. If memory served her correctly, she had awoken at dawn, consumed the potion, and then slept for 3 days. Yes, she had remained in a feeble state right up until her marriage. At that time, she thought that being able to marry into the Marquis' household was the best choice available to her. In this life, let those who wish to marry do so. Miss, here are the dregs. What do you require them for? Help me sit up. Wei Ziwei, being of considerable size, required significant effort from Bai Yu to prop her against the headboard. Hand me the tray, and bring the candle closer. Using the flickering candlelight, Wei Ziwei gently sifted through the herbal remnants, scrutinizing them closely. Suddenly, her pupils contracted. Among the herbs, there was indeed an additional ingredient, the very addition that had caused her high fever and prolonged unconsciousness. Bring me the packet of unbrewed herbs. The tainted decoction could not be consumed again under any circumstances. When Bai Yu returned, she held a packet of herbs. Is this the only packet remaining? Wei Ziwei frowned, believing there should have been more. Bai Yu nodded, confirming that only this packet remained. Wei Ziwei pondered for a moment, as if struck by a thought, her gaze darkening, and she chose to remain silent. She opened the herb packet and swiftly extracted one ingredient. After some consideration, she selected another herb before instructing Bai Yu to repack and return it to its place. The following morning, at the Chen hour, in the listening rain pavilion, Wei Ziwei furrowed her brow and abruptly opened her eyes, recognizing her familiar boudoir, and sighed in relief.
Bio.
Miss, you are awake? Wei Ziwei's head still felt heavy, and her limbs were weak. She steadied her mind and glanced toward the door, casually inquiring, Has the medicine been prepared? Response to the miss, it was prepared early and kept warm in the food box. I shall assist you in rinsing your mouth first.
All right.
As she spoke, she cast another glance toward the door, her eyes blazing with fire. Another maid lingered outside, and it vexed her that she did not know when this maid had turned traitorous. Had she brewed the medicine last night, her condition would be considerably improved. Yet, this would also alert certain individuals to her awakening. At present, she needed to drink the decoction and then sleep again to gather enough strength to rise and refuse the marriage. The entire process of the coming-of-age ceremony was tedious and complex, commencing at noon and lasting for hours. Were it not for the necessity of rejecting the marriage, she would have preferred not to drag her ailing body to the ceremony. Wei Ziwei felt a pang of sorrow. She was clearly the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's household, yet she had been denied even her own birthday celebration, let alone a coming-of-age ceremony. She was born a month and a half after Wei Ziwei, and each year, their birthday celebrations were held together. The people of the Prime Minister's household claimed that celebrating together was more festive and demonstrated the bond between the sisters. As for the coming-of-age ceremony, it had been agreed that the two sisters would share the occasion, and even though she felt wronged, she never voiced her dissatisfaction. Yet, in the end, she fell into the water and caught a chill, receiving not a word of concern. After sleeping for 6 days and nights, she awoke to learn that she would be married into the Ning and Marquis' household on her birthday. An hour later, Bai Yu shook Wei Ziwei awake. What time is it? Response to the miss. It is now noon. Shall we rise? Yes, it is time to get up. You will accompany me to the banquet hall shortly. Wei Ziwei ate a little something, and Bai Yu assisted her out the door. Given her considerable size, her slow movements were akin to that of a snail, especially as she had yet to fully recover from her illness. In the banquet hall, The coming-of-age ceremony had already commenced, with the guests taking their places and their gazes fixed upon the center of the venue. On this auspicious day, one begins to don the robes of adulthood. Cast aside your childish aspirations and embrace your virtuous development. May you enjoy longevity and blessings. As Wei Ziwei arrived, she fortuitously overheard an elderly woman reciting the auspicious words. She took a moment to compose herself, inhaled deeply, and stepped forward. As she crossed the threshold, the light in the grand hall seemed to dim, as if half had been obscured. The guests were taken aback, none expecting Wei Ziwei to appear at this moment. Clad in a crimson robe lined with gold, draped in a matching heavy cloak, her pale, sickly complexion could not be concealed. A derisive snicker escaped someone's lips. The rumors are true. From head to toe, she is indeed the only one in the Southernly Kingdom who could grow so large. Soon, other guests began to murmur amongst themselves. Is this truly the fifth Miss Wei? It's said that seeing her in person is quite different from hearing about her. Have you heard? She was dissatisfied with sharing the coming-of-age ceremony with the fourth young miss, and even tried to jump into the lake a few days ago. If you ask me, given her character, it's a miracle she even gets to partake in this ceremony. The Prime Minister's household treats her like a treasure. If she were in our household, Do you think she intends to ruin this coming-of-age ceremony? Who knows? But it seems we are in for quite a show today. From the host's seat, the members of the Prime Minister's household wore displeased expressions, glaring at Wei Ziwei. Wei Ziwei, dressed in a pink robe that accentuated her fair complexion, appeared even more radiant, akin to a freshly peeled egg. At that moment, however, her brow furrowed slightly, and she couldn't help but glance back. The elderly woman responsible for her coming-of-age ceremony trembled, having not yet placed the hairpin, her dark hair cascading down. The guests gasped in shock, and then, out of respect, fell silent. In that moment, one could hear a pin drop. In her previous life, she fell into the water and succumbed to a chill, drifting into a 6-day slumber and missing her coming-of-age ceremony. Upon awakening, she was informed that she was to marry the heir of the Marquis' estate in a month. To appease her family, she acquiesced, yet the heir's heart never belonged to her. Within the Marquis' estate, she faced relentless hostility, constantly subjected to humiliation, and was cast away to a desolate farm, forced to survive on scraps meant for pigs. After a harrowing escape, she was captured while seeking a physician in the north and met her tragic end through brutal torture. After being cruelly executed, she was reborn on the eve of her coming-of-age ceremony. She discovered that the prescription she had prepared for her illness had been tampered with. Resolute, she vowed to alter her fate of being a substitute bride in this lifetime. Arriving at the ceremony in a weakened state, she realized that her presence would not change her destiny of being a surrogate bride. If they wished for her to marry, she would depart from the Marquis' estate. Let it be so. On the day of her wedding, he boldly interrupted the ceremony, declaring, "You should not marry into the Marquis' house. If you must wed today, I shall take you." She coldly rejected him, stating, "Unless I perish, no one can prevent me from entering the gates of the Marquis' estate today." The heir remarked that she was not the one he desired to marry. Coincidentally, he was not the man she wished to wed either. They reached an agreement. He would return her dowry, grant her a divorce, and assist her in leaving the Marquis' estate. She chose not to disclose the truth of her situation to the outside world. Returning to her maternal family, she suddenly felt a wave of trepidation. Later, she discovered that the deepest secret of her maternal family was the masked man who had silently protected her in her previous life. She clung to him, unwilling to let go. Chapter 1. Awakening in Another World. In the Southernly Kingdom, the 23rd year of Tianjing. Under the cover of night, the entire minister's residence was shrouded in darkness. The wind began to stir, its sound whispering through the air. Suddenly, a window in a secluded courtyard creaked open, allowing the cold wind to rush in, extinguishing the flickering candlelight on the small table. Surrounded by darkness, the light gauze curtains fluttered at the bed's edge, dancing with the autumn breeze. A maid, startled awake, stumbled to the window in the dark, reaching out to close it. Inside the curtains lay a woman with a round face. It was the fifth miss of the minister's residence, Wei Ziwei. Her face was pale as a ghost, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, and her brows furrowed in distress. 3 days prior, Wei Ziwei had slipped and fallen into the water, contracting a chill. After concocting a medicine for herself and sending her maid to fetch it, she had fallen into an unresponsive slumber after taking the remedy. Water, water. Cough, cough. Miss, you're awake? Bai Yu exclaimed in joy upon hearing Wei Ziwei's voice, hastening to close the window. Wait, don't rush. Wei Ziwei was momentarily stunned. That was undeniably Bai Yu's voice, but had she not died many years ago? No. Not only had Bai Yu perished, she herself had died. Subjected to brutal torture, she had met her end by having her heart carved out. Wei Ziwei's face turned ashen, her heart aching with the lingering pain of her execution. She could not suppress the tremor at the corners of her lips. It all felt like it had just transpired. They were all gone. Everyone who had shown her kindness met with a dreadful fate. How could she hope for a peaceful end?
Biu.
Miss, please don't panic. I'm here. I've always been here. Wei Ziwei, in a frenzy, reached out in the dark, yet grasped nothing. Bai Yu, I caused your demise. Suddenly, a light flickered before her. Bai Yu set down her fire stick and filled a cup with water, then hurried to the bedside. Miss, you must have had a terrible nightmare. Do not fear. It is all over now. Drink some water to soothe your throat. Wei Ziwei froze. It was indeed Bai Yu. Bai Yu was alive. She stared dumbfounded as Bai Yu offered her water, watching the cup being taken away. Bai Yu set down the cup, continuing to chatter, but Wei Ziwei absorbed none of it. Gazing around, she found herself in the very room she had occupied before her marriage. Had she truly been reborn? Reborn before her wedding. After a moment, Wei Ziwei suddenly embraced Bai Yu, weeping uncontrollably. Bai Yu, bewildered, blinked her long lashes and began to cry alongside her. Miss, you've finally awakened. I thought you would never come back. I was truly frightened. After 3 long days, her mistress had finally returned to consciousness. If she hadn't, Bai Yu would have succumbed to her own slumber. Once Bai Yu's emotions were spent, she attempted to cease her tears, but noticed Wei Ziwei's sorrow deepening, infused with an overwhelming sense of loss and vengeance. Unknowingly, goosebumps rose on Bai Yu's arms, her hairs standing on end. Fear gripped her heart. The intensity of Wei Ziwei's sobs was chilling. Miss, what troubles you so? Sensing Bai Yu's tremors, Wei Ziwei instantly reined in her emotions, suppressing the torrent of hatred within her. Bai Yu felt the dread dissipate, but remained unaware of its cause. Miss, please stop crying. You've been feverish and unconscious for 3 days and nights. Your body is still weak. You once said that a patient cannot experience great joy or sorrow. Have you forgotten? Wei Ziwei managed to smile, though her tears remained unspent. It's wonderful, truly wonderful. She had returned to life. How unexpected that the heavens had granted her a second chance. Surely, the nightmare you experienced was frightful, but fear not. The matron has said that dreams are always the opposite of reality. Indeed, Bai Yu is right. Those were merely dreams, inversely mirrored against reality. A second chance, who would ultimately prevail, remained uncertain. Bai Yu, what time is it now? Replying to the miss, it is almost the hour of Z. Why do you ask? The coming-of-age ceremony she had missed in her past life could not be overlooked again. Wei Ziwei was the legitimate daughter of the minister's household, her grandfather Wei Haoqing being the current prime minister, her father Wei Zhongzhe the governor of Qingzhou, and her mother Mu Liden the daughter of the national protector's family. With 3 elder brothers, her status should have garnered her adoration, yet due to the presence of another, she lived like a dog begging for scraps. The second son of Minister Wei, Wei Zhongping, had passed away unexpectedly while visiting relatives, leaving behind his orphan daughter, Wei Zi. Seeing that Wei Ziwei had lost her parents at a young age, the family showered all their affection upon her. Whatever she desired, she received. Wei Zi was the cherished one, while Wei Ziwei felt as insignificant as dust. Wei Ziwei once believed that marrying into the Ning'an Marquis' estate would improve her life. Little did she know, that was merely the beginning of her descent into despair. The betrothal, meant for Wei Zi, had suddenly thrust her into the role of a substitute bride. Years ago, in a bid to ally with the Marquis' estate, the minister's household arranged a marriage proposal. At that time, Wei Zi was enamored with the Marquis' heir. Yet later, after a fleeting glance at the crown prince, she became intent on marrying into the Eastern Palace, disregarding the position of the Marquis' wife. Unwilling to marry Wei Zi, the minister's household sought to transfer the engagement to Wei Ziwei. In her past life, Wei Ziwei had fallen into the water and remained unconscious for 3 days and nights, awakening too weak to attend Wei Zi's birthday and coming-of-age ceremony. Unaware of the specifics of that day, she knew only that afterward, she had become the heir's betrothed. Lacking any affection for the heir, she nonetheless agreed to the marriage to please her family. As she entered the Marquis's estate filled with hope, she soon realized that the heir's heart had always belonged solely to Wei Ziwei. The heir harbored nothing but disdain and animosity toward her. He deemed her shameless for compelling the minister's household to exchange brides. During the wedding, he never even spared her a glance, let alone consummate their union. Upon hearing of Wei Ziwei's betrothal to the crown prince, he left the Marquis's estate as if in a daze and was never seen again. Had matters ended there, her life might not have been so tragic. At worst, she would have lived as a widow in her remaining years. After the heir of the Marquis departed, the Marquis's wife sought to seize all of her dowry, imprisoning her and compelling the maidservant to daily administer a maddening concoction. The hypocritical Marquis, driven by lust for her beauty once she had grown slender, stealthily entered her chamber, intent on committing unspeakable acts against her. She resolutely resisted, preserving her virtue, yet this only attracted the ire of others within the Marquis's household. The Marquis accused Wei Ziwei of shamelessly seducing him, while her sister-in-law ordered that her legs be broken on the spot. And then... Chapter 2. How did she arrive here? Miss, what has happened to you? The worried voice of Baiyu broke through Wei Ziwei's reverie. Rubbing her temples to alleviate the throbbing pain, she inquired, Baiyu, did you personally prepare the medicine from the prescription I wrote earlier? Replying to the miss, it was Green Willow who gathered the herbs, but it was I who personally brewed the potion. Wei Ziwei's gaze darkened, as the pulsating ache in her temples intensified. When she had accidentally fallen into the water, she had believed herself to be unharmed and had not summoned a doctor, instead prescribing herself a remedy for a chill. Having nurtured a passion for medical texts since childhood, she was capable of drafting simple prescriptions. Moreover, with her coming-of-age ceremony approaching, she did not wish to disturb the household's tranquility with her ailments. Deep down, she understood that even if her family were to learn of her condition, no one would express concern. Rather, they would cast blame upon her. Yet, she never anticipated that what she thought to be merely a chill could lead to slumber lasting 3 days and nights. In her past life, she would have merely questioned her medical skills in such a situation. But now, are there any remnants of the medicine left? Bring them to me. Upon Wei Ziwei's command, Baiyu promptly departed. She added, go quietly, and do not let anyone else know. It was late autumn, the air growing bitterly cold, and the memory of the bone-chilling water still lingered. She shivered involuntarily, adjusting her blanket, and closed her eyes in anticipation of Baiyu's return with the remnants. In her previous life, she recalled not awakening at this hour. No, perhaps she had awakened but was too muddled to remain conscious. If memory served, she had risen with the dawn, consumed the potion, and then slipped back into slumber for 3 more days. Indeed, until her wedding, she had been in a state of ill health. At that time, she believed that being able to marry into the Marquis's household was the best outcome possible. In this life, she thought, let those who wish to marry do so. Miss, I have brought the remnants. What do you require them for? Help me sit up. Wei Ziwei's considerable size made it a challenge for Baiyu, who exerted great effort to assist her into a reclining position against the headboard. Bring me the tray and bring the candle closer. Utilizing the flickering light, Wei Ziwei delicately sifted through the herbal remnants, scrutinizing them carefully. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. Indeed, there was an additional herb present, the very one that had caused her to suffer from high fever and an unending slumber. Fetch the unbrewed herbal package. A concoction laced with extra ingredients could not be consumed again. When Baiyu returned, she held a package of herbs. Is this all that remains? Wei Ziwei frowned, reasoning that there should have been more than just one package. Baiyu nodded, confirming that this was indeed the only remaining package. Wei Ziwei pondered for a moment, as if a realization struck her. Her gaze darkened, and she chose not to speak further. She opened the package, and swiftly extracted one specific herb. After some consideration, she selected another herb, instructing Baiyu to repack the remainder and return it to its place. The following day, at the time of Chen, in the listening rain pavilion, Wei Ziwei awoke with a start, her brow furrowed, realizing she was in her familiar boudoir. She breathed a sigh of relief. Bio. Miss, you are awake? Wei Ziwei's head remained heavy, her limbs weak. Regaining her composure, she glanced towards the door, casually asking, is the medicine prepared? Replying to the miss, it has been ready for some time, kept warm in the food box. I shall assist you in rinsing your mouth first. Very well. As she spoke, she cast another glance towards the door, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Another maidservant lingered outside, and it irked her that she could not recall when this girl had begun to betray her. Had she brewed the medicine and taken it last night, her condition would have considerably improved by now. However, this would also signal to certain individuals that she had awakened. At present, she needed to drink the potion and sleep again to regain sufficient strength to rise and refuse the marriage proposal. The entire process of the coming-of-age ceremony was tedious and exhausting, commencing at noon and extending for hours. Were it not for the need to reject the marriage, she would have preferred to avoid attending the ceremony in her weakened state. Wei Ziwei felt a pang of sorrow. She was clearly the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's household, yet she had not even been granted her own birthday banquet, let alone a proper coming-of-age ceremony. Born a month and a half after Wei Zi, her birthdays had always been celebrated together. Those within the Prime Minister's household claimed that celebrating together was livelier and showcased their sisterly bond. As for the coming-of-age ceremony, it had initially been agreed that the two sisters would share the occasion, and despite her inner grievances, she had never voiced a word of discontent. Yet, she had fallen into the water and caught a chill, receiving not a single word of concern. After 6 days and nights of slumber, she awoke to be informed that she was to marry into the Ning and Marquis' household on her birthday. An hour later, Bai shook Wei Ziwei awake. "What time is it?" Replying to the miss, "It is now noon. Should you rise?" "Yes, it is time to rise. You will accompany me to the banquet pavilion." Wei Ziwei consumed a small meal, and Bai assisted her in departing. Her considerable size made her movements sluggish, and with her illness lingering, she was slower than a snail. At the banquet pavilion, the coming-of-age ceremony had already commenced, with the guests taking their seats, their gazes drawn to the center of the hall. On this auspicious day, we commence the ceremony. Abandon your youthful aspirations, embrace your virtuous nature. May you enjoy longevity and fortune. As Wei Ziwei arrived, she coincidentally overheard an elderly woman reciting the blessings in a loud voice. She paused to steady herself, taking a deep breath before advancing once more. As her crimson figure crossed the threshold, it seemed as though the very light of the hall was dimmed by half, plunging it into an immediate darkness. The guests were taken aback, as none had anticipated Wei Ziwei's appearance at that moment. Clad in a thick cotton garment bordered in scarlet, with a matching robe draped over her, she could not conceal her pallid, sickly visage. A disdainful snicker echoed. "The rumors are true. From head to toe, only one person in the nation of Nonli could become this large." Soon after, other guests began to murmur among themselves. "Is this truly the fifth Miss Wei? She is far more impressive in person than in reputation. Did you hear? She was dissatisfied with sharing the coming-of-age ceremony with a fourth young lady and even threatened to leap into the lake a few days ago. In my opinion, given her disposition, it is a miracle she is even allowed to participate. Only the Prime Minister's household treats her as if she were a treasure. If she were in our household, huh? You don't suppose she intends to ruin this coming-of-age ceremony, do you? Who knows? But it seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle today." The members of the Prime Minister's household wore displeased expressions, casting furious glances at Wei Ziwei. Wei Zi, dressed in a pink cotton garment, appeared even fairer against her already pale complexion, resembling a peeled egg. However, she now frowned slightly, unable to suppress her curiosity, and glanced back. The elderly woman responsible for placing the hairpin trembled, her hands unsteady, the hairpin not yet secured, and her inky hair cascaded down. "This." The guests collectively inhaled sharply, swiftly falling silent. In that moment, one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 3. The Ceremony of Coming of Age. The coming-of-age ceremony is an exceedingly solemn affair for young women. Any misstep may portend ill fortune and bring disgrace to the elders. The esteemed matriarch of the Anqing Marquis, the Venerable Lady Zeng, was the one entrusted with the task of arranging Wei Zi's hair and adorning her with a ceremonial hairpin. Clad in a dark red embroidered robe adorned with auspicious symbols, her expression fluctuated between tranquility and turmoil. "Fourth young lady, what troubles you?" Wei Zi found herself at a loss, her lips pressed tightly together, and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The individuals seated in the main area exchanged glances filled with concern as they regarded her. However, their gazes turned to Wei Ziwei with barely concealed fury. The predicament they faced was entirely her doing. Had she not attended, this ceremony would have unfolded flawlessly. Yet, despite their ire, they could only suppress their emotions for the time being. Otherwise, the entire event would be marred, leaving fourth young lady in a state of regret. Wei Ziwei smiled, surveying the room and disregarding the mocking laughter of the guests. When her gaze met the furious stares from the Prime Minister's residence, she merely scoffed, thinking to herself that this was just the beginning. However, she felt faint and urgently needed a place to sit, lest she fall to the ground. The ceremony continued. After completing the hair arrangement and adorning Wei Zi, she expressed her gratitude to Lady Zeng and retired to the eastern chamber to change into an appropriate outfit. Lady Zeng, might I trouble you to style my dear daughter as heir as well? Wei Ziwei looked up at the speaker, a man in his early 40s, clad in a dark blue silk robe, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Father, how is it that you have returned? A questioning thought crossed Wei Ziwei's mind. In her previous life, she had not attended the coming-of-age ceremony, yet she was aware that he was not present in the imperial city at that time. The prime minister's eldest son, Wei Zhongzhe, served as the governor of Qingzhou, a sixth-rank official, and was seldom in the capital. The two had rarely crossed paths, to the point where she had to take a moment to recognize him as her father. I am here today solely at the behest of the Grand Princess to assist in styling forth Miss Wei's hair. Any last-minute changes would surely offend her dignity, Lady Zeng stated with an imperious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Wei Ziwei realized that the Prime Minister's household had never intended for her to participate in the ceremony today. Although she had long been aware of their indifference, it nonetheless pained her heart. Taking a deep breath, she resolved that she was not present today for the ceremony. My dear child, you are unwell, yet still running about. By you, why do you not assist your young lady in returning to rest? Wei Ziwei's lashes fluttered as she recognized the voice of her mother, Mu Leiden. Ironically, her own mother had never taken the time to visit her during her illness. She lifted her gaze, her eyes devoid of warmth. Mu Leiden stood beside Wei Zhongzhe, her face contorted with anger as she scrutinized Wei Ziwei. Yet, upon meeting her daughter's cold stare, her expression faltered. What a peculiar sight this daughter presents today. Why does her gaze resemble that of a stranger? Wei Ziwei offered a faint smile, reflecting on her so-called kind stepmother, whose gentle demeanor concealed her ineffectuality. In an effort to maintain her position, she had sought to curry favor with her grandmother, even nurturing another's daughter while neglecting her own. Such a mother was better left unacknowledged. What nonsense is this? As the younger sister, how could I possibly miss fourth sister's coming-of-age ceremony? As soon as Wei Ziwei finished speaking, a voice of skepticism rang out. Well, it's good that you understand, though one wonders who feigned illness so convincingly. Wei Ziwei cast a sidelong glance, bemused. This was her so-called good third brother. Wei Ziwei was a persistent shadow, following Wei Zi wherever she went. Any new trinket he acquired was promptly presented to her, oblivious to the fact that what he offered might be discarded the moment he turned away. Third brother is correct. No matter how I feign illness, it will never become reality. Yet here I am, attending the ceremony, am I not? At this moment, who knows what your intentions are? Indeed, I even pretended to be ill, yet here I stand. How else could I witness fourth sister and young Master Cheng? Must you not consider the significance of today? If you truly did not wish to attend, no one would compel you. Wei Ziren, seated beside Wei Ziwei, interjected at the opportune moment, interrupting Wei Ziwei's continued remarks. She shot him a glance, noting the half-mask covering his face, and stifled a scoff. Just as she was about to retort, she encountered the frigid gaze of Wei Ziwei, which silenced her. Her three brothers were complicated. Wei Ziren bore the greatest sacrifice for Wei Zi, while Wei Ziwei stood as her staunchest defender. Now was not the time for confrontation. Wei Zi emerged wearing a light-colored gown, and the ceremony resumed. Being from the Prime Minister's household, guests from all prominent residences in the capital were present, ensuring that the occasion was nothing short of grand. This coming-of-age ceremony granted Wei Zi a distinguished position among the elite women of the capital, ensuring her invitations to future gatherings. Even without the marriage contract from the Ning and Marquis, she would undoubtedly find a suitable match, paving the way for a promising future. As Wei Ziwei scanned the crowd, she recognized many familiar faces from her past life, alongside numerous strangers. The Ning and Marquis had sent representatives, including the matriarch, Lady Cheng, her daughter-in-law, Li, and her former sister-in-law, Cheng Dai, marking the presence of 3 generations. In her previous life, these 3 had inflicted considerable humiliation upon her. And there was the Marquis' heir, Cheng Jinhong, quietly observing Wei Zi with an expression full of longing. In her past life, she had felt a deep sympathy for this man, who, despite his handsome appearance, carried a shadow of sadness. She yearned to soothe the furrow between his brows. Before he left home, She had devoted herself to caring for him. Knowing he suffered from headaches, she concocted soothing fragrances. When she learned of his delicate stomach, she prepared nourishing soups. Upon discovering his sensitivity to the cold, she knitted him thick garments, and when she heard of his fondness for tea, she would collect dew under the moonlight, sacrificing her own rest for his comfort. Though she understood that her efforts might never reach him, she pursued them relentlessly, believing that as long as she was diligent, his heart would eventually warm to her. She thought that if he recognized her sincerity, they could find mutual warmth and share a future together. Yet he found her repulsive. He harbored only disdain and hatred towards her. All her hopes for the future had been pinned on him. He accused her of ruining his life, of shattering his happiness, oblivious to the fact that he had been the architect of her descent into despair. Had it not been for him, she pondered, how would she have met such a fate in her previous life? Wei Ziwei clenched her fists tightly, only to release them moments later. He, too, was a pitiable soul. Chapter 4. The marriage date is set. The subsequent proceedings of the coming-of-age ceremony transpired without further incident. In the end, Wei Ziwei, supported by the venerable Lady Zeng, stood alongside Prime Minister Wei, expressing her gratitude to the attendees. Adorned with a ceremonial crown and dressed in a splendid, flowing gown, her waist cinched with a sash, she maintained a poised elegance despite the heavy garments suited for the cold weather. Her smile radiated warmth, her delicate brows arched gracefully, and her lips, a vibrant red, showcased the poise of a refined lady. Those present could not help but be captivated by her beauty, their eyes alight with admiration. Indeed, this fourth Miss Wei is exceedingly beautiful. The world universally acknowledges that the fourth lady of the Prime Minister's residence is a paragon of beauty and talent. Upon my first encounter today, the title of the most beautiful woman in the royal city proves to be entirely justified. One cannot help but wonder which fortunate young master has the privilege of claiming such a remarkable beauty as his own. In my humble opinion, given her extraordinary qualities, it would be more than appropriate for the fourth lady to enter the royal court as a consort. Moreover, once the banquet concludes, I must hasten back to my residence to discuss arrangements for a marriage proposal. By the time you finish your deliberations, the flowers will have wilted. Were there a suitable young master in my household, I would go forth to propose at this very moment. What a fanciful thought. Perhaps she is already betrothed. In our southerly kingdom, the only notable figure is the fourth miss of the Prime Minister's household. Indeed, the Prime Minister's family is known for their exceptional upbringing. I beg to differ. The fifth miss is a case in point. I am deeply grateful to all present for your kindness in attending my granddaughter's coming-of-age ceremony. I have arranged a modest repast in the dining hall. Please move there and enjoy the offerings without hesitation. As Minister Wei concluded his remarks, apart from himself, the elderly Mrs. Wei and Wei Ziwei, the rest of the Wei family ushered the guests outside. Wei Ziwei cast a furtive glance at the departing guests, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. The main hall quickly fell silent, with the elderly Lady Cheng seated steadily in her place, flanked by Lady Cheng and Cheng Dai. Wei Ziwei scanned the room, noticing the absence of Wei Ziwei and Cheng Jinhong. With both of them missing, could there be an unforeseen turn of events? Minister, now that the fourth lady's coming-of-age ceremony has concluded, it is time to finalize the wedding date for my grandson and the fifth lady, he said. Minister Wei's expression hardened at these words, instructing the steward Wei Bo to guard the door and allow no one to approach. Wei Ziwei's pupils constricted sharply, finally grasping the source of her anxiety. In her previous life, Wei Ziwei and Cheng Jinhong's marriage was announced during the thank-you speeches at the coming-of-age ceremony, with the wedding date proposed by Wei Ziwei herself. The absence of such an announcement today felt distinctly amiss. She began to doubt herself, wondering if perhaps she was mistaken, as she had not attended the ceremony in her past life. The marriage contract between the two families was supposed to involve Wei Ziwei as the bride. Why then did the elderly Lady Cheng refer to the fifth lady? The entire situation reeked of oddity. It could not be true, could it? It was well known among the Prime Minister's household, from the highest-ranking official to the most humble servant, that Wei Ziwei was to become the future lady of the Ning'an Marquis. If the bride were to be changed, how could the Marquis not have been aware, enabling Lady Cheng to make such statements? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Wei Ziwei broke into a cold sweat. If this were indeed the case, then all her previous experiences would be rendered meaningless. Yes, the elderly Lady Cheng speaks wisely. I too believe it is time to establish the wedding date. Minister Wei turned to Wei Ziwei and continued, Dear child, your grandfather hoped you would first recover your health before we discuss the wedding date. Since you are now well, let us proceed to set the date. Grandfather, you're being too generous. The fourth lady's marriage should not be delayed due to my ailment, Wei Ziwei replied. Her gaze cast downward, her tone subdued yet betraying no emotion, though her palms were slick with perspiration. Minister Wei cleared his throat, his expression slightly awkward. Years ago, a marriage contract was established between our household and the Marquis. Wei Ziwei suddenly raised her eyes, locking her gaze with Minister Wei's. Yes, I am aware. Grandfather. At that time, the fourth lady and young Master Cheng were in love, which is why you personally proposed the marriage contract on her behalf. Minister Wei furrowed his brow. Ziwei, do not speak foolishly. We are discussing your engagement to young Master Cheng. Your fates are perfectly aligned. And this matter has nothing to do with your sister. The 15th of the 12th month is an auspicious date, coinciding with your birthday. It is the ideal time for your wedding. Indeed, your fourth sister is truly kind, proposing that you marry into the Marquis on your birthday. It is a double celebration. Lady Cheng remarked with a warm smile, exuding the amiability of a senior matron. Wei Ziwei internally scoffed. The Marquis had evidently been aware of the bride's switch from the very beginning. Grandfather, I was but a child at the time. Yet I remember clearly that it was my fourth sister who was to be wed, not I, Wei Ziwei. She swiftly surveyed the faces of the Cheng family before continuing. The engagement token has always been worn by my fourth sister. Everyone in our household knows this. Grandfather, please do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. If my fourth sister learns of your actions today, it would surely break her heart. You. The minister's anger flared, incredulous that she would so casually speak of her sister's engagement token. Just as Wei Ziwei braced for his wrath, he appeared to reflect on something, and the anger faded from his face. Grandfather does not hold you accountable. You were indeed young, and may have misremembered. Noticing Wei Ziwei's silence, he spoke earnestly again. The marriage contract established years ago did not specify whether it was for your fourth sister or for you. Given that your compatibility with young Master Cheng is greater, this marriage should rightfully be yours. Both of you are cherished granddaughters of our household. I cannot favor one over the other and deprive you of your rightful happiness. Grandfather, you may not realize my fourth sister's feelings. They have been childhood sweethearts, and she wishes only to marry her Chenggij. It is truly not right for me to usurp her happiness. Wei Ziwei spoke slowly, her words firm and sincere. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle a temple than to ruin a marriage. Our family is not a band of brigands, and we cannot commit such cruel acts as to separate lovers. The elderly Lady Wei trembled in fury. Wretched child, how dare you slander your sister like this? You tarnish her reputation. She is worried about your health and has sought my assistance to pray for your well-being at the temple. You are truly wretched. Minister Wei's face darkened as he coughed lightly, prompting the elderly Lady Wei to reluctantly quiet her protests. Fifth child, since you have caught a chill, you must remain in the Tingyu Pavilion to recuperate for your marriage. Do not go anywhere else. Wei Ziwei felt alarm bells ringing in her mind. Was he intending to confine her to the estate? You need not concern yourself with anything else. Your wedding gown will be the one prepared by your fourth sister. You are of similar stature, and it can be adjusted easily in time. At this, Wei Ziwei could hardly contain her incredulity. She was of a stature that could easily surpass 3 adult men, yet Minister Wei claimed she was comparable to Wei Ziwei. As for the dowry, your maternal grandmother has secured it. It was delivered to the Marquis a couple of days ago. Your father will ensure that it accompanies you when you marry. Along with the betrothal gifts from the Marquis, everything that belongs to you will follow you into the Marquis. The more Wei Ziwei listened, the colder she felt. Chapter 5. Entering the Marquis the following day, in the Tingyu Pavilion, Wei Ziwei awoke and stared blankly at the canopy. Time slipped away unnoticed as tears streamed down her cheeks, pooling along her earlobes and disappearing into her dark hair. Yesterday, she could not absorb a single word spoken by Minister Wei. In that moment, she realized how impulsive she had been. Whether or not she attended the coming-of-age ceremony was inconsequential. She was powerless to alter her fate now. Yet it was not entirely without gain. Had she not gone, how would she have discovered that the Cheng family had not only been aware of the bride's switch, but had also shifted the blame onto her? Recalling the senseless suffering she had endured in the Marquis during her previous life, Wei Ziwei felt a surge of anger coursing through her body. Whether it be the Prime Minister's residence or the Ning and Marquis, they were all hypocritical fiends ready to devour one whole. They had meticulously plotted everything. Yet when faced with the consequences, they feigned innocence, which was utterly despicable. To be the future lady of the Marquis, yet live in such misery. Serving them with humility only to become their scapegoat. Logically, if Wei Ziwei were unwilling to marry, the Prime Minister's residence could simply propose a cancellation of the engagement. Yet, instead of doing so, they publicly declared that she had usurped Wei Ziwei's position as the future lady of the Marquis, which is quite perplexing. The Marquis, knowing of the bride's switch, expressed no objections. Instead, they hastily sought to confirm the wedding date, as if they were eager for her to wed. Cheng Jinhong's attitude is resolute. He will marry no one but Wei Ziwei. Perhaps he too is ensnared in this elaborate scheme? Wei Ziwei took a deep breath, piecing together all that she knew from her past lives, revisiting it time and again. The conclusion she reached was unsettling. This entire affair was a trap, meticulously set for her. But what could be the motive? No, it was the dowry. The web they spun was all for her dowry. Had it not been for the words of Prime Minister Wei himself, she would have remained oblivious to their insistence on forcing her grandmother to relinquish the dowry. What was even more outrageous was that, despite her not yet being married, her dowry had already crossed the threshold of her husband's household. In truth, there were some aspects she had yet to comprehend. Shouldn't the dowry be prepared by the Prime Minister's residence? Why was her dowry divided? One part in her grandmother's possession and the other in her father's? Typically, in ordinary families, the dowry is prepared by the bride's family. Why did she feel that her dowry did not originate from the Prime Minister's estate? Observing the attitude of the Ho residents towards her, had she not experienced her past life, she might have thought the Cheng family was eagerly welcoming her into their fold. As for Cheng Jinhong, she knew well the depth of his affection for Wei Ziwei. However, now her certainty wavered. Could the bride be a facade? While his deep feelings for Wei Ziwei were genuine, was he perhaps motivated by the dowry as well? Beyond the dowry, she possessed nothing of value. Thus her life in the Ho residence was destined to be miserable. The arrangement of the dowry, with part held by her grandmother and part by her father, was inherently peculiar. Moreover, sending the dowry to the husband's household in advance was utterly irregular, yet they had done so. The dowry must surely conceal some significant secret. In her past life, having never received the dowry, she was unaware of what it truly contained. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes brightened. Perhaps the answer lay there. Just then, the door creaked open, gently pushed from the outside, followed by soft footsteps entering the room. Wei Ziwei rubbed her temples and inquired, "Bu, what time is it? Miss, you're awake? It is 1:15 hour. Would you like to rise?" "Yes, it's time to get up for breakfast." Bu set down the food box and hurried to assist Wei Ziwei in getting out of bed. After washing up, Bu took the empty plate and exited. The breakfast was quite simple: a bowl of yam and millet porridge, a plate of greens, and beside it, a bowl of dark medicinal soup. Wei Ziwei furrowed her brow, hearing footsteps without raising her head. "Who prepared this medicine this morning?" "Miss, this was personally sent by the Prime Minister, who specifically instructed me to remind you to take it while it's hot. Otherwise, it will lose its efficacy once it cools." Upon hearing this, Wei Ziwei lifted her gaze, her expression icy. "I believe the Prime Minister genuinely cares for you, even attending to such minute details. Others would not be so meticulous." As Elvira spoke, she picked up a small spoon to offer to Wei Ziwei. Wei Ziwei did not accept it, her tone cold. "Just set it down. It still appears too hot. I shall take the medicinal soup after breakfast." Elvira's expression subtly changed, but quickly returned to normal. "I heard that the young master visited yesterday, yet you were unable to attend the ceremony. How disappointed he must be." The young master mentioned by Elvira was none other than Cheng Jinhong of the Ning'an Ho residence. In her past life, Elvira accompanied her as a maid. Before her marriage, she often spoke of how wonderful the young master was, implying his affections for Wei Ziwei. Had it not been for this, even if she agreed to marry for her family's happiness, she would not have harbored any illusions about him. After entering the Ho residence, Elvira had made numerous attempts to seduce Cheng Jinhong, which only deepened his disdain for Wei Ziwei. Later, when Wei Ziwei was nearly violated by the Ning'an Ho, Elvira had jumped in to accuse her of seducing the lord, leading to her being scorned by all. Wei Ziwei wished she could strangle her on the spot, but she knew this was not the time. "Go find Wei Bo and have him tell grandfather to add more charcoal to the listening rain pavilion. Just say that I caught a cold and cannot withstand the chill. I am genuinely worried it will affect next month's wedding." After saying this, She adjusted the cloak around her. However, Levayo glanced at the untouched medicinal soup, hesitating to move. Hurry up. Lingering here will delay my time to take the medicine, and grandfather will not spare you. With those words, Levayo turned and hurried out. Yue returned just in time, puzzled as she asked, Miss. It is only early autumn and not yet winter. Is it really necessary to add more charcoal? Of course. If we don't add more charcoal, I will have to drink this bitter medicine every 3 days. I don't wish to endure that, especially since excessive consumption of this medicine can be fatal. She refrained from voicing the latter part, fearing it would frighten the kind-hearted girl. With her past experiences, her medical knowledge had vastly improved, and she could detect the oddities within the medicinal soup. She stood up, took the medicine to the window, and poured it out. As for adding charcoal, it was merely a pretext to deter others from sending her more medicinal soup. The management of resources was overseen by the matriarch. Matters concerning charcoal in the inner courtyard should be addressed to the nurse. However, Wei Ziwei instructed Levayo to seek Wei Bo to inform the Prime Minister that she had consented to the marriage. Find a few silver needles if possible. If not, even some finer embroidery needles will suffice. Since I must enter the Ho residence, I should prepare accordingly. Chapter 6. The Assassins of the Floating Light Pavilion. Floating Light Pavilion. Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
Wei Bo brought Levayo into the study. After Levayo relayed her message, Prime Minister Wei remained silent for a moment. Did she truly say that? He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Levayo. Levayo nodded, replying to the Prime Minister, I would not dare to deceive you in the slightest. I understand. You may return now. Should anything arise, be sure to report to me at once. Watching Levayo depart, Wei Bo hesitated, but Prime Minister Wei waved his hand. No need for further words. Her willingness to marry is fortuitous. Arrange for someone to keep watch. If her condition worsens, follow her instructions to add more charcoal and cease sending medicine. If the Prime Minister is at ease, I shall head out now. At the Listening Rain Pavilion, shortly after Wei Ziwei took her medication, she developed a high fever again and soon fell into a deep slumber. When the news reached the Floating Light Pavilion, Prime Minister Wei's furrowed brow relaxed. Wei Bo sought out Nurse Cui to convey the Prime Minister's instructions to the matriarch, Mu. At Dreaming Heart Residence, upon hearing of Wei Ziwei's illness, Wei Zi smirked. Mei Xiang, prepare yourself. We are heading to Rui Tower. Miss, shouldn't we first check on Listening Rain Pavilion? A sickly person poses no threat. But what is it?
Oh.
Right. Such trivial matters need not concern my 3 brothers. Let us hurry. The news of Wei Ziwei's illness did not create a ripple within the Prime Minister's residence. In the Prime Minister's household, she was but a ghost, and few wished to visit Listening Rain Pavilion, making it even quieter. She was content in her solitude, sleeping soundly during the day and awakening at the hour of the dog, feeling relatively well. After consuming a few pieces of cake, she ventured into the courtyard to stretch her limbs. Due to her lack of favor, the servants in Listening Rain Pavilion were few. Since the passing of her wet nurse, only Bue, Levayo, and a course maid remained. Located in the most secluded corner of the Prime Minister's estate, Listening Rain Pavilion was particularly tranquil at night. The course maid and Levayo had turned in early, leaving only Bue by her side. As Wei Ziwei attempted to exercise, her excess flesh quivered in circles. After only a few movements, she was panting heavily, nearly collapsing to the ground. Shaking her head, she muttered softly, This is terrible. My physique is truly abysmal. She had to pause to catch her breath before continuing to move her limbs. Wei Ziwei's actions left Baiyu alarmed. Miss, you are truly pitiable. There's no one to care for you in the manor, and after suffering from a grave illness, your mind has been affected.
Stop.
Are you afraid others want to know that your young mistress has recovered? All right then, do not just stand there gaping. Join me in moving.
Me?
I don't want to. Baiyu retreated in terror, no longer daring to speak, yet she remained close, staring intently at Wei Ziwei. Wei Ziwei acquiesced to her presence, as long as it did not interfere with her physical transformation plans. This body was not only overweight but also utterly useless, no matter how skilled the physician. It was all in vain. In the face of danger, the thought of escaping was sheer folly. She could hardly fathom why her former self had been so foolish. Such obesity severely disrupted her normal life. Even if she did not perish from her weight, she would surely die from the malicious gossip. In her past life, when she was carried into the Ningen Marquis residence in a grand palanquin, the bearers behind her exchanged crude remarks. Baiyu heard those slanderous words and was driven to tears. Yet, they spoke the truth. She was indeed more foolish than a pig, and heavier than one too. Remarkably, over the years in the Prime Minister's residence, although she was not favored, she had never known hunger. On the contrary, for reasons unknown, they were quite generous with her food. Each meal, even when she was full, she would eat more, for the more she consumed, the happier Wei Ziwei became. When Wei Ziwei was joyful, others followed suit, casting her glances of approval. Over time, it was no wonder she resembled a plump pig. Eventually, within the Marquis house, her weight fluctuated from feast to famine, and she gradually lost weight. But it was a frail and sickly kind of thinness. In this life, she must first achieve a healthy physique. However, no matter how urgent the desire, after recovering from a serious illness, one must not rush the process of recuperation. Excess is as harmful as deficiency. She spent her days in a stupor and exercised discreetly at night, continuing this for 3 days. On the 4th day, Wei Ziwei finally awoke from her slumber. With no medicinal broth delivered, she no longer had to pretend to be asleep. During the day, aside from perusing medical texts to pass the time, she focused on studying methods to become healthy and slim. This round figure had been forged through Wei Ziwei's daily indulgence. To shed the excess weight in a short span, she would need to restore her once dormant constitution. Without the aid of medication, it was indeed an arduous task.
Miss,
I have brought you the silver needles you requested. Wei Ziwei took a small pouch from Bai Yu's hands and, upon opening it, discovered 5 slender silver needles inside. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Splendid! How resourceful of you, Bai Yu, to procure silver needles even while confined. Bai Yu scratched her head, smiling sheepishly. Wei Ziwei did not dwell on it longer, turning her attention to acupuncture research. With these 5 silver needles, combined with gradual exercise, while she might not shed much fat in a short time, her constitution would surely improve. Only with a better constitution could she practice the life-saving techniques she had learned in the past. In her previous life, during moments of peril, she often thought that if given the chance to practice martial arts, she would take it seriously to ensure her capability for self-defense. Perhaps blessed by fate, after escaping from the manor, she encountered a wandering physician who, in gratitude for saving him, taught her some martial arts. Regrettably, she had not had the time to master them before falling into the hands of others. Now, to relearn those techniques, she must first enhance her physical condition. Otherwise, even the best self-defense skills would be rendered useless, without strength. Soon, half a month passed. That night, as usual, Wei Ziwei ventured into the courtyard. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air, echoing throughout the Prime Minister's residence. Catch the assassin. Following that, the direction of the floating light pavilion was ablaze with light, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Capture the assassin. Protect the Prime Minister. Quickly. The assassin is fleeing that way. Pursue them. A flurry of footsteps approached, heading towards the listening rain pavilion. Wei Ziwei frowned. It seemed that her practice would be interrupted tonight. She promptly turned and said, Bai Yu, let us return to the room and sleep. Quickly. It was already unusual to be awake at such an hour, and if seen by others, it would not bode well. She could not allow anyone to suspect anything before her marriage. Just as the door was about to close, a large hand suddenly appeared, followed by the entrance of a man. Wei Ziwei's heart tightened, but upon seeing the half-silver mask on his face, her pupils constricted. It's him. Chapter 7. Encountering the masked man again. Ah. Bai Yu gasped, and Wei Ziwei quickly extended her small hand. The sound abruptly ceased. However, she miscalculated the force, and both of them stumbled towards the door. Thud! The scene unfolded bizarrely as the masked man silently withdrew his hand from midair.
Bio, listen closely.
No matter who comes in, insist that no one has been here. I've been asleep at the hour of high, understood? Bai Yu's face turned pale, her body trembling slightly. Wei Ziwei recognized her fear, yet time was pressing, so she simply squeezed her hand. I know you can do it. Without further delay, she grasped the masked man's hand and swiftly made her way towards the bedroom. You need not fear. In my chamber, no one will intrude. He seemed taken aback by her reaction, glancing at her hand holding his eyes gleaming with a strange light. Rest assured, with me here, you will be safe. I can protect you. In her past life, he had said such words to her more than once, and now it was her turn to protect him. Once nestled under the covers, the expression on his face changed beneath the mask. This is what you call protection? Wei Ziwei lay on her side, the blankets piled high on the bed. Who could imagine that a grown man could be hidden in her bed? Thud. The hall door was suddenly flung open from the outside. Bai Yu, holding a candlestick, glared at the uninvited guest. You, how dare you, Wei Bo? What are you doing? Wei Bo glanced around, his expression grim. An assassin has entered the manor. It seems they are heading this way towards the Listening Rain Pavilion. He spoke, his gaze unwavering as he fixed on Bai Yu's eyes. Assassin? Then go catch them. Bai Yu's complexion grew increasingly pale, her whole body trembling. Wei Bo regarded Bai Yu with suspicion, coldly asking, What are you afraid of? Bai Yu's heart sank, and her lips quivered even more. Didn't you just say the assassin was running this way? Wei Bo, please, do not let him escape. What will we do if he comes to the Listening Rain Pavilion? Behind Wei Bo stood a slender man dressed in a dark blue long robe. If he is not here, then let's not delay any longer. The group hurriedly arrived and quickly departed. As the door closed behind them, Bai Yu collapsed against it. Her heart racing. Thump, thump. Her heartbeat quickened. She had truly been terrified. Yet, upon realizing her mistress was alone with a stranger in the bedroom, she hastily got back up. Just as she entered the chamber, Bai Yu was enraged. You, how shameless can you be? My mistress kindly saved you. And you dare to climb into her bed? The masked man calmly stepped off the bed, adjusting his attire. Bai Yu hurried to Wei Ziwei's side. Miss, do you realize that if this matter spreads, your reputation will be ruined? Wei Ziwei found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Yet she understood that Bai Yu was genuinely concerned for her. In the kingdom of Nanli, a woman's reputation was of utmost importance. Bai Yu, you worry too much. I have never held a good reputation, so why fear its destruction? Bai Yu's face fell. Her mistress's notoriety was an undeniable fact. She pondered how it was that her kind-hearted mistress had been labeled as a jealous cousin, lacking respect for her elders. Even though the young lady speaks the truth, it seems as though she is not discussing herself, but rather others. Furthermore, reputation cannot be consumed, nor can it bring me wealth. What use is a good reputation? My dear lady, you must not think this way. Young Master Chung is a good man, and once you marry into his family, he will surely recognize your virtues. The whispers from outsiders will inevitably fall silent. As Bai Yu spoke, she seemed to recall something and glared at the masked man. I do not care who you are. Should you dare to spread word of tonight's events and tarnish my lady's reputation, preventing her from marrying into the Marquis family, I shall fight you to the end. Bai Yu's cheeks puffed out, visibly enraged.
Puffed.
Wei Ziwei could no longer contain herself, finding Bai Yu's fierce demeanor utterly adorable. My lady, how can you still smile? You are about to marry into the Marquis family. You cannot afford any mishaps at this moment. Does my lady realize how many noble young ladies are eager to wed into the Marquis family? Young Master Chung possesses talent, good looks, and the esteemed background of the Marquis' household. What young woman would not desire to marry him? Such a fortunate opportunity has befallen our lady. Yet she appears to lack the awareness of becoming a bride. It is important to note that once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Young Master Chung is an excellent match. All right, I understand. You may rest for now. Wei Ziwei put away her smile, her expression turning serious. My lady. Bai Yu was taken aback, looking at Wei Ziwei in disbelief before glaring again at the masked man. What is my lady thinking? There is an unidentified assassin present. How can she allow herself to rest first? What if he harbors ill intentions toward my lady? My lady, I cannot leave. I must protect you. I will not repeat myself. Oh, I shall take my leave. My lady, please remember to rest early. Bai Yu felt wronged. As her lady scolded her for the sake of an assassin, she shot the masked man a fierce glare before turning to leave. As silence enveloped the room, Wei Ziwei turned her gaze to the masked man and inquired, What is your name? Her demeanor was calm, while her heart was tumultuous. She was certain that this man was he. In her previous life, he had rescued her multiple times, yet she had never known his name or seen his true face. Do you truly wish to join the Marquis family? He did not answer but instead posed a question, his voice low and muffled. Yes. That is the agreement between the minister's family and the Marquis family. As the legitimate daughter of the minister's family, I naturally must fulfill my promise. Upon her rebirth, she initially rejected the idea of a marriage of convenience, but after her coming-of-age ceremony, her perspective shifted. What is your name? You're not curious why I am at the minister's residence, but are curious about my name? If I seek you, where should I go? After all, I saved you. You should at least tell me your name, even if it is an alias. You truly wish to know? Indeed, I do. Rest assured, I shall not reveal you. I will tell you, but you must first agree to one condition. What condition? Cancel the engagement. Wei Ziwei was taken aback, not expecting such a demand from him. In her previous life, during their first meeting, she was in a disheveled state, yet still a beauty. But now, looking down at her figure, she thought any decent man would hardly take notice. Chapter 8. A key noticing Wei Ziwei's silence. The masked man spoke again with unexpected boldness. You should not marry into the Marquis' family. Wei Ziwei lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Then should I marry you? She suddenly lifted her head, revealing 2 faint dimples. His eyes flickered briefly before he averted his gaze. Agreed. The affirmation was delivered without hesitation, resonating with conviction. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the tension in his clenched fist, the veins faintly visible. Wei Ziwei was astonished. She had merely jested. Yet what of him? People say I am foolish. You do not think of me as a fool, do you? Not at all. I neither know your surname nor your origins. Yet you wish me to marry you. If I were to believe you, it would be neither wise nor sensible. What would convince you? Wei Ziwei's eyes twinkled as she stepped forward. How about this? You remove your mask, and I shall see your face. The masked man seemed to hesitate, his fingers trembling as they reached for the mask. However, Wei Ziwei suddenly interjected, Never mind, I must enter the Marquis' gates. With that, she turned away, refusing to look at him. His hand froze midair.
Why?
It is late, and propriety dictates that we maintain distance. Since you are safe now, please depart quickly. Beneath the mask, the man's expression shifted, his breath growing heavier. He trembled slightly, casting a deep glance at Wei Ziwei before turning toward the window. It was not until he had leapt through the window that she turned back. Gazing at the empty window, she murmured, We should not meet again. The following day, Wei Ziwei awoke from a nightmare, recognizing the familiar curtains and feeling a wave of relief. Since her rebirth, each time she slept, she was haunted by nightmares. As she prepared to wipe the sweat from her brow, her fingers brushed against something. Furrowing her brow, she lifted the quilt to reveal a small object resembling a key. Its material appeared to be akin to white jade, though it differed slightly. Holding it in her palm, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Why did this object, which he had left behind, evoke such a feeling? After pondering for a while and finding no answers, she placed it into her dressing box. As she prepared to leave, she took a few steps before returning. She retrieved it once more, threading it onto a string to wear around her neck. The ensuing days returned to a semblance of tranquility. Before long, it was the day before her wedding. Wei Ziwei sat on a soft couch, engrossed in a book, when a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. Baiyu, go see what is happening. Baiyu hurriedly complied and returned in the blink of an eye. My lady, it is Mama Rong from the old lady's side. She has come to deliver the wedding attire. Shortly after, Mama Rong entered, leading a group. Upon seeing Wei Ziwei, she could not help but rub her eyes, gazing at her with curiosity. She felt that after some time apart, the fifth miss had changed in some way, yet could not pinpoint how.
Mama Rong?
Wei Ziwei noticed the woman's prolonged gaze and felt a sense of alarm. She hoped nothing unusual would arise. Hearing her name, Mama Rong regained her composure, cleared her throat, and explained her purpose. Fifth miss, you may not be aware, but the old lady is quite invested in this marriage, insisting that I supervise the seamstresses daily, which is why the wedding attire is finally ready today. I appreciate the efforts of my grandmother. And you have worked hard too. After expressing her gratitude, Wei Ziwei invited Mama Rong to sit and enjoy tea while instructing Baiyu to take the wedding dress into the chamber for fitting. A quarter of an hour later, Wei Ziwei emerged, adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown. Mama Rong smiled and nodded, exchanging a few pleasantries before departing. Wei Ziwei returned to her chamber and removed the wedding attire, only to discover she still wore the thick dress from her earlier encounter with Mama Rong. My lady, why does this wedding dress seem? What of the wedding dress? It appears to have been tailored specifically to your previous figure, showing no signs of alteration at all. This marriage was intended for me, so naturally, the gown would be made to fit my dimensions. Do you mean to say that this gown was not prepared by the fourth miss? Wei Ziwei chuckled softly. Silly girl, marriage is a paramount affair for a woman. Have you ever seen a young lady willingly relinquishing her meticulously crafted wedding attire? But did not the master say? As the two chatted, a voice suddenly called from outside, I have come to see the young master. Wei Ziwei raised an eyebrow. Is father here? Wei Zhongzhe held the official rank of 6th grade, yet he was an external official, often absent from the imperial city. His rare returns made it nearly impossible for him to see his daughter. Over the course of more than a decade, the father and daughter had met only a handful of times. As Wei Ziwei entered the hall, she knelt and saluted, addressing her father. Wei Zhongzhe nodded, gazing at her face, softly murmuring, "You resemble her more and more." Puzzled, Wei Ziwei was about to inquire further, but he gestured for Bai Yu to leave. Once the door was closed, and they were alone, Wei Zhongzhe retrieved a small wooden box from his sleeve. "Tomorrow is your wedding day," he began, "and this dowry will accompany the marriage procession to the Marquis' residence." However, he paused for a moment before continuing, "What lies within is of utmost importance. You must keep it close and under no circumstances disclose it to anyone." Wei Ziwei's gaze fell upon the box, its dark hue suggesting it had been around for some time. The box's exquisite craftsmanship hinted that its contents were indeed significant. "This is a key." Wei Ziwei was momentarily taken aback. "A key? My dear, it is my inadequacy that has led to this. You must." Wei Ziwei was bewildered, finding her father's behavior today utterly incomprehensible. "Enough, enough. Remember this. After you marry into the Marquis' residence, you must retrieve the dowry at the earliest opportunity. There is a chest that can only be opened with this key. The contents within are more valuable than your own life, and you must never display them in public. What I share with you today must remain a secret." "What is it?" Seeing the seriousness in Wei Zhongzhe's expression, Wei Ziwei felt a shiver run through her. She suddenly sensed that there might be more at stake than just the contents of the box. "To be honest, I am unaware of the full truth." The tumult of emotions within her settled as she recognized he was not lying. If he knew the secret, why would he have waited until now? Wei Zhongzhe rose and moved toward the door, stopping just before it to look back at Wei Ziwei. "Remember, no matter what happens, I am your father, and that will never change." After speaking, he lingered for a moment, seemingly awaiting a response. Wei Ziwei opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, silently watching as he sighed and walked away. Chapter 9. Leaving the Xiang residence holding the wooden box, Wei Ziwei entered her chamber, reflecting on her father's words. She closed the door and windows before settling at her vanity. The moment she opened the box, her eyes widened in shock. She could not help but reach for her neck. Knock. 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 Suddenly, there was a hurried knock at the door. "Miss, the master has returned and repeatedly instructed me to take care of you. If I need anything, I will tell by you directly," Wei Ziwei interrupted, frowning and halting her actions. This clownish green willow, if she were not still in the Prime Minister's residence, would have been dealt with long ago to avoid annoyance. "There is no if, you may go. I am tired and need to rest." Wei Zhongzhe's unusual behavior today could not have gone unnoticed by others. Once Green Willow's footsteps faded away, Wei Ziwei reached into her clothing again. The two keys appeared identical at first glance, yet their materials and tactile sensations were distinctly different. Upon closer inspection, one of the keys bore a faint, mottled shadow within. Recalling the events of that night, Wei Ziwei quickly deduced that the key brought by Wei Zhongzhe had been swapped at some point. As for the individual responsible for the switch, she could easily guess. The smile that had just graced her lips vanished in an instant. Could it be that he? No, he had approached her not for the dowry, yet for reasons unknown. The speculation took hold of her mind. This key had clearly fallen from his possession. Thus, his motive for coming to the Prime Minister's residence was evidently related to the dowry. Reflecting on their past interactions, the more she thought, the more suspicious it became. Afternoon, the Tingyuan became bustling, a stark contrast to its usual tranquility. It seemed as though everyone in the Prime Minister's residence had coordinated their visits to the Tingyuan, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an impending celebration. As her mother, Mu Shi, offered endless advice, it appeared to outsiders as though a mother was imparting wisdom to her daughter on the brink of marriage. "My dear, although your grandfather is a high-ranking Prime Minister, marrying into the Marquis' residence is a significant elevation. You must act prudently and focus on supporting your husband and raising your children. Do not worry, mother. I will remember. Without the support of your maternal family, it will be difficult for you to find your footing in the Marquis' residence, but do not forget your 3 brothers. Yes, mother. I will remember that I carry the blood of my family and will surely support them. Remember your 4th sister's kindness. Had she not relinquished her position, you would not have this fortunate fate of marrying into the Marquis' residence. Indeed, I will remember my fourth sister's great kindness in this life, the next life, and the life after that. You need not worry, mother. Mu Shi was taken aback, feeling an inexplicable anxiety at her daughter's words, while Wei Ziwei maintained a calm demeanor. Her heart secretly mocked the situation, as these scenes felt all too familiar. In her previous life, Wei Zhongzhe had never given her a wooden box, and the Prime Minister had not come to the Tingyuan. In this life, he had come, but his every word seemed laden with tests. As for the others, every utterance and the order of their arrivals mirrored her past life perfectly. For her, it was merely history repeating itself. Once, faced with such concern, she had been overwhelmed with gratitude, tears flowing freely. Now it was merely an act. Who could not perform? After tomorrow, there would be no need to pretend. Wei Ziwei welcomed each guest from the Wei residence with a smile, bidding them farewell as they exited the Tingyuan courtyard. That night, Miss, wake up. Miss, are you having another nightmare? Wei Ziwei abruptly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Bai Yu's face, all traces of hatred vanished. This time, she dreamt of her wedding day, covered by a red veil and led out of the Xiang residence. Miss, it is almost the hour of the tiger. You should rise to prepare. The night before, Wei Ziwei had specifically instructed Bai Yu to awaken her before the hour of the rabbit. In her previous life, the arrangements for the bride's makeup and attire had been handled by the Xiang residents. However, given the peculiar circumstances this time, she needed to don her wedding gown herself first. When the servants from the Xiang residence arrived, Wei Ziwei sat in her vibrant red wedding gown, enjoying some pastries. They presumed her eagerness to marry and did not think further. However, just as in her past life, they did not perform the facial unveiling or the 3 combings. It was a simple hairpin arrangement instead. With her red veil covering her face, Wei Ziwei took Bai Yu's hand and followed the guide out of her chamber. On the street, a grand wedding procession was underway, capturing the attention of the onlookers. Cheng Jinhong, dressed in the groom's celebratory attire and adorned with a large red flower, rode on a brown steed, his visage radiating triumph. The procession halted before the Prime Minister's residence. Cheng Jinhong dismounted and greeted the well-wishers with clasped hands, soon being welcomed into the main hall. According to tradition, after entering the residence, the groom would meet the elders in the main hall, while the bride would be carried out by her brother from her chamber to join him in the bridal sedan. However, as the groom entered the hall, Wei Ziwei was led out from the near side room and entered the sedan ahead of time. The spectators outside the residence stood in stunned silence at this unexpected turn. Observing the bride's figure, they felt something was amiss, as if everything was wrong, yet they could not pinpoint exactly what it was. A quarter of an hour later, Cheng Jinhong hurriedly exited the Prime Minister's residence. Groom, hurry and mount your horse. Do not delay the timing. The bride's maid attempted to lift the bridal curtain upon seeing the groom, but hurriedly stepped forward to prevent it. Cheng Jinhong furrowed his brow but ultimately turned to mount his horse. The wedding procession resumed its journey through the streets, where onlookers paused to admire the spectacle, their praises echoing. Today, young Master Cheng is truly splendid. The union between young Master Cheng and Miss Wei is indeed a match made in heaven. The marriage between the Marquis household and the Xiang family is surely well suited. Inside the palanquin, Wei Ziwei had already removed her red veil, her expression devoid of emotion, betraying neither joy nor anger. Just as in her previous life, in her past existence, she had endured for the sake of the Xiang family's reputation, refraining from revealing the truth to the world. Now, in her quest to escape the Xiang family, she found herself enduring once again. Having left the Xiang household, there was no turning back. She had to enter the Marquis gates. Just as she anticipated a smooth entry into the Ning'an Marquis residence, a sudden clamor of galloping hooves erupted, and the surroundings grew chaotic. Cries of "get out of the way" filled the air, along with shouts for help and names being called. Wei Ziwei felt the palanquin lurch beneath her, followed by a rapid advance. In the distance, she vaguely heard Bai Yu calling out her name in distress. A pang of anxiety struck her heart. This was not part of her former experience. What on earth was happening? After a brief interval, the bridal palanquin came to a halt. Wei Ziwei steadied her nerves and lifted the curtain to step down. Is that you? Chapter 10. The Masked Man's Abduction. In a secluded alley, the bridal palanquin stood alone, the bearers nowhere to be seen. Before the palanquin stood a man clad in dark robes, his face obscured by a silver mask. Why do you obstruct my wedding procession? You were not meant to enter the Marquis household. If you must marry today, then I shall take you. Wei Ziwei was taken aback. Was he brazenly attempting to abduct her? Could it be that her suspicions were correct, that he approached her for her dowry? Her gaze turned icy. As long as you do not prevent me from entering the Marquis household today, I am willing to consider any terms you propose. What say you? Not at all. Wei Ziwei's voice grew colder. Unless I am dead, no one can stop me from walking through the gates of the Marquis residence today.
Why?
Why is it that you are so determined to enter the Marquis household? Do you not understand? The masked man's complexion darkened, an aura of forbidding coldness radiating from him. Are you suggesting that they have ulterior motives toward me? Wei Ziwei scoffed. If what you say is true, then what about you? How are you any different from them? She fixed her gaze upon his face, as if trying to pierce through the mask to uncover some hidden truth. Are you claiming that I am no different from them? His voice was laden with disbelief, tinged with disappointment. At his words, a sudden ache gripped Wei Ziwei's heart. Had she misjudged him? The masked man raised his hand, reaching for the mask upon his face. No matter who you are, I will not go with you today. You might as well give up. His hand froze midair, his body stiffening as he stared at her in shock. In the distance, the sounds of hurried footsteps grew louder.
Quick.
The bridal palanquin is over there. If you prevent me from entering the Marquis household today, I will not rest until I have you to answer for it. Wei Ziwei declared, turning to step back into the palanquin and covering her head with the red veil. Before long, the clamorous footsteps halted beside the bridal palanquin. Heir, are you all right? Are you hurt? Cheng Jinhong reached out, intent on lifting the curtain. Do not, young Master Cheng. It would be most inauspicious to unveil the bridal curtain now. The bridesmaid called out urgently from a distance. Wei Ziwei, feeling anxious, quickly spoke up, I am fine. Cheng Jinhong's brow furrowed deeper.
Yeah.
Your voice. A sudden alarm gripped Wei Ziwei's heart, compelling her to imitate Wei Zi's voice. Brother Hong. I am well. Merely startled. That's all. At that moment, the bridesmaid arrived, positioning herself before the palanquin and gasping for breath. Young Master Cheng, do not worry. It is entirely possible for the bride to be startled into silence after such an event. Since the bride is unharmed, let us hasten back to the Marquis residence to avoid missing the auspicious hour. The bridal palanquin was lifted once more, and the sound of gongs and drums filled the air as they exited the alley, making their way toward the Ningen Marquis residence. In the shadows of the alley, the masked man watched the wedding procession recede, suddenly coughing violently and spitting blood. My lord! Two figures emerged, catching him before he collapsed, supporting him as they swiftly vanished into the night. At the Ningen Marquis residence, the banquet hall was filled with guests, laughter and clinking cups echoing as both visitors and residents wore broad smiles. Everyone believed that the union of young Master Cheng and Miss Wei was a perfect match, destined to become a celebrated tale in the kingdom of Nanli. When news of the bridal abduction reached the Marquis household, astonishment washed over them, their expressions turning peculiar. Just as they regained their composure and sent out searchers, further news arrived that the bridal palanquin had been located and that the bride was unharmed. At the entrance of the Marquis residence, Cheng Jinhong dismounted, and the bridesmaid hurried forward to unfasten the red flower from his attire, handing him one end of the red silk while offering the other to the bride, prompting her to finally step down from the palanquin. Cheng Jinhong was eager to see the bride emerge, but was abruptly blocked by the bridesmaid. There is no need for the groom to be so impatient. After the wedding ceremony, you will have your chance to behold her. As she spoke, she turned him around. As the bride steps through the door for the first time, the groom should lead the way, for from this moment on, they shall walk hand in hand. Wei Ziwei placed her hand atop Bai Yu's and followed closely behind Cheng Jinhong, taking each step toward the gates of the Marquis residence. Inside the gates, a beautifully carved stone wall awaited, beyond which lay two long corridors leading to the wedding hall. The groom led the way, flanked by the bridesmaid, while the bride and her maid trailed behind. This scene left the nearby guests astonished. Whispers began to circulate. Why does this feel so odd? Really? Do you also sense something amiss? I suspect Miss Wei has overindulged recently. Now that you mention it, I can see where the problem lies. Miss Wei's figure is not what it once was. No, I attended her coming-of-age ceremony, and she was not like this at all. That bride's silhouette seems to resemble. Resemble whom? With a figure that rivals 3 grown men. Who else could it be but Miss Wei Wu? Nonsense. The one engaged to young Master Cheng is the 4th miss. How could the bride possibly be the 5th miss? But look at the bride's profile. It resembles that of Miss Wei Wu. The murmurs escalated, growing louder. Chung Jin-hong finally halted, turning around, his face paling in an instant. The bridesmaid, too late to intervene, watched as he reached out and yanked the red veil from the bride's head. The veil fell to the ground, its embroidery of dragons and phoenixes strikingly vivid. Chung Jin-hong's gaze darkened. How could you be here? Today's bride is indeed me. Where else would I be? Wei Ziwei glanced at the fallen veil, her tone chilling. Chung Jin-hong, furious, suddenly lunged for Wei Ziwei's neck. So it was just now, wasn't he it? Where have you hidden heir? Without hesitation, Wei Ziwei quickly plunged 3 silver needles into Chung Jin-hong's hand, causing him to release her. She rubbed her neck, and then turned her gaze back to him. I too wish to understand why I have become today's bride. We share a common goal. Perhaps we can find a quiet place to discuss. Seeing that he appeared to not comprehend, she took a step closer, whispering, There are many people here. I am indifferent. But do you not fear the news of your 4th sister being unwilling to marry into the Marquis household and forcing me to take her place will tarnish her reputation? We could certainly discuss this matter loud enough for all to hear. Chung Jin-hong looked at Wei Ziwei with suspicion, pondering for a moment before suddenly grasping her arm and leading her through the corridor into a nearby empty room. The guests were left stunned, and the matchmaker stomped her foot and hurried off to the wedding hall. Chapter 11. Dowry and divorce letter inside the room. Wei Ziwei once again pricked Chung Jin-hong's hand with a silver needle. Once liberated, she casually found a place to sit. Noticing tea on the table, she picked up the teapot and filled her cup, tilting her head back to drink it all in one go. This series of actions displayed none of the decorum expected of a refined young lady. Chung Jin-hong frowned at the sight. This woman was indeed vastly inferior to heir. She was utterly uncouth and unrefined. Tell me, why were you in the bridal sedan? Where is heir? Today's bride has always been me. The heir you constantly think of never even entered the bridal sedan, nor did she ever intend to. Wei Ziwei's voice was cold. She spoke lightly, yet her gaze remained fixed on Chung Jin-hong's face. Chung Jin-hong was infuriated by her words, exclaiming vehemently, You speak nonsense. How could heir not wish to marry me? This union between the Ho family and the Xiang family is well known, and you are the groom while I am the bride. Everyone in the Xiang family is aware. And as for the Ho family, you are likely the only one left in the dark. Chung Jin-hong refused to believe her, shaking his head repeatedly.
Impossible.
It must be you who intercepted heir. Wei Ziwei let out a light scoff. Did you see her enter the bridal sedan with your own eyes? Chung Jin-hong fell silent. Indeed, he had never seen heir enter the sedan. He had sensed something amiss at the Prime Minister's residence, yet could not pinpoint the issue. Nevertheless, he could not accept that heir might not want to enter the sedan. Even if she hadn't, there must be some reason behind it. Surely this wicked woman had a hand in it. After all, she had always been insidious and cunning, bullying heir multiple times at the Prime Minister's residence. It had to be her foul play that forced heir to relinquish her position as the bride. I, Chung Jin-hong, will not marry you. You should abandon this delusion. Wei Ziwei sneered. That is not up to you. Having accepted my dowry, how can you refuse to marry me? That is simply unreasonable. I do not understand what you are saying. Not understand? Then let me clarify. If you wish to refrain from marrying me, you must first return my dowry. What dowry? When did I ever receive your dowry? You did not, but your Ho family certainly did. As she spoke, Wei Ziwei tossed him a list of gifts. Look closely. This is the dowry list. It consists of 2 parts. Only one part entered the Ho residence with me today, while the other was eagerly taken from my grandmother long before Wei Zi's coming-of-age ceremony. Do not tell me you were completely unaware. Chung Jin-hong trembled as he read the list, staring at Wei Ziwei in disbelief. He truly had no knowledge of this. Regardless, I will not marry you. You speak as if I am clinging to you. What do you mean? As long as you return the dowry intact, I will keep my distance from you. Very well. Take your dowry with you. You had better keep your word. Additionally, provide me with a divorce letter. Having entered the Ning'an Ho residence, even though they had not yet wed, she was already publicly recognized as the heir's wife. To leave the Ho residence, she needed a divorce letter to establish herself as an independent woman. Otherwise, she would have to return to the Prime Minister's residence, vulnerable to others' whims. This was one of the reasons she insisted on entering the Ning'an Ho residence today. In the kingdom of Nanli, there had never been a precedent for an unmarried woman to live independently, though there were many examples of divorced women who had established themselves. However, those abandoned women were ultimately scorned by society, and even if they could live independently, they would still endure disdainful glances, merely surviving in a world that turned its back on them. In contrast, a divorced woman could choose to return to her family or live independently without societal reproach, enjoying equal treatment alongside ordinary women. Wei Ziwei sat alone in the room, sipping tea, her heart filled with trepidation. She was gambling on the hope that Cheng Jinhong had been entirely unaware of the substitution and was banking on his gentlemanly character. Fortunately, he did not disappoint her. Less than an hour later, Cheng Jinhong returned to the room. Wei Ziwei took a box from him and extracted a stack of land deeds, flipping through them one by one. Upon reaching a particular deed, her eyes lit up, but she quickly feigned indifference and continued her examination. This is satisfactory. But I still require a divorce letter. What divorce letter? We have not wed yet. Listen carefully. It is not a divorce letter but a formal divorce document, complete with an official seal. After another half hour, Wei Ziwei received the official divorce letter. Remember your promise. Should I discover, rest assured. As long as she does not provoke me, I shall remain tight-lipped. With a light heart, she took her dowry and departed in the carriage prepared by Cheng Jinhong, slipping out of the back gate of the Ho residence. How the Ho family dealt with subsequent matters or what rumors would circulate tomorrow were no longer her concern. However, when she saw the seal affixed to the gate of the National Guardian General's residence, her heart sank. What was happening? In her previous life, the general's residence had fallen into disarray only 6 months after her marriage to the Ning'an Ho residence. She had originally intended to move into the general's residence after leaving the prime minister's residence to prevent the calamity that would occur 6 months later, but now, Lady Wei, what is this? The carriage driver's voice interrupted her thoughts. Wei Ziwei glanced at the evening glow and climbed back into the carriage, instructing the driver to take her to a different address. An hour later, the carriage entered a narrow alley. By then, night had fully descended, and as the carriage passed, the occasional sound of barking dogs echoed around. At the end of the alley, the carriage halted before a secluded courtyard. Biyue, go knock on the door. Biyue knocked for quite some time before the old door creaked open. Standing inside was a tall man in white, who paused upon seeing Biyue. What brings you here? Has something happened to your lady? This man in white was none other than the eldest son of the former National Guardian General's residence, Mu Yining, Wei Ziwei's cousin.
Cousin.
Wei Ziwei dismounted and walked slowly towards him. Mu Yining turned at the sound, his eyes filled with suspicion as he recognized her distinctive figure. Since your wedding did not require our Mu family's participation, why are you here, disturbing us on your wedding night? His tone was sharp, but his gaze swept over Wei Ziwei, confirming her safety before he snorted disdainfully and turned to enter. Watching Mu Yining's retreating figure, Wei Ziwei felt a wave of nostalgia, and her eyes stung with tears. All this time, she had focused on pleasing the brothers in the prime minister's residence, neglecting the cousin who genuinely cared for her. The eldest brother loved chess, the second brother enjoyed playing the flute, and the third brother excelled in archery. She had gathered chess manuals for the eldest, sought instruments for the second, and found fine bows for the third. Yet, she had never inquired about her cousin's interests. She realized she had truly hurt her cousin's feelings. Fortunately, in this new life, there was still time to mend things. Chapter 12. Reunion with the Mu family. Ninger, who has come at such a late hour. It was the voice of old Madame Mu, filled with warmth yet tinged with weariness. Wei Ziwei could no longer hold back her tears, letting them flow freely. Yet, she hesitated to step forward, unsure of how to face this elderly woman. Since you are here, why not come in? Do you wish to expose your grandmother to the cold night air? Wiping her tears, Wei Ziwei hurriedly replied, Cousin, we may need to wait a little longer. Mu Yining halted in his steps, a slight frown creasing his brow as he turned to glance back. It dawned on him that he had been so engrossed in Wei Ziwei that he had overlooked not only the carriage they had just disembarked from, but also the unexpected presence of another vehicle trailing behind. Where is that you? The voice of old Madame Mu resonated once more. Gritting her teeth, Wei Ziwei stepped forward.
Grandmother, Weyer is unfilial.
In her previous life, disregarding old Madame Mu's admonitions, Wei Ziwei had hastily entered the Ofu in a marriage of substitution. Not long after, old Madame Mu passed away from illness, and she gradually became estranged from the Mu family. 6 months later, as the Mu family fell into decline, she severed all ties with her relatives to curry favor with the Fofu and the Shangfu. Her heart had been wholly devoted to Cheng Jinhong, as she obsessively sought ways to win his affection, oblivious to the fact that old Madame Mu had fallen ill and eventually passed away. Wei Ziwei felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards the silver-haired elder before her. Had there been a modicum of concern shown towards her, would they not have been aware of her condition? She had succumbed to illness from the distress caused by her marriage, and yet she remained ignorant of it all. Had it not been for a chance encounter with her uncle's adopted son later on, she would have remained in the dark about her grandmother's demise. Tears welled in Wei Ziwei's eyes, her heart heavy with regret. Fortuitously, heaven had bestowed upon her a chance for rebirth. This time, she vowed to make amends. In the past, the Mu family had showered her with love and affection. Henceforth, it would be her turn to protect them and the home they shared. Silly girl. It's enough that you have returned. Why weep? The two drivers unloaded all the trunks and placed them in the courtyard. Bai Yu offered them some silver coins before they turned and departed. As Wei Ziwei surveyed the array of trunks, some still adorned with auspicious red characters and floral decorations, she understood old Madame Mu's silent grief, tears streaming down her face. If you only wish to cause your grandmother sorrow, perhaps it would be best to return. A hoarse, low voice interrupted her thoughts, and Wei Ziwei raised her gaze, her eyes meeting those of the man before her. His complexion was pale, his lips pressed tightly together, an icy aura enveloping his perfectly sculpted jawline. Clad in a white brocade robe, his tall and elegant figure was momentarily overshadowed by the wheelchair beneath him. Otherwise, he might have been deemed the epitome of male perfection. Han, cousin Han, Wei Ziwei murmured, embarrassment flooding her as she fought back tears, hastily wiping her face of the remnants of her sorrow. In both this life and her past, she had been little acquainted with the man before her, having crossed paths only a handful of times. She only knew that he was her uncle's adopted son, named Mu Yihan, with little else to inform her. Despite their limited interactions, she recognized him instantly, for his strikingly handsome features were unforgettable to anyone who laid eyes upon him. Brother, what brings you out at this hour to stir up trouble? Mu Yining scolded, rushing over to push Mu Yihan back inside, but Mu Yihan waved his hand dismissively. No need. He cast a glance over the trunks in the courtyard and then turned his gaze deeply towards Wei Ziwei before yielding to Mu Yining's insistence to return indoors. Wei Ziwei felt an uncomfortable shiver under that lingering gaze, only regaining her composure once the two had departed. Observing her troubled expression, old Madame Mu misinterpreted her feelings and anxiously inquired, "Where? You have not yet entered the gates of the Mu today, have you?" Wei Ziwei nodded, "I have." Old Madame Mu's breath hitched, urgency lacing her voice. "If you have entered, then why? Do not worry, grandmother. Your granddaughter and young Master Qing have not yet wed." Old Madame Mu grew even more frantic. "Why have you not wed? The Fofu is truly overstepping." "No, I shall seek justice for you." Just as Mu Yining returned from escorting Mu Yihan back to his room, he stepped into the hall, his brow furrowed. "What is this, grandmother? There is no business of the Qing family that permits us, the Mu family, to interfere in your marriage. This pretense is unnecessary." His voice rose, startling Wei Ziwei. A figure emerged from within, swiftly approaching to twist Mu Yining's ear. "What are you doing? Why are you shouting so loudly? You'll wake the younger siblings. Do you want me to twist your ear off?" Wei Ziwei shivered again, apologizing, "Aunt, I am sorry. It is Wei at fault." Qin cast her a disapproving glance, coldly retorting, "Of course it is your fault." Coming from a family of military generals, Qin had a straightforward disposition and was well-versed in martial arts. After marrying into the Mu family, she devoted herself to managing the household, even showing affection towards Wei Ziwei. However, a month prior, a calamity had befallen the Mu family, and the Prime Minister's residents immediately distanced themselves from them. They were further infuriated when the Ofu pressured old Madame Mu to relinquish Wei Ziwei's dowry, declaring that the Mu family was not to meddle in her marriage, nor were they permitted to attend the wedding. This truly incensed Qin, who felt betrayed after caring for Wei Ziwei, whom she deemed an ungrateful wolf. In truth, they had wronged Wei Ziwei. On the day of the Mu family's misfortune, Wei Ziwei had been unfortunate enough to fall into the water and catch a cold, waking after 3 days of fever to find herself at Wei Zi's coming-of-age ceremony, followed by being confined by the Prime Minister to the Listening Rain Pavilion. Neither she nor her maid, Bai Yu, had been allowed to leave, thus remaining unaware of the significant upheaval within the general's residence. Enough, speak less. Wei must have encountered trouble, otherwise she would not have arrived so late. Let us listen carefully, old Madame Mu interjected. Though Qin was still seething, she had no choice but to remain silent and sit quietly. Wei, please tell us. You have entered the gates of the Fofu, yet why did young Master Qing not wed you, and instead send you away at night? Wei Ziwei's face was filled with regret. Grandmother, it was not they who cast me out, it was I who insisted that Qing Jinhong return my dowry. Otherwise, I would have made the matter of my marriage public. I also demanded a divorce document to return to the general's residence. It was only upon seeing the seal on the general's gate that I realized something had happened. Grandmother, I am so sorry. She recounted the day's events briefly, omitting the details of her forced marriage to prevent them from worrying. What did you say? All three stood up, their expressions varying. Old Madame Mu sighed deeply. Why must you go through this? Chapter 13. Stripped of dignity, Mu Yining erupted, pointing an accusing finger at Wei Ziwei as he berated her. Are you foolish? If all you wanted was to reclaim your dowry, why step into the Maofu? It was already a difficult situation, and now you have become a discarded woman. How will you ever marry again? Wei Ziwei retorted. You little rascal. Say that again, if you dare. Qin regained her composure, glaring at her son. I am not wrong. Do you still consider me your mother? Qin fell silent, still fuming. That ungrateful child, even if unaware of the turmoil within the general's residence. How could the Mu family not be allowed to attend such a significant event as her wedding? It was no wonder she could not complete the marriage ceremony. Yet, reflecting on it, was not the absence of a wedding a blessing in disguise? After all, this was a marriage of substitution. And her husband had little regard for the union. If he were to find out, he would likely be elated. Yet it was a pity that a young lady had been turned into a cast-off wife by her own actions, and they would need to worry about her future marriage prospects. Unbeknownst to Wei Ziwei, who kept her head down like a timid cat, she dared not breathe too loudly, striving to minimize her presence. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from within, startling everyone as they rushed toward the source of the noise. Mu Yihan had collapsed on the ground, a pool of dark blood beside him.
Hamad, brother?
Qin acted decisively. Ninger quickly summoned Dr. Wang. At her command, Mu Yining turned to dash outside, but Wei Ziwei grasped his sleeve tightly. Cousin, first lift brother Han onto the bed. He has just coughed up blood and lost consciousness. Let him lie on his side. Otherwise, blood clots may form, obstructing his breathing. Mu Yining attempted to break free, but feared exerting too much strength might harm her, anxiously stamping her feet.
Vaya.
What chaos are you adding at this moment? Quickly let go. I must summon a physician to save elder brother. Cousin, I am not being foolish.
Please listen to me.
Move brother Han to the bed first. I can save him. You know that despite my past ignorance, I would never joke with the lives of my own family. You may have read a few medical texts, but that merely equips you with rudimentary skills incapable of saving elder brother. Release me now. If you do not try, how will you know whether I can save him? Brother Han's symptoms clearly indicate poisoning. If we do not act swiftly, we will not have time to wait for you to find a doctor. Wei Ziwei spoke the truth. She had already perceived that Mu Yihan's lips were turning purple. His left cheek was flushed while the right was pale, and his brow was darkening, all signs indicative of a rare poison taking effect. Seeing that Mu Yining remained unmoved, Wei Ziwei continued, How about this? Cousin, you help carry him to the bed first, and then go fetch the physician? Look at my frame. I am utterly incapable of assisting in lifting him. If we delay any longer, it will truly be too late. Do you truly wish to watch him die rather than let me try? Mu Yining hesitated, yet old Madame Mu urged, Listen to where. First, move him to the bed. Without further delay, Mu Yining lifted Mu Yihan onto the bed and quickly stepped aside. Old Madame Mu nodded at him, and he left the room to seek the doctor. Wei Ziwei instructed Qin to add more coal to the fire, deftly removing Mu Yihan's clothing until he was left only in his undergarments. She took 5 silver needles from her pouch and first pricked a point near his heart to protect his pulse. Then, she inserted the remaining 4 needles into other crucial acupoints. Though these 5 needles appeared simple, they were fraught with peril. Any misstep could not only fail to save him but also accelerate the spread of the poison. After completing the 5 needles, a thin sheen of sweat broke out on Wei Ziwei's forehead. She then extended her small, plump hands to perform acupressure massage on the key points of his body, from head to toe. By the time she finished the entire process, she was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Old Madame Mu and Qin stood by, initially anxious, but were left dumbfounded when they witnessed Wei Ziwei's audacity in removing Mu Yihan's clothing. As she inserted the needles, they were filled with trepidation. And when they saw her hands moving over his body, They felt their emotions were indescribable. Eventually, the two exchanged a tacit glance before discreetly averting their eyes. Bua, assisting nearby, was also blushing furiously, having never expected her young lady to be so bold. Unbeknownst to those inside, two individuals lurked in the shadows. Fretful, and one of them quickly departed, disappearing into the night. After a short while, Mu Yihan coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and gradually regained consciousness. Seeing this, Wei Ziwei breathed a sigh of relief and approached to take his pulse. "Brother Han, how do you feel now?" Mu Yihan's gaze fell upon the round face before him, with its crescent-shaped eyes brimming with concern. As she spoke, the little dimple at the corner of her lips danced, lending her an undeniable charm. He swallowed hard and managed to utter two words, "No harm." Wei Ziwei was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he had an affinity for those two words. However, she noticed a crescent-shaped jade pendant around his neck, which she found quite beautiful, prompting her to glance at it a couple of times. Just then, urgent footsteps echoed from outside, followed by Mu Yining's voice. "Dr. Wang, hurry up. My elder brother is waiting for your assistance. There is no time to waste. You rascal. You are truly driving me to my grave. If you do not let go, I fear I may be strangled before I even treat the patient." An elderly man with white hair entered, carrying a medical box. Upon seeing the situation in the room, his brows furrowed deeply. "Are you all trying to hasten the patient's demise?" Dr. Wang grumbled as he made his way towards the bed. "You little girls, step aside. How am I to attend to this young man with you in the way?" Wei Ziwei nodded and removed the silver needles from Mu Yihan, casually pulling the blanket over him. It seemed Mu Yihan only then realized his state of undress, his face flushing from neck to collar.
Mu Yining gasped.
"Elder brother has been stripped bare?" Dr. Wang, upon witnessing Wei Ziwei's actions, paused momentarily before asking, "Could it be that the young lady understands acupuncture?" Wei Ziwei nodded, offering a gentle smile. "I have a basic understanding, but it is merely superficial." Dr. Wang showed a hint of disappointment, turned back to take Mu Yihan's pulse, and after a while, his expression turned peculiar. "This young man has merely suffered from emotional distress. There is no serious harm. I will prescribe some calming medicine. Take care of yourself." Everyone was taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances between Mu Yihan, Wei Ziwei, and finally Dr. Wang. "Dr. Wang, perhaps you should take another pulse? If you do not trust my medical skills, you are welcome to seek another esteemed physician." Dr. Wang, angered, puffed and glared, ready to leave with his medical box. Qin quickly stopped him, her face apologetic. "Dr. Wang, please do not be angry. My foul-mouthed child does not know how to speak. I apologize on his behalf. However, this ailment still requires your attention, and the medicine must come from you. It would be a pity for you to have come in vain, would it not? Please, do not let this foolish boy vex you." In Chapter 14, "I am willing to try." Under Qin's persuasion, Dr. Wang reluctantly opened his medical box, wrote a prescription, and after a few instructions, took his payment and departed. The room fell silent, and everyone's demeanor became solemn. Mu Yihan, holding his neck high, stole furtive glances at Wei Ziwei, hesitating repeatedly to speak. "Sister Wei," Dr. Wang said, "elder brother is merely suffering from emotional distress. What does that mean?" Mu Yining's voice broke the silence in the room. Wei Ziwei met Mu Yihan's intense gaze, which was deep as a pool, causing her heart to flutter slightly. "Oh dear.
Please speak."
What are you doing? He clearly has been poisoned. Why does Dr. Wang claim he is not seriously harmed? The fact that Mu Yihan was poisoned was known to all in the Mu household, but they had never witnessed his symptoms personally. The sudden turn of events left everyone in turmoil. I have temporarily suppressed his poison. It is not surprising that an ordinary doctor would not detect it. Sister Wei, your medical skills are astonishing. Please tell us, will he no longer suffer from the poison in the future? For sets of eyes fixated intently on Wei Ziwei, as if daring her to say otherwise. Yes, but what? Brother Han is currently unable to rise. The atmosphere instantly relaxed. Sitting in a wheelchair was not a significant hindrance. He will also be unable to use his skills. Otherwise, it could sever his meridians. What? The Mu family gasped, finally grasping why she had been so reticent. If he could not use his skills, and would be confined to a wheelchair for life. What a tragic fate that would be. Mu Yihan's complexion, already poor, grew even worse, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. The light in his eyes dimmed as he looked at Wei Ziwei. Wei Ziwei felt a pang in her heart. biting her lip, unable to meet his gaze.
Zistawaj heir.
Could it be that you are mistaken? Surely you have a way, do you not? As a fellow practitioner, Mu Yining understood all too well the feeling of being unable to use one's abilities. It was akin to being rendered useless. If it were himself, he would rather perish from the poison. How could such a gifted and proud individual as his elder brother accept the reality of becoming a cripple? Wei girl, do you have any means to assist your brother Han? Old Madame Mu looked at Wei Ziwei, her eyes filled with hope. Qin also inquired, yes, where? You must have a solution, right? Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, Bai Yu gritted her teeth and stepped forward, bowing deeply to the matriarch, Lady Mu. My young lady has merely perused numerous medical texts. She is neither formally apprenticed nor learned from anyone. The poison afflicting young Master Mu is not due to her unwillingness to alleviate it, but rather her sincere intention is met with helplessness. I implore you, Lady Mu, do not blame my young lady. She is already pitiful enough. As she spoke, Bai Yu could not contain her tears. It must be said that her loyalty to her mistress was genuine. After Wei Ziwei insisted on leaving, she knew there was no chance of returning to the residence of the Xiong family. The Mu family had placed their hopes of antidote solely on Wei Ziwei, and should she fail, they would be cast out, leaving both mistress and servant without refuge. Wei Ziwei, taken aback, wondered how she had not previously noticed this girl's propensity for tears. She opened her mouth to speak, but found Mu Yihan's gaze fixed upon her. I believe you must have a solution, do you not? Wei Ziwei hesitated, her eyes cast downward as she pondered how to articulate her thoughts. Bai Yu ceased her sobs and stared wide-eyed at Mu Yihan, perplexed as to why he seemed unable to comprehend human speech. Lady Mu sighed and shook her head. My dear Wei, should it truly be impossible, do not burden yourself excessively. We do not hold you accountable. Grandmother, in truth, I do possess a method to dispel the poison, but it is exceedingly perilous, and I fear. Mu Yihan interjected softly, no matter. Wei Ziwei met his gaze. The process of detoxification is agonizing, should one falter, even slightly. She had already confirmed that Mu Yihan was afflicted by a rare and vicious poison known as the ice-fire poison. When it manifested, one half of the body felt as cold as ice while the other burned like a furnace, a true dichotomy of extremes. The poison was fierce, and the detoxification process fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could lead to the poisoned individual's demise. Strangely, for ordinary individuals, death would ensue within 3 months of such poisoning. Yet Mu Yihan had endured for an extended period, the cause of which remained a mystery. I trust you. Regardless of the peril, I am willing to attempt it. The light returned to Mu Yihan's eyes. Wei Ziwei's heart fluttered anew, and after a moment's contemplation, she resolved to voice her innermost thoughts. I can employ acupuncture to permanently suppress the toxins, ensuring they will never resurface. Though you may remain unable to walk, it is the best method for preserving your life. No need for further words, simply focus on your task. As for the rest, I shall bear it myself. Yet, what could be more vital than one's own life? Only by living can there be hope. In this new life, Wei Ziwei cherished her existence even more than before, understanding that survival was the key to all possibilities. Sister Wei, please heed your elder brother's counsel. You cannot fathom how akin to death it is for a cultivator to be unable to cultivate. Wei, just endure a little for your cousin. He may sit for a lifetime, but cannot be rendered useless forever. With Lady Mu's words echoing in her ears, Wei Ziwei found herself, without further argument. Grandmother, since cousin Han is my uncle's adopted son, he is naturally my family. As his cousin, it is my duty to assist in his detoxification. There is no question of hardship. Preserving life is paramount. However, should we proceed? I must first prepare the necessary herbs and tools before commencing the detoxification. In her past life, while traveling north as a wandering physician, she had encountered a patient afflicted by the ice-fire poison and had utilized a method gleaned from her notes to cure him. She remembered both the detoxification process and the required herbs. Yet, administering the antidote to her own kin necessitated greater caution. She resolved to visit the farm at dawn the next day, retrieving her notes for further study. If memory served her correctly, several of the herbs were rare and expensive, not easily found in ordinary apothecaries. Should they prove unobtainable, she would need to carefully consider alternatives. Lady Mu gently patted Wei Ziwei's hand. Dear child, with your words, I feel reassured. After leaving Mu Yihan's room, Lady Mu returned to her own quarters to rest. Wei Ziwei, however, handed a small chest to Qin Shi.
Aunt.
This is all of Wei's dowry. However, certain fabrics and adornments listed have already been utilized, and I had Chung Jinhong convert them into silver. As a young lady, I lack the knowledge to manage these matters, and with grandmother's age, I must trouble you to oversee them. Chapter 15. Cousin is remarkable. Qin pondered for a moment before reaching out to accept the small chest. I shall keep it safe for you, whenever you need it. You may reclaim it. She understood that if her husband were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly wish her to comply. Moreover, the Mu family was in dire need of funds, and her stewardship was preferable to allowing it to fall into the hands of those financial vultures in the Xiong family. Mu Yining scoffed. I knew you had ulterior motives, making my mother toil. He was well aware of Wei Ziwei's intentions. Yet, should he remain silent, allowing her to discover the Mu family's current plight, given her temperament, she would likely be inconsolable. With their father exiled and the general's mansion under scrutiny, where would they find silver to sustain an entire household? Were it not for the Empress Dowager's compassion, they might not even be able to maintain this dilapidated courtyard. They had no place to call home. As the eldest son, he had been tirelessly seeking a way out. However, the fallen general's mansion had left him with little hope, as no one wished to employ the son of a condemned criminal. At this moment, Wei Ziwei's provision of dowry was akin to a lifeline for the Mu family. The next day, Wei Ziwei rose early, completed her morning rituals, and was preparing to leave her room when Bai Yu entered. Miss, breakfast is ready. Everyone is waiting for you. Bai Yu leaned close to Wei Ziwei and whispered a few words. Upon hearing them, Wei Ziwei's expression instantly changed. In her past life, she had only learned of the dismal fates that befell the Mu family moments before her death, never realizing that shortly after the incident in the general's mansion, they had been reduced to a state of dire poverty. Recalling her cousin's words from the previous night, it was not difficult to deduce what the Prime Minister's household had orchestrated. She even suspected that her uncle's misfortune was inextricably linked to Prime Minister Wei. Reflecting on her past, she recalled that on her wedding day, she had not seen a single member of the Mu family in attendance, once thinking it was due to their stinginess. In truth, it was not that they were unwilling to attend. Rather, someone had prevented them from doing so. No wonder her aunt had regarded her with disdain. No wonder her aunt had berated her as an ungrateful wolf. Yet she had thought the Mu family to be no better. She had deemed them unworthy. In hindsight, she felt utterly foolish. Suddenly, a soft voice called from outside. Cousin Wei, heir has come to accompany you for breakfast. Wei Ziwei's heart melted at once. She composed herself and opened the door. 4-year-old Mu Yixuan stood just outside, his clear eyes blinking innocently. Cousin Wei, you've lost weight. Wei Ziwei was momentarily taken aback, then smiled.
Xuanea.
You're quite observant to notice that. Has the Prime Minister's household fallen upon hard times, causing you to grow thin? Fear not. Cousin Wei will ensure you have plenty to eat. Wei Ziwei felt both amused and inexplicably sorrowful. She knelt down and patted his little head. What do you like to eat?
Cousin will buy it for you.
Mu Yixuan shook his head. Buying things requires silver, and we do not have much left. But when I earn silver in the future, I will save it all for Cousin Wei. Wei Ziwei, touched yet increasingly heartbroken, reassured him, do not worry. Since Cousin has arrived, I have brought silver with me. Whatever you wish for, Cousin will buy for you. She took his small hand and slowly led him toward the front courtyard. Mu Yixuan's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, Cousin Wei is so impressive, even more so than my elder brother and my own brother. Wei Ziwei coughed awkwardly and, unable to resist the sight of his adorable expression, playfully pinched his cheek. Mu Yixuan protested with a serious demeanor, Cousin Wei, I am already a young man. Why do you still pinch my face? Amused, Wei Ziwei replied, Is that so? I almost forgot that our little heir has grown into a little adult. Since you've recognized your elder cousin's mistake, I shall forgive you for this rudeness.
Mu Yixuan,
with a solemn expression, spoke in a manner reminiscent of an adult. Very well, heir is indeed correct. I thank you for your forgiveness regarding my impolite behavior. As they conversed, they arrived at the dining hall in the front courtyard. The matriarch, Madame Mu, smiled warmly at the two as she waved to Wei Ziwei. Come here. My dear, sit beside your grandmother. Mu Yixuan released Wei Ziwei's hand and took a seat beside Mu Yining. To Mu Yining's right sat the 10-year-old Mu Xia, who gazed blankly ahead, appearing somewhat anxious. With delicate features resembling the Qin family, Mu Xia had unfortunately lost her sight after a severe illness in her childhood. leading to her profound sense of inferiority and low presence in the Mu household. Seeing her frail figure, Wei Ziwei felt a pang of sorrow. Mu Yihan emerged from the inner room in a wheelchair, stopping beside Wei Ziwei, whether intentionally or not. Qin Shi and Bai Yu arranged the breakfast on the table and then sat down beside Madame Mu. There was an empty seat between them and Mu Xia.
Biu.
Where are you going? Come back and join us for breakfast, Wei Ziwei called out as she noticed Bai Yu turning to leave. After her rebirth, she had already regarded Bai Yu as her sister, sharing meals together at Tingyu Pavilion. My lady, I cannot. I must go to the kitchen to eat, Bai Yu replied before swiftly disappearing from sight. Wei Ziwei shook her head helplessly, thinking she would find a suitable time to speak with her properly. The Mu residence, being a family of military officers, had once treated its servants exceptionally well during its prime. Now, with no other servants present, small details were no longer a concern. Breakfast was simple, consisting of thin porridge, steamed buns, and pickles, yet it felt meager compared to the opulence of the former general's household. The table held 2 boiled eggs, one in front of Madame Mu and the other beside Wei Ziwei. She winked and peeled both eggs, handing one to Madame Mu and the other to Mu Yixuan. Qin Shi hastily interjected, "Where? These are eggs laid by our old hen for you and your grandmother. Yixuan is still young and does not need one." Wei Ziwei smiled gently, "Aunt, as you said, Yixuan is still young and in need of nourishment. I do not particularly like eggs, so let him have this one. For the next time, let us prepare one for each of us." Qin Shi's face turned slightly awkward. "I haven't mentioned that I went to buy rice and coarse grains today, but I did not purchase eggs. Do not worry, next time I will." Wei Ziwei nodded. "Aunt, grandmother is getting older and requires proper care. Both Yixuan and Xia are in their growing years. We do not lack silver, so you can replenish whatever the household needs." Qin Shi felt warmth in her eyes. "All right, I will heed your words and keep track of our daily expenses." Chapter 16. Trouble at the residence. Wei Ziwei paused her chopsticks and turned to Qin Shi. "Aunt, we are family, and since I have entrusted you with managing our affairs, you can arrange things as you see fit. Do you really think I would worry about being hungry under your care? Dear daughter-in-law, let it be as Wei suggests." "She is no longer confused," said Madame Mu, casting a glance at Wei Ziwei with a hint of reproach. "Look at how thin you have become. You are so focused on us that you neglect to take care of yourself. Listen to your grandmother. You must not continue to lose weight." Wei Ziwei responded, while Mu Yihan's eyes flickered as he regarded her. "You need not worry about the finances, my dear mother. Now that Wei has returned, our lives will surely improve." Wei Ziwei pondered, feeling something strange about her cousin's words. Mu Yining interjected, "Rest assured, mother, I will find work soon. Our family will not remain in hardship for long. Cousin, you must accompany me to the outskirts of the western city." Wei Ziwei added a spoonful of porridge to Mu Xia's bowl. "Moreover, I have discussed with Aunt about reclaiming the inn on West Street to manage ourselves. You will need to assist with that."
Indeed.
"It is better to work for Wei than to seek work elsewhere," Mu Yining replied. "We are family and should not be divided. Cousin working in the shop is for our family's benefit. However, whether seeking work outside or helping in the shop is merely a stopgap measure. To truly restore the Mu family's glory, you must take the imperial examinations and participate in the military academy. But all in due time. Most of the dowry comprises land deeds, with only 3 shops. One of them is a 3-story building suitable for an inn. Reclaiming it for management will undoubtedly be the quickest way to earn money. More importantly, inns and tea houses are the best places to gather information. We cannot simply rely on our savings. Having a foundation for survival is the true long-term solution." After breakfast, Wei Ziwei prepared to leave with Bai Yu, intending to invite Mu Yining along when an unexpected visitor arrived. Upon seeing the person at the door, Wei Ziwei's expression darkened, yet she made way for them to enter. Knowing that a commotion outside would not bode well for the Mu family, Madame Wei, supported by Wei Zi, entered. "You wretched child. How could our Wei family produce such a disgraceful offspring?" Wei Ziwei crossed her arms, coldly glaring at them. Having left the Prime Minister's residence, she had no desire to continue with their pretense. "You can either go to the Marquis' residence and kneel for forgiveness, or spend the rest of your days at the temple on the Western Mountain, seeking absolution." With a smile, Wei Ziwei watched as she theatrically performed. "Have you finished? If you have, then leave. If you provoke me, do not blame me for revealing your attempt to force me into marriage. I only promised Qing Jinhong not to speak of it proactively. But I made no guarantee against speaking out in anger." Wei Zi's face turned pale, her eyes reddening as tears welled up. How can you speak to Heir this way? I did not know you had become so crude and unrefined. Wei Ziwei rushed forward, glaring fiercely, and raised his hand to strike her. Her eyes blazed with fury, and she instinctively took a half step back, fully aware of her inability to confront him. Just then, a crisp slap echoed through the air. Wei Ziwei, one hand pressed to his swollen cheek, bellowed Mu Yining, what madness has seized you? I return your words in full. Should I see you bully Sister Wei again, I shall strike you each time I encounter you. Mu Yishuan, fuming, added, indeed begone. You are not welcome here. Wei Ziwei bent down to pat his little head, feeling the warmth of being protected, such a comforting sensation. The Mu family matriarch, glancing at the elderly matriarch of the Mu family who had just emerged from the house, remarked, Mother, look at this girl. She is utterly thoughtless. How can she continue to stay here and burden you? Upon hearing this, Wei Ziwei felt a surge of panic within her. She cast a pleading glance at her grandmother. Grandmother, I. The elderly matriarch gently patted her hand, conveying a silent message with her eyes. Turning to Mu, her gaze turned icy. Do you still remember that I am your mother? You neglect your own daughter while lavishing attention on another's, and worse still, you conspire with others to bully her and push her into the fire. Is this what it means to be a mother? Mother, what are you saying? I'm only doing this for her own good. Look at her wild nature. Marrying into a Marquis family is a fortune she has earned over several lifetimes. She is still unsatisfied, even wishing to elope on her wedding day. Since the Marquis' residence is so splendid, why not send the one you coddle there instead? Mother, how can you be so unreasonable? Yes, I am unreasonable. Why do you even come to see me? Be gone to your residence and do not return. I wish never to see you again. Wei Zi's eyes darted around. Fifth sister, how can you be so thoughtless? Aunt and grandmother are both your loving elders, and now they argue because of you. Can you bear to witness them never seeing each other again because of your actions? Begone. Wei Ziwei retorted. Do you truly believe I would remain silent? She strode to the corner, seized a broom, and without hesitation, began sweeping it towards the group. The members of the Mu family were taken aback and retreated,
cursing as they left.
Chapter 17. Going out to handle affairs, the elderly matriarch approached, taking Wei Ziwei's hand. Silly child, why waste your energy on them? It only hurts yourself, which is not worth it. My dear, you have finally grown up. Your grandmother is truly pleased. She had known about the arrival of the Mu family long before they entered. She had refrained from intervening, wanting to see if this girl had truly gained clarity and whether she would still be easily deceived as before. Others wished to intervene, but were suppressed by her. Had it not been for Ninger, who could no longer hold back, she would have faced some hardship today. Wei Ziwei nestled into her grandmother's embrace. Mu Yining, feeling a pang of envy, called out, so sour. She ignored his disdainful look, aware that the matter was urgent, especially regarding the establishment of a female household. Once established as an independent female household, there would be no further connection to the Mu family. The family's disruptions would become meaningless. Feeling unreasonable, they would cease their disturbances. Otherwise, their incessant meddling would not bother her, but it would disrupt the normalcy of the Mu household, and her grandmother, already advanced in years, could not bear the strain. The Ministry of Households and the Western City Gate were conveniently in the same direction. To avoid unnecessary delays, they would first establish the female household at the ministry, then proceed to the outskirts. If they moved swiftly, they might return home before evening. However, she could not take her cousin along without ensuring the items were safely transported out of the village, so she must bring him for security. With the household filled with the elderly and infirm, taking the only capable cousin away meant they had to return before the city gates closed. Otherwise, she herself would be unable to find peace. With this in mind, Wei Ziwei returned to her room to gather the divorce papers, bid her grandmother farewell, and set off with Biyue and Mu Yining. Upon exiting the alley, they made their way to the carriage rental, secured a vehicle, and headed toward the Ministry of Households. Fortuitously, there were not many citizens at the ministry at that hour, and soon it was Wei Ziwei's turn. The official attending to her was Deputy Minister Feng Jun, who took the necessary documents from her. As he opened the identity papers, he paused at the sight of the divorce decree, then handed her a form. Madam Wei, please fill in the blank spaces truthfully. After Wei Ziwei had completed the form, she handed it back to Feng Jun. He meticulously reviewed the form alongside the other documents before stepping away from the counter to enter a back room. At that moment, a man clad in a bright yellow brocade robe entered through the main door, prompting everyone to bow in reverence. The instant Wei Ziwei caught sight of him, her expression shifted dramatically, and she froze. It was he, the crown prince of the Southernly Kingdom, Yi Hongyi, with whom she shared an irreconcilable enmity. In her past life, he had ordered her to undergo a torturous execution, the sensation of each slice still haunting her dreams. Ultimately, he had personally carved out her heart, a scene that continued to plague her nightmares even after her rebirth. She never expected to encounter him so soon again. Even now, the pain in her heart, reminiscent of that fateful moment, was palpable. Her hatred for him surged within, wishing nothing more than to flay his skin and strip his tendons. Just as she felt herself on the verge of losing control, a gentle tug at her sleeve brought her back to reality. Noticing Biyue's worried expression, she forced a smile that was more painful than tears and numbly rose from her seat to kneel in reverence until Yi Hongyi moved away. Only after he departed did Wei Ziwei regain her senses. Unbeknownst to her, as turmoil brewed within her, Yi Hongyi had cast a seemingly casual glance in her direction before continuing into the back room. What brings the fifth miss of the Prime Minister's residence to the Ministry of Households? Reporting to His Highness the Crown Prince, Madame Wei is here to establish an independent female household.
Oh,
Your Highness, here are Madame Wei's identity documents and related materials, which I have verified to be complete and in order. Yi Hongyi accepted the documents, his gaze lingering momentarily on the divorce decree. Very well, since the documents are complete, Minister Feng shall proceed according to protocol. After a brief interval, Feng Jun returned. Wei Ziwei received the new identity documents from him, thanked him, and turned to leave. As she turned, her gaze quickly swept over a particular direction before she hastened out of the ministry. The streets were bustling with vendors, and to avoid harming pedestrians, the carriage moved at a cautious pace. Just as they neared the western city gate, the horse suddenly panicked, whinnying loudly, causing the carriage to jolt violently, propelling its occupants forward. In this unexpected turmoil, even with Mu Yining's training and composure, he barely managed to shield Wei Ziwei from colliding with the door frame. Unfortunately, Biyue was not as fortunate, suffering a bruise on her forehead. Mu Yining exclaimed in anger, "What kind of driving is this? We spent a considerable amount of silver for this carriage and driver." It was frustrating to have an issue arise before they even exited the city. "Young master, you should come out and take a look." Mu Yining angrily emerged from the carriage. A woman in plain clothing knelt before the carriage, her head bowed low. "Please, noble sir, have mercy. My father has passed away, and I lack the means to arrange his funeral. I beseech you to purchase me, and once my father's burial is taken care of, I shall repay you with all my strength." Wei Ziwei raised an eyebrow and stood up. "Driver, did you hear that? This young lady needs to sell herself to bury her father. Provide her with some silver, so she can handle her father's funeral, and she will repay you later." Wei Ziwei halted and sat back down. The woman slowly lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing pitifully aggrieved. "If the young master is unwilling to help, why must you humiliate me so?" By this time, a crowd had gathered on the roadside, murmuring their discontent. Indeed, the girl is already pitiful. If the young master will not assist her, he need not resort to such humiliation. Who would deny it? Look at his handsome appearance. One might assume he is a good man, yet it turns out he possesses not an ounce of sympathy. I wonder which wealthy family he hails from, wasting such a fine visage. My dear girl, rise quickly. Do not plead with such a heartless individual. How could he possibly assist you?
indeed.
Your father's funeral is of utmost importance. Do not squander your time here, subjecting yourself to such indignities. Baiyu trembled with anger, ready to charge out of the carriage. But Wei Ziwei grasped her hand and shook her head. Mu Yining's expression darkened. "You are truly peculiar. It was you who claimed you would sell yourself to bury your father. I, with the best intentions, urged this coachman to give you silver, and instead of gratitude, you turn against me. What is it? Are you no longer in haste to bury your father?" The woman quickly lowered her gaze. Feeling guilty, "You and I are both here to sell ourselves for our father's funerals," pleading before the gentleman. "If you are unwilling to help, then I stop. Even if I believe you are in need of silver and must sell yourself for your father's burial, the person you seek is a nobleman. The silver I had was given to this coachman. Do I look like a nobleman to you?" The woman's words faltered. Chapter 18. The manor in the west of the city. Mu Yining's conviction only grew stronger. You do not believe me? You may ask him. I just emptied my pockets to rent this carriage. I am uncertain how I will manage my next meal, let alone have the means to purchase you. The onlookers began to shift their opinions. It appeared that this young man was not heartless, but rather incapable. Look at how you speak. It is this young lady who has forced the matter. She herself is barely surviving. How could she expect him to assist her? Let us not misunderstand this young man any further. He is struggling to care for himself and now faces wrongful accusations. What terrible luck he has. This young lady seems out of sorts. He has considered her plight, yet she fails to appreciate it and instead slanders him. There must be something amiss.
Indeed.
The matter of selling oneself for a father's burial may not even be true. The woman's face turned pale. But no more buts. Step aside quickly. Do not delay my journey. After Mu Yining spoke, seeing the coachman still in a daze, he nudged him. Hey, coachman, are you even capable? Why are you not moving on such a wide road? Do I need to teach you? For such incompetence. You ought to return at least half of the silver I just gave you. The crowd was now fully convinced he truly had no money and began to step aside, fearing they might impede his journey. Wei Ziwei felt a pang of sorrow. The woman was not seeking the wrong person, but rather the wrong timing. Had the incident at the general's residence not occurred, her cousin would have likely taken the woman back to the Mu residence. It had been over a month since the incident, and her cousin was no longer the charming young man he once was. Their uncle had been exiled. The general's residence had been confiscated, and her cousin was afflicted by a strange poison, leaving him as the only adult male in the family. The burden of providing for the family naturally fell upon him. Unfortunately, due to the influence of their uncle, no one dared to employ him, leaving him without work. It could be said that had she returned even a moment later, the Mu family might have fallen into despair. One can only imagine the cold words and disdain he endured during this time. From a carefree young gentleman to such a fallen state, if not for his strong will, how could he have endured? However, fortune and misfortune are two sides of the same coin. What is a blessing may not be a curse, and what is a curse cannot be avoided. The calamity that befell the general's residence forced her cousin to mature, which was not without its silver lining. Mu Yining lifted the curtain and stepped inside, glancing at Wei Ziwei before looking again. Sister Wei, I am not truly your cousin. I understand what you wish to express. The most difficult thing to confront is the sun and the human heart. The sun requires no mention, but as for the human heart, I harbor no ill intentions. Yet must remain vigilant. Having lived once more, notions of gentlemanly conduct are all mere nonsense. She can maintain her kind-hearted nature, but only under the condition that it does not endanger herself or her family. Upon hearing this, Mu Yining visibly relaxed. After the brief interlude, nothing further transpired, and the carriage smoothly exited the city. Considering the need to enter the city before nightfall, they urged the coachman to hasten his pace. What typically took over 2 hours to travel was completed in just an hour and a half. Baiyu approached the door and knocked. After a considerable wait, the door creaked open. The person who opened the door was a bearded man, who cast an impatient glance at the three. Who are you, and what do you want? Wei Ziwei's gaze dimmed as she lowered her eyes, concealing the murderous intent within. In her previous life, after being abandoned in this manner, the torment she endured stemmed from this man and his brothers. At the time, she was informed that this manor was part of her dowry. She had always believed that the people in the manor were arranged by the Chung family. It was only at this moment that she realized he was one of the older residents of the estate. Though their relationship was merely contractual and not master-servant, taking advantage of her benefits to harm her was no different from betrayal. Since he has betrayed her, he must face the consequences. However, now is not the time to deal with him. Business must come first, and there will be ample time to settle accounts later. More importantly, she felt there was a hidden secret behind this manor. Wei Ziwei exchanged a discreet glance with Baiyu. Baiyu stepped forward, presenting the land deed to the man and lifting it. Have your eyes failed you, that you do not recognize the young lady? Upon recognizing the characters on the deed, the man's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. You're the owner? I did not recognize the esteemed owner. I beg your forgiveness for my ignorance. Baiyu smirked. That's more like it. With the new year approaching and the weather being harsh, it's difficult to procure good vegetables in the capital. The young lady wishes to see what fresh fruits and vegetables the manor has to offer to take back for the celebrations. Hearing this, the man quickly ushered them inside, instructing someone to gather fruits and personally prepare tea for the three. Since the young lady has arrived, you should bring over all the account books from these years. The young lady will take them all with her. The man's footsteps paused as he turned to glance at them, his eyes veiling a chilling malice. There are many affairs in the manor, and I have been quite busy. I have not had the chance to organize the account books and may not be able to provide detailed records at this moment. Perhaps the young lady could return in a few days. Wei Ziwei interrupted. No worries, I am merely passing through. You just need to fetch the account books. The man's expression soured, his eyes filled with fury as he gritted his teeth. Then please wait here for a moment. I will go find the account books. After the man left, Wei Ziwei instructed Bai Yu to remain there, reiterating that she should not consume any of the snacks or tea, while she and Mu Yining departed. Once they exited the main hall, they swiftly maneuvered around to the back corridor, reaching the end, passing through a small garden, and arriving at a side room. As they approached, Wei Ziwei's emotions became increasingly tumultuous. Before her stood the very room that had been her cage for 3 long years in her previous life. Staring at the tightly closed door, Wei Ziwei took a deep breath before extending her hand to push it open. Cousin, you keep watch outside. I will go in alone, and be out quickly. No, how could I let you go in alone? Rest assured, there is no danger inside. The most perilous place lies outside. She gestured to a nearby archway, reiterating her instructions before turning to step into the room, swiftly closing the door behind her. Seeing Wei Ziwei enter alone and shut the door, Mu Yining frowned but knew he had no choice but to comply. He surveyed his surroundings, pondering for a moment before making his way toward the archway. Although he did not know her intentions, he understood that he must buy her enough time. Chapter 19. The Phoenix spreading its wings bracelet somewhere within the manor. The door was tightly shut, and within the room were 3 individuals. One standing, one seated, and the other pacing back and forth. They bore a striking resemblance to one another, each adorned with a scruffy beard, and their expressions were far from pleasant. Third brother. Sit down, your pacing is making my head spin. Spoke Gui, the steward of the estate, who had previously attended to Wei Ziwei and her companions. The other 2 were his brothers, Cheng Qian and Cheng Man. Upon hearing this, Cheng Man ceased his movement and pulled the standing Cheng Qian down to sit beside him. Second brother, what do you think? The master has not shown her face in over a decade, and now she appears demanding the account books. Do you think she has caught wind of our dealings? Cheng Qian tapped Cheng Man's head and shook it vigorously. As you mentioned, she hasn't appeared in over 10 years. In the beginning, we delivered grain and vegetables to that decrepit place without ever exchanging silver. If the master had truly uncovered anything, she would have come long ago, not now. Cheng Man slapped his forehead. Eldest brother. Didn't you say the master is just a girl? Why should we fear her? We could simply, he mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. After a moment, Cheng Gui finally spoke. Let us first ascertain her true intentions for this visit before making any decisions. In the adjoining room, after shutting the door, Wei Ziwei took a deep breath and stepped further inside. The light was dim, barely illuminating the bed's location. As she re-entered this chamber, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her. Shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, she hastened to the foot of the bed, straining to shift it towards her. Next, she approached the corner by the head of the bed, bending down to explore a blank area. At last, her fingers found a protrusion. Pressing it firmly, she heard a click, revealing a hidden opening that led down a stone staircase. Lighting a fire starter she had prepared, she ventured inside. The entrance was narrow, just sufficient for her form. She frowned, relieved that she had shed some weight. Otherwise, she would have struggled to fit through. In her previous life, when cast upon this estate, she had been reduced to little more than skin and bones, thus escaping such concerns. At the end of the stone steps lay a secret chamber, eerily quiet, where she could hear the rapid beat of her own heart. In the center of the room was a stone table, laden with several small booklets. Her pulse quickened. These were the very manuscripts she had studied in her former life, the authorship of which remained a mystery. If it were earlier, she might have dismissed her past experiences as mere dreams, believing that awakening would resolve everything. Yet here were the manuscripts she had meticulously studied, the foundation of her medical knowledge. At this moment, she understood that she could no longer regard her past as a mere figment of her imagination. Wei Ziwei retrieved a cloth bag she had prepared and carefully placed all the manuscripts inside. Rather than hastening her departure, she felt the key around her neck. Pondering, the key to the bridal chamber secret, there must be a chest hidden here. The contents within it are undoubtedly of utmost importance. She placed the cloth bag on the stone table and began to pace the chamber, feeling along all four walls. Not a single chest was in sight. Aside from the stone table and the manuscripts, there wasn't even a stray pebble. Frustration bubbled within her, and in a moment of vexation, she slapped the stone table, which, astonishingly, shattered with a loud bang. Startled, she marveled at her own strength to break such a large stone. What is this? Amidst the debris, something luminous caught her eye. She moved the cloth bag aside, musing, could this be the chest my father spoke of? She carefully cleared away the broken stones to reveal a glimmering cube. Examining its material, she realized it resembled that of the key around her neck. Suddenly, she recalled the legendary water jade, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This cube was undoubtedly water jade. It fit snugly in her palm, heavy yet remarkably translucent, with a mottled shadow faintly visible within. Wei Ziwei reached for the key, contemplating their connection. As the key neared the water jade cube, both objects levitated, their surroundings gradually blurring until they vanished entirely, revealing the shadow within to be a vibrant phoenix. In an instant, the phoenix's ethereal form radiated golden light, circling Wei Ziwei before dashing into the bracelet. Stunned, she instinctively extended her hand, feeling the bracelet land softly in her palm. Never had she encountered such a breathtaking piece. Describing it as milky white would be an understatement. Through it, the phoenix's image appeared vividly alive. Swallowing hard, she carefully adorned her wrist with the bracelet, an indescribable mix of excitement and familiarity washing over her. Yet she was certain she had never encountered such an object before. The phoenix was not merely a symbol of prosperity in the southern Li Kingdom. Even in the capital of Huaqinglong, it represented the divine. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Wei Ziwei hastily adjusted her sleeve to conceal the bracelet. Sister Wei, are you alright? Mu Yining, having only seen Wei Ziwei's rigid silhouette, approached swiftly, concern etched across his face. Upon recognizing her cousin's voice, Wei Ziwei felt a wave of relief. I'm fine, she replied. Realizing she had lingered too long, it was prudent to exit. Reaching for the cloth bag on the floor, Mu Yining swiftly picked it up first. Sister Wei, is this the reason for your visit? Yes, this item is crucial. We must leave, but you cannot hold out much longer. The two restored the room's arrangement before exiting. Returning to the main hall, they found Gui and his men pressuring Baiyu for information about their whereabouts. As a hand was about to fall, Mu Yining tossed a stone, striking Gui's knee, causing him to stumble and grunt in pain. What audacity! You dare to harm my people? Do you wish to forfeit your life? Gui intended to retaliate but swallowed his words upon hearing the voice. His gaze fell upon the two newcomers, scrutinizing them for a moment before he clasped his fists in apology. The master misunderstood. As this is your first visit to the estate, I was merely concerned for your safety and questioned this girl in haste. My tone was regrettably harsh, but I meant no ill intent. However, this girl seems rather indifferent to your well-being. Chapter 20. An attack on the return journey. Baiyu, fuming, was about to speak. Wei Ziwei grasped her hand firmly, subtly shaking her head. Even so, violence is not the answer. Remember this, or I shall have no choice but to dismiss you. Gui's eyes brightened at her words. Yes, you are correct, master. I understand, and assure you there will be no further reckless behavior. Wei Ziwei seated herself, her gaze sweeping over 3 large boxes on the floor, frowning as she inquired, have the fruits not yet been prepared? Gui cast another glance at Wei Ziwei. Could it be that she had truly come to the estate merely for fruits, and the account books were a secondary concern? Perhaps he had overthought the matter. He signaled to one of his subordinates, who nodded slightly. Master, the fruits are ready, freshly picked. Chung, the steward, mentioned that fresh vegetables are currently unavailable in the Imperial City. Should we load them onto the cart for you to take? Or shall they be sent separately into the city? Upon hearing the name Chung, Wei Ziwei discreetly cast a glance at Gui, surprised that he shared the same surname. In a previous life, he was referred to as the esteemed lord, yet his surname, Chung, remained unknown. Today, arriving at the manor rather hastily, many matters were left unexplored. Now it is evident that the troubles at the manor are indeed more significant than I had anticipated. Baiyu interjected, of course. We shall take it all together and deliver it to the carriage. Gui's gaze swiftly swept across the 3 individuals, and after responding, he turned and departed with his entourage. Once the hall was devoid of outsiders, Wei Ziwei stepped forward, opened one of the chests, and extracted a substantial ledger.
Cousin.
Where's the cloth bag from earlier? Wei Ziwei took the cloth bag from Mu Yining's hands, placed it into the chest, and added some more ledgers on top before closing the lid. The excess ledgers were then distributed into the other 2 chests. Once organized, she called for assistance to carry the chests to the carriage. Miss, what if I sit beside the coachman while you 2 occupy the carriage?
It wouldn't be too cramped that way.
Cousin, just sit down. It's cold outside, and we aren't far from the Imperial City. We shall make do and squeeze a bit. They sped along the road, yet it was still considerably slower than their journey to this point. The winter days are brief, and the sun quickly dipped toward the western hills. At this moment, the sunlight gracing their skin still offered a hint of warmth. They were about to pass through a small grove, where the slanting sunlight was obscured, causing the air to turn chilly and the light to dim significantly. Suddenly, Wei Ziwei felt a twitch in her right eyelid and lifted the curtain to gaze outside, silently hoping nothing untoward would occur. Biyue, do not worry. This stretch is merely a small grove, and the lighting will surely be dim. Once we pass through, it will be fine, and we shall certainly reach the city before sunset, Mu Yining reassured her, yet his brow furrowed in sudden concern.
Whoosh.
An arrow shot through the window. Miss, be careful. Biyue shouted as she lunged toward Wei Ziwei.
Thud.
The sound of an arrow embedding itself into flesh echoed, followed by blood seeping from Biyue's palm. Wei Ziwei's garment near her heart bore a gash. Had she not donned multiple layers today, she too would have bled. Biyue, how are you? Seeing Biyue's pallid face tightened Wei Ziwei's heart. It seemed Biyue's hand would require considerable time to heal. Biyue, endure this. We lack medicine at present. I shall use a silver needle to seal your acupoint. Otherwise, pulling the arrow would lead to uncontrollable bleeding. Mu Yining's expression darkened. The peril had been too great. Even he had been too late to intercept the arrow. Had it not been for that fearless girl, the arrow would have surely pierced Wei Ziwei's heart. More arrows suddenly rained in, but Mu Yining managed to fend them off one by one. He realized this approach could not continue. No matter what happens outside, do not emerge. Stay in the carriage. Mu Yining leapt from the carriage, snatched the reins from the coachman, and vaulted onto the roof of the carriage, wielding the whip to fend off the barrage of arrows. Nevertheless, several arrows still pierced the carriage. The 3 chests and baskets played a crucial role, shielding them from the incoming projectiles. Suddenly, the horse was struck and bolted in fright, letting out a frantic neigh and accelerating forward uncontrollably. The carriage swayed violently, and the chests and baskets within toppled about. The 2 individuals inside were repeatedly battered, covered in cold sweat, while Biyue fainted from the impact. Mu Yining nearly fell from the carriage, but just then, the rain of arrows ceased. Just as he sighed in relief, several figures clad in black appeared around them. Alarmed, Mu Yining prepared to jump off the carriage to apprehend the assailants, ensuring the carriage could return to the city safely. At that moment, a black-clad figure from behind joined the fray, quickly gaining the upper hand against the earlier assailants. Seeing this, Mu Yining opted not to jump down but instead moved forward to assist the coachman in controlling the frightened horse. It was then that he noticed the coachman had been struck in the heart by an arrow and had already succumbed, thudding to the ground. Mu Yining had no choice but to grasp the reins, catching sight of the black-clad figures and unable to restrain his expletive. Damn it. Which scoundrel is responsible for this? The number of black-clad figures was evidently greater than before. With no other options, Mu Yining dismounted to confront them. The carriage swayed for an indeterminate time, the sounds of battle outside gradually fading. Cousin! Wei Ziwei called out several times, yet received no reply. She lifted the curtain of the carriage door, finding neither the coachman nor Mu Yining in sight. This is bad. Ahead lay a slope, and she had no means to control the runaway horse. She turned back into the carriage, emptied the basket of vegetables and stuffed Biyue inside, adding numerous ledgers around her. Then, she maneuvered the basket to the edge of the carriage, waiting for the right moment to push it off. Returning to the carriage, she rummaged through the chests for the cloth bag, and upon finding it, rushed out of the carriage. In an instant she was struck dumb. The carriage had reached the precipice, and the horse, along with the carriage and its occupants, plummeted over the edge. Simultaneously, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from a distance. Where? Mu Yining, drenched in blood, rushed forward, yet could only watch helplessly as the carriage fell from the cliff. By the time he reached the edge, the carriage was already out of sight. Thud! He could no longer contain himself, spewing blood from his mouth as his body lurched downward. Young master. In a moment of crisis, a hand pulled Mu Yining back. The black-clad figure, filled with trepidation, was grateful for his nimbleness. Had he lost both the young lady and the young master, he would have been compelled to atone with his life. The black-clad figure set Mu Yining beside a large rock, where Biue lay unconscious, not far away. He approached the cliff's edge once more. Below, a thin mist enveloped the abyss, obscuring the depths. Gritting his teeth, he shed his black attire, hastily supporting Mu Yining and Biue away from the scene. Chapter 21. The fall into soul-fragmenting cliff at the Mu residence. Under the moonlight, the estate appeared unusually tranquil. The dishes on the dining table had been reheated thrice yet remained untouched. Worry etched on every face. Suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed from outside the courtyard. Mrs. Qin, filled with joy, hurried to answer the door. "You rascal! The door cannot withstand such pounding." As she opened it just a crack, her words caught in her throat. Outside stood a stranger, a young man, his face slightly pale, panting as he supported two individuals on either side.
Ningya? Biue?
"Madam, the young master is not gravely injured. Most of the blood on him belongs to others. His temporary unconsciousness is due to the distress from witnessing the incident with the young lady." Mrs. Qin's expression shifted dramatically. "What did you say?"
Heir is in trouble.
Indeed, there had been an incident. Miss Biue was gravely injured. I have administered some medicine, but it would be best to summon a physician. Please let us assist them inside, and I shall follow me in at once. Ning Tao, what transpired? Mu Yihuan had already rolled out in his wheelchair from the main hall, immediately recognizing Ning Tao. Upon seeing the situation, he frowned and gazed toward the courtyard entrance, searching for a particular figure that was not present. "Where is she? Why did she not return with you?" Mu Yihuan's expression darkened, his heart growing increasingly anxious. Wei had mentioned going to the manor, and he had arranged for Ning Tao to protect her discreetly, never expecting an incident to occur. Ning Tao ranked among his top 3 subordinates, possessing peak strength at the 8th level of Xuanwu, yet he had failed to keep her safe. "Master, I failed in my duties and am willing to accept punishment." Mu Yihuan suppressed his anger. "Speak." The subordinate discreetly ensured protection throughout the journey. There were no unusual occurrences upon departure, but upon returning to the edge of the soul-severing cliff, 2 groups of individuals clad in black suddenly emerged. The first group consisted of merely 5 individuals, all of whom were ordinary practitioners. Subsequently, a second group appeared, numbering at least 20, all seasoned assassins from the martial world, with one among them being a pinnacle assassin of the 7th rank. It took considerable effort for the young master and me to dispatch them, but by then, the carriage had already reached the precipice. "What did you say?" Upon hearing the words soul-severing cliff, Mu Yihuan nearly rose from his wheelchair in shock. Qin also gasped in astonishment. The entirety of the imperial city was aware that it was a place from which one could neither enter nor exit. No one could locate the entrance, and there had never been any reports of those who accidentally fell from the cliff emerging alive. The soul-severing cliff was unfathomably deep, perpetually shrouded in mist, leaving no one to ascertain the conditions at its base. To rescue someone from within, one would have to leap directly from the precipice. A certain path to self-destruction. No wonder Ning succumbed to a fit of rage, spitting blood and falling unconscious. With a cough, Mu Yihuan spat out blood. Why must it be the soul-severing cliff? "Master."
Honad.
At that moment, within a resplendent mansion in the imperial city, in the study, frustration boiled over. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Simultaneously, the sharp sound of a teacup shattering echoed, and those kneeling dared not breathe. Not a single assassin sent forth had returned. Could it be that there were experts in the carriage? Yes, I personally inspected it. The wounds indicate that the fatal injuries were all inflicted by the same individual. Mu Yining's prowess was unexpectedly formidable. What is it you wish to say? Speak plainly, do not stammer. I believe it is not him. If not him, then who could it be? Could it be that the general's residence, already raided, still harbors hidden guards? Do you think anyone would believe such a statement? Enough. After such an extensive investigation, that item must surely be with Wei Ziwei. It seems she has fallen into the soul-severing cliff. Let this matter conclude here. And remember to clean up any loose ends. In the Prime Minister's residence, after dining, Prime Minister Wei entered his study. Alone in the dim light, He waited silently for 2 hours, his anxious expression growing increasingly pronounced with the passage of time. At the bottom of the cliff, atop the crown of a towering tree, lay a figure. Time passed in a blur until, faintly, she heard someone calling, "Where are you?" Struggling to open her eyes, she could see nothing. The surroundings were pitch black. Where was this place? In a daze, she heard calls again. Taking a moment to gather her thoughts, she realized she had fallen from the cliff.
Pain.
Her entire body throbbed, feeling as though it had been shattered, cold and immobile. "Where are you?" The voice echoed again. And for some reason, she felt that the person was searching for her. Yet, she lacked the strength to respond, her voice barely a whisper. When Wei Ziwei awoke again, she found herself in a cave, the crackling of a fire nearby. For a moment, she was disoriented. Where was this? "You are awake?" The voice was strangely familiar. She lifted her gaze to see a figure clad in a dark robe, wearing a distinctive silver mask. "You saved me again." The masked man paused, looking at her in confusion. "Again? Did you see a girl?" She was certain that the calls she had faintly heard earlier were his. He was searching for her. She wondered how her cousin and the others were faring. After contemplating for a moment, he spoke slowly. "I happened to pass by and saw that girl. However, do not worry, she has already been taken back by your family." Wei Ziwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Yu had been rescued. It must have been her cousin who did so. If he was safe, then she could relax. "Thank you." She expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Even if he had ulterior motives for approaching her, he had indeed extended a helping hand multiple times in her past life. And now, he had once more come to her aid. "Are we still at the bottom of the cliff?" Suddenly recalling something, her complexion paled. If she was correct, she had fallen into the soul-severing cliff. Was there a way out of here? "How did you come down, and how did you find me? How long have I been asleep?" The masked man shrugged. "You ask so many questions at once. Which should I answer first?" Wei Ziwei was taken aback, feeling embarrassed. "I apologize, I was too anxious." "No matter." Wei Ziwei was momentarily stunned, not having time to ponder further when he continued. "You fell onto a large tree. At the time, you were quite injured. Fortunately, there was a cave nearby, so I brought you here. You have been asleep for 3 days. And I have searched around but have not found a better way out." He answered all her inquiries in one breath, yet did not disclose how he had descended. Chapter 22. The Stingy One. As Wei Ziwei listened, her brows furrowed deeper. "So, you came down here too." She did not need him to elaborate. She could guess the rest. Her heart trembled, and her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. This man had exerted himself so greatly for her. If it were merely for her dowry, why did he not mention it at all? "Do not worry, you will surely leave here." There was an unexpected hint of melancholy in his words. Wei Ziwei quickly composed herself and looked at him. "By the way, when you found me, did you happen to see a cloth bag?" Unbeknownst to her, when she fell from the cliff, the blood that flowed from her forehead had dripped onto the bracelet on her right wrist. The bracelet immediately transformed into a beam of light and vanished, along with the letters in her cloth bag. He furrowed his brow and gestured. "Is this the empty cloth bag you mentioned?" He did not understand why. Despite her severe injuries, she clung to an empty cloth bag so tenaciously. Wei Ziwei was taken aback. "An empty cloth bag?" She reached for the bag beside her, her brow furrowing. "Where are the letters?" Seeing her expression, he pressed his lips together. "Did you lose something?" She nodded slightly. "Is that item very important?" She continued to nod. "So your fall was because of that item?" His tone shifted noticeably as he posed the question. She had been willing to push her maid into a basket and off the carriage, yet she had no time to jump down herself. What was it that compelled her to disregard her own life? She offered no reply, her brow creasing with frustration. How could I have lost it? How could I have lost it? Just as she contemplated, a burning sensation radiated from her right wrist, prompting her to roll up her sleeve and inspect it. A dark red mark had appeared, resembling a birthmark, yet more akin to a blood clot. She poked at it with her finger, but it would not budge. Why do I not remember having a birthmark here? The shape of the birthmark seemed somewhat familiar. Where's the bracelet? The bracelet was missing. Had it shattered upon impact? Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror. The outline of the birthmark distinctly resembled a phoenix in flight. What on earth was happening? "What are you doing?" The masked man's voice interrupted, devoid of emotion. He could not fathom why she was holding one hand with the other and remaining silent for so long. At his words, she averted her gaze from her wrist. To be honest, I never imagined I would fall from the soul-severing cliff. It is truly a miracle that I did not die upon impact. She recalled that when she exited the carriage, there had been no time to jump down. She had plummeted along with it. Uncertain of how many protruding rocks and shrubs she had collided with, and having been struck by heavy objects from behind, to still be alive was indeed an accident. He twitched his lips in response. The perilous situation was described so lightly by her. However, when I first found her, she was on the brink of death. What miraculous elixir did you give me that allowed me to recover so swiftly? She moved her limbs with agility, hardly resembling someone who had just returned from the gates of the underworld. A charming smile briefly graced his lips, only to vanish in an instant.
How do you feel now?
Quite well, with only a slight discomfort. Please tell me, what did you give me? Curious to know? Of course, I am. If you have more, could you spare one for me to study? Perhaps I could replicate it and keep it on hand for future emergencies. Why the silence? Don't be so stingy. If I manage to create it, I'll return 3 to you, or perhaps 5. 10. Would 10 suffice? She felt a twinge of disappointment. This man treated her exceptionally well, always risking his life to save her, yet he turned out to be miserly. She understood that good medicine was hard to come by. Just gathering the necessary ingredients was no simple task, and it wasn't merely a matter of how much silver one could spend. Currently, she was truly impoverished, having to care for the expenses of the Mu family, leaving her little means to procure more medicinal materials for concoction, hence she could not make grand promises to him. However, if she succeeded in her endeavor, he would be the first to benefit from it, as he had already consumed the only one she had. A moment of silence ensued. Are you hungry? Do you have an appetite for something to eat? Wei Ziwei was taken aback. Is there food here? He nodded slightly, refraining from responding. Her gaze followed his movements and then widened in astonishment. Her eyes sparkled. She spotted a pot. There was indeed a clay pot set over a fire. He held a spoon, stirring the contents, and the aroma of rice porridge wafted through the air. Her stomach gurgled audibly, her round face, pale from injury, suddenly flushed with color. To mask her embarrassment, she felt the need to say something. Where did you find these provisions? Over there, he gestured casually in a direction. In a corner of the cave, there were several jars piled up, which would have been hard to notice without a keen eye. He handed her a bowl of porridge. It seems someone once lived here. I checked, and the grains are still good and edible, but there's barely enough for one meal. She accepted the porridge, nodded, and suddenly felt as if they were an old couple sharing a life together. Not long after finishing her meal, she fell into a deep slumber once more. After an indeterminate time, Wei Ziwei was roused by the enticing aroma of porridge. He had prepared it and served it in a bowl. Awake? Yes. Have some food. We need to leave this place today. Wei Ziwei's eyes lit up. Great. Upon learning they were leaving, her movements became increasingly nimble. Moreover, this porridge seemed more delectable than any food she had tasted before. After they finished their porridge and extinguished the last embers of the fire, they exited the cave. Outside, the light at the valley's bottom was only marginally better than inside the cave. A misty haze enveloped the air, and the ground was mostly covered in slick moss, making it evident that traversing it would be treacherous. How is your body? Should I carry you? She hesitated slightly, glancing at her still remarkably rounded figure. Could he truly carry her? Even if he could, how far could they go? Wei Ziwei shook her head. I'm fine. I can walk on my own. The path is difficult. Do not overexert yourself. I promise I can manage. Such a slippery path is already challenging for one person. How could she allow him to carry her? If you need help, please tell me promptly.
All right.
But before leaving, could you take me to see that big tree? Do you wish to retrieve something you lost? Yes. I can't shake the feeling without seeing it for myself. He regarded her intently before saying, Let us go. He extended his hand to assist her, and she did not refuse. Together they made their way, each step a careful balance of footing. Chapter 23. Because you deserve it. Is that object truly so significant? He suddenly inquired, his tone tinged with bitterness. It is indeed very important. Wei Ziwei replied earnestly. To be frank, someone in my family has been afflicted with a rare and troublesome poison known as ice-fire poison, which ordinary doctors cannot remedy. What I lost is a manuscript written by a medical expert containing detailed methods for detoxification. The masked man halted, his gaze darkening. If the manuscript cannot be retrieved, Will the antidote remain elusive? Wei Ziwei shook her head. Not entirely. I have already read the antidote methods within it and have used them to cure others. As she spoke, she suddenly realized her words were inappropriate and quickly amended. I meant to say, I had a peculiar dream in which I encountered the antidote methods from the manuscript and used them to cure someone in my dream. The more she explained, the more convoluted her reasoning became, and she felt a pang of guilt. Oh, in any case, since I need to detoxify my family member, I must be cautious. I need to study the manuscript thoroughly to devise a method that will both cure the poison and lessen his suffering, for the detoxification process is perilous. And if his resolve falters, it could lead to irreparable consequences. The masked man murmured, both antidote and alleviation of suffering. To ensure absolute certainty, I must retrieve that manuscript. Wei Ziwei felt a slight warmth at her right wrist, but her mind was preoccupied, and she did not notice.
Who is he to you?
What is your relationship with him? Wei Ziwei raised an eyebrow at his question, regarding him with suspicion. He is family, but it is no secret. The one poisoned is my uncle's adopted son, my cousin. That is all? His tone was subdued, his mood seemingly low, hinting at disappointment. Wei Ziwei was puzzled. What else should there be? You are not related by blood, yet you are willing to go to such lengths for him. Does he hold significant importance in your heart? Your question is rather strange. He is my uncle's adopted son, and I call him cousin. What difference does it make from a biological cousin? If there were no ifs, I would undoubtedly retrieve the manuscript and save him. He suddenly stopped, looking at Wei Ziwei with a serious expression. You must not let anyone else know of the manuscript's existence. Wei Ziwei felt a warmth in her heart and nodded.
Yes.
Aside from you and my family, no one else will know of its existence. You trust me so readily? He seemed taken aback, his gaze towards her opaque. Wei Ziwei smiled. Naturally, if I cannot trust even you, then I fear there is no one else in this world worthy of my trust. His breath became slightly erratic, struggling to believe her words.
Why?
Wei Ziwei's smile blossomed even brighter. Because you deserve it. I deserve it? Yet that night, he urged her not to marry into the Marquis' household. Without a moment's hesitation, she refused. He felt discontent, even resorting to public abduction on her wedding day. Yet she clearly stated she would not go with him, even likening him to those in the Marquis' household who had ulterior motives. He thought he had moved on. Yet Wei Ziwei's smile faded. Are you implying that we have only met 3 times? I do not even know who you are. I rejected you during the abduction. Why do you still have the audacity to claim my trust? He fell silent for a moment, then lifted his hand slowly towards the edge of a silver mask. Let us continue on our journey. This place is far too damp for prolonged stay. His hand froze once more in midair. Wei Ziwei, observing his stillness, gently pushed him. During our first encounter, you urged me not to marry into the Marquis' household, but rather to marry you, which indeed bore a hint of impropriety, yet when you learned of my plight, you risked your life to seek me at the cliff's bottom. Your loyalty is commendable. Does that not merit my trust? She would certainly not reveal to him that her trust in him stemmed largely from his numerous selfless acts of saving her in a past life. Naturally, she would also refrain from disclosing her previous suspicions regarding his intentions, which she once believed were motivated by her dowry. As for why he treated her with kindness, whether he was aware of the reason, it was of no consequence. The two continued their journey forward, enveloped in a silence that neither dared to break. At the bottom of the cliff, there were no signs of any travelers. Instead, the ground was adorned with moss and other vegetation, slick and treacherous, posing a risk of slipping if one were not cautious. After about half an hour, they halted in front of a towering tree. Wei Ziwei stood in astonishment. Was this truly the place where she had fallen from the cliff? This was a damp valley floor, shrouded in perpetual mist, where sunlight scarcely penetrated. In such an environment, the only vegetation present was moss. Reeds and weeds were a rarity, and shrubs were non-existent, let alone a tree of such grand stature. They circled the great tree but found no trace of the ledger, nor even remnants of the carriage that had tumbled down the cliff. It was indeed peculiar. Disregarding the past fallen objects, the current horse and carriage were hardly insignificant items, yet there was no evidence of their descent. Wei Ziwei gazed intently at the tree, lost in thought. The tree was majestic, its canopy lush. Could it be that the fallen objects had become ensnared in the branches or limbs, unable to descend? If only she possessed lightness of foot, she could ascend to the canopy and investigate. As Wei Ziwei murmured to herself, a shadow darted past her. The figure of the masked man had vanished from sight, and in the blink of an eye, he swiftly climbed the trunk, reaching the branches and subsequently vanishing into the treetop. Wei Ziwei felt an overwhelming envy. Indeed, possessing such agility was a remarkable boon. Climbing a tree would be a trivial feat. She stepped out from the shade of the tree, when suddenly, a strange sound emanated from behind her. Her heart raced as she felt an icy chill run down her spine. Every hair on her body stood on end. She halted and turned to see a gigantic python, its head adorned with a fleshy crest. Its body was as thick as the trunk of the towering tree behind her, and its length was indiscernible, shimmering with a faint luminescence. The serpent, seemingly appearing from nowhere, was gliding towards Wei Ziwei, its fleshy crest undulating with each movement. Panic gripped her heart. She was paralyzed with fear, unable to move an inch forward. In the blink of an eye, the python reached the base of the tree, maintaining its rapid advance. Suddenly, it raised its head high, opening its cavernous mouth, flicking its forked tongue, and lunging towards Wei Ziwei. Chapter 24. The attack of the giant python. Wei Ziwei was utterly frantic. Was she destined to meet her end here today? As she watched the serpent's tongue nearing her, the instinct to survive compelled her to flee. But all she managed was to fall helplessly to the ground. It was over. She was doomed. In that critical moment, she fell into a sturdy embrace. The familiar scent of sandalwood filled her nostrils, and the weight on her heart lifted. Looking up at the familiar silver mask, she realized that in this critical moment, it was he who had come to her aid. He sheltered her in his arms, exhaling a sigh of relief. They were so close to disaster. Fortunately, he held her tightly, though her form was rather robust, and he could only shield half of her. The prey was slipping away, and the python was unwilling to relent, lunging after them, narrowly escaping its grasp. The python's long tail lashed out, striking the man's back with tremendous force. He let out a muffled groan, yet he did not release his grip on Wei Ziwei. Both were sent flying, crashing against the trunk before tumbling to the ground. Wei Ziwei, protected as she was, suffered minimal injury. Blood streamed from his lips, and the arm that shielded her trembled slightly. "Are you alright?" she asked, knowing he had absorbed almost all the impact to protect her. "It's nothing." Wei Ziwei felt a sense of familiarity in the scene, with no time to utter further words when she heard the warning, "Be careful," as they rolled once more on the ground. When the python's tail came crashing down again, he still tightly embraced her, swiftly maneuvering to the other side of the tree. The python's forceful strike hit the trunk, causing the great tree to shudder, and leaves fell in a flurry. Yet the python relentlessly pursued them. Wei Ziwei realized that it would be exceedingly difficult for them to survive this ordeal together. He possessed martial prowess, and there was a chance for him to escape alone. However, if he continued to protect her, they would both end up as the python's meal. "Let me go. Hurry, and escape. Do not concern yourself with me. You alone have a glimmer of hope. If you do not leave now, we shall both perish." His voice was cold. Silence. The strength of his grasp did not waver. He rolled with her multiple times, in a desperate and disheveled manner, yet fortunately, they evaded further strikes, once again taking refuge behind the great tree. "I will draw its attention away. You must find an opportunity to flee towards the cave. If I do not return within half an hour, do not look back." As if struck by a sudden thought, he fell silent, gazing deeply into Wei Ziwei's eyes before dashing towards the python.
"No."
"If anyone should go, it should be me. Hurry back." He turned a deaf ear, shouting, "Go." Tears welled in her eyes. How could she watch him sacrifice himself when she had yet to repay the debts of her past life? Resolutely, she stepped out from behind the tree. She would use herself as bait to lure the python away, granting him a chance at survival. However, as he approached the python, it lowered its head and opened its mouth to strike. Wei Ziwei's heart sank. Just as she thought he would be swallowed whole, he deftly leaped onto the python's head. Unbeknownst to her, he had grasped a dagger and in a swift motion, plunged it into the flesh atop the python's head, blood splattering in all directions. Enraged, the python twisted and flung him off its head, followed by a powerful sweep of its massive tail. Noticing her presence, he panicked and rushed towards her.
Bang!
The python closely followed, nearly striking him again. Wei Ziwei's heart raced. She understood that remaining here would only hinder and burden him, despite the perilous situation. He refused to abandon her. How could she remain and distract him further? With determination, she bit her lip, wiped away her tears, and turned to flee into the distance. You must come find me. If you do not come, I will not leave. As Wei Ziwei retraced her steps to the cave, she stumbled several times, trembling as she picked herself up to continue onward. Once inside the cave, she felt restless, hastily stacking stones at the entrance. She should never have allowed him to take her there. But if she did not go, how could she retrieve the ledger? In that moment, she felt a slight burning sensation on the birthmark on her right wrist. This birthmark had appeared mysteriously and occasionally emanated heat. What could it signify? She furrowed her brows, recalling that it had always reacted when she thought of or mentioned the ledger. Could it be related? Confounded, she rubbed her forehead and, exhausted, closed her eyes. Just as she did, a peculiar scene unfolded before her. Startled, she jumped up, glancing at the cave entrance, relieved to find it unchanged, and sat back down. After a moment's contemplation, she closed her eyes again, only to be confronted by the strange imagery once more. With a sudden jolt, she opened her eyes, reassured to see the familiar cave, yet her confusion deepened. She felt as though she were losing her mind, yet the allure of that vision was too powerful to resist. It was a corner of a study devoid of doors or windows, featuring only a row of bookshelves, with the most prominent shelf showcasing the very ledger she had sought in vain. She closed her eyes once more. This time, she did not hastily open her eyes. Instead, she approached and picked up the journal, perusing its contents, finding every word identical to what she had previously read. Wei Ziwei was utterly bewildered. Not only had she not lost the journal, but she also discovered a spatial nook resembling a study. The space was confined to a corner of the study, while the rest was an endless void. She opened her eyes, took a moment to compose herself, and accepted the reality. Wei Ziwei found the book she needed within the journal and murmured, "If only I had discovered your existence sooner." As time passed, and he failed to appear, her heart gradually grew colder. She retraced her steps, hastening towards the towering tree. From a distance, she noticed that the great tree was missing half of its form. The enormous half of the crown had fallen, resembling a small hill, while the remaining half stood defiantly. Upon approaching, she discovered the massive python sprawled on the ground. Its 7-inch mark a gruesome sight, accompanied by a blood-stained silver mask. Wei Ziwei's heart sank, and she nearly faltered. Composing herself, she rushed forward to retrieve the mask, her anxiety overwhelming her, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She scanned her surroundings, her voice trembling. "Where are you? You must still be alive, right? Please, tell me where you are." Her gaze fell upon the python's swollen belly, and the last glimmer of hope extinguished. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "Why did it have to be this way? Why did you follow me to the Cliff of Souls? I told you I wouldn't leave if you didn't come. So, why didn't you come find me? How could you not come?" Chapter 25. The Art of Rebirth. Do not cry, I am fine. The voice was faint yet imbued with profound weariness. Wei Ziwei paused, glancing behind her, yet saw nothing. She felt disoriented, her heart aching intensely. "I am here." Wei Ziwei's tears turned to laughter as she followed the voice and caught sight of a figure collapsing. She hurried over. His dark robe was tattered yet soaked, enveloped in a heavy scent of blood. "Are you all right?" she asked, but as she beheld his pallid, exquisite face, it felt as though she had been struck by lightning. "It's you." Unbelievably, it was him, the one who had been by her side all along. She embraced him, laughing and crying simultaneously. "You fool. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" The mysteries of her past life that had eluded her suddenly became clear. She had indeed been foolish as a pig. In her previous life, in moments of peril, he always appeared just in time to avert disaster. What were the odds of such coincidences? Who but a loved one would care for her life? The memories associated with him flooded her mind, his silent guardianship unnoticed by her. Initially, she had doubted his intentions and spoken harshly to him, yet he continued to protect her unwaveringly. No wonder he insisted on marrying her. No wonder he rushed to claim her. No wonder he appeared so awkward when she returned to the Mu residence. No wonder he followed her to the cliff upon learning of her fall. "Wait, you are poisoned by ice and fire. I distinctly suppressed your poison. You cannot walk, let alone use your internal energy. You should be resting at home." So why, as her excitement peaked, she suddenly realized that the person in her arms had long since lost consciousness.
Cao Sinhan.
She gasped, swiftly grasping his wrist to check his pulse. The more she examined, the colder her heart grew, and her face paled to a ghostly white. two streams of hot tears cascading down her cheeks.
Kausin Han.
This is, his meridians are severed. He is utterly spent? No, there must be a way to save him. A panic she had never felt before gripped her. Her trembling hands caressing Mu Yihan's face. Cousin Han, don't worry. I will definitely heal you. Just give me a little time. I can do this. Wei Ziwei closed her eyes, and as the study materialized, she immediately opened the journal on the shelf, nervously flipping through its pages. Yet her hands trembled so violently, she could barely hold it. The journal fell to the ground, and she decided to place all the journals on the floor, sifting through them one by one. After a long while, she found nothing.
Ah!
Wei Ziwei cried out in anguish, and in a fit of rage, she knocked over the bookshelf, its contents scattering across the ground. If not for her quest to find those journals, she would never have ventured to the estate. If she hadn't gone, the mishap on her return to the city would not have occurred. Had there been no accident, Cousin Han would not have forced his way to the Cliff of Souls. Had she not insisted on searching for the journals, she would never have encountered the enormous python. In short, everything was her fault. Wei Ziwei regretted deeply, realizing she was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. If she had known Cousin Han was that person, she would have never revealed that the poison could be cured. She would have done everything in her power to suppress the poison. What did it matter if she were to spend a lifetime in a wheelchair? What did it matter if she could not wield her martial arts? She would stay by his side for the rest of her life. Suddenly, something caught her eye. A booklet titled Rebirth lay at her feet. Bending down, she picked it up, each word sinking into her consciousness, her expression turning solemn. This was a manual on the method of rebirth forging. Rebirth forging referred to martial practitioners employing a special technique to sever their meridians, thus obtaining a higher level of mastery. However, this method was exceptionally perilous, with pain that few could endure. If one failed, the consequences could range from an inability to practice martial arts to a lifetime of immobility or even death. Conversely, should one succeed, they would attain profound skills that would evoke envy in even the most accomplished masters. Surviving the ordeal of rebirth forging was akin to rising from the ashes. Wei Ziwei confirmed that Cousin Han's current pulse mirrored the symptoms of the rebirth forging process. This could be a turning point. However, in the later stages of rebirth forging, a rare fruit known as the red heart fruit was required, combined with a medicinal bath to stimulate the reformation of the meridians. Here, she could not prepare a medicinal bath, but acupuncture could serve as a substitute. Once she returned, she could supplement the medicinal bath. Although she could not guarantee his mastery would return to its former height, she could save his life. Yet, more importantly, where could she find the red heart fruit? The book described this fruit as blood red, heart-shaped, and the size of a fist. It grew at the top of the red heart tree, and besides aiding in meridian reformation, it had the capacity to detoxify and even revive the dead. It bloomed once every 60 years, bore fruit once every 60 years, and took another 60 years for the fruit to mature, implying that a single mature red heart fruit would take a total of 3 cycles of 60 years to produce, highlighting its rarity. The book also mentioned that this fruit was the only opportunity for the transformation of a jiao into a dragon. Where there was a red heart fruit, a jiao would surely be nearby to guard it. Wei Ziwei's eyes widened as she fixated on the massive python's carcass in the distance. It turned out that the creature was not a mere python but a jiao, and that grotesque mass atop its head was indeed the jiao's horn. If this were true, then nearby, there must be red heart fruits. With this thought, Wei Ziwei looked upward, not at the sky, but at the red heart tree, which still stood defiantly with half its form intact. She gently laid Mu Yihan on the ground and stood to search for the red heart fruit. At that moment, she noticed not far from him, a blood-red, heart-shaped object lay quietly on the ground. Could it be the red heart fruit? Thump, thump, thump. Wei Ziwei's heart raced, pounding fiercely. After confirming it was indeed the red heart fruit, she dared not delay, chewing the fruit to extract its juice and fed it to Mu Yihan via mouth-to-mouth. However, in a moment of panic, or perhaps due to some other reason, she inadvertently swallowed the seed of the red heart fruit. After consuming the fruit, one must soak in a medicinal bath within half an hour, but she was unable to prepare the bath and could only temporarily resort to acupuncture. Fortunately, the pouch at her waist had not been lost when she fell from the cliff. However, this was not the most opportune moment to administer needles. Being at the bottom of the valley, anything could happen. It was imperative to return to the cave as quickly as possible. Mu Yihan was in a precarious situation, and she felt almost powerless, If a ferocious beast were to appear, she would be utterly defenseless. Wei Ziwei hastily fashioned a makeshift stretcher from the broken branches and leaves of the red heart fruit tree to drag Mu Yihan back to the cave. Chapter 26. An unexpected gain. Wei Ziwei was astonished by her own strength as she swiftly managed to drag Mu Yihan back to the cave, subsequently moving large stones to block the entrance. She deliberately left a small gap for air circulation, ensuring that no beast could enter before she felt secure enough to start a fire. As she removed Mu Yihan's garments, she noticed a crescent-shaped jade pendant still hanging around his neck, but there was no time to attend to it. Tears blurred her vision at the sight of his bloodied wounds. She could not afford to delay any longer. Hastily wiping her tears away, she retrieved silver needles from her pouch. She strategically inserted needles at critical points: his heart, crown, and dantian. This was a special needle arrangement she had devised in her past life for a unique patient. Little did she know it would be employed on him in this life. From Mu Yihan's clothing, she found a small cloth pouch containing a few hemostatic and anti-inflammatory herbs, just enough to treat his wounds. She applied the powder meticulously and bandaged him with torn strips from his tattered clothes. Glancing at the blood-soaked garment discarded nearby, she unhesitatingly removed her thick outer robe and cotton clothing, gently covering Mu Yihan with them, tucking the edges securely. After completing her tasks, she could no longer hold on and collapsed beside him, succumbing to sleep. Time passed, and rain began to fall over the valley, making the already damp ground even wetter. With the air thick with cool moisture, inside the cave, the ashes had long cooled, devoid of any embers, yet the blockage at the entrance kept the space warm. With only a faint light filtering through the cracks in the stones, the sole source of illumination, Mu Yihan gradually awakened, his gaze piercing, his vision already sharper than most,
Was even more acute now.
In the dimness, he noticed the woman lying beside him, her expression gentle. He attempted to rise, only to suddenly realize the familiar scent of a woman wafting from the garments covering him, causing his heart to soften instantly. He reached out to touch her cheek, and unexpectedly, his fingers met her bright eyes. "You're awake," they both exclaimed simultaneously. Wei Ziwei paused for a moment, then rushed to embrace Mu Yihan, tears streaming down her face.
Cousin Han, you're awake.
"I thought you would never wake again. You truly frightened me." Mu Yihan frowned in concern, reaching out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Where? Don't cry."
Me fine.
After a considerable time, Wei Ziwei finally managed to stifle her sobs. "Cousin Han, how do you feel now? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" She pulled Mu Yihan's arm closer, her fingers resting on his wrist. The pulse was steady and robust, and she stared at it in disbelief, glancing at him with suspicion. Repeating the process 3 times, she finally smiled in relief. "Cousin Han, it seems this misfortune has brought you fortune. The poison in your body has been completely purged. If I'm not mistaken, your strength should have increased significantly. Nevertheless, your body still seems a bit weak. You must take care not to let any lasting illness take root. We need to leave this valley quickly. Otherwise, it will hinder your recovery." As she spoke, Wei Ziwei suddenly remembered something important she had forgotten. She hastily lifted the garments covering Mu Yihan, only to find the silver needles still glimmering in his body. Stunned, she realized that the areas she had tightly embraced had likely bled again. Overcome with guilt, she averted her gaze.
Sorry.
"I was so exhausted that I fell asleep before removing the needles and lost track of time. And about your wounds, it's nothing," Mu Yihan reassured her. At her words, Wei Ziwei felt an inexplicable surge of frustration. "Are you made of wood? Do you truly not feel any pain? You should have reminded me while I was holding you. What would I have done if anything happened to you?" Recalling her past life, where he had secretly protected her for so long without ever telling her, Mu Yihan gazed at Wei Ziwei with a tender smile, lightly tapping her nose with his finger. "Silly girl, I'm a man. This is merely a scratch. It's not a big deal. What about you? Are you feeling unwell?" Wei Ziwei was momentarily taken aback, sensing the overly familiar gesture was too intimate. It felt as though this scene had occurred countless times before, yet she could not recall when it had happened. Her round face flushed slightly as she shook her head, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance. "It's just this minor injury. You don't have to worry. It was quite a feat to drag you back." Suddenly, she extended her small hand, gently placing it on the bandage over Mu Yihan's chest, needing to confirm that there was no bleeding to feel at ease. Her little hand sent a shiver through Mu Yihan. flushing his face to the roots of his neck as he quickly grasped her restless hand. I'm really fine. There's no need. His voice bore a hint of pain and pleading. She did not notice his unusual reaction. She only felt his body temperature rising abruptly, causing her heart to race. Cousin Han, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly so hot? Are you feeling unwell? Could it be that your wound has become inflamed, causing a fever? Wei Ziwei grew anxious, her complexion changing. A high fever after a severe injury was the most perilous situation. If it were indeed an inflammation of the wound, it would be troublesome. The only medicine she had used up while bandaging him. With no remedies left, what should she do? Mu Yihan shook his head helplessly, his voice hoarse yet comforting. I'm truly fine. The wound hasn't reopened, and I'm recovering well.
Vaya.
Please help me remove the silver needles first. He was certain that if she delayed in removing the needles, allowing him to don his clothes, he would either die of embarrassment or burn from his own fever. Wei Ziwei paused, realizing she had indeed become frantic. When she had set up the needle arrangement earlier, considering the cold weather and his heavy injury leading to deep unconsciousness, she had made slight adjustments to the arrangement. Because of this, his body temperature had been preserved, preventing excessive loss while he remained asleep. Now that he was awake, such a special arrangement was unnecessary. Wei Ziwei instructed Mu Yihan to lie still and not move around aimlessly, then began to remove the silver needles one by one. To an outsider, the process of inserting and extracting needles seemed simple, yet it was exceptionally intricate. Both procedures required precise force, accuracy, sequence, and speed. Each detail needed to be expertly managed, as even a slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. Remarkably, the duration of the needle arrangement seemed to have been sufficient, as Mu Yihan's recovery exceeded her expectations. It appeared that upon returning, there would be no need for a medicinal bath after all. Chapter 27. The lingering effects of the red heart fruit. Mu Yihan reached for his clothing. Wei Ziwei, quick-witted, swiftly snatched away the ragged remnants he had touched. Your clothes are nearly in tatters. Even the slightly better inner garments have been soaked with blood. If you must wear something, they should be dried first. So it's better not to wear anything at all. What about me? Without a moment's thought, Wei Ziwei replied, you can wear mine. Mu Yihan glanced at the thick clothing enveloping him, then at the attire worn by Wei Ziwei. Without a moment's hesitation, he firmly declined.
No.
I am a man. I am aware of your gender. If I wear this, what about you? Wei Ziwei flicked the thick cotton fabric on her body. I am also clad in a heavy cotton coat, and my inner garments are equally thick. Would you like to feel for yourself? As they approached the entrance of the cave, Wei Ziwei had donned an ample amount of warm clothing, her winter garments far thicker than those of ordinary people. This was due to her plump figure, which did not retain warmth. After years of pampering at the Prime Minister's residence, her body had grown accustomed to the cold, making her more susceptible to it than most. Although she had been gradually strengthening herself since her rebirth, the effects of the cold could not be mitigated overnight, and her current attire was sufficient for the journey ahead. Inside the cave, it was bearable, but they would ultimately need to venture outside.
Vaya, I am a man.
I cannot allow you, Wei Ziwei, exasperated, interjected. Just give me a straightforward answer. Will you wear it or not? Her concern for him was genuine. His injuries were still fresh, and if a mere issue of clothing exacerbated his condition, it transcended the matter of masculinity. Moreover, for reasons unknown, she felt a marked difference in her physical state. A warmth enveloped her, devoid of the chill typically associated with insufficient clothing. She was confident that even if they stepped out of the cave, she would not succumb to the cold. Mu Yihan's heart inexplicably fluttered. Fine, I will wear it. He swiftly donned Wei Ziwei's thick cotton coat and draped her outer robe over himself. The garments, although oversized, were significantly shorter, resembling a child playfully wearing an adult's clothing, creating a rather comical appearance. Wei Ziwei's lips twitched. She needed to accelerate her weight loss efforts. Oddly enough, she mused, her clothing seemed to have become noticeably looser since her last awakening. Please don't be upset. I promise to heed your words in the future. Wei Ziwei's brow relaxed, and she nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. She turned to kindle a fire, and after some time, the flames flickered to life, illuminating the cave and warming the interior. She retrieved Mu Yihan's garments, selecting those with minimal damage, intending to dry them by the fire. However, upon inspection,
she found them already dry.
A peculiar, bloody odor wafted through the cave. Thank you, Wei, for saving me once more. Wei Ziwei was momentarily taken aback, recalling the incident at the Mu residence when he had succumbed to poison. Cousin Han, we are family. Besides, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have ended up in this dreadful place, nor would you have faced such calamity. Mu Yihan shook his head earnestly. You mentioned that this time I have gained fortune from disaster. That is your merit, Wei. You are my lucky star. Wei Ziwei opened her mouth but refrained from speaking further, turning to peer outside through the crevice of the stone. The rain had begun to fall outside, and the light was dim. Suddenly, she recalled that before the fire was lit, she had been able to see Mu Yihan's features with remarkable clarity. When had her vision become so keen? This thought struck her as strange. Returning to the fire, she leaned against the stone wall and closed her eyes.
Mu Yihan.
Believing she was still upset, bit his lip, occasionally casting glances at her face. Noticing her steady breathing, he deduced she had fallen asleep, yet he found it impossible to rest himself, opting instead to sit cross-legged and meditate. At that moment, Wei Ziwei was perusing the booklet titled Nirvana Rebirth in her spatial realm. She understood she was merely an ordinary person, and her eyesight was no different from that of anyone else. The sudden enhancement of her night vision was indeed extraordinary. She speculated that perhaps it was due to inadvertently consuming a portion of the red heart fruit while feeding Mu Yihan. The red heart fruit was undoubtedly a miraculous elixir. Not only had it revived Mu Yihan, but it had also significantly boosted his strength. Wei Ziwei resumed her examination of the booklet, hoping to discover more about the red heart fruit's properties. Regrettably, after several thorough readings, she found no mention of its ability to enhance vision. With a sigh, she set the booklet aside, propping up the bookshelf and reorganizing the scattered tomes on the ground, marveling at the treasure trove within her spatial realm. Aside from her personal notes, there was a wealth of literature with titles she had never encountered before, including the unheard-of rebirth forging method from Nirvana Rebirth. Even though she was not a martial artist, she recognized that such a technique was beyond the realm of ordinary imagination. If the world were to learn of its existence, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy of competition. However, it remained uncertain how many would dare to attempt it and how many would succeed, a fact she was yet unaware of. Nevertheless, possessing such a treasure was a liability. She must keep the secret of her spatial realm to herself. Until she had the ability to protect herself, it was imperative that no one, not even him, learned of it. Once she had arranged the books, she stretched and opened her eyes. The fire had long since burned down to ashes, leaving only a few embers, and the nearby reserve of kindling had vanished. The garments once hanging on the drying rack had already been donned by Mu Yihan, while Wei Ziwei's outer robe and thick cotton coat lay nearby. As she approached the cave entrance, she noticed the rain outside had ceased. She gently placed her small hand on the topmost stone and pushed outward. With a rumble, the stones shifted. Startled, Wei Ziwei stumbled towards the stones, but with a forceful effort, she rebounded swiftly, causing the stones blocking the entrance to roll away. Stunned, she gazed incredulously at her hands, struggling to believe that she had caused this. Suddenly, a hand rested on her left shoulder. Without thinking, she grasped her shoulder with her right hand, spun around, and forcefully threw the person to the ground. Chapter 28. You must take responsibility for me in the moment of impact. Mu Yihan's toes touched the ground, allowing him to pivot and retreat gracefully.
Where?
What are you doing? He had not anticipated her strength nor her quick reflexes, had he not been significantly more powerful than before. He might have sustained serious injury from her unexpected attack. Could it be that she is also a practitioner? Yet, she bore no signs of possessing any mystical energy.
Cousin Han, E.
Wei Ziwei stared in disbelief at her palms, unable to comprehend her newfound strength. When did I become so powerful? It was utterly astonishing. The move she had just executed was a self-defense technique learned in her previous life, and though she had practiced it only briefly at the Prime Minister's residence, she had never imagined it could wield such force. Mu Yihan pondered for a moment, then inquired, "Where? Did anything unusual occur while I was gravely injured and unconscious?" Wei Ziwei took a moment to gather her thoughts and shook her head before swiftly recounting how she had fed him the red heart fruit, brought him back to the cave, and administered acupuncture, omitting the existence of her spatial realm. Regarding the rebirth forging method, she mentioned having read about it in an ancient text. "Cousin Wei, you just said that you used mouth-to-mouth to transfer the juice of the red heart fruit to me?" Mu Yihan's eyes gleamed, and his ears flushed slightly. "Do you also believe it is due to the red heart fruit?" "I knew it. Before the fire was lit, I was able to discern your visage clearly, leading me to surmise that it was indeed you. However, the pamphlet contains no record of such, or rather, I do not recall having seen any pertinent references in the ancient texts I previously perused, leaving me uncertain of its significance.
Vaya.
Now that we have shared an intimate bond, you must take responsibility for me. What did you say? You previously refused to marry me, and I had no retort. Yet, having seen me twice and shared such intimacy, should we not contemplate the possibility of matrimony? Are we now merely discussing whether you have seen my body?
No.
That is not right. Your words seem to imply that you have not observed me at all. When I lay unconscious, did you not examine me thoroughly? Though it was but once, I am a woman, thus we are even in this regard. Your injuries are internal, the external wounds are not severe. And when I applied the medicine, I did so with my eyes closed. Cousin Han, we are discussing why I have transformed into my current state. Regardless of how you have changed, you will always be my heir, and I shall forever treat you with utmost care, solely towards you. Wei Ziwei's expression was complex. He was indeed markedly different from his former self. Noticing her silence, an inexplicable anxiety gripped his heart. Where? Do not be angry. I shall speak no more. The red heart fruit undoubtedly aids in rebirth, and although my body has not fully recuperated, the energy within my dantian is robust and profound. He could not help but glance at her, and upon seeing her attentive demeanor, he continued, the red heart fruit has allowed me to break through barriers. When you fed me its juice, you must have absorbed a portion as well, and that portion is sufficient to transform you into someone extraordinary. Wei Ziwei's eyes flickered with realization. Yes, that must be the reason. How could a person change so suddenly? She felt a twinge of regret. If the red heart fruit can aid a dragon's transformation, then altering an ordinary person's constitution should be a trivial matter. How could I fail to grasp such a simple truth, and yet claim to be a healer? And to think I have lived more than others. Indeed, I am rather foolish. However, having stumbled upon such a tremendous fortune, her earlier discontent quickly faded. Wei Ziwei resolved to train diligently upon her return, confident that in the near future, even without Cousin Han's protection, she would no longer find herself in perilous situations. Mui Han was formidable, having rescued her from danger numerous times in her past life. Yet, he ultimately had his own matters to attend to and could not remain by her side at all times. She needed to cultivate her own self-defense capabilities. Now, having inadvertently gained even greater strength, she wondered when she might reach his level. With this thought, her gaze towards him held an added admiration. However, upon witnessing his side profile, which was even more beautiful than a woman's, her admiration dissipated. How infuriating it is! Such a captivating appearance. What does he intend to achieve with it? She once again touched her waist, lamenting its excess. She would need to exert more effort upon her return. Her gaze towards Mui Han cooled slightly. Since you are well, let us return. Mui Han sensed the chill in her gaze and rubbed his nose, wondering if he had angered her again. Indeed, it is time to return. Grandmother must be quite worried. However, before we leave, I wish to visit the red heartfruit tree once more. Wei Ziwei harbored a vague sense of foreboding. Had she not insisted on retrieving the journal, they would never have encountered such near-fatal peril. She felt a lingering dread regarding their earlier experiences and was internally resistant to returning there. Before she could voice her objections, he had already turned and walked into the cave, emerging with her thick outer robe draped over him and her heavy coat in hand. You should wear this. Once you are dressed, we shall set off. Perhaps fearing she would refuse, he hastily explained, I assure you, I am truly no longer in danger. Besides, you still have your thick robe on me, do you not? Wei Ziwei nodded and took the heavy coat from his hands, putting it on. Together, they exited the cave. Heading towards the red heartfruit tree, their steps noticeably lighter than before. Mui Han, noticing Wei Ziwei's displeased expression, spoke softly, with me here, you need not worry. I shall protect you, and no misfortune shall befall us again. It is precisely because you are here that I worry more. You do not understand. Seeing you nearly perish terrified me. She recalled the moment he was on the brink of death, her heart still filled with unspeakable panic.
Vaya.
I promise that I will never allow anything like that to happen again. You must trust me. Wei Ziwei pouted, remaining silent. In truth, in places where formidable beasts exist, other creatures tend to be absent, especially since this valley is enclosed. If her assumptions were correct, the only threat would be that dragon, and since it was dead, there should be no danger. In less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived once more beside the giant python. The swiftness of their pace astonished Wei Ziwei. Mu Yihan drew forth a dagger, its blade glinting sharply as it struck the dragon's iron-hard scales, akin to a knife slicing through tofu. Wei Ziwei could not help but marvel. This dagger is indeed a treasure. He worked swiftly, soon extracting 2 items from the python's remains. Chapter 29. Beware. I shall strike you. Wei Ziwei gazed at the objects in Mu Yihan's hands and inquired, "What are these?" In his possession were a green gallbladder and a spherical object the size of a fist, emanating a soft white glow. The dragon's crystal core greatly aids in enhancing one's spiritual power. It is regrettable to see its exquisite scales go to waste. Mu Yihan wiped the blood from the crystal core and cast a wistful glance at the massive corpse of the python. Wei Ziwei appeared more intrigued by the dagger. This dagger, it cuts through iron as if it were mud. It is indeed a treasure. How did you come by it? If you like it, I shall gift it to you. What do you say? Mu Yihan extended his hand, offering it forward. She gently shook her head. Such a fine item would be wasted in my possession. It is better suited for you to keep for your own use. As long as you cherish it, that is its greatest value. She refrained from continuing the conversation. The two searched for an exit and, not far from the red heartfruit tree, discovered a cold pool. The water was a deep green, with mist rising from its surface. Opposite the pool loomed a sheer cliff, stretching endlessly upward. Wei Ziwei speculated that she had escaped being devoured by the giant python upon her arrival at the red heartfruit tree, likely because it had been bathing in the pool at that time. Turning in another direction, they reached a corner of the cliff, where they gazed upward, still unable to see the summit. However, Mu Yihan halted. "This is the spot. We can leverage the cliffs on either side to ascend." Wei Ziwei looked at him in astonishment, then upward at the towering walls. In such a place with no footholds and slippery surfaces, how could he possibly expect to climb? Mu Yihan's melodious voice rang out again. "In the past, it may have been uncertain whether we could ascend, but now, you need not worry. Everything is in my hands. Just hold on tightly to me and do not let go. We shall safely reach the top." Mu Yihan gestured towards Wei Ziwei, ultimately wrapping one arm around her waist and the other beneath her armpit. As the two successfully leveraged the cliffs to spiral upward, the sound of rushing winds filled their ears. Wei Ziwei finally believed Mu Yihan's assurances. Indeed, he could take her to greater heights. At that moment, on the cliff's edge, 2 young men stood, one upright, the other crouched, both bearing expressions akin to frostbitten eggplants, devoid of hope. Suddenly, the crouched figure collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Master, how could you be so heartless? Leaving them behind is one thing, but why abandon me as well? What shall I do from now on?" The standing figure, faintly hearing peculiar sounds from the cliff's base, was about to listen closely when the sobbing interrupted him, filling him with ire. "Qing Feng, be quiet. What are you lamenting about? It's bad luck. You do not understand. Since I was young, I was taken in by my master, who provided for my needs as though I were their own child. My master treated me with the utmost care, and now that they are in trouble, tell me, Baiyu, if I were not heartbroken, would I still be human?" Baiyu, infuriated, stared at me. "Are you wishing for your master's demise? Who said that they are definitely in peril? How could my master not be in danger?" For the sake of Miss Biao, they consumed the rejuvenating elixir to forcibly break through their constraints, restoring their strength to its peak. Even with the last soul-reviving pill, it might not save their life this time. Baiyu's face grew paler. He understood that Qing Feng spoke the truth. This is the cliff of soul severance. Even if my master is not poisoned, falling to the bottom of the cliff does not guarantee survival, let alone escaping from it. Moreover, it has already been nearly half a month. How could my master still be well? I said, "Baiyu, do you have any conscience left? My master has treated you well, and their misfortune doesn't sadden you at all?" Baiyu trembled with anger. "Your master's life hangs in the balance. Do you think you are the only one grieving?" Upon hearing this, Qing Feng felt he had struck a nerve. "You are sad? Since you feel sorrow, why should you deny me my grief? Is this how a brother behaves? You are spouting nonsense. Speak another word, and I will make you regret it. Go ahead. Hit me. I can't fight back anyway. With my master gone, I have no desire to live." Suddenly, Qing Feng saw a shadow flash before him. He blinked, realizing someone was flying up from the bottom of the cliff. He stood in shock. "Is this Ascension? Will you stop your nonsensical curses against our master? Do you really think I would not dare to strike you?" "Yes, no, I mean someone has ascended. No, someone flew up from the cliff. Look over there."
Mu Yihan.
accompanied by Wei Ziwei, soared up from the cliff and landed safely. Wei Ziwei's arms were tightly wrapped around Mu Yihan's waist when suddenly someone bumped into her,
causing her to stagger backward.
She furrowed her brow, glaring at the person clinging to Mu Yihan. How infuriating! Master, it's really you. Thank the heavens, you finally returned. You scared me to death. If you hadn't come back, I was prepared to go down and accompany you. The weather was already cold, and it felt even chillier now. The cold aura radiating from Mu Yihan instantly turned the moisture in the air into ice shards. His cultivation had reached an unattainable height for ordinary people, but expending his energy to ascend from the cliff was no easy feat. The pale sickness on his face became more pronounced as he attempted to push away the person clinging to him, but someone was quicker. Qingfeng was yanked from Mu Yihan by the collar. Bai Yu, let go. How dare you in front of our master? Where do you get the gall to fight me for a woman? Wei Ziwei's face flushed with anger. Qingfeng's voice was abruptly silenced. He looked at Wei Ziwei. Disbelief etched on his face. This figure and round face. Who but Miss Biao could it be? No. She seemed to have lost some weight, and how could she lift him? Terrifyingly, her aura was strikingly similar to that of their master. Qingfeng recoiled and turned to Mu Yihan. Master, it is I, Qingfeng. The one you raised with the affection of a son. He then glanced at Wei Ziwei. Miss Biao, please let go. I am Qingfeng. We are on the same side. Standing aside, Bai Yu felt the tumult in his heart rivaling that of Qingfeng. Isn't Miss Biao supposed to be delicate? Why does she seem so different from the rumors? Miss Biao?
Who are you calling Miss Biao?
Don't go around claiming kinship. Be careful, I don't throw you off the cliff of soul severance. Qingfeng felt utterly defeated. Their master had been at the bottom of the cliff for almost half a month. If he were thrown down, surviving would be a question, let alone the chance to return. Chapter 30. Once again, abandoned Wei Ziwei released her grip, sending Qingfeng tumbling aside. With his skills, he naturally would not be injured from the fall, though he landed somewhat awkwardly. Bai Yu stepped forward. Master, your subordinate has come to pay respects. And I also greet Miss Biao. The master's identity was special. Upon returning to the imperial city, they were always instructed to remain hidden from view. After this incident, he truly felt fear. He had openly defied Mu Yihan's orders for the first time. If punished for it, he would accept his fate willingly. Wei Ziwei raised an eyebrow, looking at Mu Yihan without speaking. In her past life, she had encountered Qingfeng and Bai Yu. Whenever danger arose and Mu Yihan came to the rescue, these two were always by his side. However, she had not known at the time that the one secretly protecting her was her cousin Han. Mu Yihan rubbed his nose, first gently introducing Wei Ziwei to their identities, then turning to the two. What are you two doing here? Why are you in this place? Qingfeng, Bai Yu. The master's differential treatment was strikingly evident. No, they had never noticed that their master possessed such a gentle side. My goodness. This news must be shared with all the brothers. Yes, that is the plan. This will give them enough to boast about for a lifetime. While the two were lost in thought, Mu Yihan extended his hand to Qingfeng. Your outer robe. Qingfeng was stunned. Master, what did you just say? Was the master asking for his outer robe? Qingfeng quickly removed it and handed it over. Turn around. Mu Yihan's voice was devoid of warmth. Qingfeng and Bai Yu were momentarily taken aback, then turned away in understanding. Mu Yihan removed his outer robe and personally helped Wei Ziwei put it on before donning Qingfeng's outer robe himself. Is there a carriage? Master, we are two grown men. Why would we need a carriage? We came here on horseback. Mu Yihan frowned, the word useless nearly written across his face. After a moment's contemplation, he looked at Wei Ziwei with a softer expression. Can you ride? He did not hold out much hope for the answer. She was of considerable stature, and riding together on one horse would be challenging. He was mentally prepared to expend more energy to fly her back to the city. Wei Ziwei nodded. I have some knowledge. In her previous life, while fleeing from the village to seek medical help in the north, she had learned how to ride. Though she was not proficient, given her previous physical condition, riding would have been unsuitable. However, the transformation brought by the red heart fruit was significant, making the journey back on horseback quite feasible. You two find a way to return to Tianqing Tower and await orders. With a flick of his whip, the horse neighed and galloped off in the direction of Wei Ziwei, who had already ridden ahead. The sound of hooves faded, leaving the two of them bewildered in the cold wind. Had they once again been abandoned by their master? Their master left with Miss Biao, riding away on their horse just like that? Wait, what did the master just say? You heard correctly. The master instructed us to return to Tianqing Tower and await orders. Is the master really abandoning us? You ask me, who should I ask? It's over. The master wants us to return to Tianqing Tower, and we will never follow him again. That's you, not me. How can it be just me and not you? We came together. If punishment is due, it will certainly be shared. How could it only fall on me? Besides, I was personally picked up by the master, raised with the care of a son. No matter what, the master would not abandon me for you. Yes, the master is 3 years older than you. Having you as a son would likely frighten Miss Biao away. I may be only 3 years younger than the master, but so what? Miss Biao is far from timid. She wouldn't be scared away. I see you're just jealous. Miss Biao is destined to marry our master. Are you still determined to be the master's son? Miss Biao is marrying the master, and I am the master's son. There seems to be no conflict in this, does there? Indeed, Miss Biao is merely 15 years old, while you, her elder by 2 years, are not in any position to dispute this. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng was momentarily taken aback. With the master now having Miss Biao, it was inevitable that he would no longer desire his son. At the Mu residence, the biting cold wind howled outside, while inside, the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop, amplifying the harshness of the winter chill. Old Madame Mu lay in bed, her eyes tightly shut, her features gaunt, and beneath her illness, an undeniable sorrow lingered. The door creaked open, and a man entered gently, holding a steaming bowl of porridge. He appeared so emaciated that he was nearly unrecognizable, with unkempt stubble adorning his cheeks. Upon closer inspection, one would realize he was Mu Yining. Grandmother, my mother has prepared your favorite Huai mountain millet porridge. Please awaken and taste it. I wish to know if it suits your palate. Old Madame Mu offered no response, her eyes remaining closed, as though she were in a deep slumber. Grandmother, I know you are not truly asleep. Please, just take a sip of the porridge. If Wei were to learn of this, it would break her heart. Still, old Madame Mu remained unresponsive. A fortnight prior, Ning Tao had brought Mu Yining and Bai Yu back to the Mu residence, concealing the truth from old Madame Mu, fearing that her advanced age would render her unable to withstand the shock. Upon hearing the news of Wei Ziwei's fall from the cliff, she felt as though the world was spinning, her blood surged, and she fainted. The following afternoon, upon awakening, she learned that Mu Yihan had forcibly broken through restrictions and leapt from the cliff in a desperate bid, which caused her to faint once more after a fit of rage and blood loss. Since then, old Madame Mu had fallen gravely ill. Had it not been for her lingering thoughts of the 2 children, she might have already passed away. The scandal surrounding Mu Yihan's reckless leap stirred significant uproar, drawing the attention of the capital. Concurrently, an incident involving assassins in dark attire spread throughout the city, igniting various rumors. Some claimed that the Mu family, known for their loyalty over a century, had been wronged by treacherous individuals, inciting the wrath of the imperial family, leading to their exile and the confiscation of their estate. It was said that the royal family, in their pettiness, had even attempted to assassinate Mu Yining, linking Wei Ziwei's fall to these events. Young Prince Jing, grateful for General Mu's past favors, wasted no time in setting out to rescue them, even risking his own life by leaping off the cliff himself. Such selfless acts were indeed commendable. In an attempt to quell public outcry, the emperor dispatched personnel to assist in the search, and for 10 days, ropes were set up along the cliff's edge, yet no means of descent were found, nor any sign of life emerged. Thus, it was concluded that they had perished in the depths below, and with the new year approaching, the search was reluctantly suspended. Mu Yining remained at the cliff's edge, tirelessly seeking a way down, but to no avail. Only recently did he learn of his grandmother's true condition and, concerned for her frail health, hurried back to persuade her to eat something. Grandmother, it is my fault. I failed to protect Wei. I accept any punishment you deem fit, but please do not take it out on your own health. Grandmother, I implore you, please eat something. I truly regret my mistakes. Our family has already lost Wei and my elder brother. You must not leave us as well. Kneeling on the ground, Mu Yining repeatedly bowed his head, causing blood to seep forth. Chapter 31. Cousin is truly remarkable foolish child. What are you doing? Rise. Old Madame Mu finally spoke, though her voice was frail. Mu Yining's heart surged with joy, tears streaming down his face, yet he continued to bow. Old Madame Mu sighed heavily. Ninger, why must you torment yourself so? You are no different from the others. You are my beloved grandson, a good son of the Mu family. I do not blame you. I merely grieve for those two children. If it were anywhere else, it would be different, but alas, it is the cliff of despair. Once they fall there, how could they possibly hope to survive? Those two children are truly unfortunate. Grandmother, it is all my fault. I failed to protect Wei. Had we not taken a shortcut in our haste, they would not have found themselves on that perilous path adjacent to the cliff. Old Madame Mu sighed once more. It is all fate. Grandmother, please punish me. Foolish child, why would I punish you? Quickly help me up. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and we must stay awake to usher in the new year. Mu Yining looked up, blood dripping from his forehead down the bridge of his nose. Old Madame Mu insisted on partaking in the reunion dinner, prompting everyone to bustle about in preparation. The sorrow etched on their faces began to lift, though the underlying grief remained palpable. Baiyu assisted Qinshi, bringing the prepared dishes to the table before retreating to her room. She had suffered significant injuries and had only recently begun to recover enough to help with household chores. Initially, she could do nothing but lie in bed, weeping silently. She knew that everyone believed the young lady was lost, yet she steadfastly believed that her mistress had merely fallen and was not dead. However, she had no idea how to rescue her from the cliff's depths. Now that even cousin had given up, what could she possibly do? Baiyu, my dear, why are you crying? Come out. Let us share in the reunion dinner together. Qinshi entered, noticing the tear stains on Baiyu's face, her heart aching. The misfortunes of the two children weighed heavily on her, but she understood that she must remain strong. As the head of the household, if she faltered, the Mu family would be irrevocably lost. Madam, it is New Year's Eve. Your young lady is not here, so you must celebrate with us. Your young lady had previously said that you need not regard yourself as a servant. Our Mu family has no such rigid customs. Let us all gather and celebrate as one family. Qinshi spoke sincerely, her affection for Wei Ziwei extending to those around her. She had recognized that Baiyu was truly devoted to her mistress, and her sorrow for Wei was no less than that of the others. As the family sat down to dine, 2 empty seats remained beside Baiyu, though chopsticks were laid out for them.
Moder, has Veier hvordan trulig forsakens sønn er.
And what of my elder brother? Why has he not returned to partake in the reunion dinner? Mu Yuxuan, still young, was unaware of Wei Ziwei's misfortune. However, the prolonged absence of both individuals stirred questions in his mind. Xianer, do not fret. Your cousin has not abandoned you. She and your elder brother have gone far away and cannot return for the time being. Let us first enjoy this New Year's Eve dinner with grandmother, shall we? Qinshi gently coaxed, fearful that he might say something to upset her mother again. Is that so? Father has gone to a faraway place. And has cousin Wei and elder brother also gone to a faraway place? Are they headed to the same destination? No, they're not going to the same place.
Oh.
If they were going to the same place, they could join us for the reunion dinner. But if they are not together, does that not mean they are separated?
Xuanea.
Qinshi's expression darkened as her son continued to stray further into unsettling territory. At that moment, someone entered from outside. Cousin Wei, you have returned. Mother was not mistaken. You truly have not forsaken Xianer. You have come back to join us for the reunion dinner. How wonderful. Mu Yuxuan leapt from his chair and dashed over, arms outstretched to embrace Wei Ziwei's leg. Wei Ziwei exchanged glances with Mu Yihan. Is this truly the time for a reunion dinner? The other occupants of the room were initially stunned, followed by expressions of disbelief and joy. Baiyu, overwhelmed, covered her face and wept. She had known that her mistress would return. My dear Wei, it is truly you. My precious granddaughter. You have returned. Wei Ziwei held Mu Yuxuan's hand and hurried to old Madame Mu. Grandmother, it is I, Wei. I have returned, and I am unfilial for causing you such worry. Madame Mu embraced Wei Ziwei, her hand barely grazing her waist before she suddenly pushed her away. Child, how much suffering did you endure at the bottom of the Broken Soul Cliff?
You are so terribly thin. Daughter-in-law.
Stop eating and quickly prepare that half-section of ginseng to nourish Wei. Qin's eyes were glistening with tears, repeatedly agreeing but reluctant to step away. Her gaze flitting between Wei Ziwei and Mu Yihan. Even Mu Xia was wide-eyed with excitement, staring vacantly in the direction of Wei Ziwei. The moment Mu Yining saw the two figures, his eyes lit up. With reddened eyes, he glanced at Wei Ziwei's retreating figure and walked over to Mu Yihan. Elder brother. Mu Yining clenched his fist and punched Mu Yihan, but before he could react, he was sent sprawling.
Thud.
A heavy sound echoed as he hit the ground, leaving everyone in shock. Mu Yihan frowned but approached, extending a hand to pull him up. No improvement at all, Mu Yining thought to himself, feeling as though his elder brother had transformed upon returning. Elder brother, you. Grandmother, what's wrong? Wei Ziwei noticed something was amiss just as Madame Mu fainted. Everyone gasped, instantly flustered. Some shouted to summon a doctor, while others insisted on helping her back to her chamber. Mu Yihan's deep voice resonated. Where is the best doctor? Follow her instructions. Stand back. Being too close hampers the heir, which could worsen grandmother's condition. As Wei Ziwei spoke, she lifted Madame Mu and hurried towards her chamber. I will carry grandmother back. You all wait outside while I treat her. Do not enter. Despite feeling something was odd, everyone stepped aside.
Bang!
As the door slammed shut, they were still in a daze. Cousin Wei is truly impressive. She can already carry grandmother. Starting tomorrow, I will learn from Cousin Wei and aspire to be a formidable man. Mu Yixuan's words jolted everyone back to reality as they exchanged glances, finally understanding the strange feeling they had sensed earlier. Chapter 32. Grandmother in critical condition inside Madame Mu's chamber. Wei Ziwei laid her on the bed, delicately placing 3 fingers on her pulse. Her brows furrowed tighter, her nose tinged with sorrow, as a tear fell from her eye. Grandmother's condition is dire indeed. Overwhelmed with worry, her body functions are failing. She is already at the end of her rope. Wei Ziwei checked her pulse again, the results unchanged. Although her earlier state appeared stable, it was merely a fleeting moment of revival. Wei Ziwei could not accept this grim reality. In her past life, disregarding the warnings from the Mu family, she married into the Vofu, and soon after, Madame Mu passed away, leaving her unable to pay her respects at the general's residence. It was later she learned from Mu Yihan that Madame Mu had died of illness, a condition that had clearly begun when she married into the Vofu. Now, first, the general's residence had been raided, then her marriage into the Vofu, and eventually, her fall from the cliff. After such a series of blows, it was a miracle she had survived until now. However, since she had returned, how could she allow her grandmother to depart so easily? Wei Ziwei wiped her tears, contemplating for a moment before removing Madame Mu's garments. She grasped 5 silver needles and sequentially inserted them near Madame Mu's heart, forming an array to protect her life force. After covering her with a blanket, Wei Ziwei closed her eyes and entered her personal space. Strangely, as soon as her consciousness entered the study, she spotted a book titled Divine Elixir Chronicles on the shelf. Though its position was inconspicuous, something inexplicably drew her gaze. Divine Elixir Chronicles contained various methods for refining different elixirs, one of which, the soul-returning pill, was precisely what Madame Mu required. However, upon seeing the formula and refining method for the soul-returning pill, Wei Ziwei was at a loss. She was merely an ordinary woman, utterly unfamiliar with the legendary art of alchemy. Refining the soul-returning pill necessitated gathering all required herbs and placing them in an alchemical furnace. As for the fire needed for alchemy, it seemed not to be ordinary firewood. But if it wasn't firewood, what could it be? Wei Ziwei blinked, pondering. For now, alchemy is out of the question, but if I gather the necessary herbs and brew a medicinal concoction. She hesitated again. The other herbs were manageable, but one called soul-returning grass was entirely unfamiliar to her. Rubbing her temples, Wei Ziwei exited her personal space. She placed her hand back on Madame Mu's wrist. The pulse, though weak, had stabilized. Wei Ziwei secretly sighed in relief and removed the silver needles. She dressed Madame Mu and tucked her in before opening the door and stepping outside. Sister Wei, how is grandmother? Is she all right? Mu Yining rushed forward as soon as the door opened. Qin also inquired with concern. Where? Is there no serious issue with your grandmother? For now, she is stable, but I must gather the herbs and brew a medicinal potion for her within 7 days. Otherwise, it will be too late. She refrained from mentioning that even if she gathered the herbs, it would only prolong Madame Mu's life for 1.5 years unless she could refine the soul-returning pill. Mu Yining breathed a sigh of relief, a smile breaking across his face. I knew grandmother would be fine. Where? Tell me what herbs are needed. I will go to the pharmacy right now. Wei Ziwei looked at Mu Yining's haggard face, feeling a pang of sympathy, and shook her head. Grandmother's condition is already at the end of her rope. I am using an ancient method to extend her life, which requires rare herbs, one of which is exceedingly uncommon and likely unavailable in ordinary pharmacies. Wei Ziwei spoke with a very serious and solemn demeanor. You mean? Mu Yining's breath hitched, then he shook his head.
Impossible.
You have the ancient method that can extend life. With so many pharmacies in the imperial city, how could there be herbs that cannot be found?
Vaya.
What is that herb? Wei Ziwei turned to Mu Yihan. It is called soul-returning grass. Soul-returning grass? Sister Wei, is there really such an herb in the world? Are you certain it isn't just a wild grass? Yihan. At this point, how could Wei joke about your grandmother's life? Qin patted Mu Yining's shoulder and looked at Wei Ziwei. Wei, please write down the prescription. Let's think carefully about the locations of the pharmacies in the imperial city. We must split up and gather the herbs. Today is New Year's Eve, a special day, and we cannot delay any longer. Wei Ziwei nodded and took the brush and ink from Biwa. After writing the prescription, she also drew a picture. Mu Yining reached for the 2 sheets of paper and was about to dash outside. Wait, let me see first. Mu Yining turned back and handed over the paper. Mu Yihan scrutinized the drawing, suddenly furrowing his brow. This soul-returning grass. Wei Ziwei sensed his unease, and her eyes brightened. Cousin Han, have you seen soul-returning grass? You know where it is, don't you? No, I haven't seen it, Mu Yihan shook his head. But the herb in your drawing bears a striking resemblance to something called spirit lingji. Spirit lingji? ISNT, that a legendary herb said to bring people back from the dead? Mu Yining's emotions surged, shaking his head repeatedly. But that's merely a legend. Ordinary people have never even seen it, let alone procure it. The flickering flame of hope was swiftly extinguished by the harsh reality. Suddenly, Mu Yihan spoke up. Perhaps there is a place where it can be found. Wei Ziwei's eyes sparkled again, unable to restrain herself from grasping Mu Yihan's arm. Where? Quickly take me to him, murmured Mu Yihan, his Adam's apple bobbing as he reached out to pry her hand from his arm. Yet, upon feeling the softness of her hand, he recoiled as if burned. His gaze met hers momentarily, but he instinctively averted his eyes. Today marked New Year's Eve, and that place would not be accessible until the 5th day of the new year. The thought of waiting until the 5th day chilled Wei Ziwei's heart. It was merely a day shy of the 7-day limit. If that place were to be unreachable, it would mean that such herbs truly did not exist in this world. Mu Yihan spoke again, and Wei Ziwei found herself clinging to the hope that nothing would go awry on the 5th. Before then, she needed to gather the other herbs. Just to be safe, she decided to head to the apothecary to procure the necessary ingredients. Little sister Wei, you have just returned. You must not venture out carelessly. Leave the errands to your cousin. You should rest at home and await my good news. Chapter 33. Secrets within Mu Yining dashed out in a flash. Qin, knowing her son's nature, realized that even her attempts to stop him would be futile. Ever since Wei Ziwei's fall, Mu Yining had been consumed by guilt. Had it not been for the news of the old matriarch's illness, he would have remained by the edge of the broken soul cliff. He believed it was his ineptitude that had failed to protect his sister, leading to her plunge into the abyss. During his days at the cliff, Qin had lived in constant fear. Had he, like Mu Yihan, recklessly jumped down? Fortunately, they had returned safely. After all the commotion, the food had gone cold and needed reheating. Baiyu hurried to boil water, preparing for the two to bathe and change. Qin specifically sought out talismans to ward off evil spirits, performing rituals of cleansing on both of them. After her bath, Wei Ziwei donned a fresh set of inner garments, feeling the lightness of her body anew. Despite her figure still being round, she had noticeably slimmed down since awakening. Particularly, her face had transformed. It was no longer the flat visage of yore, but rather a cherubic countenance. Gazing at her reflection, she noticed the dimples at the corners of her mouth and the hollows of her cheeks becoming increasingly pronounced. She waved her chubby hands, relishing their newfound strength, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Over her inner garments, she wore a thick dress without adding further layers. The clothing that once fit her well now seemed excessively loose, prompting her to wrap the sash around her waist twice. After adjusting her dress, she chose a slightly lighter outer robe to wear before stepping outside. Upon entering the main hall, she found Mu Yishuan and Mu Xia enjoying some pastries. Cousin Wei, you've lost weight again, but you look even more beautiful. Wei Ziwei chuckled. You flatter me. Are these pastries delicious? She picked up a piece and nibbled on it. Enjoy, I'll be right back. Suddenly recalling something, she stood up hurriedly and made her way outside. Knock, knock, knock. Wei Ziwei gently rapped on the door, waiting for a moment. When silence ensued, she knocked again. Still receiving no response. Anxiety gripped her heart. Could it be that cousin Han's old injuries had flared up? Without further thought, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Scanning the room, she found no sign of life, nor did she hear the sound of water from behind the screen. Oh no, something must have happened. She swiftly rounded the screen, only to see Mu Ihan in the bath, his complexion flushed and eyes shut tight. Alarmed, she hurried over. Cousin Mu Ihan's eyes snapped open, revealing a fierce glint. Wei Ziwei hesitated. Cousin Han, what's wrong? The cold light in his eyes faded, replaced by a gentler expression. Wei, why have you come in? I came to check on your injuries. Are they all healed? Wei Ziwei stared incredulously at Mu Ihan's chest, struggling to comprehend how his wounds had healed so completely. He had been gravely injured by the dragon, with a significant gash on his back and another long wound across his chest. She had personally tended to those injuries when he was unconscious, fully aware of their depth. Yet now, his skin bore no trace of recent harm. As she reached out to touch the spot where the wound had once been, Mu Ihan instinctively submerged himself deeper into the water, but being tall, the tub was too small, and the water barely covered his collarbone. Her fingertips brushed against his skin, sending tingling sensations through him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. The unfamiliarity of the moment made him grasp her hand, his breath quickening. Wei, you must stop. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. How can you be so brazen? Wei Ziwei was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Cousin Han, am I being impertinent? I'm merely a doctor conducting a routine examination to see how your wounds have healed. With a deft twist, she freed her hand and moved around him, gently pushing him forward. Besides, it's not as if I haven't seen. She trailed off, astonished at the smoothness of his back. His skin was even smoother and fairer than a woman's. What on earth? Where were his scars? Mu Ihan jolted, suddenly springing up and seizing a towel from the rack. By the time Wei Ziwei regained her composure, he had wrapped himself tightly, leaving no inch exposed. Cousin Han, I only blinked, and you're already so covered. Mu Ihan shot her a furious glare, his face burning crimson. You, a young lady, dare to look? He stomped his foot in frustration, hastily grabbing his clothes and darting behind the screen.
Don't follow me.
Unable to contain herself, Wei Ziwei burst into laughter. This seemingly invincible cousin Han turned out to be quite bashful. As she recalled her previous life, Mu Ihan had always appeared at her most vulnerable moments. Her laughter faltered, replaced by a flicker of unusual emotion in her eyes. Wei, I'm fine now. You can come out. Wei Ziwei stepped forward, moving around the screen. Noticing the shift in his mood, Mu Ihan asked, Wei, are you upset? Not at all. Why would I be angry? If you truly wish to show me, it wouldn't be out of the question. Cousin Han, you misunderstand. I'm not angry. I was merely reflecting on some events that occurred at the residence. Mu Ihan nodded, inquiring, so, do you still wish to see? See what? My body. As he spoke, he reached to tug at his garments. Wei Ziwei stifled a laugh. What do you take me for? Your wounds have healed. No need to undress for further inspection. However, I must check your pulse. She guided Mu Ihan to sit aside and placed his hand on the table. He made no objections, allowing her to direct him. How strange. Your injuries have healed so completely in such a short time? Mu Ihan opened his mouth to reply, but was interrupted as Wei Ziwei muttered. Could it be that you're hiding a secret? His expression shifted slightly. Wei, just kidding. I believe it's due to the red heart fruit. She had noticed earlier while bathing that she bore no scars, not thinking much of it at the time. The deep wounds on Mu Ihan had not only healed, but left no scars behind. If it weren't for the red heart fruit, she could not fathom another explanation. Calculating the time, they had slept for a full 10 days after consuming the red heart fruit, clearly a testament to its efficacy. Mu Ihan pressed his lips together, at a loss for words. He indeed held a secret, but... Your body is perfectly fine now. We should head out. Everyone is waiting for us to share the reunion dinner. Chapter 34, Mu Yining's injury in the main hall. Mu Yixuan and Mu Xia were already seated at the dining table, while Qin and Baiyu were bringing dishes to the table. Qin occasionally glanced toward the door, her face betraying her worry. When Wei Ziwei and Mu Ihan entered side by side, they sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Aunt, has cousin returned yet? Qin nodded and cast another glance toward the entrance. Chenghui Medical Hall was the largest clinic nearby, renowned for its comprehensive medicinal supplies and proximity to their home. By all accounts, he should have returned by now. However, Mu Yining was a practitioner. With his pace, He could have made the round trip to Qinghui Medical Hall 3 times over. Wei Ziwei furrowed her brow, also glancing anxiously at the door. The hour was late. Her cousin must have encountered some trouble that delayed him. Aunt, please don't worry too much. Take Xian and the others to eat first. I will go out with Cousin Han to search for him. We will return as soon as we find him. A sense of unease lingered in Wei Ziwei's heart. Upon her return, she had noticed that Mu Yining was not quite himself. Yet, when her grandmother suddenly fainted, the urgency of the situation had caused her to overlook his condition. Regret washed over her. She should not have let her cousin venture out alone to fetch medicine. Tonight was New Year's Eve, and the streets were already sparsely populated. With nightfall deepening, if anything were to happen to him on the road, no one would notice.
No.
You just came back and haven't eaten anything. You must stay for dinner. I will go. Wei Ziwei is right. Aunt, please rest assured. We will be fine out there.
Mu Yihan interjected.
Wei Ziwei casually picked up a pastry, waved a hand to Qin, and swiftly made her way outside. Aunt, have no worries. We will return shortly. Qin called out anxiously. Be careful on your way, my child. Outside the gates of Mu Manor, Wei Ziwei hadn't gone far before stopping.
Cousin Han.
Please take me with you. It will be faster this way. After consuming the red heart fruit, her physical condition had indeed improved significantly, yet, however swift her pace, she could not match the speed of lightness. Mu Yihan's gaze flickered, and he nodded slightly.
All right.
Their figures merged into a single shadow against the night, darting through the streets and alleys like phantoms. The wind howled past their ears. Cousin Han, teach me lightness, when you have the chance, Wei Ziwei urged. Mu Yihan cast a sidelong glance at her and shook his head. Learning lightness is no easy feat even if it is difficult. I wish to learn. You lack the Xian power. Beneath the night sky, the street was devoid of pedestrians, enveloped in an eerie silence. The cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced in the air. Outside Qinghui Medical Hall, in a secluded alley, a thick aura of murderous intent and the stench of blood pervaded the surroundings. At that moment, 10 figures clad in black were closing in on a woman in yellow, who was half kneeling on the ground, bloodied, and holding a sword to steady herself. Let him go, and I will come with you. Beside the woman in yellow lay a man in white, who bore numerous injuries, with a fatal wound at his waist, blood flowing freely. His breaths coming shallow and sparse. If only you had done this sooner, the leader of the black-clad men gestured for the others to stop. Do you still believe yourself to be the illustrious young master of the general's residence? You cannot even protect yourself, yet you wish to play the hero? The woman in yellow wiped the tears from her eyes and glanced back at the man in white. I am leaving. Take care. She reached down to take a jade pendant from his waist, then stood and walked toward the black-clad men. Just then, a gust of cold wind swept through, and all 10 black-clad figures fell to the ground, one on a single knee, the other 9 lifeless. Upon closer inspection, a hole had been punctured in the forehead of the fallen, while the kneeling figure's knee had shattered. Cousin, are you all right? Wei Ziwei rushed to Mu Yining's side, her voice frantic. Cousin. The blood-soaked ground was a harrowing sight, his white robe stained crimson. Wei Ziwei's voice trembled. It was only the second time since her rebirth that she felt such panic. Sister Wei, you have come. Mu Yining managed to open his eyes and utter those words before slipping into unconsciousness. His already disfigured face now appeared ghostly pale from blood loss. Cousin, you must hold on. Wei Ziwei ripped open Mu Yining's clothing and swiftly inserted needles near his heart to protect his pulse. Then, she quickly applied needles to the fatal wound at his waist to staunch the bleeding. As the blood flow ceased, she took his wrist to feel his pulse. A breath of relief escaped her. Fortunately, she had arrived just in time. Had she been even a moment later, not even a celestial being could have saved him. The lone surviving black-clad figure, witnessing his fallen companions, realized the mission had failed. Clenching his teeth, he bled black from his lips before collapsing. Mu Yihan sensed something amiss and attempted to intervene, but it was too late. His expression darkened, and the temperature around them plummeted. The woman in yellow, momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, soon regained her composure and stepped forward, clasping her hands in respect. Young Master Mu, I am terribly sorry for the trouble caused. I have no way to repay you, but...
Who are they?
Mu Yihan's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of warmth. The woman in yellow shivered involuntarily and quickly explained, I do not know who they are, only that they sought to capture me to threaten my mother. Perhaps my mother. She paused as if suddenly recalling something, her voice rising. It must be him. It has to be him. Continue, Mu Yihan urged. The woman in yellow trembled, swallowing hard. He has set his sights on my mother, wanting her to be his concubine, but she rejected him. Yet I can tell from the way he looks at her that he is not one to easily give up. She glanced around to ensure no one else was present before continuing. To be honest, I am not from the imperial city. My mother fell ill with a strange ailment, and upon hearing that Dr. Zhao was in the city, I accompanied her here for treatment. My name is Mo Wanner. We arrived just a few days ago and stayed at the Jiyuan Inn, where I encountered an old fat man who seemed to know my mother. His words were peculiar, and there were things he spoke of that he avoided in front of me, but I caught some hints. The way he looked at my mother was clearly with ill intentions. Who was that man? Mo Wanner shivered again, pondering for a moment before answering. I believe his surname is Chung, and his name is Chung Yutong. Yes, that is the name. Chapter 35. You are the little Jingwang, Ningenho? Wei Ziwei's grip tightened on Mu Yining's wrist, her eyes flashing with cold light. In her past life, she had been his daughter-in-law, yet he had sought to violate her. Mu Yihan waved his hand, and a token inscribed with the word stop flew from one of the black-clad men, landing in his palm. He furrowed his brow. Ning and Ho would go to such lengths for a woman? The Rakshasa Pavilion was a top-tier assassination organization in the martial world. He never expected the Ning and Ho mansion to be entangled with such a group. Cousin's condition is dire. We must take him back immediately. Mu Yihan nodded and lifted Mu Yining from Wei Ziwei's grasp, and together, they departed swiftly.
Montag van Österdene days.
Are they leaving just like that? As she saw them grow distant, she called out urgently, my name is Mo Wanner. I will repay young Master Mu's life-saving grace. But you have yet to tell me where you reside. But there was no trace of them ahead, and the surroundings fell silent, the scent of blood the only testament to the horrors that had just transpired. With no other choice, Mo Wanner walked to the corner, picked up a few bags of medicinal herbs left behind, and turned to leave the alley. The air is dry. Be cautious with fire. Secure your homes against thieves. The night watchman pulled his collar closer, muttering a curse as he walked forward, banging his drum. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and took a deep breath. The scent of blood wafting through the air. Something has happened. A murder. A cry pierced the heavens. At the Mu residence, Mu Yining was escorted back to his quarters. Hearing the commotion, Qin rushed over, only to find her son covered in blood, a large gash marring his body, nearly causing her to faint from shock. Wei Ziwei, quick-witted, steadied her. Aunt, do not worry. Cousin has indeed lost a considerable amount of blood, but he is not in grave danger. I shall tend to his wounds shortly. He will only need to take some medicine and rest well. Just as she finished speaking, her expression darkened slightly. Cousin had gone out to procure medicine, but returned injured and empty-handed. During the festive season, where could one possibly find medicine at this hour? At that moment, a melodious bird call echoed from outside. Wei Ziwei heard it and looked up in surprise, catching a glimpse of Mu Yihuan's retreating figure, her eyes flickering. Mu Yihuan made his way to the backyard, where Ning Tao emerged from beneath a tree, preparing to bow, only to see Mu Yihuan toss him an object, which he quickly caught. Swiftly investigate the relationship between the Ning and Marquis household and them. Additionally, clarify whether the ambush at the Broken Soul Cliff is connected to them. Understood. Have Qing Feng bring Xiao Bai over. By the way, I've heard that the medicinal herbs from Huiyuan Hall are of excellent quality. Ning Tao was taken aback. Was the master about to reveal his whereabouts? However, he had not heard of Huiyuan Hall's herbs being particularly good. What was the master planning? While he pondered, Mu Yihuan tossed him another item. A prescription. For whom is this medicine intended? Is there still any of the wound ointment prescribed by Dr. Zhao? Ning Tao replied that. Enough. Bring forth all the medicine you possess. As Mu Yihuan turned to leave, a grimace crossed Ning Tao's face. Why had the master become so stingy today? The precious items he had painstakingly acquired from Dr. Zhao were all gone. On this dark, windy night, as the citizens of the imperial city prepared for the New Year's vigil, a figure clad in black entered Huiyuan Hall. He had brought several large bags and thoroughly plundered the valuable medicinal herbs within. Just past midnight, a knock echoed outside the Mu residence. Due to the vigil, no one had yet fallen asleep. Baiyu opened the door, only to see a man in black standing outside, his smile rather lecherous. How could someone so unsightly dare to knock on my door at such an hour? She contemplated shooing him away, but was struck dumb with fear upon seeing what lay behind him, collapsing onto the ground in shock. Qing Feng raised an eyebrow, bemused by her timidity. How could one so cowardly be worthy of staying by the young lady's side? He stepped over the threshold and into the house, followed by an imposing tiger. The tiger wished to enter, but was hindered by the burden it carried, remaining outside the door. Did you frighten her? Wei Ziwei's voice rang out, causing Qingfeng to shudder.
No, no.
She is the young lady's person. How could I dare to frighten her? Not even 100 lives would embolden me. Then why does she react this way? How could I possibly be the one to scare her?
Who is Xiaobai?
As they spoke, Wei Ziwei approached Bai Yu and helped her to her feet. It was then that she noticed the colossal creature outside, her heart racing. Is that a northern border white tiger? It is rumored that the young prince of the northern border, Xiao Jingwang, has a penchant for keeping one as a pet. However, if this truly is a northern border white tiger, what is it doing here? In her past life, during her travels north for medical practice, she had often heard tales of the young prince of the northern border. Supposedly, he was fearsome in appearance and rarely showed his true face. His temper was equally notorious. Anyone who incurred his displeasure would become food for his pets. The northern border white tiger was indeed a formidable beast. After the crown prince ascended the throne, Xiao Jingwang rebelled, and with the tiger's assistance, the northern border army surged towards the imperial city. Suddenly, Wei Ziwei had a revelation. Murmuring softly, he is said to be fearsome in appearance and wears a half-silver mask. When her cousin had saved her earlier, he too had worn a mask. Was it merely a coincidence? At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Wei Ziwei turned to see a figure in dark clothing walking slowly toward her.
Vayar, E.
You are Xiao Jingwang. Her voice was icy, devoid of emotion. Mu Yihuan stiffened, realizing he should have disclosed his identity earlier, yet he had never found the opportunity.
Vaya.
The rumors are untrue. I did not intend to keep this from you. Wei Ziwei remained silent, her gaze steady upon him. When we first met, I wished to reveal my true identity to you, but at that time you... Wei Ziwei still did not respond, lost in thought as she recalled their first encounter.
Mu Yuan hesitated. Vaya, you.
Seeing the man before her, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, made Wei Ziwei's heart swell with a mix of emotions. When did you return to the imperial city? The day before I infiltrated the Xiang residence. Mu Yihuan seemed to suddenly realize something, hastily explaining, I was on my way back when I received the news of my adoptive father's predicament. Upon my return, I immediately began investigating the case.
Rest assured, Vaya.
Wei Ziwei nodded, understanding that his identity was not one suited for public exposure. He could only watch helplessly as the Mu household suffered. At that time, he had been afflicted with the ice and fire poison, and any misstep could have plunged the Mu family into irrevocable despair. Yet, he had been willing to risk his life to save her. Both in this life and the previous one. What could possibly motivate such selflessness? Chapter 36, A Lifetime Commitment. Why are you so kind to me? You are Xiao Jingwang. There are countless virtuous women in the world, yet why? Mu Yihuan almost blurted out, because you are worthy. Wei Ziwei suddenly laughed, touched that he had returned her earlier words. The atmosphere grew, distinctly charged. At that moment, Qin emerged from the room, beckoning to Wei Ziwei.
Vaya.
Come here for a moment. Confused yet compliant, Wei Ziwei followed Qin into the chamber of the matriarch. Qin approached the vanity, retrieving a small box from a compartment beneath the dressing table. Within lay a crescent-shaped jade pendant. Wei Ziwei found the pendant beautiful and vaguely familiar, as if she had seen it before. This is something your maternal grandmother cherished and forbade anyone from touching, but she once told me it belongs to you. My belonging? Yes, perhaps you were too young to remember. When you were 5, one night before bed, you took it off your neck and asked your grandmother to keep it safe until morning. However, you forgot about it and it remained with her. Wei Ziwei recalled residing in the general's residence for an extended period at the age of 5. Oddly, she had been particularly attached to the matriarch, insisting on staying with her at night. She blinked, struggling to recall any memory of the jade pendant. This pendant was a gift from the late emperor to the wife of the Jing prince. Originally, there were two, one with you and the other with Honor. Wei Ziwei's mind buzzed. No wonder it seemed familiar. Hadn't she seen her cousin wearing one? Had they made a lifelong commitment at the tender age of 5? But if that were true, why had he never mentioned it? Suddenly, she recalled the scene of him forcibly proposing to her in public. How much that must have hurt him. Wei Ziwei clutched the pendant tightly in her palm and returned to the courtyard. Mu Yihuan remained in place, not having moved an inch. She hurriedly approached him, wrapping her arms around his waist just before he turned. Bai Yu blushed, covering her eyes with her hands. Qingfeng stood dumbfounded, swiftly turning to move the last bag of herbs into the house. Qin wore a knowing smile as she retreated to her room to rest. Mu Yihuan pulled Wei Ziwei closer, and in an instant, they soared to the rooftop. The biting wind did not hinder the warmth shared between them.
Weia.
Are you no longer angry?
Fool.
Did Wei just scold me? You are the one I am scolding. Who asked you to remain silent? Wei is right. I should be angry. With such a silver tongue. Why did you not speak earlier? Wei, I have been thinking of you. I have come to realize that you have deceived me into promising a lifetime together. Mu Yihan was slightly taken aback. Promise a lifetime? Wei Ziwei opened her palm.
Reviligne à Crescenchette Jade pendant.
Mu Yihan reached out and removed the jade pendant from around his neck. When the two pendants were placed together, they formed a perfect circle. Is this jade pendant truly a gift from the late emperor to your mother?
Mu Yihan nodded.
In truth, I asked my mother to request it from grandfather.
Why?
Because you once said the crescent was beautiful, and I remembered there was a pair of crescent jade pendants in the palace treasury. So I asked my mother to get one to give to you. Wei Ziwei felt a softness in her heart, as tender as a puddle of water, and a smile graced her lips. So, you took advantage of my childish ignorance, using it to deceive me into promising a lifetime together? Mu Yihan was speechless. It was she who insisted on taking only one. She also forbade him from marrying another or taking concubines, insisting that she would marry him when she grew up. Who could have anticipated that 10 years later, she would seek to marry another? However, fortunately. Well, you were quite easy to deceive as a child. Claiming that taking my token of love would mean marrying me, yet you have broken your promise, taking my possession while refusing to marry me. Wei Ziwei felt a bit guilty. Her actions seemed rather ungracious. How could one take another's token of love and then turn to marry someone else?
No wonder he was so cold then.
Wei Ziwei pondered and suggested, Brother Han, can I call you Brother Han from now on?
Mu Yihan nodded. All right.
Wei Ziwei called. Brother Han. Mu Yihan responded, Wei Ziwei asked, Brother Han, you will always spoil me, right? Mu Yihan answered, yes. Wei Ziwei continued, Brother Han, you will support whatever I say or do. One to you? Mu Yihan replied, yes. Wei Ziwei said, Brother Han, teach me lightness skill. Mu Yihan refused. I cannot teach you. You lack spiritual energy. Wei Ziwei insisted, even without spiritual energy, I want to learn. Mu Yihan rejected again. You truly cannot learn without spiritual energy. Wei Ziwei glared. Just say it plainly. Will you teach or not? Mu Yihan's heart trembled. Fine, I will teach you. Wei Ziwei laughed. Then what are we waiting for? Let us start now. Mu Yihan was speechless. Now? Wei Ziwei nodded vigorously. Yes, right now. Since I can't sleep anyway, let us not waste any time. Upon her rebirth, she had planned to enhance her self-defense skills before seeking revenge. Now that she had a formidable master by her side, not utilizing this opportunity would be a grave mistake. Thanks to the red heart fruit, her body had undergone tremendous changes. Walking was now effortless. And with the aid of lightness skill, Mu Yihan felt helpless, his eyes filled with concern, yet he could not resist her insistence. To his surprise, after he recited the technique just once, she memorized it. He demonstrated the essential movements, and she managed to mimic them perfectly, followed by a flurry of jumps. Unfortunately, when she landed, her lack of control first caused the roof tiles to suffer.
Bang!
Thud! The tiles fell to the ground, shattering with a piercing sound. Except for the elderly matriarch and Mu Yining, everyone else climbed out of bed, donned thick cotton clothing, and gathered chairs around the fire pit to watch Wei Ziwei's performance. Even Mu Xia was wide awake, sitting around with her big, vacant eyes, listening intently to the sounds. Only the large creature, Xiao Bai, opened its eyes briefly at the noise before drooping its eyelids and returning to slumber. Wei Ziwei had a keen aptitude. It was not long before she could stabilize her form, jumping onto the roof or landing gracefully. The speed was such that even Mu Yihan could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. He pondered, how could she grasp the essence of lightness skill so quickly despite having no spiritual energy? Was it truly just the red heart fruit's influence? Until dawn broke. The others could no longer withstand the fatigue and returned indoors to sleep. However, Wei Ziwei found herself unable to close her eyes. As soon as she did, she would find herself in the study of her space. After several attempts yielded the same result, she decided to stop struggling and took a book titled Cultivation Method of Xianling Power from the shelf to read. Chapter 37. Cultivating Xianling power on the night of New Year's Eve in the imperial city, it was destined to be an extraordinary night. While Wei Ziwei was tending to Mu Yining's wounds, the night watchman discovered 10 bodies of cloaked men in an alley outside the Qinghui clinic. The Jingzhou prefecture was alarmed. Lord Liang Qiming personally led an investigation, working tirelessly through the night, with the commotion in the alley continuing until dawn. After daybreak, news of the murders spread like wildfire throughout the imperial city. Such a significant incident, Liang Qiming wished to suppress, but it was impossible to keep it under wraps. When the emperor became aware, he was furious, ordering Liang Qiming to resolve the case before the Lantern Festival. Liang Qiming found himself in a dire predicament. These 10 cloaked men were clearly organized assassins who had been annihilated rather than accomplishing their mission. Such events occurring in the imperial city were indeed bizarre. Under normal circumstances, the emperor would not concern himself with the grievances of the martial world. The court and the underworld had always maintained a respectful distance. Now that the emperor had ordered a thorough investigation, it was clear he was wary of the young Prince Jing's presence in the capital. However, with the emperor's firm order, no matter how much he dreaded it, he had to comply. The security of the imperial city was under his jurisdiction. It was difficult for him to act as a detached observer. With his limited abilities, he could only investigate as far as possible. In no time, the news of 10 murders on New Year's Eve caused widespread panic. Within her personal space, Wei Ziwei eagerly studied cultivation method of Xianling power. This book outlined the cultivation techniques for Xianling power. Xianling power is divided into 3 stages: initial, intermediate, and peak. The initial stage is further divided into 9 levels, the intermediate stage into 9 tiers, and the peak into innate peak and Xianling King realm. Wei Ziwei assumed this was the spiritual energy Mu Yihan spoke of. Mastering this cultivation method would greatly aid her lightness skill. In reality, cultivation method of Xianling power is distinct from the cultivation system of the 5 continents. The practitioners there cultivate Xuanwu power. Despite the slight difference in names, Xianling power is far more potent and challenging to cultivate than Xuanwu power. In the 5 continents, there exists an unknown suppression of Xianling power, rendering ordinary individuals unable to successfully cultivate it, even if they possess the techniques. Yet, Wei Ziwei, with sheer determination, broke through the confinement, not only cultivating Xianling power, but also advancing to the 2nd level of the initial stage. When she could no longer progress further, she adjusted her breath to stabilize the Xianling power within her body and finally exhaled a breath of impure air before opening her eyes. It was now the first day of the new year, around noon. Unbeknownst to her, after cultivating Xianling power, her entire demeanor had transformed. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, subtly enchanting those who gazed into them. She mused to herself, lightness skill is not difficult. I did not expect cultivating Xianling power to be so manageable. If other practitioners were aware of her thoughts, they would likely be infuriated to the point of bloodshed. In previous years, during her time at the minister's residence, she would rise early on the first day of the new year to pay respects to Minister Wei and the matriarch, followed by breakfast together, and then to visit familiar households to exchange New Year greetings. On the 2nd day of the new year, she would accompany the Mu family to the general's residence for more greetings. However, after the incident at the general's residence, no one was willing to approach the Mu family, which made things considerably simpler. Nevertheless, almost everyone had barely slept through the night, and it was around this time that they began to rise. Wei Ziwei left her dormitory, first checking on the matriarch and Mu Yining's conditions before joining everyone in the hall for breakfast. As Wei Ziwei's figure appeared in the front hall, a subtle yet unmistakable difference in her demeanor caught everyone's attention, though they could not quite articulate what had changed. The moment Mu Yihan's gaze met hers, he was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening as he found it impossible to look away. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Soon after, the sharp voice of a eunuch rang out, prompting everyone to quickly rise from their seats and gather in the courtyard. The old servant announced the arrival of the young Prince Jing, bearing the emperor's decree, inviting him to the palace for an audience. The visitor was none other than the chief eunuch, Jiang Dixing, a long-time attendant to the emperor since his days as the crown prince. As Jiang Dixing's words fell, his gaze fell upon the languidly strolling white tiger, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Mu Yihan's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated this moment, although he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. He cast a reassuring glance towards Wei Ziwei and offered a few instructions to Qingfeng before departing alone with Jiang Dixing towards the palace. Wei Ziwei lowered her eyes, a silent determination brewing within her. That man would never ascend to that position again in this lifetime. In her previous life, once he ascended the dragon throne, the fate of the Mu family was dire, and she would not allow such tragedies to repeat. In this rebirth, the downfall of the general's residence had come early, a calamity she could not prevent. Yet many circumstances were progressing favorably. Brother Han's poison had been resolved, her grandmother's ailment still held a glimmer of hope, and beyond that, she could not afford to rush. In her past life, she had remained oblivious until her death that Brother Han was indeed the young Prince Jing. Now, for her sake, he had revealed his whereabouts prematurely. She could not be a hindrance to him and must hasten her own cultivation. At the onset of her rebirth, she believed her only means of survival lay in utilizing her medical skills, yet now she realized she could embark on her own path of cultivation like any other practitioner. In truth, on the continent of Wuzhou, centered around the capital of Huaqing-Lungdu, 5 vassal states, Beihan, Zhongzhou, Dongying, Shishu, and Nanli, existed, with Nanli being the smallest and weakest. Its practitioners exceedingly rare. As a woman from the backyard of this diminutive nation, Wei Ziwei had never had the opportunity to encounter the legendary realm of cultivation, thus remaining ignorant of its intricacies. Turning back inside, she entered a room specifically designated for storing medicinal herbs, methodically sorting through them. She selected the herbs needed for the elderly Madame Mu and Mu Yining, carefully portioning them according to the prescriptions. At that moment, Yue rushed in, brimming with excitement.
Miss.
The eldest cousin has awakened. Madame requests you to see him at once. A surge of joy filled Wei Ziwei's heart as she hurried to Mu Yining's chamber, disappearing like a gust of wind. Yue rubbed her eyes in astonishment, as if witnessing a ghost. Inside Mu Yining's quarters, she inquired, "Ninger, how do you fare? Do you feel any better?" "Mother, what could possibly happen to me?" "Do not worry," he replied. "You, impudent child, with such a large wound on your abdomen, how can you claim to be fine? Do you think I am made of stone?" Outside the door, Wei Ziwei's lips twitched, finally understanding from whom her cousin had inherited his sharp tongue. She pushed open the door, first checking Mu Yining's pulse before examining the healing of his wound.
"Aunt."
"With me here, you need not fret excessively. The blood he has lost can be replenished gradually. His pallor is due to insufficient rest in recent days. With more rest, he shall recover swiftly. As for the wound, the ointment Brother Han procured is exceedingly effective. It is healing well, and with proper care, there will be no scarring. I care not for scars. What I worry about is, Mother, I am a man. Cannot you grant me a modicum of dignity?" Qin's temper flared. But as she opened her mouth to retort, Wei Ziwei quickly tugged at her sleeve. "Aunt, truly, my cousin is fine. Do you not trust even me?" Her tone was a blend of playful coaxing and earnestness. "Besides, he needs ample rest now. We can settle old scores once he is up and about. Do not worry. I will surely stand by your side when the time comes, for he has indeed crossed the line this time." In the past, Qin had always been swayed by Wei Ziwei's charm. No matter how grave Mu Yining's transgressions, her daughter's playful demeanor would temper Qin's anger. But this time, she was genuinely frightened, and upon hearing Wei Ziwei's words, tears suddenly streamed down her cheeks. "You wretched boy, do you truly wish to scare me to death? If anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to your father?" Mu Yishuan extended his small hand to embrace Qin. "Mother, do not cry. No matter how many times my brother is injured, it matters not, for there is still Xianer. Just let Xianer explain it to father. He would never blame you." As the saying goes, children speak without reservation, and the moment those words escaped his lips, everyone was left dumbfounded. Mu Yining rolled his eyes in exasperation.
"Goodness, Xuanea."
"After all the kindness I've shown you, how could you wish for my misfortune? Who told you to make mother worry? You made her cry. How could I wish you well?" Qin let out a laugh, realizing both her sons were of her own flesh and blood. Once the others had left, Wei Ziwei turned her serious gaze upon Mu Yining. "A cousin, why did you go to such lengths to save Miss Mo?"
"Miss Montag?"
Seeing his reaction, Wei Ziwei's mind began to piece together the situation, and a mischievous thought crossed her mind. "Cousin, Miss Mo has expressed her willingness to repay your life-saving grace with her body." Mu Yining grew anxious. "What do you mean, repay with her body? Who wishes to marry her? I acted last night not solely to save her." Wei Ziwei's expression turned grave. "Then what was the reason?" "Sister Wei, do you recall the day we returned from the western village, and were ambushed by those cloaked figures?" Wei Ziwei's brow furrowed slightly. She remembered well. For it was that incident that led her to plunge into the abyss of broken souls. As her cousin mentioned it, she suspected. Their techniques were identical. I suspect they are part of the same organization. Wei Ziwei's frown deepened. Why had Chen Yutang attempted to eliminate them? Could it be Sister Wei? I have faced both groups, and am certain they hail from the same assassin organization. Unfortunately, I have been unable to ascertain who is orchestrating this against us. Wei Ziwei shook her head. If I am not mistaken, the Ningen Marquis is involved, but this matter requires further confirmation. Cousin, focus on your recovery. I will handle everything. She added, and Brother Han will be there as well. In the palace's imperial study, Mu Yihan knelt in salute, but found himself waiting long for the emperor, Yi Nantian, to allow him to rise. He maintained a stoic expression, remaining upright in his position. After reviewing a thick stack of memorials, Yi Nantian rubbed his brow, as if just noticing Mu Yihan, and suddenly erupted in fury. What is the matter with you all? Why have you not offered a seat?
Nepahan.
Why did you not remind me? Quickly, rise. Yi Nantian descended from the dragon throne and hastened to Mu Yihan's side, reaching out to assist him in standing. Your health has always been fragile. If your imperial grandmother were to learn that I made you kneel for so long, I would surely face her wrath. As his hand made contact with Mu Yihan's arm, his expression shifted dramatically, though he quickly masked it, a fleeting change befitting an emperor.
Mu Yihan inwardly scoffed.
This old fox must be losing sleep over it. He maintained his impassive demeanor, sitting down as if he had not just knelt for an hour. Yi Nantian stroked his beard and inquired, How fares your father's health? Mu Yihan lowered his eyes, neither servile nor arrogant. Thanks to the emperor's protection, the military and civilians in the northern frontier are holding up, though this year's frigid weather has inflicted greater suffering upon the populace than in years past. The emperor's eyes flickered. And what of the fifth Miss Wei from the prime minister's residence? Mu Yihan's tone grew colder. Though she bears the surname Wei, she has long since severed ties with the prime minister's residence. Before her fall, she established an independent female household in the Ministry of Revenue, and now she resides within the Mu household. Upon hearing this, Yi Nantian's expression shifted subtly, his gaze darkening. It appears that the rumors regarding the cliff incident are indeed attributable to him. Your physical condition has been rather poor. It is said you were once confined to a wheelchair. Now that you have returned to the imperial city, I shall summon the royal physician to examine you. Before Mu Yihan could respond, he dispatched someone to call for the physician. The physician arrived promptly. It was none other than the head of the medical institute, Wen Rushu. He took Mu Yihan's pulse, occasionally furrowing his brow, casting perplexed glances at him. Mu Yihan calmly stated, There is no need for such concern, Physician Wen. Please speak plainly. Wen Rushu bowed slightly. The young prince is currently in no grave danger. Yet, Yi Nantian's expression grew, increasingly serious. After a moment's thought, Wen Rushu inquired, If I may be so bold, has the young prince ever been poisoned? Mu Yihan gazed deeply into Wen Rushu's eyes and nodded. Wen Rushu continued, That is correct. Although the young prince is not in immediate peril, it appears that about half a month ago, he must have been afflicted with a rare poison. One that seems to have lingered for several years, no less than a decade. Might you disclose which esteemed physician was able to cure you? What? Was Hanu's previous frailty due to poisoning? Yi Nantian's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Mu Yihan confirmed, it was not a renowned physician, merely an ordinary woman.
Oh.
Who possesses such remarkable abilities? Wei Ziwei. The expressions of those in the study varied, and the emperor's thoughts became increasingly chaotic. Last night, Wei Ziwei and I had just ascended from the depths of the Broken Soul Cliff. I was unaware of the events that transpired within the imperial city.
Yi Nantian's completion darkened.
Just as Mu Yihan had exited the imperial study, he was summoned by Lu Mama, who was by the Empress Dowager's side, to the Sinang Palace. The Empress Dowager was in poor health. Upon Mu Yihan's entrance, she was coughing incessantly, yet her spirits appeared to lift slightly upon seeing him. Grandson has come to see his imperial grandmother. Hanu, you are here. Come closer to your imperial grandmother, she coughed. Lu Mama, catching the Empress Dowager's gaze, could not allow the young prince to truly kneel, yet found herself unable to stop his descent. She had served the Empress Dowager long before her marriage into the royal family and was a practitioner of martial arts, possessing the strength of a sixth-tier Xuanwu. When she looked at Mu Yihan again, her eyes held an inscrutable evaluation. Chapter 39. Their intentions. Mu Yihan completed his respectful greeting to the Empress Dowager before rising. He approached her, observing the genuine concern etched on her face, which warmed his heart slightly. Imperial grandmother, what does the physician say about your ailment? The ailments of age are many, but nothing serious, she replied. However, you, after finally returning to the imperial city, did not come to see your imperial grandmother first, but rather leaped off the broken soul cliff. Are you attempting to cause your imperial grandmother distress? Mu Yihan pressed his lips together, his gaze darkening. Grandson has acted unfilially and caused worry for the imperial grandmother. Knowing that it would concern your imperial grandmother, why did you recklessly jump? The Empress Dowager shook her head with a sigh. Enough of that.
Tell me,
Is that girl from the minister's residence truly worth your devotion to such an extent? Mu Yihan raised his eyes, his expression earnest. She is to be my wife in this life. There is none other. The Empress Dowager's countenance changed abruptly, her eyes swirling with complex emotions. After a long pause, she regained her composure. You, indeed, have your own fortune as a descendant. You have grown, and what the imperial grandmother says matters little now. After dining at Sinang Palace and allowing the Empress Dowager to rest after taking her medicine, Mu Yihan took a palace carriage to leave. The carriage halted before the Jing prince's residence. Mu Yihan disembarked and stepped across the threshold into the manor. The carriage outside soon vanished into the night. After its departure, a white figure floated out from the walls of the Jing prince's residence, vanishing like a specter into the heavens. In the Ning'an Marquis' residence, within the study, Cheng Yutong was in a state of utter panic, his anger causing him to tremble, his face ashen. He seized a teacup from the table and hurled it at the man kneeling on the ground.
Bang!
The man did not dare to evade, and blood immediately flowed from his forehead, mingling with the spilled tea as it dripped down his cheek. Did you not assure me that it was foolproof? The entire imperial city is abuzz with it, and you call that foolproof? Cheng Yutong cursed vehemently, feeling unsatisfied. He stepped forward and kicked the man. Useless. Simply useless. You cannot even handle this minor matter, and now it is known throughout the city. How am I to resolve this? After arranging the matter, he had been awaiting news. Instead of good news, he learned that the watchman had discovered 10 dead assassins. It was said that Liang Qiming had not slept all night, and only then did he realize the kidnapping had failed. This incident alarmed Liang Qiming, and it would inevitably reach the emperor's ears. He was not afraid of the consequences, as he had left no trace. However, those 10 black-clad men were elite assassins, one of whom was a top-tier 7th-level expert. Except for the leader, who had committed suicide, all had been dispatched in a single blow. He was unaware that such formidable experts had emerged from the small nation of Nanli. The thought that the assassins had been struck down simultaneously by falling debris sent cold sweat cascading down his back. Even more dire was that these 10 had been deployed without that person's consent. If that individual were to discover this, his fate would be grim as well. As the news reached him, he had spent the entire day in dread, yet felt utterly helpless. Cheng Yutong's eyes glinted with malice. If he were to perish, he would surely seek a scapegoat. In the Mu residence, the household had long since retired, and Baiyu had been sent back to sleep by Wei Ziwei. She practiced lightness skills alone in the courtyard. Wei Ziwei, dressed in a striking red gown, exuded an alluring charm in the night breeze. This attire, brought back by Qingfeng, was said to be a task assigned to him by Mu Yihan before entering the palace. Upon Mu Yihan's arrival, he spotted a red silhouette gracefully dancing atop the Mu residence's roof, which was quite unsettling. Brother Han, is this the dress you had someone prepare for me? Does it look good? She exclaimed, rushing toward Mu Yihan at lightning speed, nearly knocking him over. Seeing Wei Ziwei's progress, Mu Yihan felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. Could she possibly be a natural talent in cultivation, her aptitude so remarkable that she might soon surpass him?
Vær, I har begun to regere.
I should not have taught you lightness skills. Your potential is so great that you may soon surpass me, and should you ever run off with someone, I would not be able to pursue you. Wei Ziwei, looking at the slightly aggrieved handsome face before her, playfully pinched his cheek with 2 fingers. Brother Han, are you saying I will go blind in the future? Mu Yihan frowned. What nonsense! How could you ever be blind? To neglect such a capable beauty and run off with someone else, is that not foolish? So it seems that Wei is merely enamored with my appearance. Mu Yihan spoke with a hint of gloom, but Wei Ziwei burst into laughter. Brother Han, you must take good care of your face. If it were to become ugly, I might indeed run off with someone else, as I am certain I will only grow more beautiful.
Vaya, you...
Mu Yihan glared at her, his eyes filled with unspoken sorrow. Alright, look at you, so lacking in confidence. Are you still the decisive Jing Prince? Wei Ziwei paused her playful banter and asked earnestly. When you entered the palace today, did the emperor trouble you? Mu Yihan took her hand, feeling it slightly cold, and gently rubbed it. I merely knelt for an hour. I fear there will be no need for such formalities in the future. Upon hearing this, Wei Ziwei reached out to massage Mu Yihan's knee, but he stopped her. No need. The two held hands and casually found a spot to sit. The black-clad men from last night were indeed related to the Ning'an Marquis, yet there was someone else behind them. Mu Yihan spoke, his brow lightly furrowed, feeling somewhat defeated as he had yet to uncover the identity of Cheng Yutong's backer. Wei Ziwei pondered for a moment before uttering two words, the Crown Prince. In her previous life, she ultimately discovered that the seemingly neutral Ning'an Marquis was, in fact, a pawn of Yi Hongyi, covertly engaging in numerous heinous acts on his behalf.
Ye Hongyi?
It was he. Mu Yihan harbored no doubt regarding Wei Ziwei's words. With a moment's reflection, he unraveled the intricate relationship between the Crown Prince's residence and the Marquis. It appeared that his prolonged tenure as Crown Prince had rendered him complacent, a state of tranquility that was not without peril. Furthermore, his cousin had mentioned that among the dark-clad individuals who intercepted them at the soul-severing cliff, there were those whose techniques mirrored those of the assassins from the previous night. Wei Ziwei paused before continuing. Perhaps they have only sought to eliminate me from the very beginning. Ziwei, you mean you have discerned this as well? Mu Yihan's eyes flickered. The Marquis' intention in marrying me was never anything more than my dowry. He pondered, could they have learned of the existence of the letter? He was already aware that the estate was one of her dowries, and that the letter was contained within the estate, regrettably lost at the soul-severing cliff. Wei Ziwei shook her head, then nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps they seek more than just the letter. There may be other items of interest. Chapter 40. I swear to heaven upon hearing this. Mu Yihan suddenly seemed to recall something, his expression turning grave as he gazed at Wei Ziwei. In the past, she had resolutely vowed to marry into the Marquis, and after retrieving her dowry, she had hurried to the estate the very next day. He had once thought that her greatest secret was the letter, but it appeared that was not the case. What then? Could they desire so fiercely that they would seek her life? Ziwei, do you remember my clandestine visit to the Prime Minister's residence? Wei Ziwei nodded, unsure of why he had suddenly brought up that fateful night. Yes, I remember. What of it? Mu Yihan glanced at her. On that day, I infiltrated the Prime Minister's estate in search of a special elixir known as the 100-spirit pill, which can cure all poisons. At that time, he had been tormented by the dual afflictions of ice and fire, suffering greatly. In pursuit of a remedy, he had scoured countless places. Upon learning of her engagement to the Marquis, he had abandoned his quest for a cure and rushed back to the imperial city. Along the way, he had received news of a calamity at the general's residence, prompting him to hasten his return. However, the Mu family had stated that her marriage was her own choice, and they respected her decision. He had also endeavored to convince himself that she owed him nothing, merely harboring feelings of dissatisfaction. The day after his return to the imperial city, he learned that the fabled 100-spirit pill resided within the Prime Minister's estate, prompting him to undertake a nocturnal exploration. He had entered her courtyard under the guise of an assassin, fearing he might frighten her. To his surprise, she not only remained unafraid, but also provided him with cover. An elixir? This was the first time Wei Ziwei had heard such a term. The matters of the divine elixir record felt distant and surreal. She had not anticipated that the Prime Minister's estate housed such a treasure.
Mu Yihan nodded.
Then recounted the information he had gathered. 16 years prior, Wei Haoqing's eldest son, Wei Zhongzhe, had returned with an extraordinary woman. It was said that she was a divine healer by the surname Feng, and also a master alchemist. When the late emperor was afflicted with a mysterious illness, having sought renowned doctors far and wide, it was this Feng healer who saved his life. The late emperor wished to reward her handsomely and even contemplated marrying her to the then crown prince. Had she consented, the current empress would have undoubtedly been her. However, this Feng healer desired no reward, and thus the emperor's favor fell upon Wei Haoqing, who had brought her into the palace. From that moment, the southernly kingdom had its prime minister by the name of Wei. Yet, inexplicably, the Feng healer vanished without a trace. Rumors circulated that before her departure, she left behind a special box for the Prime Minister's residence. Mu Yihan had not noticed that as he relayed this information, Wei Ziwei's expression shifted dramatically. In the Prime Minister's estate, I did not discover any special box or elixir. However, I did find a unique key hidden within the Prime Minister's study. Though I inadvertently lost it, Wei Ziwei led Mu Yihan to her chamber, retrieving an item from her vanity and placing it in his hand. Is this what you speak of? Mu Yihan was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. Wei Ziwei lowered her gaze, contemplating, yet refrained from disclosing the true whereabouts of the original key. So, this key has brought about calamity for me and my cousin. If only we could relinquish this key. Mu Yihan shook his head. It is likely more than that. As of now, there has been no news regarding the special box. I suspect they believe it to be in your possession. Wei Ziwei averted her gaze, pondering the special box. That jade green box had long since vanished along with the key. And regarding the secrets it contained, she gently stroked the phoenix birthmark on her wrist, her brow furrowed in thought. They must have received word of my return. The days ahead may not bode well. Brother Han, she contemplated suggesting that perhaps moving out would be prudent, sparing the Mu family from entanglement. Yet, considering the current plight of old Madame Mu and Mu Yining, she shook her head vehemently. No, I cannot leave at this moment. Mu Yihan gently pulled her into his embrace. Ziwei, have you forgotten about me? You need not go anywhere nor worry excessively. Xiao Bai is no ordinary tiger. He is the White Tiger King of the northern frontier. With a single roar, he can summon countless beasts, and ordinary assassins dare not approach. Moreover, I have already stationed hidden guards nearby. Should you truly wish to go somewhere, I would rather you reside in the Jingwangfu. Wei Ziwei felt warmth flood her heart. No wonder she always felt as though she were being watched. It turned out Brother Han had already arranged everything. Suddenly, her interest piqued. She gazed intently at Mu Yihan. Brother Han, your kindness towards me, could it be for those things? Mu Yihan's expression hardened as he raised 3 fingers. I swear to heaven. My heart for you is as evident as the sky and earth. If Wei Ziwei's expression shifted, and she immediately covered his mouth, interrupting his words. Brother Han, you are not amusing at all. It was merely a jest. Mu Yihan visibly relaxed, yet his demeanor grew increasingly serious. Ziwei, do you understand? You are more important than my own life. My heart belongs solely to you. If I have any ulterior motive in approaching you, it is simply to have you by my side, to protect you, and to cherish you in the days to come. This unexpected confession left Wei Ziwei's heart racing, her emotions a tumultuous whirlwind. The two conversed for a considerable time before Mu Yihan returned to the Jingwangfu. Once he departed, Wei Ziwei closed the chamber door, climbed onto her bed, and sat cross-legged in meditation. The moment her eyes closed, her consciousness entered her spatial realm. Strangely enough, regardless of her physical exhaustion, closing her eyes allowed her consciousness to seamlessly transition into her personal space. In that realm, she practiced her cultivation, awakening afterward feeling as though she had merely taken a brief slumber, devoid of any fatigue. Given this, she resolved to cherish her time diligently. During the day, Wei Ziwei learned from Qing Feng that the cultivators of the 5 continents were divided into ordinary martial artists and Xuanwu practitioners. Although the southernly kingdom was small, it did possess Xuanwu practitioners, and Mu Yihan and his companions were among the few. Xuanwu was markedly different from ordinary martial arts, even at the first tier. A Xuanwu practitioner could easily overpower an ordinary martial artist. However, advancing further as a Xuanwu practitioner was exceedingly challenging, while powerful families fared somewhat better. It was already remarkable for a commoner to reach the 3rd tier of Xuanwu. Those at the 4th and 5th tiers were considered elite assassins, while those at the 7th tier were regarded as top-tier assassins. Wei Ziwei had encountered Bai Yu, who was a 7th-tier Xuanwu practitioner, while Qing Feng was at the 5th tier, and Ning Tao was at the 8th tier. As for Mu Yihan's current strength, Wei Ziwei surmised he must be at the Xianwang level, though she had no knowledge of his exact tier. Chapter 41. The advancement of Xianling power. The following 3 days passed in tranquility at the Mu residence. After the raid on the general's residence, the Mu family found themselves devoid of any relatives who could visit, leaving them without the customary New Year greetings. The shop's reopening was delayed due to Wei Ziwei's unfortunate fall, and it would not be able to resume normal operations until after the New Year. Consequently, the family found themselves with an abundance of leisure time. However, while others were idle, Wei Ziwei was busily occupied. She needed to regularly check on the health of the elderly Madame Mu and Mu Yining. Additionally, when Qing Feng looted medicinal herbs, they were carelessly thrown into a cloth bag for her to sort and package later for future use. In her remaining time, She either practiced her mystical energy cultivation in her spatial pocket or honed her agility skills during the quiet of the night. This, for her, was a unique blend of work and relaxation. Mu Yihan was also preoccupied, often absent from the Mu residence for 3 consecutive days. During her rare moments of leisure, Wei Ziwei felt an emptiness within, sensing something amiss in his absence. Fortunately, her busy schedule left little room for contemplation. When she first began cultivating her mystical energy, she noticed a rapid increase in her internal energy after breaking through certain barriers. Progressing from the initial stage of mystical energy to the first and then second tiers happened far beyond her previous comprehension. With the experience gained from her earlier practice, she found her subsequent training remarkably more intuitive. As her internal energy surged once more, she awoke one morning to discover she had reached the 3rd tier of the initial stage of mystical energy. Wei Ziwei felt a twinge of frustration, believing her progress was still too slow. How could she ascend 2 tiers in such a brief period previously, yet now, with more time, only achieve 1? She understood that advancement in cultivation becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. However, realizing that her current rate of improvement was enviable among practitioners, she remained dissatisfied. Especially since she was cultivating mystical energy, which, despite being only at the 3rd tier, could easily surpass the 3rd tier of Xuanwu, rivaling even the 4th and 5th tiers. As time flew by, the evening of the 4th day arrived, and Mu Yihan unexpectedly arrived just in time for dinner at the Mu residence. Upon seeing him, despite his evident fatigue, he remained as handsome and charming as ever, causing Wei Ziwei's heart to flutter with joy. It dawned on her that the absence she felt over the past 3 days was due to this striking man. She couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Becoming accustomed to someone was indeed perilous. If he were to be away for an extended period, would she succumb to longing? When Mu Yihan laid eyes on Wei Ziwei, his gaze lit up with warmth. 1 day apart felt like an eternity. They had not seen each other for 3 days. Had they not been at the dinner table, he would have found it difficult to restrain himself from embracing her. "Auntie, after dinner, I must take Wei out of the city," he announced. Madame Qin gasped. "What? At such a late hour, you intend to leave the city?" Mu Yihan nodded. "Yes, time is of the essence. We shall depart shortly." He had received confirmed news that the first auction of the year at the Wajidian Ghost Market would take place the following day, featuring the coveted Xilingji. That place was not close to the Imperial City. They had to travel overnight. "Rest assured, Auntie, Wei will be safe with me. As for the residence, any matters can be delegated to Qingfeng." Mu Yihan added, "While we are away, do not trust anyone, and ensure no one approaches grandmother. We will return before the 6th day." Those who could not directly target Wei would undoubtedly go after her most cherished ones. And the elderly Madame Mu was the prime candidate. With Xiaobai and the shadow guards present, he felt no concern about potential ambushes. His only worry was that someone might exploit his absence to pressure the Mu family into submission. As they departed, they appeared as 2 shadows, one black and one red, slipping out of the Mu residence. In the courtyard, Mu Yixuan was playing with Xiaobai. They both looked up simultaneously at the fleeting figures before returning to their thoughts. "Xiaobai, when will I be able to fly like them?" he pondered. On New Year's Eve, Mu Yixuan felt a surge of excitement while watching Wei Ziwei practice her agility skills. Yet, he understood that, being so young, they would never teach him. The northern border white tiger rolled its eyes. "Oh, I forgot you aren't human. What's the point of telling you? You're all grown up, yet still can't fly like me." The northern border white tiger rolled its eyes again. Humph, humph. The cold wind howled. The Imperial City was exceptionally quiet at night, with only the chilling sound of the wind. Wei Ziwei stepped out of the Mu residence ahead of Mu Yihan, eager to comprehend the extent of her distance from him. Just as she scaled the courtyard wall, he caught up with her, and her annoyance dissipated instantly. Fortunately, the journey from the Mu residence to the southern city gate took merely a quarter of an hour, which restored her confidence. Had they taken a carriage, it would have taken over half an hour to reach the southern gate. At this hour, the gates of the Imperial City were already locked. Wei Ziwei gazed at the towering city wall, contemplating her predicament. With her current abilities, soaring over the roofs of ordinary homes was a trivial task. Yet, the city wall stood 3 to 4 times taller than an average courtyard wall. How could she possibly scale it? While she was lost in thought, a powerful arm suddenly encircled her waist. Mu Yihan lifted Wei Ziwei effortlessly into the air, and in the blink of an eye, they stood atop the wall. Guards were stationed every 10 paces, and, before they could spot the 2 figures, They had already landed on the ground outside the imperial city. Not far from the base of the wall, a simple carriage was waiting. Baiyu approached them, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Master and Miss Wei." Mu Yihan took Wei Ziwei's hand and led her into the carriage, while Baiyu took the driver's seat. Soon, the carriage began its slow departure from the foot of the imperial city. The carriage was modest, yet a small table adorned with tea and a few delicate pastries occupied the center. Although there were only a few pastries, they were all Wei Ziwei's favorites. A warmth spread through her heart. She hadn't expected him to be so thoughtful. "Where? Our journey to the ghost market is quite lengthy. We shall travel through the night. You should rest. I will wake you upon our arrival." Wei Ziwei initially intended to decline, but considering the ominous nature of the ghost market, she felt it prudent to utilize her time to cultivate in her spatial pocket. "All right then, Brother Han, you should rest as well. You appear to have been lacking sleep these past few days." Closing her eyes, she entered her spatial pocket. Mu Yihan glanced at Wei Ziwei, noting that she had fallen asleep. With swift fingers, he pressed a point on her body, then wrapped her in his embrace, finally closing his eyes with satisfaction. Chapter 42. Widgidian Ghost Market. The following day, at the break of dawn, the carriage came to a gentle halt before an archway. This archway, carved from massive black stones, was inscribed with eerie and twisted runes and symbols, exuding an oppressive aura. Above the archway hung a worn plaque inscribed with the words Widgidian Ghost Market, the letters stained a blood red that sent chills down the spine. On either side of the archway, several small tree stumps stood, meant for tying ropes. Numerous carriages were already parked, their ropes secured to the stumps. Behind the archway lay the foot of a grand mountain. "Master, we have arrived," Baiyu announced, rousing Wei Ziwei from her slumber. She blinked in surprise, realizing she had truly fallen asleep. Embarrassingly, she found herself resting on Brother Han's lap. "Where, you're awake?"
Mu Yihan inquired.
"Brother Han, Wei Ziwei stammered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Are you hungry? It's still early to enter the market. We can have something to eat first." Half an hour later, the two emerged from the carriage, both wearing silver masks, and Baiyu donned a matching mask as well. Around other carriages, small groups of masked individuals stood conversing. After a while, a figure suddenly materialized beneath the archway. Clad in gray garments and adorned with a matching hood, the individual exuded an air of mystery and eeriness. As soon as he appeared, the onlookers gravitated towards him, gradually forming an elongated queue. Among them were Mu Yihan, Wei Ziwei, and Baiyu. The individuals at the front retrieved their identification tokens and presented them to the gray-clad figure. Without extending a hand, he merely glanced at the tokens and uttered a single word, "Pass." The crowd then followed suit. Suddenly, the gray figure bellowed, "Dare you present a counterfeit token? Do you seek to court death?" With a swift motion, he sent a man in green attire hurtling away, landing several feet away with a resounding thud that reverberated painfully in the air. When it was their turn, Baiyu offered his circular token, which gleamed gold, inscribed with the characters Wuji.
"Pass."
The three of them walked through the archway side by side, with Wei Ziwei in the center and Mu Yihan and Baiyu flanking her. The gray-clad man's gaze lingered on their retreating figures, seemingly both deliberate and casual. As they emerged from the archway, the scene before them transformed dramatically. Outside, they beheld the solitary archway standing before the grand mountains. Yet, upon entering, the street beneath their feet stretched infinitely. The thoroughfare bustled with pedestrians, and the vendors lining the sides resembled those of an ordinary market. Wei Ziwei curiously surveyed her surroundings, confirming Mu Yihan's earlier assertions. This place was shrouded in a formidable array, marking the entrance to the ghost market. Without proper authorization, outsiders could never gain entry. "Brother Han, how can the Emperor tolerate its existence?" she pondered aloud. "He can only endure," Mu Yihan replied nonchalantly. "Across the 5 continents, numerous forces exist that challenge the authority of nations, and Wuji Palace is among them. If it so desires, the southernly nation could be obliterated at any moment." Wei Ziwei felt a chill of astonishment. Wuji Palace was indeed a formidable entity. Its sudden emergence had not gone unnoticed by the royal family, who had once contemplated extinguishing it, though they had nearly faced annihilation themselves. Wei Ziwei's mind raced. It seemed the world held far more secrets than she had imagined. Those aware of Wuji Palace were few, even among the ranks of cultivators, and those of average prowess might be entirely ignorant of its existence. Having once lived a sheltered life, She felt no surprise at her ignorance. Can anything truly be found here? She inquired.
Indeed.
If even the ghost market of Wuji Palace cannot yield it, then it likely does not exist, Mu Yihan mused. Is the power of Wuji Palace truly so immense? After a moment's contemplation, he continued, in the past, I would have hesitated to step foot in the ghost market of Wuji Palace. Wei Ziwei's heart sank slightly. Wuji Palace was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Will we truly be able to procure the soul recovery herb today?
Worry not, Heir.
Once we acquire the herb, we shall depart without incident, Mu Yihan reassured her. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at a 5-story tower adorned with a plaque bearing the name Wuji Tower. We have arrived. Let us enter, Mu Yihan declared. The Wuji Palace Ghost Market's tallest structure was the Wuji Tower, where the auction hall was situated. The market convened monthly for 3 days, while the tower held an auction every 3 months. Before the entrance stood a stone pillar, half the height of a person, with a circular disc atop it. Baiyu produced his token and placed it in the disc's recess. With a click, the grand doors of Wuji Tower swung open, and the 3 stepped inside, the doors sealing shut behind them. Not far ahead, a counter waited. You 3 are esteemed gold card guests. You may ascend to the 3rd floor's private rooms. Following the attendant, they navigated around the counter and entered a secluded chamber on the 3rd floor. With a tea table and chairs by the window, they could observe the auction stage below. The attendant stoked the embers in the stove, causing the water to boil. After preparing the tea, he poured each of them a cup before retreating. Anyone entering the ghost market of Wuji Palace possessed a token issued by Wuji Palace, which allowed them to bring along 2 companions. The tokens came in varieties: copper, silver, gold, and black crystal, each granting access to different levels of the tower. Copper tokens allowed entrance to the 1st floor, silver to the 2nd, gold to the 3rd, and black crystal to the 4th. The 5th floor remained off-limits, accessible only to the palace's owner. Unbeknownst to them, from the moment they set foot in Wuji Tower, a pair of eyes fixated on them, particularly lingering on Wei Ziwei as they settled into the private room. Soon, the auction commenced below, greeted by a chorus of cheers and thunderous applause. Lady Ru Yan. It's Lady Ru Yan. Happy New Year. A woman clad in white gracefully descended onto the auction stage, her face obscured by a white veil, rendering her features indistinguishable. Yet, the allure of her captivating eyes revealed her undeniable beauty. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Wuji Tower auction. Today marks the first auction of the year, and I am honored to host this event. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support of Wuji Palace. To express our sincerity and appreciation, we have exceptionally included 30 items for auction today, but as per tradition, we will call for bids 3 times and the highest bidder will prevail. Let us commence with the first item for auction. Chapter 43. The bid for the spirit mushroom. Lady Ru Yan's voice resonated beautifully, akin to pearls cascading onto a jade plate, melodious and delightful. Just as she was about to announce the first auction item, an individual hastily approached the stage and whispered in her ear. Her expression faltered momentarily, but quickly regained composure. Ladies and gentlemen, the first item for auction today is the spirit mushroom, with a starting bid of 1 million taels of gold. As her words hung in the air, murmurs rippled through the crowd. The spirit mushroom had become a staple at the Wuji Tower auctions, consistently appearing for 5 consecutive years, always starting at the exorbitant price of 1 million. Moreover, whenever bidding began, Wuji Palace would artificially inflate the price to an unbearable height, inciting the ire of bidders who felt powerless against such manipulations. The spirit mushroom was a frequent headliner. Yet, this marked the first occasion it was introduced as the opening item. Its properties were legendary. In ancient times, a renowned physician could resurrect the dead, and now, the spirit mushroom promised to restore life. However, amidst the enchanting description, the crowd remained silent, whispering amongst themselves rather than placing bids. Who would be willing to exhaust their entire fortune for a chance at such a treasure, especially when the outcome was likely to be manipulated by Wuji Palace? Wei Ziwei silently pondered the outrageous price. It was far beyond her means. Had it been a mere 20 or 30,000, she would have eagerly participated. Selling her dowry might barely yield 50,000, but a staggering 1 million was simply unattainable. Baiyu's expression grew grave. It appeared the customary tactics of Wuji Palace were in play once more. Rumor had it that Wuji Palace had no genuine interest in auctioning the spirit mushroom, but rather used it as a tool to demonstrate their power. Would anyone dare to bid on the spirit mushroom as the first item? If there were no competing bids, we would proceed to the next item. As the smoke lingered, Mu Yihan raised his bidding paddle. Brother Han, Wei Ziwei's expression was complex. She was determined to acquire the resurrection herb. Yet, she was reluctant to watch him deplete his wealth, especially since he had the northern border army to support. But if he did not act, how could her grandmother's life be saved? Mu Yihan glanced at her. No worries. After a moment of silence on the first floor, whispers began anew. As she looked up, she could not articulate her feelings. Someone had already placed a bid. Let us continue. Is there anyone else willing to bid? 1,000,000 taels of gold for the first time, 1,000,000 taels of gold for the second time. A paddle was once again raised from a private room on the 4th floor of the Endless Tower. Another bid was placed. 1,100,000 taels of gold for the first time. Regardless of the item's value, each time a paddle was raised, the amount would increase by 10%, rounded to the nearest whole number. Mu Yihan cast a glance towards the 4th floor chamber, remaining silent as he raised his paddle once more. Soon, the price had far exceeded the funds they had prepared. Bai Yu, anxious, urged, Master, silence. Bai Yu had no choice but to hold his tongue, swallowing the words he was about to speak. He secretly looked towards Wei Ziwei, hoping she would intervene. Brother Han, perhaps we should let it go. Wei Ziwei felt a pang of distress. To relinquish now would be tantamount to abandoning her grandmother's life. Ultimately, when the bidding reached 30,000,000 taels of gold, Mu Yihan ceased to raise his paddle. The Endless Palace was indeed as shameless as ever. He understood that even if he could produce 30,000,000 taels, he could not openly take the resurrection herb. Where is that the spirit herb? Wei Ziwei was taken aback, but nodded. Yes, it is indeed. Her eyesight was remarkably sharp. She had confirmed that the herb on the auction block was the resurrection herb depicted in the divine elixir record. Where there is little of interest left. You and Bai Yu should exit and wait for me at the carriage. I will join you shortly. But Wei Ziwei knew he was about to give up. However, considering the size of the resurrection herb, only a third was needed for medicinal use. She wished to negotiate with the Endless Palace's representatives. If they could reformulate the prescription, perhaps only the roots would suffice to brew the medicine. Where, be a good girl, and leave first. Mu Yihan instructed, then turned to Bai Yu. Ensure her safe departure. Understood. A soft knock echoed at the door, and the three exchanged glances.
Come in.
The earlier attendant entered and bowed to Wei Ziwei. This young lady. Our lord requests your presence. Mu Yihan's expression changed dramatically as he pulled Wei Ziwei behind him. Not seeing her, our lord said, if the young lady truly knows the resurrection herb, she may meet him. If not, then let it be. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. The attendant felt Mu Yihan's hostility and trembled slightly. However, Wei Ziwei's eyes brightened as she tugged at Mu Yihan's sleeve. Brother Han. I wish to. Mu Yihan's voice was frigid. No. Brother Han, if we leave now, I will feel unsatisfied. To be honest, I also wanted to discuss with them.
No.
If anyone is to negotiate, it shall be me. Then shall we go together? The attendant, however, refused. No. Our lord specified that only the young lady may enter. The temperature around them dropped several degrees, once more. In that case, let us depart. Mu Yihan stated, pulling Wei Ziwei towards the exit. Brother Han, I will never agree to this. As they reached the stairway, Wei Ziwei felt anxious. Perhaps you could inquire with your lord again? The attendant nodded repeatedly. Please wait a moment. The attendant soon returned, leading the three to a door on the 4th floor. Our lord said, the young lady may enter alone, while the young master must wait here. The air turned frigid again, and Wei Ziwei quickly grasped Mu Yihan's hand. Brother Han, perhaps they mean no harm. Rest assured. I will be out shortly. If anything feels amiss, I will call for you immediately, all right? Just half a tea's worth of time. Wei Ziwei pushed the door open and stepped inside, the door slamming shut behind her. Outside, Mu Yihan's demeanor stiffened, taking a step forward, but the attendant blocked his path. Rest assured, young master. Our lord merely wishes to ask the young lady a few questions. She will be allowed to leave afterward. Mu Yihan cast a cold glance at the attendant. The attendant shivered again, perplexed by the overwhelming presence of this man, which seemed to eclipse even that of their lord. Chapter 44. The demand for the resurrection herb inside the private chamber. A man dressed in red sat by the window, one foot resting on the chair in front of him. He held a teacup in his left hand, steam rising from the tea. The striking crimson of his attire contrasted with his languid posture. This man was none other than Morongyan, the lord of the Endless Palace. Wei Ziwei was momentarily taken aback. The lord of the Endless Palace had a penchant for red? Before she could ponder further, she sensed his scrutinizing gaze, which ignited an imperceptible ire within her. The sight of the black-fanged mask on his face grew increasingly distasteful. Upon her entrance, Morongyan's eyes remained fixated on her countenance. He observed her approach with casual interest. When Wei Ziwei halted, her gaze shifted from him to the view outside the window, taking in the happenings from the third-floor chamber across the way. The auction below was in full swing, and the melodious voice of the auctioneer occasionally drifted upwards. Having met the lord of the Endless Palace, does the lord wish to part with the resurrection herb for this young lady? You have met me, and you are not afraid? Morongyan was intrigued. It was rare to encounter someone unafraid of him. Why should a young lady be afraid? Morongyan was momentarily speechless, then resumed, My surname is Mu. You may call me Lord Mu. May I ask for your name? Wei Ziwei furrowed her brow. Was this man an impostor? She glanced down at her figure. Although she had lost considerable weight, she was still quite plump. Any normal man would not harbor thoughts about such a physique. She felt somewhat reassured. My surname is Wei. You may refer to me as Lady Wei. Morongyan frowned and blurted, Are you married? No, I have divorced. Morongyan nearly choked on his own words. Lord Mu, let us discuss the resurrection herb. What would it take for you to part with it? Morongyan did not respond, his gaze still locked on Wei Ziwei, while the cup by his lips tilted, the tea slipping down. If you are willing to part with the resurrection herb, I will pay any price I can afford. Morongyan scoffed lightly. What price would you be willing to pay? Wei Ziwei replied firmly, Naturally, I would pay whatever is necessary. What if I were to say I want to gift it to you? That would not suffice. State your conditions. Haha, how amusing, truly amusing. Wei Ziwei regarded Morongyan with cold eyes, waiting for him to disclose his terms. Upon meeting her gaze, Morongyan felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. It was indeed a strange sensation. He stowed away his jest, becoming unusually serious. You need only answer me 3 questions truthfully. Wei Ziwei, skeptical, thought, Is it really that simple? Do you know Feng Bingyao? I do not know her. I have never heard of her. Morongyan's mood visibly darkened, the light in his eyes extinguished as he had seen her. Wei Ziwei furrowed her brow. What is your second question? Morongyan raised his gaze, fixating on Wei Ziwei's eyes. How did you learn of the resurrection herb? The world knows nothing of its existence. Only the spirit herb, who informed you that it is called the resurrection herb. Wei Ziwei frowned, answering without hesitation, I read about it in an ancient book. But that book has been lost. I have answered your questions, so it is time for you to give me the resurrection herb. When did I say I would give you the resurrection herb now? Wei Ziwei was exasperated. She had suspected it would not be this simple. You just mentioned that you would generously offer me the soul-returning herb for free, contingent upon my answering 3 questions. Is it possible that Master Mu is about to go back on his word? I certainly will not break my promise, but you must pose all 3 questions without exception. Morongyan regained her composure, realizing that her previous impatience had led her astray. Even if you answer all 3, if none yield the answers I seek, how can it count? Wei Ziwei bit her lip and asked, What must I do for it to count? Morongyan pondered for a moment. Tell me, what do you intend to do with this soul-returning herb? You must explain its specific application, and as for the 3rd question, you may answer those 2 first. Wei Ziwei considered, and then described her plan to concoct a medicinal soup with the herb. Upon hearing the familiar formula, a flicker of hope ignited within Morongyan. But upon learning it was for a soup, disappointment washed over her once more. What is the final question? Suddenly, the door was violently thrust open from the outside. The 2 doors crashed to the ground, and the attendant from earlier lay sprawled upon them. A figure clad in dark garb swiftly entered, pulling Wei Ziwei behind him. Brother Han, how did you get in? Wei Ziwei exclaimed, exasperated, feeling so close to obtaining the soul-returning herb. Could he not wait just a moment longer? Mu Yihan emanated an aura of frigid coldness that could not be concealed. I have said, at most half a tea's worth of time. Wei Ziwei was speechless, but had no choice but to accept. And what of the 3rd question? You may ask, but I must insist you do not renege afterward. Morongyan chuckled, No need. What? Master Mu truly intends to break his word? Morongyan pointed at Mu Yihan. Since you are here, let us engage in combat. Should I emerge victorious, the soul-returning herb will be freely bestowed upon you. The esteemed master of the infinite palace, utterly untrustworthy. Brother Han, do not fight this scoundrel. Engaging with him would be beneath you. Mui Han, Baiyu Morongyen, Brother Han, did you hear? I forbid you from fighting him.
Rest assured, Wei.
I shall not engage in combat with a dog, but I must obtain the soul-returning herb. After uttering those words, Mui Han turned to Baiyu. Protect her. Wei Ziwei wished to say more, but in a blur of black and red, the two figures vanished through the window, leaving no trace behind. Miss, do not worry. In a one-on-one confrontation, he could not possibly be a match for our master. Previously, he was at a disadvantage, but at that time, he was tormented by the dual afflictions of ice and fire. Now, he is in prime condition and cannot possibly be outmatched. Wei Ziwei felt an urge to pursue, but was at a loss as to where to chase. Downstairs, the auction continued with fervor, devoid of any sign of the two. Miss, truly, you need not fret. The poison upon our master has been resolved, and the master of the infinite palace, no matter how formidable, cannot possibly contend with him. Just wait here in peace. Suddenly, Wei Ziwei inquired, what is their relationship? Baiyu's brow twitched as he shot Wei Ziwei a glance, finding her question peculiar. How could our master possibly have any relation to that shameless individual? He merely insists on challenging our master. He would not divulge the extent of their master's previous misfortunes. Should their master discover that he had revealed such matters to Miss, would he not be skinned alive? Chapter 45. What is this? Wei Ziwei gazed anxiously at the auction below, her face etched with worry. Suddenly, she sensed danger and swiftly sidestepped. Immediately after, a red figure hurtled in through the window. Thud. The heavy sound of impact nearly left a crater in its wake. Mui Han followed closely behind, his gaze fixed intently upon Wei Ziwei. Brother Han, are you alright? Did you sustain any injuries?
No harm.
Morongyen was inwardly seething. How could he be unscathed when he was the one truly in peril? His fearsome mask had, unbeknownst to him, fallen away, lying quietly to the side. Morongyen's position on the ground was rather undignified, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. When Wei Ziwei caught sight of Morongyen's striking features, she was momentarily taken aback. He bore a remarkable resemblance to Brother Han, especially those beguiling eyes, so alike. Wei Ziwei glanced between Morongyen and Mui Han, nearly reaching for the silver mask to make a thorough comparison. Baiyu, upon witnessing Morongyen's true visage, was equally struck speechless. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A woman clad in black, her face veiled, rushed to Morongyen's side. Brother, what has happened to you? Wei Ziwei was utterly bewildered. She looked at the attire of the two, then at her own and Mui Han's, feeling an odd dissonance. Mui Han's brow furrowed deeply, an aura of iciness radiating from him. Baiyu felt a jolt. Morongyen? Why was she here? If she had arrived, then their master. Baiyu glanced between Mui Han and Wei Ziwei, hesitating as he raised a hand to mask his face, but then remembered he wore a mask, and lowered it once more. Do not worry, sister, I am fine. I merely lost a match. What? You actually lost? And so miserably? You look utterly defeated. Morongyen's lips twitched in frustration. Why speak of such things? Mui Han, it was you, wasn't it? How could you have harmed your future brother-in-law? Morong Shui glared at Mui Han, her demeanor suggesting she would engage him in battle should he refuse to concede. Suddenly, she noticed the red figure beside him. Sister Yao? Is that you? Sister Yao has returned? Morong Shui joyfully dashed towards Wei Ziwei. Sister Yao, why did you take so long to return? I missed you. She opened her arms, only to find herself falling short, nearly tumbling over. Wei Ziwei had already been moved 3 feet away by Mui Han.
Mui Han.
Do not be excessive. Do you truly believe you are now with Sister Yao? Morong Shui blinked, growing increasingly convinced of her theory, and suddenly clapped her thigh, grinning broadly. Since Sister Yao also likes you, I shall no longer pursue you. Sister Yao, I would never vie with you for a husband. She sprinted back toward Wei Ziwei, her cheeks glistening with tears. Sister Yao, I missed you so much. We searched for you for so long, but could not find you. Wei Ziwei was dumbfounded, pondering what was happening. Mui Han and Baiyu exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by Morong Shui's antics. Morongyen sighed and shook his head. Shui heir, come here. She is not Sister Yao. He had contemplated collapsing to the ground, but seeing his sister in tears, he could not ignore her. Brother, why are you deceiving me as well? If she is not Sister Yao, why does she exude her essence? Wei Ziwei awkwardly interjected. Pardon me for interrupting, But when you refer to Sister Yao, are you speaking of Feng Bingyao? Morong Shue's tears transformed into laughter. Brother, look, does she not resemble Sister Yao? Wei Ziwei shrugged and shook her head in denial. Actually, I was hoping to clarify. I do not know any Sister Yao, and furthermore, I should be younger than you. Morong Shue paused, realizing the validity of her statement, having overlooked such an important detail. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she glared. Then who are you? That is of little importance. What matters is that I do not know your Sister Yao, and have never encountered Feng Bingyao. Had it not been for Master Mu's earlier mention, I would not even have known her name. Morong Shue contemplated this, seemingly accepting the explanation. She turned to Mu Yihan, her expression shifting once more. Since you are not Sister Yao's man, then you shall still be my future husband. Upon uttering this, it was as if thunder had struck, leaving all present in stunned silence. Wei Ziwei rolled her eyes and stepped forward to assert her claim. This man is off limits to you. He is my fiancé, and no one can take him away, not even the Infinite Palace. Beneath his mask, Mu Yihan's lips curved into a charming smile, though regrettably, Wei Ziwei was oblivious to it. Baiyu was momentarily taken aback, then silently gave a thumbs up. Indeed, she was the future matriarch. Her words were so commanding, truly deserving of the admiration of her master.
What?
He is your fiancé? Why did he not mention it earlier? Morong Shue was utterly unconvinced, deeming it a fabricated lie intended to deceive. With your stature, no reasonably minded man would ever look your way. Wei Ziwei gritted her teeth. Whether he finds you appealing is not for you to decide. You are nothing to him. So, why should he share details about me with you? Moreover, he coerced me into a lifelong commitment 10 years ago, and the token of our affection has hung around his neck for a decade. Does that signify he finds me unworthy? Mu Yihan's lips twitched in irritation. Enough was enough. Did he not have any pride? Yet he could not expose her. After all, it was she who clung to him, insisting on marrying him as they grew up. Baiyu felt another thunderclap of realization. Who would have thought that the master had such discerning eyes at the tender age of 10? A powerful individual indeed possesses foresight in all aspects. Morong Shue, feeling dejected, still refused to give in. You mentioned 10 years ago. Back then, you were just a little child. How could he possibly have found you attractive? Did he truly deceive you? Not a soul would believe it. It is true. Mu Yihan spoke calmly, his expression unyielding beneath the mask. Baiyu face-bombed. His handling of this matter was truly remarkable. Wei Ziwei turned to Morong Yan. Lord Morong, you have been defeated by my man. It is time to hand over the soul-returning grass, is it not? Morong Yan's exquisite visage darkened in an instant. Ready. He exerted 50% of his mystical power and tossed a wooden box. Mu Yihan's gaze turned frosty, just as he was about to step forward to receive it. Wei Ziwei, standing before him, acted more swiftly. Upon witnessing her movement, Morong Yan's heart tightened. Was this woman truly fearless? It was too late to retract his hand and reclaim the box. The moment Wei Ziwei's right hand touched the wooden box, a powerful force surged forth. Utilizing her agility, she swiftly retreated several steps while holding the box. Brother Han, I have obtained the soul-returning grass. Morong Yan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he might have been overly anxious. Chapter 46. The princess's invitation. Morong Shue shouted angrily. Brother, how could you give the soul-returning grass to them? Have you forgotten that Sister Yao sought it out for us? Thank you. I owe you a favor. Mu Yihan wrapped his arm around Wei Ziwei's waist and leaped from the window. They descended from the 4th floor to the ground without any assistance. In the auction house, before the audience could register the anomaly, their figures had vanished from sight. Baiyu followed closely, borrowing momentum from the windowsill as he landed on the ground, then hurried towards the main entrance. His pace was considerably slower, and the auction-goers noticed him, astonished into silence. Only after the white figure disappeared did they seem to comprehend what had transpired. After a brief silence, they all looked up at the sky, fearing that more individuals might descend from above. Ru Yan's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, announcing that the 10th item for auction today was. Morong Yan stood at the 4th floor window, gazing at the scene below, lost in thought. Brother, did you even hear what I was saying? The soul-returning grass is truly vital for Sister Yao. Back then, they were pursued by enemies, and it was Feng Bingyao who came to their rescue. At that time, Morong Shue was only 3 years old. She vividly remembered the warmth and safety she felt in Feng Bingyao's embrace. When she was 6, Feng Bingyao left the Wigidian to search for the soul-returning grass and was never seen again. Later, Murongyan searched far and wide, but to no avail over the years. 5 years ago, Murongyan chanced upon this soul-returning grass during an outing. Since then, it had become a regular feature at auctions. However, after the news spread, Feng Bingyao did not appear. Rather, it attracted the northern war god Mu Yihan from the southern Li Kingdom 3 years ago. That man, though still young, had become renowned as the northern war god, his name echoing across the continent. More importantly, he bore Feng Bingyao's aura, albeit faint, yet perceptible to them. Given their similar ages, it was difficult for Murong Shui not to be captivated by him. When Murong Yen battled Mu Yihan, they fought for 3 days and nights, with Mu Yihan ultimately defeated and trapped in the Wigidian ghost market for a month. It was said that Feng Bingyao had appeared in the northwest, and they ventured to investigate, bringing Mu Yihan along, which ended up allowing him to escape. Now, 3 years later, Mu Yihan reappeared before them, accompanied by a woman who also carried Feng Bingyao's essence, leaving them with much to ponder. Swear, I must be away for a while. You stay at Wigidian and avoid causing trouble. Murong Shui shook her head in refusal. Wherever you go this time, you must take me with you. Be good. I will return soon, and perhaps this time I will have news of Sister Yao's whereabouts. Then you must also bring him back for me. Otherwise, I will not agree. That man? Huh. I advise you to abandon that notion. He is not someone you can aspire to now. Brother, how can you believe their fabrications? His strength is formidable. Should you continue to provoke him, I cannot guarantee your safety. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Yan added, they may indeed be related to Sister Yao. But you should not waste your efforts on him. We will speak of it again once we find her. Mu Yihan did not relax even after exiting the Wigidian, hastening with Wei Ziwei towards the archway. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, yet it did not impede their swift progress. The two moved like the wind, unnoticed by the passers-by. Baiyu's pace was significantly slower, but he could only catch a glimpse of a white shadow flashing past, drawing the attention of onlookers. Traveling unimpeded, the three soon exited the archway. Mu Yihan sighed in relief as he released his hold. They boarded a carriage, waiting for a short while until Baiyu emerged from the archway. The moment Baiyu stepped out, his expression relaxed slightly. Having witnessed the might of Wigidian, he understood that it was not merely the strength of its members, but the sinister nature of its territory. He had seen Mu Yihan battle with Murong Yen. Mu Yihan's defeat was partly due to the torment of ice and fire poison, but more so because of the treacherous formations within. If the Wigidian's master truly intended to trap them, their master could not have simultaneously rescued both. Master, shall we return to the royal city now? Yes. We must depart at once, and with great speed. The protective needle formation set up by Wei Ziwei for the matriarch could only safeguard her for 7 days. They needed to return by tomorrow. The carriage sped along, dust swirling in its wake. In the Mu residence, the family was having lunch when someone knocked at the door. It was Granny Gui, the Long Princess's attendant, delivering an invitation for Wei Ziwei to attend the flower appreciation event on the afternoon of the 6th. Normally, any residence hosting such an event would send out invitations at least 10 days to half a month in advance. The young ladies receiving the invitation would need ample time to prepare for their attendance. Moreover, it was the festive season, with the Lantern Festival occurring on the 15th. Even the princess's residence holding a flower appreciation event before that would be considered irregular. What was more surprising was that the princess's invitation was sent out only 1 day in advance, an unprecedented occurrence in the entire southern Li Kingdom. Qin's heart raced. Yet she still accepted the invitation for Wei Ziwei, knowing it was the Long Princess's event, and that Wei would undoubtedly attend. I will accept this invitation on her behalf. Granny Gui sipped her tea, yet after a long wait, Wei Ziwei did not emerge, displeasure evident on her face. How rude of the fifth miss. Must I personally deliver the invitation to her boudoir? Qin's expression stiffened. Granny Gui's determination to see Wei Ziwei was unmistakable. She pondered for a moment and explained, Dear Nanny, do not be anxious. It is not that Wei intends to neglect the feelings of the eldest princess. It is merely unfortunate timing. She had just stepped out when you arrived. However, rest assured, I shall personally deliver the invitation to her and ensure she attends the banquet on time tomorrow. Nanny Gui, skeptical, inquired, why has Lady Mu not come to see the old matriarch? Qin sure had no choice but to disclose the truth. My mother-in-law fell ill last year, burdened by worries, and has now lapsed into a coma, bedridden and unresponsive. Nanny Gui's eyes glinted as she expressed her desire to visit the old matriarch. Qin Shi hastily interjected, "Given my mother-in-law's grave condition, and considering you serve at the side of the eldest princess, it would be unwise to expose yourself to her illness." Reluctantly, Nanny Gui acquiesced. Upon exiting the Mu residence, she hurried back to the princess's palace to report the circumstances in detail. Upon hearing this, the eldest princess immediately handed Nanny Gui a token, instructing her to summon the imperial physician. Chapter 47. The Siege of the Mu Residence. Nanny Gui reappeared at the Mu residence, accompanied by the physician, Luo Bowen. Upon seeing him, Qin Shi's understanding dawned. There were 2 deputy heads in the Imperial Medical Institution, and one of them was the very Luo Bowen before her. Before the general's residence encountered misfortune, they had sought physicians without success. Although the head physician, Wen Rishu, had once attended to the general's residence, Luo Bowen had always declined their requests. It was unexpected that after the downfall of the general's residence, he would be willing to visit, courtesy of the eldest princess. Grateful for the eldest princess's kindness, she remarked. "However, my mother-in-law has been ill for some time and has been under the care of a dedicated physician, so it is unnecessary to trouble Deputy Head Luo." Nanny Gui, unwilling to relent, darkened her expression. The princess has acted with good intentions, after all. The old matriarch is the widow of the former Duke of Gua and a lady of high rank. If she has not improved despite the physician's care, it indicates the inadequacy of that doctor. Now, as a servant of the eldest princess, I have summoned Deputy Head Luo to attend to her. Do you not feel grateful and instead wish to prevent the old matriarch from receiving care? Qin Shi, recalling Mu Yihan's words before his departure, resolutely refused to allow Nanny Gui entry into the old matriarch's quarters. Nanny Gui, exasperated, returned to the princess's palace in a huff. Luo Bowen, his expression darkened, angrily swept his sleeve. Were it not for the eldest princess's command, would I, the deputy head of the Imperial Medical Institution, deign to enter this wretched place? Once they departed, Qin Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, believing they had successfully navigated this challenge. However, to her astonishment, an hour later, the eldest princess herself arrived.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The door was being pounded with great force, threatening to splinter. Qin Shi understood that she had no choice but to open it. Yet, should she do so, they could not prevent the eldest princess from barging into the old matriarch's chamber. Bai Yu was in a state of panic, while Qing Feng, quick-witted,
Devised a plan.
"She is a princess, and we cannot offend her. However, if she chooses not to enter the courtyard, then nothing will happen." Qin Shi hesitated, glancing at Bai Yu, who wore a puzzled expression. She is the eldest princess. Is there anywhere in the entire imperial city she would fear to enter? Qing Feng placed his hand to his lips and whistled. The large creature, Xiaobai, lumbered out from the backyard. It ambled to the front gate, plopped down, and closed its eyes with an air of disdain. Bai Yu blinked, comprehension dawning upon her.
Ah!
Qing Feng, you are indeed clever. I shall go and open the door to invite the princess in. Initially, Bai Yu had been frightened by Xiaobai, but now she had grown accustomed to its presence, knowing it was harmless to those it recognized. Mu Yixuan had nearly formed a brotherly bond with it, and she occasionally fed it treats. In just a few days, their relationship had transformed significantly. As the door opened a crack, the eldest princess gasped at the sight of the imposing creature in the courtyard and shrieked, collapsing to the ground in a panic, demanding to be taken back to her palace. Those who accompanied her were equally terrified, their faces pale as they hastily escorted her away. The residents of the Mu house were left dumbfounded. Had they known Xiaobai would prove so effective, they would have stationed it at the entrance all along. With this incident, many assumed that no further troubles would befall them. Unexpectedly, while the eldest princess departed, her resolve remained unshaken. She dispatched palace guards to encircle the Mu residence, declaring that until Wei Ziwei visited her, the guards would not leave. In the early hours, Mu Yihan returned with Wei Ziwei, and from a distance, they witnessed the Mu residence surrounded. Shocked, they exchanged worried glances and stealthily scaled the wall to enter. The palace guards, merely skilled in martial arts, were oblivious to anyone passing beneath their noses, only feeling a sudden chill in the air. Did you feel that? It was peculiar. A gust of wind came from nowhere. Indeed, it's infuriating. The Mu residence has caused us to endure this cold wind during the new year. With the general's residence fallen, who would dare provoke the eldest princess? Enough of your chatter. I heard the little prince's pet tiger is in the courtyard. We must be cautious not to be devoured without realizing it. Come now, no matter how formidable the little prince is in the north, he must heed the emperor's command upon returning to the capital.
Precisely.
Our eldest princess is his elder. When they meet, won't he have to bow and scrape? Inside the Mu residence, when familiar figures appeared out of thin air, the tense atmosphere relaxed. Miss, you have finally returned. Our hearts, which were lodged in our throats, can now rest easy. Bai Yu recounted the events in detail, her voice trembling and nearly breaking by the end. Miss, you cannot imagine. Had it not been for Xiao Bai, the eldest princess would have likely forced her way in. But she is a princess, and we would not dare obstruct her. Wei Ziwei trembled with anger, gritting her teeth. How timely of her to arrive. If I do not go, does she intend to set fire to the Mu residence? Do not worry, all will be well. Wei Ziwei paused, suddenly recalling his identity as the little prince. The little prince was the eldest princess's brother, making him her nephew. Mu Yihan reached out and ruffled her hair. I will seek justice for the Mu residents. Have faith. Brother Han, she had not realized he was the little prince, so she had not thought much of it. Now that she knew, she had not had the chance to contemplate further. But now she recognized the enmity she bore towards the royal family. If he ever learned of her plans for revenge, then whoever stands against you shall be my enemy. Even if she is my own aunt, she must pay for her actions today. Wei Ziwei's heart quivered, unable to deny that he truly understood her. And his words ensnared her deeper. Silly girl, do you not remember? Mu Kaijia is your uncle, yet he is also my adoptive father. Had it not been for my adoptive father's assistance, I would not be here today, nor would I have had the chance to meet you. Wei Ziwei felt a surge of emotion. Brother Han, thank you. It is truly wonderful to have you by my side. Ziwei, leave the matters here to me. You should check on grandmother first. Wei Ziwei hurried to assess the old matriarch's condition before entering the pharmacy. As soon as she left, the atmosphere around Mu Yihan grew chilly. King Fink, Ning Dao. Upon hearing Mu Yihan's icy tone, the two trembled involuntarily. Their master was growing increasingly irate. They received their orders and quickly departed the Mu residence, departing with barely concealed smirks of schadenfreude. Chapter 48. The Scandal of the Princess's Palace at Dawn. Wei Ziwei had prepared the medicinal soup. She personally fed the old matriarch spoonful by spoonful. Immediately following this, she was assigned a new array of needles. And only then did she rest her eyes at the edge of the bed. Exhausted from her relentless journey, having gone an entire night without sleep, she felt utterly fatigued. Once her consciousness entered her personal space, she promptly sat cross-legged and began to cultivate her mystical energy. She had long realized that, regardless of her physical exhaustion, closing her eyes would transport her into her personal space. Within that realm, she could devote herself solely to cultivation, emerging as refreshed as if she had just awoken from a restful slumber. However, if she entered her personal space while severely fatigued and exited immediately, the weariness would persist. The reason for this phenomenon remained a mystery to her. There was, however, one exception. While riding in a carriage, she had fallen asleep shortly after closing her eyes. She suspected this might be related to the carriage ride. Mu Yihan entered and saw Wei Ziwei resting at the bed's edge, feeling a pang of sympathy. He wished to carry her back to his quarters, but given the special circumstances surrounding old Madame Mu, he could only turn around and fetch a blanket to cover her. Wei Ziwei sensed someone's presence, opened her eyes briefly, then closed them again. Brother Han, you're here? Mu Yihan replied apologetically. Did I wake you? Wei Ziwei, still groggy, responded. How could you come in without me knowing? I noticed you hadn't been out for a while, so I came to check on you. You should return to your room to rest. I will keep watch here. If anything arises, I shall wake you immediately. Wei Ziwei yawned and shook her head. If anyone is tired, it is you, far more than I. You should rest in your room.
Besides,
I cannot feel at ease without your personal watch over me given grandmother-esque condition. I will keep you company. No need, she insisted. I know you haven't slept either and have not rested on the journey here. Please go and rest for a while. She gently pushed Mu Yihan out. Having returned from the Wigidian ghost market, he had not closed his eyes. Yet, she had inexplicably fallen asleep in the carriage. With her grandmother-esque condition being so delicate, she could not leave at this moment. Furthermore, closing her eyes did not equate to actual sleep, but rather a transition of her consciousness into her personal space for cultivation. The duration spent cultivating there would leave her feeling as if she had truly rested for that same period. An hour later, old Madame Wei awoke. Wei Ziwei felt a surge of excitement as she reached out to check her pulse. Grandmother had survived her ordeal. Now, she needed to recuperate and restore her vitality. She would find a method for alchemy within the year to transform the remaining soul-reviving herbs into medicinal pills for her. My dear, why expend so much effort on one who is already half buried in the earth? Old Madame Mu's voice was notably soft as she had just awakened and was still frail. Seeing you so sensible and having escaped that dreadful environment, I have no regrets in this life. Tears welled in Wei Ziwei's eyes. You young people should be busy with your own affairs. There's no need to keep vigil over this old woman. Don't waste your thoughts on me. I am not worth it. Wei Ziwei, alarmed, replied, Grandmother, I admit I was foolish before, causing you to fall gravely ill without realizing it. However, I have recognized my mistakes. Please, do not say such things or think like that. You are the one who cares for me the most in this world. If you were to leave, what would become of me, left all alone without support? Old Madame Mu paused, taken aback, then sighed softly. Silly girl, how could you be alone and unsupported? Do not speak such nonsense. If your aunt hears, she would be heartbroken. Wei Ziwei smiled through her tears. Yes, I know my aunt will care for me, but I am greedy. I wish for you to always dote on me, so you must live a long life. Let us not dwell on these thoughts. We shall live well together, just the two of us, no, as a whole family. Mu Yihan's hearing had improved significantly, even through the wall. He could hear their conversation clearly. His gaze shifted slightly as he thought, Ziwei, you have never been alone. As long as you wish it, I will cherish you fiercely for the rest of your days. When Wei Ziwei exited old Madame Mu's room, she collided with Mu Yihan's deep, inscrutable gaze. Momentarily rooted in place, the Mu family members watched her expectantly. Grandmother is fine now, but she is still weak and has gone back to sleep. So please refrain from entering just yet. She then proceeded to discuss some matters concerning the care of old Madame Mu. Ziwei, thank you for your hard work. You should return to your room to rest. And I will first check on my cousin. Mu Yining was recovering well, and Wei Ziwei felt reassured as she returned to her own quarters. Closing the door behind her, she sat cross-legged, and as her eyelids fell shut, her consciousness slipped back into her space. While Wei Ziwei fervently cultivated her mystical energy, explosive news reverberated throughout the royal city. The eldest princess had been secretly keeping a lover, with the location and the lover's name and age exposed. Instantly, the eldest princess's residence was thrown into chaos. The relationship between the eldest princess and the prince consort had always been tumultuous, and this incident only exacerbated the situation. Rumors spread that the prince consort vowed to divorce her, and the matter escalated to the Golden Throne Hall. Knight Nantian found himself in a great deal of trouble. He had always favored Knight Wanrong, the younger sister of the eldest princess, but this scandal left him shaking with anger. He was somewhat aware of the feelings between her and the prince consort, but never did he expect her to engage in such a scandalous affair.
Now,
he had to help keep this under wraps, lest it reach the Empress Dowager's ears. The consequences would be dire. Knight Wanrong's dealings with the Mu family were known to him, yet he had not intervened, harboring a selfish desire to see how far his good nephew would go for Wei Ziwei. He never anticipated that he would go so far as to confront his own aunt with such decisiveness and ruthlessness. The thought of the incident on New Year's Eve sent a chill down his spine. Allowing him to linger in the northern frontier had truly been a perilous decision. Amidst her own turmoil, the eldest princess had no time to concern herself with the Mu family, temporarily setting aside her plans to trouble Wei Ziwei. As noon approached, when Wei Ziwei emerged for lunch, she learned of the uproar outside. Miss, you need not attend the flower banquet at the eldest princess's residence this afternoon. She is currently preoccupied and has no time to trouble you. Wei Ziwei was taken aback, inquiring about the reasons behind this news. Upon hearing the answer, she nearly spat out her tea in shock.
what?
Are you saying the eldest princess has been secretly keeping a lover? One must admit, this was indeed sensational news. A princess of the realm keeping a lover, and it had been thoroughly exposed. Yet, in her past life, she had never heard such rumors. The eldest princess, Knight Wanrong, had sided with the crown prince, ardently supporting Knight Hongyi's ascension, yet her fate appeared grim. Shortly after Knight Hongyi took the throne, for reasons unknown, the prince consort divorced the eldest princess. Subsequently, Knight Hongyi personally ordered the confiscation of the eldest princess's residence and bestowed her with a death sentence. Could it be that the reason for Knight Wanrong's divorce from the prince consort was indeed this? But why would Knight Hongyi order the confiscation of the princess's residence and condemn her? Knight Wanrong had supported his assent, yet he turned against her so ruthlessly. He truly was the epitome of a scoundrel. Chapter 49. The Mystery of the Dowry. After lunch, Wei Ziwei first visited old Madame Mu, then departed the Mu residence with Bai Yu. On the 6th day of the new year, not many shops had reopened for business, resulting in fewer pedestrians on the streets. The occasional passing carriage was the only sound breaking the stillness. Wei Ziwei walked with a lightness in her step, yet she found herself unconsciously quickening her pace. Bai Yu lagged far behind, her face scrunched in dismay. "Miss, this speed is simply too fast. Even if I were to jog, I couldn't keep up." Realizing she was no longer the chubby girl she once was, Wei Ziwei felt a surge of exhilaration. Her current walking speed is unparalleled by ordinary individuals. It is not merely Bai Yu who cannot keep up. Even first- and second-tier practitioners of profound energy would find it challenging to match her pace. Previously, within the residence, Wei Ziwei relied heavily on Bai Yu for support during her outings. Bai Yu, possessing significantly greater strength than an average maid, was also somewhat swifter. As Bai Yu approached, Wei Ziwei suddenly halted, declaring, "From tomorrow onwards, you shall join me in my morning training. Miss, please spare me. I am not cut out for this." Bai Yu fervently shook her head, her face painted with dread. Ever since Wei Ziwei became enamored with physical training, Bai Yu felt like a fish out of water. While Wei Ziwei's figure slimmed down, her constitution improved remarkably. Bai Yu felt as though she was on the verge of losing half her life. "Miss, I shall no longer be lazy. I will change. I will start tomorrow. No, I will start now. I promise to work diligently." Wei Ziwei's expression was one of exasperation mixed with determination. "Bai Yu, I regard you as my own sister. My intention in having you train with me is for your own good. I do not expect you to become exceptionally formidable, but at the very least, I wish for you to be able to fend for yourself in times of danger." She was acutely aware that the road ahead was fraught with peril. Despite her efforts to grow stronger, there were always moments when those around her could not be accounted for. The recent siege on the Mu residence had passed without incident, but it did not guarantee that similar threats would not arise in the future. What if someone truly deranged appears, and we lack Xiao Bai and the hidden guards? She continued, "I will find you a master, and Xianer and Shur will join as well. None of you shall be permitted to slack off." Although Yor was visually impaired, it did not hinder her ability to train normally. Bai Yu felt 1,000 lamentations within her heart, her face contorted in despair. "Miss, there is no room for negotiation on this matter." As they passed a tailor shop, Wei Ziwei's eyes lit up, and she hurried over. The fabric and styles were quite commendable. After trying on several outfits and finding them fitting, she purchased them. She encouraged Bai Yu to select a few as well. For after all the events that had transpired before the new year, there had been no opportunity to prepare new garments. It was not too late to remedy that now. Though Bai Yu wished to refuse, she could not withstand Wei Ziwei's insistence and ultimately selected 2 pale pink dresses. Once they exited the tailor shop and traversed 2 streets, they paused before a 3-story residence. "Rui Building?" Wei Ziwei's expression was complex. Prior to this moment, she had been unaware that Rui Building was part of her dowry. 3-story buildings were not uncommon in the imperial city, but this one boasted an exceptional location, replete with advantages. Situated in the bustling area of West Street, at the very heart of commerce, what could be better? If they could acquire the adjacent shops, it would be advantageous. In her previous life, Wei Ziwei's cousin Wei Zi had solidified her position in the Eastern Palace through the commercial success of this very street. Her maternal family had monopolized the shops of the entire street, transforming it into a colossal commercial empire. With a continuous influx of financial support, she had ample resources to win hearts and secure her position. Suddenly, a thought struck Wei Ziwei, causing her eyes to narrow slightly. Perhaps this was the true source of her maternal family's fortune? On the wall beside the door, a recruitment notice was affixed, the handwriting suggesting it had not been written in recent days. Bai Yu produced a key and unlocked the door. "Miss, I have heard from my aunt that reclaiming the shop was not an easy task. The manager of Rui Building insisted that the lease had not expired and refused to vacate. They even claimed they would only sell the entire building for a price. And despite my aunt's firm stance, she ultimately had to part with a significant sum for them to leave." Bai Yu turned to find Wei Ziwei examining the notice on the wall. "On the day we left the city, my aunt reclaimed the shop. So it was posted that day." But afterward. Wei Ziwei lowered her gaze, knowing well what had transpired afterward. She had fallen from the cliff, and Han Ge had jumped after her, with her cousin remaining at the cliff's edge. She was also aware that her aunt was never one to act inefficiently. Had it not been for her own fall, the establishment would have been operational by now. Wei Ziwei could not suppress a sigh as she stepped inside. The previous manager of Rui Building had arranged the 3 floors quite well. The first and second floors served as ordinary dining areas, simple yet elegant, accommodating numerous patrons. The third floor, in contrast, was designed as a private dining room with excellent seclusion. Additionally, there was a courtyard, with the kitchen and storage located within. After surveying the premises, Wei Ziwei formed preliminary ideas regarding alterations. However, specific plans would need to be discussed further. She paused in one of the private rooms on the 3rd floor. Looking out the window, the distant palace complex at the end of West Street came into view, while the other side revealed the West City Gate. The distance was too great to discern clearly. Wei Ziwei stood there for a while, lost in contemplation. Such a street-side establishment was a rare find, yet it was part of her dowry. The origins of her dowry remained an enigma. This mystery had long evaded resolution. Given the attitude of the residents towards her, it was improbable they would be so generous. Furthermore, the significant secrets concealed within her dowry were evidently unrelated to the residents. Her left hand gently caressed the phoenix birthmark on her right wrist. Could it truly be something left behind when she departed? 16 years ago, the physician surnamed Feng, brought back by her father, had left something for the residents. Yet rumors claimed that within that box lay the 100-spirit elixir. Moreover, how could something left by a distant relative possibly appear in her dowry? Traditionally, a daughter's dowry is divided, with portions held by her father and maternal family. This arrangement itself was rather peculiar and seemed outrageous upon reflection. Were her grandmother in good health, she could inquire directly. However, given her current condition, she could not afford to provoke strong emotions. She always sensed that matters regarding her dowry were far from simple. At that moment, Bai Yu entered. "Miss, a young gentleman named Lin has come downstairs, wishing to purchase our residence. I have already told him the property is not for sale, yet he remains persistent, wanting to speak with you in person." "Yes, you are correct. We shall not sell this house," Wei Ziwei replied. Thump, thump, thump. Bai Yu hurried down the stairs, but quickly returned. "Miss, he refuses to leave, stating that the price is negotiable and that he can offer any amount should you be willing to transfer ownership." Wei Ziwei smirked. Since the price was negotiable, she might as well see just how high he was willing to go. Chapter 50. Wei Zi's cousin on the 1st floor, a man in white stood by the door, gazing outside, lost in thought. The man was tall, with his ink-black hair elegantly tied up and secured with a hairpin, the ends cascading down to his waist. As Wei Ziwei descended, she caught a glimpse of him and felt that he exuded an aura akin to an ethereal being descended from the heavens. Instinctively, she softened her footsteps, reluctant to disrupt the tranquility before her. Suddenly, the man turned, a smile gracing his lips, making one feel as though they were enveloped in the warmth of spring. Upon recognizing Wei Ziwei's visage, his expression shifted, astonished that someone could bear such a striking resemblance to his aunt. Wei Ziwei also paused, taken aback by his appearance. He possessed a refined countenance, sharp eyebrows, and distinct jawline, his beauty rivaling that of Han Ge. What perplexed her was the familiar feeling that lingered in his brow. Yet she could not recall where she had seen him before. Bai Yu gasped, "Miss, you both truly resemble each other." She glanced between her mistress and the man in white, astonished, covering her mouth with her hand. Earlier, upon his entrance, she had sensed not only his good looks, but also an uncanny familiarity. Now, standing next to her mistress, it became clear. Wei Ziwei frowned. Indeed, they bore a striking resemblance. Could he possibly be a long-lost brother? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her expression shifted slightly. "Do you bear the surname Lin?" He fixed his gaze upon her, silent and unwavering. Wei Ziwei casually inquired, "Could it be that your name is Lin Feng?"
How do you know that name? So,
"You are indeed Wei Zi's cousin?" Wei Ziwei's gaze toward Lin Feng grew complex. In her previous life, his fate had also been rather grim. Wei Zi's maternal lineage, the Lin family, under the leadership of Lin Feng, has emerged as the foremost merchant in the kingdom of Nanli. One cannot help but acknowledge Lin Feng as a commercial prodigy. Yet, what perplexes her is why he, like herself, has met with such a gruesome fate. She discerns that he is also a practitioner, possessing considerable cultivation. However, such a transcendent being, in a past life, found himself imprisoned alongside her, becoming her neighbor. In that dire time, he was rendered mute, his limbs maimed, writhing on the ground like a worm. When their eyes met, his gaze was peculiar, filled with shock and an emotion she could not decipher. The disparity between their current selves and their former states was so vast that it was difficult to reconcile the two. A tinge of pity inadvertently surfaced in her eyes. Lin Feng neither nodded nor shook his head. "Are you from the Wei residence?" "Not anymore," she replied. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed by her words. Every shift in her expression was keenly observed by him. To his astonishment, he perceived pity in her gaze. Why would she pity him? "Did Wei Ziwei send you?" Wei Ziwei suppressed her emotions, her voice cold. Lin Feng shook his head. "No, I came of my own accord." Years prior, he had wished to lease this establishment, but had been unable to locate the owner. Today, while strolling, he fortuitously encountered the owner in person. Wei Ziwei nodded. "Then how much silver do you intend to offer to purchase this residence from me?" "I have changed my mind. Let's not discuss the transaction for now." After a moment's pause, he continued, "I wish to understand your relationship with the Prime Minister's household." Wei Ziwei glanced at him, her tone matter-of-fact. "Wei Zhongzhe is my father." "What? You are the fifth miss of the Wei family." Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. His aunt had been missing for 16 years, and he had come with his father's request to seek her out. Regrettably, his aunt was long gone. But he was fortunate that her only daughter still lived. Following the clues, he arrived at the Prime Minister's estate. "They deceived me." Lin Feng clenched his fists, his eyes betraying his concealed anger. Upon hearing this, Wei Ziwei frowned, yet refrained from voicing her innermost thoughts. After a pause, Lin Feng finally spoke. "I apologize for the interruption today. I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall return to trouble you once I have resolved them." Throughout his speech, his gaze remained fixed upon Wei Ziwei's face, never wavering. With that, he turned and stepped outside. Noticing his departure, Wei Ziwei instinctively called out, "Wait a moment." Lin Feng halted, turning back to scrutinize her. Wei Ziwei pressed her lips together. "Allow me to offer you a word of caution. Wei Ziwei is not a virtuous person, even if she is your cousin. Be wary of her. Do not end up making sacrifices for her, only to find yourself in a grave predicament." Lin Feng's breath caught. She was concerned for his safety. Yet, Wei Ziwei shrugged her shoulders. "I have said all I needed to. You may leave now. As for my residence, it will not be sold." To her, he was merely a stranger, and she felt it was not her place to interfere. Yet, inexplicably, she could not resist the urge to warn him. As for the future, it would be his own fate to contend with. "Miss, I have a speculation that I am uncertain whether to voice," a maid said. Wei Ziwei cast her a glance. Smiling, "What is there to hesitate about? If you felt it should remain unspoken, you would not have posed the question. Speak freely." Baiyu stuck out her tongue. "You are right, Mississippi. I have a feeling that the fourth miss is the daughter of the main branch of the Prime Minister's family, while you are the orphan of the second branch."
Wei Ziwei regarded Baiyu quietly.
Then inquired with a smile, "What leads you to believe that I am the orphan of the second branch?" "Miss, look, if your identities had not been swapped, why would the people of the Prime Minister's household treat the fourth miss with such evident favoritism compared to you?" Baiyu continued. Encouraged by Wei Ziwei's calm demeanor, the Prime Minister and the old matriarch might be excused, but even the madam exhibits the same attitude. Do you not find that strange? Wei Ziwei nodded. Indeed, it was peculiar. She had questioned her own identity numerous times. What mother would abandon her own child to a wet nurse while raising another child at her side? If someone truly switched the children of the main and secondary branches, what could they possibly gain? Her uncle, Wei Zhongping, held neither position nor wealth. Thus there was no profit to be had. As for Wei Ziwei's maternal lineage, the Lin family was still merely a humble merchant family in a small locality. The Lin family truly flourished only after Lin Feng transformed this commercial street into a colossal enterprise. There was simply no justification for any identity switch between them. Wei Ziwei glanced outside. The figure of the transcendent being had already vanished at the end of the street. One matter lingered in her mind. With Lin Feng's significant contributions to the Lin family, why did he meet such a horrific fate? After pondering for a while, she shook her head, deciding that it was irrelevant to her, and resolved to let it go. Returning to the Mu residence with Baiyu, She first checked on the health of the matriarch and Mu Yining before discussing the tavern matters with Qin Shi. After dinner, she retired to her chamber early, sitting cross-legged, closing her eyes, and allowing her consciousness to enter her spatial realm. Chapter 51. Malicious intent resurfaces in the Prime Minister's residence. Dreaming Heart Pavilion. Wei Ziwei, after bathing, sat before her vanity, admiring her reflection with a satisfied smile.
Knock.
Knock. The maid, Mei Xiang, rapped at the door and upon receiving permission entered. Has everything been delivered? Replying to the young lady, it has been sent. However, I just overheard Granny Chui speaking with the madam, saying she saw the fifth miss today. What? The smile on Wei Ziwei's face vanished, replaced by a dark scowl. She survived the abyss of broken souls? There was no need for her to guess. It was clear that the young prince had rescued her. The incident of the young prince leaping into the abyss of broken souls had spread like wildfire. How could she not have heard the rumors? Wasn't it said that there was no exit from the abyss, and those who fell could only meet their demise? The Emperor's search party had ceased their efforts long ago. Could they truly have flown back up? On the first day of the new year, Mu Yihan's summons by the Emperor was known to only a few. As a young lady of the boudoir, Wei Ziwei was naturally unaware of this. What did Granny Chui say to Aunt? Granny Chui remarked that the fifth miss seemed like a different person. If not for Bai Yu by her side, one might not even recognize her. Mei Xiang glanced at Wei Ziwei's expression, then added, she also mentioned that the fifth miss was seen in the Rue E building with a man in white for an extended period. Wei Ziwei frowned. A man in white? Yes. They must have been up to something scandalous in there. I never imagined she would be that kind of person. Thankfully, Lord Cheng did not wed her, otherwise, he would have been quite the cuckold. You just said they were in the Rue E building? But wasn't it closed down last year? Wei Ziwei lamented, as she had loved the sweet and sour meat from Rue E building, only to find it closed last year. Rumor had it that the owner of the property, seeing the flourishing business of Rue E building, raised the rent exorbitantly, causing the proprietor to refuse to renew the lease. Eventually, the owner had to take over the management themselves. However, the signboard of Rue E building had been taken down and a hiring notice posted, yet no activity had been observed. Indeed, a man and a woman alone in a vacant shop. What else could they possibly be doing but something sordid? Wei Ziwei's brows knitted together. Her thoughts differed from Mei Xiang's. With Wei Ziwei's figure, any man with normal taste would hardly be attracted to her. Once, the Rue E building had flourished, largely due to its prime location. She surmised that the man in white was likely the owner, and Wei Ziwei had rented the premises from him. Go fetch Lu for me, she instructed. Mei Xiang hesitated. Miss, at this hour, wouldn't it be too late to call Lu over? Wei Ziwei had not taken Lu with her when she married. She remained in Tingyu Pavilion. The Listening Rain Pavilion is the most remote location of the residence, quite a distance from Dreaming Heart Pavilion. Wei Ziwei scolded, if I tell you to go, then go. Why all the unnecessary chatter? She understood that the preservation of the Listening Rain Pavilion in its original state must indicate that Prime Minister Wei has ulterior motives. However, no matter what his intentions may be, she would not allow Wei Ziwei to step into the residence again. Reflecting on this, Wei Ziwei couldn't help but criticize her ineffectual cousin. It has been such a long time, yet the promised outcomes have not materialized. Unbeknownst to Wei Ziwei, a man in white was perched atop her rooftop. In the cold wind, his garments billowed, resembling an otherworldly being, yet his expression was shrouded in gloom. Moment latte. Mei Xiang returned to Dreaming Heart Pavilion with Green Willow. Green Willow entered the chamber while Mei Xiang closed the door behind her, standing guard at the threshold. While Mei Xiang could not hear the conversation between Wei Ziwei and Green Willow, the man in white overheard every word distinctly. With each passing moment, his expression grew increasingly grim. Green Willow returned to Listening Rain Pavilion, making a beeline for Wei Ziwei's chamber. She rummaged through a stack of medical texts and placed them into a cloth bag. Suddenly, a cold gust swept through, extinguishing the candlelight, and a pale figure materialized before her. Green Willow nearly fainted from fright, collapsing to the ground. She attempted to speak but trembled, her mouth agape without a sound. Did she wish to live or to die? The white shadow loomed close, yet its voice seemed distant, as if echoing from afar. Terrified, Green Willow finally managed to utter, I wish to live. Very well, I shall ask a question, and you will answer.
Can you manage that?
I can. If you utter a single falsehood.
I do not dare to lie.
Why does Wei Ziwei want you to harm Miss Wei Wu? I do not know. A chill swept through. causing Green Willow to shudder. I am merely a lowly maid. I truly do not know. Such things occur often? Yes, yes. Since I entered the residence, I have seen Miss Wu being framed. I am unaware of events prior. Was her falling into the water an accident or deliberate? It was the fourth miss. She had someone tamper with the railing by the lake beforehand and led Miss Wu there. The white figure emanated an even more intense cold. Green Willow's heart raced with fear. She did not want to die. What to do? I also know that Miss Wu was forced to marry into the Ningen Marquis because of her dowry. What dowry? Part of it is with the eldest master, and the rest with old Madame Mu. The fourth miss desires something from the dowry and schemed for Miss Wu to take her place in the Marquis. Young Master Cheng's affections for the fourth miss will surely compel him to provide her with what she seeks. The items in the dowry? I do not know what they are, only that I overheard the fourth miss mention they are of great importance, seemingly proof of identity. After Green Willow spoke, silence enveloped the space. She was about to raise her head when a scoff sounded above her, causing her to jump in fright. I know that the Prime Minister seems to be searching for something, but I truly do not know what it is. After a long pause, the surroundings fell silent. Green Willow swallowed hard, glancing up to find the terrifying white figure had vanished. She plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath, relieved to have preserved her life. At this moment, a white figure emerged from Dreaming Heart Pavilion, heading straight for the small lake in the residence's garden.
Splash.
The sound of falling into the water echoed. Help! Help! A woman's cries pierced the air above the residence. Wei Ziwei could not fathom how she had suddenly found herself in the water while sleeping soundly in her chamber. As she opened her mouth, she choked on several mouthfuls of water. Dressed only in her undergarments, they clung to her body, causing her to shiver with cold. She had been wrapped in a thick, heavy quilt, but she had struggled to extricate herself from its grasp. On the pavilion in the middle of the lake stood a white figure, murmuring, "Your life must be preserved. Let her handle it." The hurried sound of footsteps approached, and in an instant, the white figure vanished from sight. Chapter 52. Let us follow and take a look Mu residence. At midnight, Wei Ziwei exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly opening her tightly closed eyes. Her gaze sparkled with a captivating allure, now tinged with a hint of sharpness. Wei Ziwei smiled, having achieved another breakthrough. Her current cultivation level had reached the 4th tier of the Xianling realm. It must be said that her path to advancement has been remarkably smooth. This breakthrough was a source of immense satisfaction for her. Glancing out the window, she noted the night was dark and windy, perfect for a stroll through the city. A woman in red dashed across the residences within the imperial city. Her movements were light and swift, resembling a specter in red gliding through the night. Suddenly, she frowned slightly. A powerful aura was approaching her direction. The individual moved with remarkable speed, their strength far surpassing hers. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she was destined to meet her end before even commencing her journey? Just as she contemplated hiding, a smile spread across her face, and she took off like the wind. Within 2 breaths, the person was nearly upon her. He reached for her waist. Already prepared, she swiftly grasped his hand and pivoted. He leaped into the air, and she sprang to the side, gathering her strength to counterattack. In midair, they exchanged a single blow, and she was utterly defeated. "Brother Han, you did not even allow me a moment." "I did, but you failed to catch it." Wei Ziwei ground her teeth in frustration, feeling as though she had been ruthlessly bested. "What brings you here?" "I came to see what you were up to. I had no intention of doing anything, merely practicing my lightness skill." If possible, she would have preferred to engage in combat, yet this prodigy had reduced her to mere shambles. "Your previous moves seemed familiar, yet I cannot recall where I have seen them."
Who did you learn them from?
Alarm bells rang in Wei Ziwei's mind. This was not good. In her eagerness to practice, she had overlooked such a critical detail. As a young lady of the boudoir, anyone with the inclination to investigate would discover that she had never been exposed to such techniques. She shot him a sidelong glance, hoping Brother Han would not perceive her as a monster to be captured. "Brother Han, if I were to say I self-taught from an ancient text, would you believe me?" In her previous life, her medical skills were acquired through studying notes. Yet the more she spoke, the more apprehensive she became. What was going on? Such a fabrication would hardly convince anyone. "Where, I believe whatever you say." Wei Ziwei abruptly raised her head, only to find him looking serious, devoid of any ulterior motives. A strange feeling stirred within her. However, if she were to speak the truth, it would frighten him. She bit her lip and managed to utter 3 words. Thank you. Some matters were not that she wished to conceal, but rather that they could cost someone their life if revealed. He expressed his belief in her without pressing for further details, so she decided to leave it at that. Mui Han took her hand, saying, My heart is drawn to you. Wei Ziwei's heart fluttered. The confession was utterly unexpected. Brother Han, I fear I may not be my mother's child. Mui Han paused slightly. He had just confessed, and yet she spoke of not being her mother's child? I suspect that Wei Zi and I may have been switched at birth, though it seems illogical. Mui Han reached out with his other hand to smooth a stray lock of hair from her forehead.
Vaya.
Your maternal grandmother's affection for you is evidently greater than that for Xian and the others. Wei Ziwei nodded. She was well aware of her grandmother's deep love for her. It was precisely due to this that the seed of doubt had taken root within her heart. I was merely speaking offhand. Do not mention it to them, for I fear they may overthink it. Mui Han acknowledged with a sound, yet secretly contemplated her earlier words. All along, he sensed something amiss with the residence's treatment of her, yet he had never considered this angle. If the two of them were indeed switched at birth, then the favorable attitude of the Xiangfu towards Wei Zi would make sense. However, what could be the motive behind switching the identities of the daughters from the first and second families? If the second family possessed immense wealth to inherit, it would be understandable for the first family to covet such riches. Yet, as far as he knew, the couple from the second family left nothing behind when they passed away. As for their relatives, they were merely small merchants from an insignificant locality. By the way, Brother Han, I encountered someone today. Wei Ziwei opened her mouth, preparing to recount the events of the afternoon. At that moment, an unusual sound suddenly emanated from afar. Both of them turned their gazes toward a particular direction. Shortly, 10 figures clad in black appeared within their line of sight. Among them was one individual carrying a person on their shoulder, hastening towards a specific destination. Wei Ziwei's eyes brightened suddenly, a charming smile gracing her lips. How fortuitous. She too wished to explore that place. Wei Ziwei looked at Mui Han, her eyes brimming with excitement. Brother Han, why don't we follow them and perhaps uncover something intriguing? The Ning'an Marquis residence lay shrouded in darkness. In the dead of night, with the cold air biting, even ghosts would hesitate to leave the warmth of their beds. Yet, there was one courtyard that glowed brightly with candlelight. Chung Yutong sat beside a small table, his left hand resting on the armrest of his chair, while his right hand idly twirled a cup. His gaze remained fixed on the face of the woman across from him. This woman, in her 30s, wore a lake blue gown, her beauty undeniable, yet her complexion exceptionally pale. Clearly a sign of severe illness. She sat motionless in her chair, eyes tightly shut, silent. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed in the courtyard. Chung Yutong's heart soared, and he stood up eagerly. It was done. Soon, 2 men in black entered from either side. My lord, we have brought the person you requested. One of them exchanged a knowing glance with the other, who then set the captive down. This girl is quite clever, but she has cost us several brothers. Thud. The man unceremoniously dropped the girl dressed in yellow onto the ground, devoid of any tenderness. Chung Yutong's expression turned sour as he handed over the prepared items. The black-clad man received them, glanced briefly, and promptly bowed before taking his leave.
Von Er.
The woman inside had opened her eyes the moment the black-clad figures entered. Upon seeing the girl in yellow, she gasped. Yet, despite her anxious heart, she found herself completely immobilized, unable to rise from her chair.
Von Er. Von Er.
Are you all right, Wanner? Mo Wanner slowly opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face as she looked at the person not far away. Mother, you've truly been captured here. Mother, I'm so worried about you. Mo Wanner attempted to rise but discovered she had been immobilized by pressure points and could not move at all. Chung Yutong's face was alight with a smile. It was no wonder they were mother and daughter. Their looks were strikingly similar. This young girl, crying, was even more captivating, stirring his desires.
Cheng Yutong circled around Montag Von Er, nodding in satisfaction.
Mo Yen, your daughter is truly exquisite, just like you in your youth. Chapter 53. His fiancée Mo Yan's complexion turned ashen. Chung Yutong, you are utterly shameless. The esteemed Marquis of Ning'an resorts to the abduction of common women. Do you not fear becoming the laughingstock of the world? Chung Yutong chuckled, his cheeks bunching together in mirth. A laughingstock? Ha ha, you've fallen into my hands. How could you escape? Mo Yen, had you chosen to be with me back then, you would not have had to endure widowhood all these years. I loved you immensely. Yet you chose that boorish Lan Jianhai. What is so special about him that you devoted yourself to him so deeply, even after his death?
Montag Jan scoffed.
Even in death, he surpasses you 1,000 times over. You will never compare to him. Chung Yutong narrowed his eyes, a sinister glint appearing. Then allow me to show you how I surpass him. You rely on your martial skills, believing I cannot touch you. But what now? The exalted empress herself must bow before me. Who do you think you are? Yet, despite the years that have passed, I still do not wish to harm you. What should we do about that, Chung Yutong reached out, caressing Mo Yan's face as he trailed his fingers down her cheek. He chuckled softly. I know you are unwilling, and I do not wish to force you, but I am utterly enamored with this youthful visage of yours.
Suddenly,
he turned and walked towards Mo Wanner. Mo Yen was horrified. What do you intend to do? Do not act recklessly, Chung Yutong, you beast. You are worse than a pig or a dog. Chung Yutong ignored her furious accusations, lecherously lifting Mo Wanner and striding toward the bed. Mo Wanner, unable to move, turned pale, teetering on the brink of despair. Mother, save me. Mother, help Wanner. I do not want this. Mo Yen, overwhelmed with rage, spat out a mouthful of blood, tears streaming down her face. Please, do not touch her. Let her go. I promise you, I will do anything you ask. Chung Yutong turned a deaf ear to her pleas, throwing Mo Wanner onto the bed and reaching to tear away her garments. From within her collar, a jade pendant emerged, prominently displaying the character for Ning. Chung Yutong halted his actions, squinting at the pendant. Ah, how fitting, truly mother and daughter, cut from the same cloth. Lan Jianhai is but a short-lived fool, and that Mu Yining is destined for the same fate.
Montag Vaner, terrified beyond reason,
heard the name and felt a flicker of hope return. Release me. If you lay a finger on me, Mu Yining will not let you off easily. He is my fiancé. He will surely avenge me. Chung Yutong scoffed. That down-and-out young master? You are utterly naive. When the general's manor was still standing, he had to treat me with utmost respect. Now he is merely a stray dog. His father could not best me. What can a remnant do? If you are wise, serve me well, and I shall ensure that you and your mother live without worry. Otherwise, you will be sent off to serve as a military concubine. Chung Yutong reached out once more. Even before Mo Wanner was brought into the room, Wei Ziwei and Mu Yihan had silently perched on the roof. Wei Ziwei pried open a tile, peering through a small opening to observe the scene within. She recognized Mo Wanner at a glance, having seen her on New Year's Eve. No pleasant sounds remained. What was about to unfold would be unspeakable. Just as Wei Ziwei prepared to intervene, Mu Yihan pulled her behind him. At the same time, a surge of mysterious energy shot through the small opening into the room. Chung Yutong froze, and then with a thud, he fell to the ground.
Montag Vaner,
staring at the two suddenly appearing figures, was so taken aback that she momentarily forgot her fear. A man and a woman, one clad in black and the other in red, both wearing silver masks. It's you. Her taut nerves slackened, and she promptly closed her eyes, sobbing in distress. Hearing this, Wei Ziwei furrowed her brow and discreetly pressed a pressure point on Mo Wanner. Mo Wanner did not immediately adjust her attire, but instead rushed toward Wei Ziwei, tears in her eyes. Mu Yihan's expression darkened, and he swiftly pulled Wei Ziwei to the door. Mo Wanner, taken aback by their evasion, tumbled to the ground with a thud. Are you seeking death? Mu Yihan emanated an icy aura, his voice chillingly cold.
Montag Vaner shoddat,
stifling the tears that had welled in her eyes. She scrambled to her feet, quickly adjusting her clothing, and moved to release Mo Yan's pressure points. Hand over the jade pendant you are wearing. Wei Ziwei had just noticed that the pendant around Mo Wanner's neck belonged to her cousin.
Montag Vaner pauset,
glancing at Wei Ziwei with reluctance, before reluctantly removing the pendant and handing it over with reluctance. Where did you get this pendant? It was given to me by young Master Mu. Upon hearing this, Wei Ziwei's brow furrowed slightly. Regarding the events of New Year's Eve, she had previously inquired with her cousin in detail. He had clearly stated that his involvement stemmed from a suspicion that those individuals were connected to prior assassinations. Judging by his tone, how could he possibly bestow his jade pendant upon a stranger? Mo Wanner, feeling guilty, explained that she had taken it from young Master Mu, who neither stopped her nor voiced any objections. Wei Ziwei was infuriated to the point of laughter. It was only due to her timely arrival that she had saved her cousin's life. At that moment, he could barely manage to breathe, let alone stand and intervene. Did you seek his consent before you took the pendant? Mo Warner faltered, realizing she had not asked for permission, but she simply. Since you did not inquire beforehand and took it directly, what difference is there from theft? He was gravely injured because he saved me. I took the pendant merely to.
Mo venner bit her lip, safely had tears.
At that moment, he was on the brink of death, and she had been forced to leave with someone. She had taken the pendant from him as proof of her identity, intending to find someone at the government office to rescue him after shaking off the black-clad men. But they had appeared instead. Wei Ziwei was even more furious. He saved you, and you not only failed to show gratitude, but even contemplated pushing him into the abyss. The situation was dire. I merely wanted to scare off that lecher. I never anticipated it would cause him trouble.
Montag Warner burst into tears.
I am truly sorry. It was never my intention. Had you not arrived in time, your fate would have been 100 times worse than today's. Mo Warner chose this course of action for self-preservation. She could understand, but that did not mean she would accept it. In this second life, her remaining years would be devoted to vengeance. Before seeking revenge, her primary task was to protect her family. Any potential danger to her family would be nipped in the bud. Just because she lacked this ability before does not mean she will in the future. Chapter 54. The matriarch's ferocity. Do not allow yourself to be consumed by anger over unrelated individuals. If necessary, eliminate them all. Mui Han spoke again, his tone nonchalant. However, Mo Warner shivered, her complexion instantly drained of color. She stole a glance at Wei Ziwei, but dared not look at Mui Han. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable terror emanating from this man. Mo Yen suddenly interjected. Mu Yining, are you not the son of the National General Mu Kaijia? What is your relation to the Mu family? Wei Ziwei raised an eyebrow, watching the mother and daughter with keen interest, remaining silent. Mo Yen sensed her hostility and hurriedly clarified. To be honest, there is indeed a betrothal agreement between Ninger and my daughter. Upon hearing this, both Wei Ziwei and Mu Yihan's expressions grew noticeably colder. Mo Yen was secretly astonished. These two appeared young yet possessed such a powerful aura. Nevertheless, that was inconsequential. What mattered was that they were of the Mu family. The events of New Year's Eve, Warner had recounted to her, where Mu Yining was gravely injured while rescuing her. Fortunately, the rest of the Mu family arrived in time, or else. To be frank, I am an old acquaintance of the Mu family. 15 years ago, General Mu and my husband were as close as brothers, and I had a close friendship with Madame Mu. At that time, I was pregnant, and General Mu and my husband had verbally agreed that if a daughter was born, she would be betrothed to Ninger. If a son, then he would marry a girl from the Mu family. Bai Yu received the news and hurried over, just in time to overhear this exchange. His eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Mo Yen and Mo Warner. A betrothal? The eldest son of the Mu family has a fiancé? The two generals must have been intoxicated. However, at that time, they had indeed indulged in some drink, so it could merely be dismissed as drunken ramblings. Furthermore, my husband has been deceased for many years, so this matter naturally holds no weight now. However, I wish to visit Madame Mu and the old matriarch. Wei Ziwei exchanged glances with Mu Yihan, and they subtly shook their heads in unison. I only recently learned about matters concerning the Mu family and have longed to pay a visit, but regrettably, I did not know where you had moved. During this time in the Imperial City, I have inquired about the whereabouts of the Mu family, but unfortunately encountered that old rogue Cheng Yutong. If you do not believe me, you may return and ask Madame Mu and the old matriarch. Seeing that the two remained non-committal, Mo Yen felt disheartened and finally steeled herself. When our Lan family faced calamity, I was able to escape the Imperial City thanks to the assistance of the Mu family while pregnant. Wei Ziwei lowered her gaze. Concerning the Lan family, she needed to consult her aunt to decide whether to meet. However, as for her grandmother, it would be best to keep her in the dark for now, as her health had not yet fully recovered. If they truly were acquaintances of the Mu family, she would not turn a blind eye.
Given the circumstances,
they could no longer stay at the inn where they had previously lodged, but could not directly bring them back to the Mu residence either. Wei Ziwei looked to Mu Yihan, who nodded and said, Bai Yu, take them to the Finglinwen courtyard. After they left, Wei Ziwei pointed at Cheng Yutong and asked, Brother Han, how should we deal with this scoundrel? Just kill him. That would resolve everything. Mu Yihan did not even blink. Wei Ziwei shook her head. Driven by both old and new grievances, she too wanted to kill him outright, but would that not be too lenient? His wretched life could be useful for now. Did he not say that even the lofty empress must submit beneath him? Then I shall lend him a hand. Ensuring it is known that Yi Hongyi is his offspring, I shall see how he manages to climb that position afterward. Mu Yihan replied, sparing his life holds little significance. He is merely a dog for the empress and the crown prince. But what if he is the crown prince's biological father? Seeing her mischievous smile, Mu Yihan reached out and playfully pinched her nose, his eyes filled with affection and helplessness. Yi Hongyi is of royal blood. Not to mention, his striking resemblance to the current emperor leaves no room for doubt regarding his lineage.
Conversely, Mu Yihan,
had it not been for his slight resemblance to the princess of Jing, might have been deemed unrelated to the royal family of the Yi clan. Yi Nantian harbors deep-seated suspicions. Years ago, fearing the power of the Jing prince's residence, he was compelled to grant the Mu surname to the Jing prince's house, merely to ensure that the world would forget that the Jing prince's residence was the legitimate royal lineage. However, Wei Ziwei smiled even more cunningly. Whether he is of royal blood is inconsequential. What matters is that the empress has an affair with Cheng Yutong. Should the time come for blood recognition, I have ways to ensure he sees the outcome I desire. Wei Ziwei's eyes sparkled with a mysterious playfulness that momentarily captivated Mu Yihan's gaze. She feigned difficulty, but to let him go like this is truly unsatisfactory. What should I do? This lecher is so depraved. Letting him see, but not touch would likely be his greatest suffering. Suddenly, Wei Ziwei stepped forward, lifted her foot, and stomped down on a certain spot, grinding it forcefully twice before withdrawing her foot. Below, there was already a pool of blood. Upon witnessing this, Mu Yihan felt a chill in his groin, instinctively clenching his legs together. The hidden guards lurking in the shadows shuddered violently. The future matriarch is truly fierce. Unbeknownst to Wei Ziwei, her earlier action had left a lasting impression on several men. Brother Han, now that we are here, it would be disappointing to leave empty-handed. Wouldn't it? In her previous life, she knew that Cheng's family possessed a treasured heirloom, though she was unaware of its precise nature. Only that it resided in Cheng Yutong's study. That study was off-limits to anyone without Cheng Yutong's permission. It was adjacent to Cheng Yutong's courtyard, situated at the heart of the entire residence. Unless an absolute master were present, it would not be difficult for her to infiltrate the study undetected, especially with Brother Han by her side. The two made their way directly to the study, with Wei Ziwei leading the way and Mu Yihan following. Despite his curiosity about her familiarity with the layout, Mu Yihan refrained from questioning her. He understood that she harbored many secrets, and as long as she chose not to disclose them, he would not pry. If she were to remain silent for a lifetime, then he would not inquire for eternity either. As long as he could stay by her side, that would suffice. At this hour, there was not a single guard in sight outside the study. Wei Ziwei found it hardly surprising. Not even a mosquito was buzzing around. Having long since retired for the night, the two began to rummage through the room, and soon the study was in complete disarray. After searching for quite some time, they had found nothing. Wei Ziwei felt a twinge of disappointment. Could she have misremembered the location? Her gaze inadvertently fell upon a painting hanging on the wall. At that moment, she felt a slight warmth emanating from the phoenix birthmark on her right wrist, so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Had she not quieted her mind, she would not have noticed the peculiarity of the mark. Wei Ziwei's eyes sparkled as she stepped forward, scrutinizing the seemingly ordinary painting. It depicted a landscape, indeed rather mundane, lacking even a title or signature, suggesting it was not the work of a renowned artist. Mu Yihan approached as well, remarking, "This painting seems somewhat familiar." Wei Ziwei's eyes brightened at his words. "Do you recognize this painting?" she asked eagerly. Mu Yihan shook his head. "I have not seen this painting before, but the scenery depicted feels oddly familiar. Perhaps I have visited it before, though I cannot recall where at the moment." Chapter 55. A mysterious scene. Wei Ziwei blinked, thinking that the painting must be taken. Given Cheng Yutong's regard for this study, it surely concealed something of great significance. Yet, they had scoured the entire room without uncovering anything particularly noteworthy. Having overlooked it earlier, she now found the presence of such a painting in the study quite strange, even incongruous. Without uttering a word, Wei Ziwei reached out and removed the painting from the wall, preparing to roll it up and take it with her. However, the moment her fingertips brushed against the scroll, the entire painting vanished without a trace. Wei Ziwei was taken aback, staring at the blank wall, utterly bewildered by what had just transpired. Suddenly, she noticed a section of the wall that appeared different from the rest and pressed it casually. To her astonishment, it was a hidden compartment. She reached inside to retrieve a wooden box, but as soon as her fingers touched it, the box too disappeared. Just like the painting before it, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The two were left dumbfounded, exchanging glances, utterly perplexed by the inexplicable events. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within Wei Ziwei, and she quickly closed her eyes, channeling her consciousness into her personal space. There, she beheld the vanished painting and wooden box, and her brow instantly relaxed. What is the matter with you? Mui Han inquired as she opened her eyes. Instinctively clutching the pouch at her waist, suddenly feeling that her reaction was somewhat conspicuous, Mui Han reached out to touch her forehead. Are you unwell? Wei Ziwei's heart raced. She dared not meet Mui Han's gaze. Was this the moment of exposure? Those two items had entered her personal space right in front of Brother Han. How could she explain that? Brother Han, seeing Wei Ziwei's pale complexion. Mui Han felt a tightening in his chest, concern etched across his face. What is troubling you? Wei Ziwei, feeling guilty, swallowed hard and replied awkwardly, actually, just now with the painting. You saw it disappear too, right? When it vanished, I thought I glimpsed a flash of silver light, very faint, almost imperceptible. I thought I was imagining it, but the same silver light appeared when the wooden box disappeared. Were you frightened? Wei Ziwei blinked. To her astonishment, Brother Han showed no signs of suspicion. She shook her head and nodded. Brother Han, let us leave and discuss this outside. Once outside the Ningen Marquis mansion, neither mentioned the painting or the wooden box again. Wei Ziwei still had not formulated a suitable explanation for her personal space. Such a secret was undoubtedly best kept from as many people as possible, yet keeping it from Brother Han left her feeling uneasy. Moreover, there remained so many unresolved enigmas. Until those were unraveled, his knowledge would only serve to add to his worries, rather than complicating matters. It would be prudent to wait until the mysteries were clarified before sharing with him. As for Mui Han, he firmly believed Wei Ziwei had been startled and was disinclined to revisit the strange incident. The atmosphere between them grew subtly tense in the silence. Wei Ziwei cleared her throat and broached another topic with Mui Han. Brother Han, I would like by you, Xian heir, and Ya heir to cultivate their profound energy. Could you assist in finding a master for them? Mui Han shook his head repeatedly, his expression serious.
Vaya.
I understand your desire for them to possess the ability to protect themselves. However, do you know that the matter of cultivation is not trivial? If everyone could cultivate profound energy, there would not be such a scarcity of practitioners across the land. In the Southern Li Kingdom, generals like Mu Kaijia and Lan Jianhai achieve their status not only through their exceptional qualities, but also because they are practitioners of profound energy. Yet, even they can only reach the 5th tier. For cultivators from ordinary backgrounds, this is already the limit. As for Mu Yining and Qing Feng, were it not for their unique physiques since childhood, they would not have the chance to cultivate profound energy at all. Profound energy? Wei Ziwei exclaimed in surprise. Brother Han mentioned profound energy, but the book in her personal space clearly referred to it as spiritual energy. Earlier, when Qing Feng spoke of profound energy, she had assumed it was merely an abbreviation for spiritual energy, not considering that her cultivation might differ from theirs. Could it be that there are two types of profound energy in the world, one being spiritual energy and the other profound martial energy, collectively referred to as profound energy? Mui Han, unaware of Wei Ziwei's realization, nodded and continued his explanation. Indeed, if they wish to cultivate profound martial energy, they must undergo a cleansing process using the cleansing elixir to purge their ordinary meridians and replace them with pathways suitable for profound energy cultivation. This process is excruciatingly painful. Even disregarding whether they can endure it, the cleansing elixir itself is nearly impossible to find. Wei Ziwei was taken aback. The mention of cleansing and elixirs indicated the existence of many things that surpassed her understanding. The art of alchemy was indeed real. But how could she access the world of alchemy? She blinked, recalling the Wuji Palace Ghost Market. Could one obtain it at the Wuji Palace Ghost Market?
Mui Han nodded.
Then shook his head. While the cleansing elixir does exist, such a precious item is not something that can be easily acquired.
Vaya.
There exists a distinction between ordinary people and practitioners. From the moment they are born, their fates are already determined. It is unrealistic to expect an ordinary person to defy destiny and become a practitioner. An ordinary person, by definition, is someone who possesses no martial skills. while practitioners are further divided into ordinary martial artists and profound energy practitioners. Ordinary martial artists possess some combat skills, like the guards in various estates or the majority of soldiers in military camps. Profound energy practitioners, however, embody the true essence of cultivation across the continent. Typically, a profound energy practitioner's meridians are innate, though some do undergo cleansing with the cleansing elixir to transform their ordinary bodies into one suited for profound energy cultivation. The path of advancement in cultivation is fraught with difficulty. Families of cultivators may have it easier due to abundant resources, but ordinary individuals lack such resources, making even the step from ordinary to first tier of profound energy exceedingly arduous. Among civilian practitioners, reaching the third tier is already a mark of extraordinary talent. Family scions usually plateau at the fourth or fifth tier. Achieving breakthroughs beyond the seventh tier in the Southernly Kingdom is almost tantamount to invincibility. Wei Ziwei pondered for a moment before voicing her confusion. Brother Han, have you heard of spiritual energy? At her words, Mu Yihan's eyes narrowed, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "What I cultivate is indeed spiritual energy." Wei Ziwei was astonished. She had expected him to say he had never heard of it or did not know, at most having only heard of it in passing. Never did she imagine he would reveal that he himself practiced spiritual energy. Did this mean she was not alone in this, that they were in this together? Chapter 56. I am your brother. Both individuals came to a halt, Mu Yihan gazing intently at Wei Ziwei, his expression earnest. Where regarding this matter? I have never spoken to anyone else about it. In fact, within the continent of Wuzhou, there has always existed the power of Xuanwu. I have never heard of anyone cultivating the power of Xianling. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that Wei's gaze tonight was too intense, making it difficult for him to meet her eyes. It was only after emerging from the Cliff of Souls that I realized I was actually cultivating the power of Xianling, rather than Xuanwu, he continued, recalling the day in the bath. Suddenly, Mu Yihan's face flushed, and he cleared his throat softly. The power of Xianling and that of Xuanwu both belong to the realm of Xian energy, though only a single character apart, they are worlds apart. Xianling is superior, yet significantly more challenging to cultivate. Wei Ziwei stood there, dazed, unable to recover from her shock. Heavens! What I am cultivating is far more formidable than what other practitioners are training in. No wonder I can upgrade so easily. But wait. Brother Han just said that cultivating Xianling is more difficult. He must be mistaken. Where? I did not intend to keep this from you. If I were to tell you, I wouldn't even know where to begin. After an indeterminate period, Wei Ziwei swallowed hard. She had previously considered her cultivation speed to be painfully slow, but now, hearing these words from Brother Han, she suddenly felt that her progress was nothing short of extraordinary. As for Brother Han's uncertainty about where to start, she completely understood that feeling. Brother Han, I am also cultivating the power of Xianling, currently at the initial fourth stage. You are so impressive. You must be at the intermediate stage. Please tell me, which intermediate stage are you at? Upon hearing this, Mu Yihan was first taken aback, followed by overwhelming joy. Wei, are you saying you can also cultivate the power of Xianling? He had always found it strange that she had no Xian energy, yet learned lightness skill with such ease. It turned out that she not only could cultivate but was cultivating the same Xian energy as himself, Xianling. He was no longer alone. He was not a monster. In the past, he had thought he was cultivating Xuanwu, yet his cultivation speed was tenfold or even 100 times faster than that of other practitioners. He had pondered this endlessly, attributing it to his unique bone structure, even believing himself to be an extraordinary being, never considering that he was not cultivating Xuanwu at all. Had it not been for consuming the red heart fruit, which allowed his cultivation to break through its bottleneck and introduce something new into his consciousness, he would have never known that he had been cultivating Xianling all along. However, what puzzled him was that his cultivation level was evidently much higher than Wei Ziwei's. Had she not revealed it herself, he would have never discerned her true strength. Brother Han, you still haven't told me. What stage are you at now? Mu Yihan hesitated. Wei, I think it's better if you don't ask. Wei Ziwei, vexed, replied, You won't say, even after I've told you? Mu Yihan hesitated again. Wei, I believe it's better if you remain unaware. Grinding her teeth, Wei Ziwei insisted. Just give me a straightforward answer. Will you, or won't you? If it weren't for her low level preventing her from seeing through him, would she really have been curious enough to ask? At this point, the usually forthright Brother Han was unwilling to reveal the truth, which was exceedingly strange. With a sigh, Mu Yihan admitted, I am at the peak of the innate stage. Wei Ziwei was rendered speechless. He was at the peak of the innate stage. The gap between them was a staggering 15 levels. How could she ever catch up? The greatest distance in the world was the chasm between her and Brother Han's true strength. Silence enveloped the air, thick and oppressive. Brother Han, you shouldn't have told me. Why did you? Seeing Wei Ziwei on the verge of an outburst, Mu Han was alarmed. It was best to escape. He quickly fled towards the Mu residence. You can't blame me. It was you who insisted I tell you. Near the Mu residence, under the night sky, a white figure lingered on the rooftops, hesitating to take a step forward. He had been in the imperial city for nearly 3 months, feeling more anxious than ever. Just days after arriving, he learned that his aunt had once been kind to the prime minister's residence, and that her only daughter left behind was the 4th miss of that household. After recognizing Wei Ziwei, he had devoted himself solely to her, hoping to ensure she could return to their family without worries. Little did he know that his true cousin was actually the 5th miss, Wei Ziwei, and not the imposter Wei Ziwei. Reflecting on that day, when his true cousin fell into the water, he had been nearby and distinctly heard the sound of her falling. It was infuriating that he had been so preoccupied with the false cousin that he failed to save her, and thankfully, she had not drowned. The memory made him wish he could slap himself twice. Ultimately, all that his cousin had endured was due to his sudden presence. Had he not come, she would not have suffered those trials. Lost in thought, he suddenly sensed 2 figures approaching from afar, one with a formidable aura and the other with a rather peculiar presence. The figures, one red and one black, noticed the conspicuously white figure.
Mu Yihan halted,
waiting for Wei Ziwei to catch up. Wei Ziwei gazed in astonishment at the figure ahead. It's you? What are you doing here?
Mu Yihan frowned.
Though 3 streets away, he could still discern the other's visage, equally striking as his own. He pouted, feeling aggrieved. Who is he? Wei Ziwei, oblivious to Mu Yihan's emotions, stared at the distant white figure, feeling an inexplicable anger. You found me so quickly. Did Wei Ziwei send you? The white-clad man's heart ached. He knew she would not forgive him. However, she had displayed no hostility when she saw him earlier that afternoon. I have nothing to do with her. I came to find you of my own volition. Wei Ziwei raised an eyebrow, perceiving his unwavering devotion, and realized that his dire fate in a past life was not without reason. She quietly asked Mu Yihan, Brother Han, how strong is this person? Can you defeat him? Mu Yihan, pondering the identity of the man, was suddenly delighted to hear Wei Ziwei's question and nodded eagerly. Rest assured, he is no match for me. Upon hearing this, Wei Ziwei visibly relaxed. She knew she was no match for that individual, so she would not act rashly.
Yet,
since Brother Han had asserted that the man was no threat, what was there to fear? Speak, what do you want? The man remained silent. But Wei Ziwei was losing her patience. If there's nothing, I shan't keep you company. Just as she was about to leave, the white-clad man hurriedly spoke. May I have a word with you? Wei Ziwei frowned and paused. Speak your mind, then leave promptly. The man faltered. I am your brother. Chapter 57. Heir of the Phoenix clan Wei Ziwei was taken aback. She had entertained doubts when they met earlier in the day, but that thought had been fleeting. Hearing it from his lips now, she was unprepared for the shock. Mu Yihan, however, wore a cold expression, gathering his Xian energy and unleashing it with a fierce shout. You seek death. The white-clad man dodged, but was left in a precarious situation. He understood Mu Yihan's strength and had no intention of engaging him. More importantly, his purpose for coming today was to acknowledge their kinship. Little sister Wei, I am your only cousin. Your mother and my father are siblings. I speak the truth. You do not know what you're getting into. Mu Yihan's face hardened, and he struck again. A powerful gust of energy surged forward, and the white-clad man found no refuge and had to brace himself.
Bang!
Their energies collided in midair, creating a thunderous sound akin to summer lightning. The white-clad man staggered back, a shallow cut appearing on his cheek from the force of the wind. Mu Yihan watched calmly, a smirk forming on his lips, as he gathered his Xian energy once more. Brother Han, let us see how he responds.
Mu Yihan nodded.
Yet his expression remained cold as he discreetly withdrew the gathered mystical energy. Wei Ziwei glanced around before speaking. We must change our location. This is a residential area, and after the commotion we just caused, it's likely that someone has grown suspicious. In the dead of winter, a sudden thunderous noise would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. The three of them made their way to a desolate place. The man in white noticed Mu Yihan's continued presence, furrowing his brow as he hesitated to speak. He needed to devise a way to send Wei Ziwei away. Their family secrets must not be divulged. Mu Yihan cast a cool glance at him, and the man felt a surge of trepidation. This individual exuded a formidable aura that was not to be trifled with.
Wei.
The matter I wish to discuss pertains to a family secret, he began, but Mu Yihan's expression darkened at once. Wei Ziwei gently patted his hand. He is my future husband. If you have reservations, it's best to remain silent and take your leave. The man in white found himself momentarily speechless. Upon hearing this, Mu Yihan's mood unexpectedly brightened, and he shot a provocative glance at the man. Ignoring Mu Yihan's hostility, the man pressed his lips together before saying, Wei, I apologize. This is all my brother's fault. Wei Ziwei interjected. Get to the point. The man gulped nervously. Your mother, Feng Bingyao, is my biological aunt. She is my father's only sister. Wei Ziwei's eyes widened. Feng Bingyao. Again, it's Feng Bingyao. Hearing that name again stirred a torrent of emotions within her. He claims Feng Bingyao is her mother. You are mistaken. I do not know Feng Bingyao. My maternal family name is Mu. Moreover, if she is indeed your aunt, why do you bear the surname Lin? What is your connection to the Lin family? The man in white shook his head vigorously.
No.
I do not bear the surname Lin. I am of the Feng family. How could I possibly be a Lin? Wei Ziwei scoffed coldly. If memory serves me right, your name is Lin Feng. Now you tell me you belong to the Feng family. Do you take me for a 3-year-old or a fool? His face turned pale as he hastily explained, My name is Feng Zilin. As for Lin Feng, that was merely... Feng Zilin gritted his teeth, blushing. It was my lack of discernment that led me to mistake a fisheye for a pearl, confusing Wei Zi for you. I believed everything they said and did as they instructed, pretending to be a member of the Lin family. Feng Zilin glanced at Mu Yihan, hesitating before continuing. Our Feng family is, in fact, a hidden clan, the most secret of existence across the entire continent. Not even those from the Nali Kingdom, let alone the people of Huayinglongdu, can trace our Feng family's whereabouts unless they seize the key from the hands of the Feng family heir. My aunt is the heir of our Feng family, but she has gone missing. Both my father and grandmother are deeply worried about her, and the hopes of our clan rest upon her. Feng Zilin's explanation finally unraveled the mystery surrounding the dowry that had troubled Wei Ziwei for so long. Wei Zhongzhe had mentioned that there was something of great importance within the dowry, and she understood the significance of the phoenix bracelet. This was the truth. Her biological mother is Feng Bingyao. If this were true, then it would explain why Mu Liden, as the legitimate mother, treated her only daughter so callously. Mu Liden and Wei Zhongzhe already had 3 sons. Suddenly finding a daughter and giving birth to a girl to be recorded under her name would naturally stir resentment within her heart. Having come to this realization, Wei Ziwei found the resentment she harbored towards Mu Liden for the mother-daughter relationship dissipating. Mu Liden, as the legitimate mother, had shown great mercy by allowing the child born of her husband and another woman to grow up. How could she demand more? What kind of woman was Feng Bingyao? The first time she heard that name was in the Wujidian, and suddenly she understood the meaning behind Morongyan's gaze toward her. Wei Ziwei never anticipated that she would indeed be tied to Feng Bingyao, related by blood. She knew little about the Feng clan, yet she was aware of Wujidian. At least she had been there. Wujidian was not a simple place. Not even the emperor of the Nali Kingdom dared to provoke it. Feng Bingyao's connection to Wujidian was undoubtedly significant. She could not merely be an ordinary woman. Moreover, 16 years ago, when the former emperor was gravely ill, it was Feng Bingyao, brought back by Wei Zhongzhe, who healed him. At that time, Wei Haoqing was merely the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Due to this incident, he was promoted to the position of prime minister and garnered immense fame. It was certain that without Feng Bingyao, there would have been no Wei surname prime minister, or, at least, Wei Haoqing would not have risen so easily. The Wei family gained favor because of Feng Bingyao, yet they cast her only daughter into despair. Wei Ziwei thought of Wei Zhongzhe and his admonitions, narrowing her eyes. Why was Wei Haoqing the one in power and not Wei Zhongzhe? Her thoughts spiraled. What if her disappearance was not mere coincidence? Wei Ziwei's left hand gently caressed the phoenix birthmark. This was the legacy of the Feng family. She knew all too well that the mystical energy she had cultivated was indeed the Feng family's technique. It was not mere luck. This was inherently the possession of a Feng family heir. She was the current successor of the Feng clan. As for the notes, they must have originated from her mother. Feng Bingyao was not only her biological mother, but had also indirectly become her mentor. All of Wei Ziwei's medical skills stemmed from those notes, for which she held deep gratitude and respect towards the author. Wei heir, dear sister, I have been blinded by foolishness. Were it not for that, Feng Zilin, noticing Wei Ziwei's prolonged silence, felt a knot of anxiety in his heart. He had revealed the secrets of the Feng family that must not be disclosed, and she seemed skeptical. What should he do? Suddenly, Wei Ziwei remembered something, her gaze darkening as she coldly asked, "So, you have shared all of this with Wei Zi?" Feng Zilin trembled, nodding, then shaking his head. "There's one thing I haven't mentioned." Chapter 58. The calamity of the Phoenix bracelet. Wei Ziwei clenched her fists, taking a long, deep breath. One thing? What could that possibly be? Regarding the legacy, after obtaining it, a Phoenix birthmark would appear on one's hand. Only that detail was left unsaid. Wei Ziwei took another deep breath. You told her about the existence of the Phoenix bracelet and that acquiring it would grant her the legacy. No wonder they were so eager to bring the dowry into the Marquis' residence, and no wonder there were assassination attempts upon their return to the city. Sister. Feng Zilin nodded, his face pale. He deeply regretted his actions, wishing he could slap himself for his foolishness. He was damned. Mu Yihan's expression was equally grim. Upon hearing Feng Zilin mention the Phoenix birthmark, he unconsciously glanced at Wei Ziwei's right wrist. This secret must never reach a third party. When he looked back at Feng Zilin, it was as if he were gazing at a corpse. Wei Ziwei's fists were tightly clenched, and despite taking 2 more deep breaths, she continued to tremble. This fool. She had reluctantly agreed to a marriage in order to reclaim her dowry, almost losing her life to obtain the legacy. But what about her past life? In her previous life, when she married into the Marquis' residence, the dowry never truly reached her hands. She endured scorn in the Marquis' residence. She was treated worse than pigs and dogs in the village. Escaping to the north to seek medical aid, she ultimately fell into the hands of that vile couple. She was tortured to death, having her flesh sliced away bit by bit. All of this, all because of a legacy bracelet she had never heard of at the time. The news that acquiring the Phoenix bracelet would grant her the Feng clan's legacy was spread by a blood relative. Because of his foolishness, she endured suffering she should not have had to bear. He did not kill her, yet she perished because of him. How could she forgive him for the devastating harm he caused her? He was her mother's nephew, yet he brought her to such a state. How could she not resent him? Had he not come? Had he not left the Feng clan's secret realm? Had he not appeared in the imperial city? Had he not sought her out in the minister's residence, she would not have had to watch helplessly as her own flesh was carved away. Forced into a marriage she did not desire, wrongfully accused of seducing her father-in-law, enduring the bitter agony of hunger and cold in the countryside, traversing the tumultuous north. Subjected to unspeakable tortures, these were trials she should never have faced. He was the architect of her suffering. Yet, he sought her forgiveness? Whether in this life or the next, had he not appeared, her existence would have been at least tranquil. But his arrival brought calamity. He, unworthy of absolution. Wei Ziwei closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, an indescribable chill lingered in her gaze. I know everything. You may leave. Sister Wei. Feng Zilin was taken aback. He had mistaken her for someone else and inadvertently revealed family secrets, placing her in peril, nearly leading her to the brink of death at the soul-severing cliff. He could not even forgive himself. He had resolved that regardless of being struck or scolded, he would not evade or flinch, merely seeking to appease her anger. Yet she commanded him to depart. Wei Ziwei's palm was marred by her own nails, drawing blood. Yet she continued to endure. I command you to leave. Let us pretend we have never met, and do not seek me out again. Sister, I cannot leave. Feng Zilin was frantic. He could not abandon her. His purpose in the imperial city was not solely to reunite with her, but there were matters of greater significance. Leave swiftly before I have regrets. From this moment forth, do not seek me again, or I shall take your life with my own hands. Feng Zilin was stunned. He sensed her loathing, yet could not fathom that she would wish for his demise. Sister, I understand you hate me. It was my blindness that led you to the soul-severing cliff. Whether you wish to strike or kill, I harbor no grievances, yet I will not depart. Even if it costs me my life. If you do not leave, then die. I shall die if it comes to that. I do not fear death. Should you linger, do not blame me for disregarding that ephemeral bond of blood. Kill me if you must, for I shall not leave. I know you are furious, and I too am enraged with myself. I deserve this fate, whether you slay me or not. This is self-inflicted. Wei Ziwei rapidly gathered her mystical energy, unleashing a formidable force that swept over him. Feng Zilin did not evade. He braced himself against her full-force assault, his body soaring like a kite severed from its string. Blood seeped from the corner of his lips, his complexion as pale as a sheet. As he hit the ground, he quickly rose again, enduring 3 consecutive strikes of her mystical energy. In the final blow, he could no longer rise, blood staining his lips, his face as white as paper, his clothing soaked with his own blood. Yet, he managed a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. Sister, I am truly sorry. I deserve to die. I do not seek your forgiveness, only that when your anger subsides, you may allow me a moment to see grandmother and my father. They long for Auntie, who is no longer with us. The figure once destined for celestial grace now lay in disarray on the ground, clinging to life. When Wei Ziwei locked eyes with him, memories of their past life flooded back. The look he gave her as he hovered on the brink of death, strikingly similar. Her heart ached, tears spilling forth like pearls released from their string. In their previous life, they endured a torturous execution, forced to witness the flesh being carved from their bodies. Yet he was fortunate to depart before she did. His gaze as he breathed his last, even across the span of lifetimes, remained etched in her memory. Unable to suppress her emotions any longer, Wei Ziwei roared, "Yes, you deserve to die. Your blindness has brought me ruin. Had it not been for you, I would not have married into the Ningen Marquis, and I would not have met my demise. You have not only caused my death but your own as well. You deserve to be tortured. This is your own folly. Why did you come to the Imperial City?
Why did you seek me?"
Wei Ziwei, overwhelmed with emotion, finally unleashed the deepest pain from her heart, perhaps too fervently, or perhaps her mystical energy depleted. She suddenly collapsed. Her words left Feng Zilin in shock, and Mu Yihan felt an acute pang of sorrow. For reasons unknown, he sensed that she was not merely venting anger, but that she had indeed suffered those tribulations. As Wei Ziwei lost consciousness, Mu Yihan's heart ached profoundly. He rushed forward, catching her before she hit the ground, then swiftly departed. He did not look back, his voice cold. Wei just declared that if you appear before her again, even if she does not kill you, I will personally end your life. Yet, as Wei commanded him to leave, he could only suppress the fury raging within. If he were not related to Wei's mother, he would gladly die 100 deaths. Feng Zilin gazed at their retreating figures, his heart heavy with regret, his vision blurring. Silence enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, a figure clad in red appeared. He glanced in the direction Mu Yihan had departed, then looked down at Feng Zilin, shaking his head before extending a hand to lift him up. Chapter 59. A dream of past lives in the Prince Jing's mansion. Wei Ziwei fell into a dream. She envisioned herself married into the Marquis, where Cheng Jinhong did not perform the wedding rites, and the family mocked her in various ways. Even the servants treated her with scorn. Cheng Yutong burst into her chamber, intending to commit an immoral act. When Cheng Dai arrived, Green Willow falsely accused her of seducing others. Cheng Dai ordered her legs to be broken, and Bai Yu rushed forward to intervene, only to be beaten to death. She was cast into the countryside, where Cheng Gui and others reveled in her suffering as she was forced to eat pig slop and animal waste. Finally escaping the countryside, as she traveled north to seek a healer, she was captured and brought before Wei Zi, who marred half her face with her nails. As she was subjected to a torturous execution, Yi Hongyi and Wei Zi laughed heartily beside her, with Yi Hongyi even taking it upon himself to rip out her heart. She encountered her long-deceased wet nurse and witnessed the demise of the Mu family members. She saw a masked man pierced by arrows. Wei Ziwei was seized by a high fever, speaking deliriously, showing no signs of waking. Mu Yihan watched, his heart aching. He summoned nearly all the physicians from the Tai hospital to the Prince Jing's mansion, but they declared her condition a result of anger and emotional turmoil, with no serious concerns. They advised maintaining a cheerful disposition and avoiding further stimuli to prevent recurrence. Yet, they remained silent on when she might awaken. 3 days later, on the 10th day of the month, at the hour of the ox, Wei Ziwei gradually regained consciousness, staring at the unfamiliar canopy above, momentarily lost in thought. As she attempted to sit up, She noticed that one of her hands was tightly grasped by another. Looking at the familiar dark figure, her tears flowed like pearls released from their string. Mu Yihan, sensing her movement, opened his eyes and saw her silently weeping, his heart filled with anguish.
Where?
I am sorry. Without your consent, I brought you back to the Prince Jing's mansion. But rest assured, I have arranged for someone to report your safety to the Mu residence. Her condition had been precarious, and returning directly would cause undue worry. Wei Ziwei merely stared blankly at Mu Yihan, unable to speak, yet her tears continued to flow. Do not fear, Wei, I am here. If you wish to return to the Mu residence, I can take you back immediately. He was distressed for her, yet unsure how to comfort her, stumbling over his words. Brother Han, I am sorry, it is all my fault. I caused all of this. If I had heeded my grandmother's advice and not married into the Marquis, none of this would have happened. I am sorry. Mu Yihan's heart twisted in pain. He could only wonder what she had endured. He wished he could bear her burdens. Yet he felt powerless. He had thoroughly investigated her time at the Prime Minister's residence. Aside from the near-drowning incident, nothing particularly grave had occurred. Regarding her marriage, she had entered the Marquis only to leave almost immediately, hardly qualifying as a marriage. Why did she cling to this matter so? Had it not been for his identity, she would not have suffered alongside him. But what could he do? I cannot choose my origins. At that time, I was entirely unaware of the existence of the bracelet. I would rather not possess that lineage than see you and your maternal family endure such calamities. You and uncle, all of you have met such a fate because of me. Brother Han, I am truly sorry, deeply sorry. Wei Ziwei wept inconsolably. Mu Yihan's heart felt as though it were shattering. He embraced her tightly. Wei, do not think of it this way. You have not wronged me, nor have you wronged the Mu family. Seeing you like this causes me great pain, an immense pain. Mu Yihan took Wei Ziwei's hand and placed it over his heart. No matter what happens, do not shoulder all the blame. If there is any fault, it is not yours to bear. We arrive in this world without the ability to choose our birth, nor can we decide our parents. This is not our fault. Our parents are not at fault either. The fault lies within human hearts, which are often greedy. Some individuals, driven by desire for what does not belong to them, resort to all manner of vile means.
Where?
I do not know what you have endured, but I hope you will always remember that I am by your side. Whatever you wish to do, pursue it without hesitation. I will be your strongest support, even if it means facing the heavens. Do not fear. I will handle the aftermath. After Mu Yihan's soothing words, Wei Ziwei's emotions began to stabilize. She consumed some porridge and took her medicine, soon drifting into a much more peaceful sleep. In her early days of rebirth, she was plagued by nightmares, visions of her past life, where she met a gruesome end, dreams of being torn apart, of her heart being cut out, of the tragic deaths of those in the Mu household, and of Mu Yihan, masked, pierced by arrows. At that time, she did not know it was Mu Yihan who was struck, only recognizing him as the young King Jing. The young King Jing, leading the northern border tiger army, had rebelled and was advancing toward the imperial city with unstoppable force. She did not understand why she found herself on the battlefield, nor why the silver-masked young King Jing, in a seemingly advantageous position, would willingly embrace such a fate. In her past life, she remained oblivious to Mu Yihan's torment from the ice-fire poison, which he willingly endured to save her life, sacrificing his own in the process. Fortunately, in this life, she recognized him early on. The poison had been resolved, and his cultivation had increased. She encountered Feng Zilin ahead of time, although he still committed foolish acts that posed great risks to her and the Mu family.
Now,
she understood the reasons behind those actions. As long as she prepared adequately, it wouldn't be too dire. In this life, Yi Hongyi shall not ascend to that position, and Wei Zi shall not become the empress again. As dawn broke, Wei Ziwei awoke once more, her eyes falling upon the silhouette of Mu Yihan, engrossed in reading nearby. She chose to remain silent, quietly enjoying the tranquility of the moment. After an indeterminate time, Mu Yihan could no longer contain himself. He shook his head and set down the letter. Where you have won. The instant she awakened, he had sensed it, feigning ignorance, waiting for her to call him while she merely observed him. Wei Ziwei smiled gently, her eyes sparkling. Brother Han, it is truly wonderful to have you here. Thank you. Her complexion remained poor, yet her spirits had lifted. She understood her purpose. She must not allow herself to be mired in the shadows of her past life.
Vaya.
There is no need for gratitude between us. Whatever I do for you, it is my choice. If it were possible, I would gladly bear all the pain you have endured. He wished he could take on everything for her sake, to see her live joyfully once more, as she once did. Yet, he understood that his heir had grown up and could never return to the innocence of her 5-year-old self. Heir, are you hungry? I had someone prepare porridge for you. Would you like to eat some now? Wei Ziwei gazed at Mu Yihan's exquisitely chiseled features, recalling how haggard he looked when she awoke at night, her heart warming with affection and concern. Brother Han, you are truly handsome. No matter what happens in the future, please maintain this appearance. This is how you ought to be. Mu Yihan shook his head helplessly, gently tapping her nose. I was asking if you wanted porridge. Yet you tell me to maintain my good looks? After breakfast, Wei Ziwei expressed her desire to return to the Mu residence. Learning that she had been in a deep slumber at the Jing King's residence for 3 days made her anxious. Although both old Madame Mu and Mu Yining had recovered well, she could not rest easy without personally checking on them. Furthermore, as unmarried individuals, it was inappropriate for them to continue residing in the Jing King's residence. Mu Yihan wished for her to stay longer but recognized the validity of her concerns. It was indeed unsuitable for her to remain there for an extended period. He arranged for a carriage to take her back to the Mu residence before attending to other matters. Brother Han, you should address your urgent affairs first. There is no need to accompany me. I can return by carriage myself. She was aware that during her 3-day slumber, he had remained by her side without leaving. Now that she was well, it was time for him to tend to his accumulated duties. Very well. I shall assign you a couple of hidden guards. Brother Han, have you forgotten? I am now at the initial stage of the 4th rank of Xianling. You may as well consider them non-existent. Should anything arise, they can run errands. At the entrance of the Mu residence, the carriage from the Jing King's residence came to a gentle halt. Wei Ziwei stepped out and immediately spotted Green Willow waiting at the door. She blinked, a smile gracing her lips. The fire of her indignation had yet to find an outlet, and here was someone presenting themselves for her amusement. It felt as though a bridge had appeared when she needed to cross the river. After disembarking, Wei Ziwei noticed the carriage had already departed before leisurely approaching Green Willow. Green Willow wore a sullen expression, deep in thought, and did not look up as the carriage rolled past. Suddenly, a pair of embroidered red shoes appeared before her, prompting her to lift her head abruptly. Standing before her was a woman clad in red, her figure more robust than the average woman, yet perfectly proportioned. A childlike face adorned with a smile, she looked both adorable and charming. Dressed in a dazzling red gown, she stood before Wei Ziwei, radiating brilliance like the sun. Green Willow gasped, "Fifth Miss? Is that you?" Wei Ziwei smiled faintly. "Indeed, I am Wei Ziwei." Green Willow was taken aback, rubbing her eyes in disbelief as she stared at Wei Ziwei. "How wonderful!
It is truly you, miss. I have finally seen you."
Wei Ziwei nodded. "Yes. I am equally glad to see you. Trust me, soon you will be even happier." Green Willow paused, sensing something strange in Wei Ziwei's words. For a moment, she felt an urge to turn and leave, but thinking of 4th Miss's orders, she suppressed her unease. She was determined to stay by 5th Miss's side, otherwise, returning to the Xiang residence would mean no way to survive. She had waited at the Mu residence for 3 days and thankfully, she did not give up. Today, she finally met her. It seemed that she would not be sent away, so she naturally had to remain. As long as she could stay, it would be easy to complete her task, and she would soon acquire what she desired. Green Willow rose but stumbled slightly as she stood, almost losing her balance. Wei Ziwei raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you in such a hurry? Is there something you wish to say to me?" Green Willow's heart raced, and she hurriedly explained, No, I simply missed you, miss, since you have been away from the Xiang residence for so long." "Indeed, you are right. Your contract is still in my possession. It is indeed time for you to miss me." This aspect of the Prime Minister's residence was quite advantageous. The contracts of the servants in each courtyard were held by their respective masters. Green Willow's contract was in Wei Ziwei's hands, and as long as she did not speak, no one could take Green Willow away. Upon hearing this, Green Willow felt a rush of fear. "Miss, what are you saying? I do not understand." "I truly missed you." Wei Ziwei scoffed coldly, brushing past Green Willow as she entered the Mu residence. The Green Willow took a step forward, yearning to follow the past, but the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Her nose crinkled in pain, tears swirling in her eyes. Wei Ziwei was convinced that the Green Willow would not only remain but would also find ways to stay by her side. Whether sent by Prime Minister Wei or Wei Ziwei, if she failed to accomplish her task, returning home would certainly not yield favorable consequences. As these thoughts occupied her mind, she looked up to see the matriarch of the Wei family approaching, prompting her to quickly stride over and assist the elder back inside. Grandmother, your health has just improved. You should avoid drafts. The weather is chilly. If you wish to see me, simply call for me, but please do not come out on your own.
Matriarch chided gently.
You silly girl. Knowing well that your grandmother is still recovering, why did you allow 3 days to pass without a glimpse of you? I am aware of your affection for honor, yet you have not yet wed. How can you take residence in the Prince of Jing's manor? If outsiders learn of this, how will the Princess of Jing regard you? Wei Ziwei's cheeks flushed red. She understood her grandmother's concern and knew that Mu Yihan had not divulged their situation. Grandmother, I understand your worries, but rest assured, I am capable of managing my own affairs. Matriarch Mu's displeasure was evident. If you were truly capable, you would not act so recklessly. Do you not realize that such behavior will cause the Princess of Jing to look down upon you? Even the servants of the Jing manor may regard you with disdain. Wei Ziwei pouted, dismissing her grandmother's concerns. I trust that Brother Han will handle everything well.
Matriarch Mu,
exasperated by her granddaughter's naivety, replied, You foolish girl, while I know Honor is a good man and will protect you, one must heed the words of others. Should this matter reach the palace, you must understand that the one within is always wary of the Jing manor. Otherwise, they would not have granted the Jing manor the Mu surname. Wei Ziwei was momentarily taken aback, realizing that in her past life, she had been oblivious to Mu Yihan's identity as the little Prince of Jing and had never considered the significance of the surname. Mu Yihan had taken Mu Kaijie as his adoptive father and had therefore claimed the Mu surname without further thought. She had not anticipated that the Jing manor had been bestowed with the Mu name. Grandmother, why does the current emperor harbor such apprehension towards the Jing manor? The Prince of Jing and Yi Nantian are full-blooded brothers, alongside the Grand Princess, all of whom are born of the current empress. Logically, they should share a closer bond than other princes. Yet, due to his fears of the Prince of Jing, Yi Nantian even forced him to change his surname to Mu and subsequently sent him to the northern frontier. Matriarch Mu shook her head with a sigh. The late emperor believed that the rightful heir to the throne was the Prince of Jing. However, upon the emperor's passing, the will named the current emperor. Wei Ziwei's brow furrowed. Grandmother, what transpired back then? Matriarch Mu shook her head again. Before the late emperor's death, the Mu family had not chosen sides. Wei Ziwei's eyes flickered. It seemed that the troubles surrounding the Mu family were not mere coincidences, as if something was on the verge of being revealed. She grasped Matriarch Mu's wrist to take her pulse, confirming her health, alleviating some of her worries. The two conversed for quite some time, and after Wei Ziwei repeatedly assured her grandmother that she would not act foolishly again, Matriarch Mu finally relented. Chapter 61. Worth only 250 knock. 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 Wei Ziwei arrived at Mu Yining's quarters, knocking on the door. Upon receiving a response, she entered. Cousin, lift your clothing. I shall examine your wound. She believed that the medicine Mu Yihan had provided was remarkably effective, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, Mu Yining's wound should be nearly scabbed over. Mu Yining's expression was noticeably awkward. There is no need, Sister Wei. I have already checked it myself, and the wound has scabbed over. Wei Ziwei shot him a glance, sensing something peculiar about him today, but did not dwell on it. Very well, but I still must check your pulse to feel assured. After a moment, Wei Ziwei remarked, Cousin, the wound is quite deep. As new flesh grows, it will itch more than ordinary wounds. You must not scratch it. Mu Yining nodded in agreement, yet his mind seemed elsewhere. Wei Ziwei couldn't help but scrutinize him further, feeling that something was amiss. After leaving Mu Yining's quarters, Wei Ziwei returned to her own room. After searching for a while, she found the contract for Green Willow as servitude. With Bai Yu and Qin busy with shop matters, it was the perfect opportunity for her to address Green Willow's situation alone. Green Willow was patiently waiting outside the Mu residence. Upon seeing Wei Ziwei emerge, her eyes brightened. Miss, are we heading to Ru Yilu? Wei Ziwei raised an eyebrow, watching her with keen interest, yet remained silent. Green Willow, feeling scrutinized, stammered, Miss, you have no one to look after you. Allow me to accompany you. With me by your side, you can focus on your tasks more easily. Wei Ziwei smiled. Are you particularly interested in Ru Yilu? 3 days prior, she had visited, and it was likely that someone from the Prime Minister's residence had seen her. Green Willow's face paled, her guilt intensifying. And no, I have no interest in Rui Lu. I merely wish to be by your side. Wei Ziwei nodded. I understand your intentions. I recall that Wei Zi adores the sweet and sour meat from there. You went to Rui Lu 3 days ago to purchase it for her, did you not? And no, I did not go there. The fourth miss only asked me to. Wei Ziwei interrupted with a smile. What a pity, Rui Lu has already closed for business. No one can purchase anything there now. So, it was indeed Wei Zi who sent you. What of Prime Minister Wei? Did he not assign you a task? And no, it was not the fourth miss, nor the Prime Minister. It was I who missed you, Mississippi. Wei Ziwei sneered. Is that so? I offered you an opportunity, but you failed to cherish it. Green Willow's heart trembled. The fifth miss had become increasingly enigmatic. An hour later, in front of Yihang Courtyard, Wei Ziwei halted, a smile gracing her face as she observed the panting Green Willow rushing toward her. With her current physical condition, she could easily walk for 3 days and nights without faltering, unlike Green Willow, who, as a personal maid in the inner courtyard, seldom engaged in strenuous tasks and was now exhausted from a mere hour of brisk running. Yihang Courtyard was renowned in the capital as a playground for wealthy young men, primarily conducting business at night, with few patrons during the day. A woman leaned against the doorframe, yawning. Noticing the unfamiliar yet exceptionally beautiful girl that had suddenly stopped before her, her curiosity piqued.
Oh.
Are you here to enjoy the flowers at our Yihang Courtyard? Wei Ziwei flashed a charming smile. I shall abstain from flower wine, but I do wish to discuss a business matter with your matron. She suddenly lifted her gaze towards the only open window above, spotting a white figure. Green Willow felt a surge of anxiety. She sensed that something unfavorable was about to unfold. Yet, she found herself at a loss, unsure whether to leave or stay. Before long, the matron emerged. The woman, in her 40s, appeared slightly thinner than when Wei Ziwei first reincarnated. The excess flesh on her body quivered as she walked. With a round face, her eyes resembled 2 slits, and when she smiled, they turned into mere lines. A conspicuous large black mole on her nose danced with her laughter, resembling a fly buzzing around her plump face from a distance. Wei Ziwei frowned slightly, relieved that she had managed to lose weight quickly. She could hardly believe how much older the matron appeared. Upon seeing Wei Ziwei's beauty, the matron expressed disbelief. Are you truly here to enter our Yihang Courtyard? Wei Ziwei cast her a sidelong glance, her voice icy. What are you implying? Do I appear to be lacking in wit? The matron responded. Then what brings you here? Naturally, I am here to negotiate business. I have no intention of entering your establishment. She gestured dismissively, continuing, what is the worth of such merchandise? The matron hesitated, then swiftly turned her attention to Green Willow, shaking her head repeatedly. This girl appears rather lowly, and she is quite aged, making her difficult to train. She is worth little silver. Circling Green Willow, she clucked her tongue in disdain. However, with some dressing up, she might do. I can offer you this amount. What do you think? The matron raised 3 fingers. Wei Ziwei scoffed coldly. That is hardly satisfactory. Be straightforward, and do not play games with me. The matron's expression soured instantly, but she was reluctant to let go of this business opportunity that had presented itself. Originally worth only 250. Seeing the young lady's sincerity, I have added an additional 50 taels for you. Noticing Wei Zi's indifference, the brothel madam's expression grew slightly anxious. Since the young lady is straightforward, I shall be forthright as well. I will add another 250, offering a firm price of 500 taels. What do you say? Wei Zi raised an eyebrow but remained silent. This girl is worth at most 500 taels. Any more would be a loss for us. Green Willow, already frightened, turned to flee. Wei Zi, with composed demeanor, reached out, seized Green Willow by her collar, and tossed her to the ground.
Bang!
Where do you think you're going? Your contract of sale remains in my possession. Do I look like I would allow you to leave? Green Willow scrambled to her knees, trembling as if she were a leaf in the wind. Miss, please tell me what I did wrong. I will rectify it immediately. I beg you not to sell me to a brothel. Wei Zi replied coldly. I offered you a chance before. It is too late now.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Green Willow repeatedly knocked her head against the ground, soon drawing blood. 50,000 taels. Give me a decisive answer, or I shall take her away immediately. Wei Zi looked again towards the high window. The madam's eyes nearly bulged from her head as she shouted angrily, Young lady, are you here to stir up trouble? With such merchandise, you dare demand 50,000 taels? Why not go rob someone instead? Do you think our Yihang courtyard is a place for your reckless behavior? Wei Zi casually cleared her ears, clearly impatient. If you cannot make a decision, I suggest you consult your behind-the-scenes boss. I lack patience, and I am rather fatigued today. I shall grant you, at most, the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea. The Imperial City is not just yours. I advise you to hasten your pace. If this deal falls through, your position as madam may be at risk. The brothel madam, taken aback, frowned but reluctantly returned to Yihang courtyard. When she emerged again, her face was adorned with a beaming smile, holding a stack of silver notes. Green Willow was dragged inside like a lifeless dog, while Wei Zi hummed a little tune as she departed. Chapter 62. Eavesdropping on Gossip Noon. The streets, once quiet in recent days, now buzzed with an unusual liveliness. The shouts of street vendors and the haggling of buyers and sellers echoed throughout. Wei Zi strolled leisurely, unhurriedly making her way towards her family's shop. Occasionally, she would pause to inspect interesting trinkets, purchasing one or two to bring home for Xian'er and Yer. As she passed through the southern square, her keen eyes spotted a crowd gathered around the notice board. Among the heated discussions, names like Duke Ning'an and Lord Chung were mentioned, indicating that the gossip was of no trivial nature. Intrigued, Wei Zi quickened her pace towards the gathering. The notice board was plastered with several announcements, one of which was a call for a physician. However, the notice was obscured by the throng of people in front, making it difficult to read. Noticing the crowd was predominantly composed of men, Wei Zi felt it inappropriate to push her way forward. Luckily, there was a tree nearby, and she leaned against the trunk, listening to the gossip. Why is the Ning'an Duke's residence suddenly seeking a divine physician? I haven't heard of anyone gravely ill there. You don't know? I caught wind of some inside news that indeed someone in the Ning'an Duke's residence has fallen seriously ill. I heard it too. It's none other than the Duke himself who's fallen ill. If the Duke is ill, what sort of strange illness could it be that requires a notice seeking a divine physician? Indeed, with the Duke's esteemed status, wouldn't he be able to summon the Imperial physicians? Do you genuinely believe the Imperial physicians can cure every ailment? The world is vast, and there are indeed maladies that even they cannot remedy. What could be the nature of the Duke's affliction that even the Imperial physicians are at a loss? Isn't it obvious? The only ailment that the Imperial physicians cannot treat is that of a man's condition. Are you suggesting he is unable to fulfill his marital duties? Oh dear, my little ancestor, can you speak so recklessly? Look around. This is a public place with many ears. Do you wish to court disaster? Yes, I was merely surprised, forgive me. Don't say I didn't warn you. It is rumored that this news has even reached the palace. Can you imagine? What more could happen? The Emperor and Empress are both quite worried. They sent the head of the Imperial physicians to the Duke's residence, but he could only shake his head in despair. With the Emperor and Empress so concerned, the Ning'an Duke must be quite favored. Wait a minute, if the Emperor is concerned, it's because he cares for his subject. But why would the Empress care? The crowd fell silent, and Wei Zi, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. The eyes of those around her turned toward her, and she offered an awkward smile. That was unintentional. Please, carry on, don't mind me. Seeing Wei Zi's charming and delicate appearance, the men expressed surprise, yet the allure of gossip proved stronger. They nodded at her and turned back to their conversation. Wei Zi, in high spirits, was about to hum her way out when another piece of gossip halted her steps, prompting her to lean against the tree again. Have you heard? The eldest princess and her consort have divorced. It is said that the divorce decree bears the imperial seal. Oh, how swift the consort's actions. It seems he was quite enraged by the eldest princess's secret affair. Who knows? I heard the eldest princess even had a fierce quarrel with the empress. Is that rumor true? How do you know so much about the royal family's affairs? Oh dear. I have my sources. Believe it or not as you wish. Believe. Whether you believe or not, I believe. Tell us more. You ought to know. While the eldest princess's actions are indeed scandalous, the consort is hardly blameless. Wow, it's evident there's even more explosive insider information. Hurry up. Don't leave us hanging. Yes, quickly. What else do you know? Consider this. The eldest princess and her consort divorced, not because she was dismissed. Of course. The eldest princess holds a royal title. She cannot simply be dismissed. If that were to happen, what would it mean for the royal family's reputation? What face would the royal family even have left? Given her actions, how much face remains? Isn't the royal family's dignity beyond reproach? Can you casually discuss it like this? Right. Let us not speak of the royal family's face. Let us talk about the consort. That should be safe enough, right? Not just any consort. That would be the former consort. Well, you don't know the truth. The commotion caused by the eldest princess at the Empress's place had its reasons.
What?
Are you implying this is related to the Empress? Are you suggesting that the Empress exposed the eldest princess's affair?
How could that be?
The Empress would never tarnish her sister-in-law's reputation. That would surely anger the Empress Dowager. True, the Empress Dowager dotes on the eldest princess. Everyone knows that. Let us not digress. Why did the eldest princess cause such a scene at the Empress's? Naturally, it has to do with the former consort. Are you implying the Empress instigated the consort to divorce? The eldest princess, feeling wronged, went to confront the Empress? What are you thinking? It's not like that. Oh dear, you're behaving like a woman, so indecisive. Come closer. This cannot be shared outside. All right, we 1T spread it. The group turned to look at Wei Ziwei. She touched her nose and offered an awkward smile. Rest assured, I 1T tell anyone, hee. Please continue. The men resumed their huddled whispers, engrossed in their gossip once more. Please remember, do not attribute this to me. I heard it from others. The Empress of the East Palace and the Prince Consort are actually childhood sweethearts. A hush fell over the surroundings once more. Wei Ziwei's eyes widened in disbelief. The Empress and the Prince Consort were childhood companions. Did the Grand Princess know this? In her previous life, the Grand Princess had vigorously supported Yi Hongyi's ascension, indicating that they were clearly on the same side. After Yi Hongyi took the throne, as his aunt and a significant contributor, the Grand Princess should have enjoyed a life of comfort. Yet, inexplicably, shortly after Yi Hongyi's rise, the Grand Princess divorced the Prince Consort. Not long after, her estate was confiscated and she was given the death penalty, while the Prince Consort lived on quite well. Wei Ziwei blinked. Could it be that things were not as she imagined? Chapter 63. A new cousin-in-law? An hour later, Wei Ziwei arrived at her shop. Several carriages were parked at the entrance, laden with goods required by the restaurants. Workers bustled in and out, busily unloading the items from the carts and moving them inside. A warmth spread through Wei Ziwei's heart, and a smile graced her lips. In the main hall on the first floor, Bai Yu was directing the workers to carry items to the back courtyard. Upon seeing Wei Ziwei, her eyes instantly brightened like crescent moons. Miss, you've returned. She hadn't seen her mistress for 3 days. Even though she knew she was at the residence of the Prince of Jing and had nothing to worry about, her heart still felt tight. She reached out to take the items from Wei Ziwei's hands and set them aside. Madam instructed that we open for business before the Lantern Festival to bring good fortune. Seeing her mistress made her heart swell with joy. And she pulled Wei Ziwei further inside, explaining the progress of their work as they walked. Opening for the Lantern Festival? Is it feasible? Wei Ziwei marveled. With only a few days until the festival, could everything truly be ready in time? It is. Bai Yu replied, suddenly recalling something, and quickly clamped her mouth shut. Together, they traversed from the main hall to the back courtyard, then back again and up to the second and third floors, exploring every nook and cranny. She silently retracted her doubts, replaced instead by admiration. She knew her aunt was efficient, but she had not anticipated such remarkable speed. Where is aunt? She inquired. Bai Yu blinked. Miss, you may not know, but you are soon to have a cousin-in-law. Madam is visiting the future mother-in-law. Wei Ziwei was taken aback. She was to have a cousin-in-law? When had her cousin spoken of a marriage? Why had she not heard anyone mention it? Just then, someone hurriedly entered from outside, nearly colliding with a worker exiting. Brother Qingfeng? What brings you here? Qingfeng's expression was anxious, but upon spotting Wei Ziwei, he quietly sighed in relief. Wei Ziwei's heart sank. She frowned and asked, Is something amiss at the residence? Qingfeng nodded, then shook his head. It is not the Mu residence that is in trouble, but Miss Mo. She has come looking for young Master Mu again. And he sent me to find you. Wei Ziwei's heart raced. This must be serious, or else her cousin would not be so eager to send for her. Qingfeng took a breath and explained. It is Miss Mo. Her mother is in trouble. Wei Ziwei felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as it was not someone from the Mu household in distress, she could remain unfazed. Cousin, you must go and see. Young Master Mu has already gone with Miss Mo. Wei Ziwei was taken aback. What did you say? He actually left the residence? Has he lost his mind? Her face turned pale with anger. Did her cousin not realize that his body could not endure such strenuous actions?
Montag war näher.
This is truly vexing. 15 minutes later, Wei Ziwei followed Qingfeng to the Finglinwen villa. Upon entering the room, she found Qin Shi there, while Mo Wanner had already dissolved into tears. And Mu Yining sat quietly beside her, his complexion ashen. As Wei Ziwei entered, Mu Yining attempted to rise, but a glare from her made him sit obediently in place. Wei Ziwei's expression was grim. She was furious. Mu Yining could clearly sense her ire and felt a pang of guilt, diverting his gaze elsewhere. Wei Ziwei shot him a glare, her anger simmering. She had suspected him of acting strangely today, and now it was clear he had been waiting for her here. With her mind occupied with other matters, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, when ordinarily he was quite articulate. Where had his usual silver tongue gone? Wei Ziwei was genuinely infuriated. If he had just spoken up, she would not have had to rush over like this. Sister Wei, he began. But Wei Ziwei shot him a fierce look. We will settle this later. With that, she entered Mo Yan's chamber. Mo Yan was in a dire state. Her face lacked any trace of color. Wei Ziwei was taken aback. She recalled that 3 days prior, Mo Yan had also appeared pale. Yet now, she looked utterly lifeless. With faint mottling on her skin, Wei Ziwei quickly approached and placed 3 fingers on her wrist. After a long moment, she released her grip and attempted to take her pulse again, her brow furrowing tightly. How could this be? She had no pulse. A chill of horror gripped Wei Ziwei. Only the dead lack a pulse, which explained the mottling. However, when she placed her hand beneath Mo Yan's nose, she felt breath, slow yet steady. It seemed normal. But why was there no pulse? Wei Ziwei closed her eyes, sending her consciousness into her personal space. She quickly perused the medical texts on the shelves, but found no remedy for her condition. With a sigh, she exited the chamber. Upon seeing her emerge, everyone turned to her, only to find her brow furrowed, causing their hearts to sink. Sister Wei, they all say your medical skills are exceptional. Please save my mother. Mo Wanner knelt on the ground, ready to bow her head to Wei Ziwei. Wei Ziwei frowned and gently stepped aside. To be honest, I currently have no idea how to treat your mother. Seeing that Mo Wanner refused to rise, she sighed. Even if you were to bow your head until death, it would not change the fact that I am unable to help. Why must you do this? Qin Shi stepped forward to help Mo Wanner up. Sister Wei, Xiao Yan is a close friend of Aunt S, and General Lan is also a benefactor of your uncle. If it were not for General Lan, your uncle would not have returned alive from the battlefield. Wei Ziwei felt a warmth in her heart. It seemed the Mu and Lan families indeed shared a strong bond. Aunt, it is not that I am unwilling to help. I simply lack the means. However, I will borrow some texts when I return and see if I can discover something new. She spoke the truth. She had never encountered a case like Mo Yan's. And even if she wished to save her, she felt utterly at a loss. Had she not had this connection with the Mu family, she would have certainly refrained from intervening. Yet somehow, she sensed that this was no ordinary illness, and she should not interfere. However, upon learning of General Lan's favor towards her uncle, she felt compelled to act. She glanced at Mo Wanner and read the hope reflected in her eyes. Very well. Very well. After all, she was her cousin's fiancée. Rest assured, while I may not be able to save your mother right away, I do have a method to ensure she remains alive for the next few days. Mo Yan's face lit up with a smile. Really? You will find a way to save my mother, right? Wei Ziwei glanced at Mu Yining and saw something in his gaze that she had never seen before. She nodded. I will do my utmost. As for the outcome, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. I hope you will not hold any grudges against anyone as a result. Mo Yan nodded repeatedly, expressing her gratitude. I won tea, regardless of the outcome. I will accept it and will never blame anyone. Wei Ziwei sighed in relief. Now, please tell me, when did your mother's illness begin? Chapter 64. Mo Yan's strange illness. Over 2 months ago, my mother suddenly felt a heaviness in her chest and was unable to exert herself. Mo Wanner explained as if recalling something important. But my mother is a practitioner of Xuanli and has reached the 7th stage of the Xuanwu level. In an unexpected turn of events, a sudden inability to exert oneself is undeniably a devastating blow to a cultivator, rendering them no different from a mere invalid. Wei Ziwei blinked, realizing why she found Mo Yan's pulse so peculiar. It became apparent that she too was a practitioner of profound energy, albeit of considerable strength. Yet, For reasons unknown, there was no indication of her possessing such powers. Could it be that Mo Yen was afflicted by a strange illness? After pondering this, Wei Ziwei inquired. Before your mother exhibited these symptoms, did she consume anything unusual or have any extraordinary experiences, such as encountering exceptional individuals? Mo Wanner thought carefully for a moment before shaking her head. No, her diet has been ordinary and without distinction. As for extraordinary experiences, since I can remember, we have never left Mo family village, which is not a place where outsiders can freely tread. To be honest, had it not been for my mother's strange illness, which no one within the village could treat, and the news of Dr. Zhao's arrival in the imperial city, we would have never left Mo family village. Wei Ziwei's brow furrowed deeper, utterly perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly spoke. I shall first arrange a needle array to safeguard the heart pulse for Aunt Yen. Her unique heart-protecting needle array, designed to preserve the life force of the patient in critical moments, could buy time and offer a glimmer of hope. As she removed Mo Yan's garments, Wei Ziwei's keen eyes caught sight of a small protrusion near her heart, which shifted before vanishing. This all transpired with astonishing speed. Had it not been for her exceptional vision, she would have entirely missed that fleeting change. Blinking, Wei Ziwei was convinced that what she had seen was not an illusion. A bold hypothesis formed in her mind: goo poison. Being afflicted with goo poison essentially meant that a living insect was inside the body, commonly referred to as a goo worm. However, why would a goo worm, native to the Western Shu Kingdom, appear in Mo Yen? Wei Ziwei's gaze sharpened as she recalled Mu Yihan's previous encounter with the ice fire poison, which also originated from the Western Shu Kingdom. Were these two events merely coincidental? Nevertheless, if it truly was goo poison, a simple heart-protecting needle array would not suffice. After pondering for a quarter of an hour, she commenced arranging the needle array on Mo Yen's body. After a short while, Wei Ziwei removed the last silver needle from Mo Yen and tidied her clothing, wiping the sweat from her forehead before stepping out of the chamber. As she raised her gaze, she unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of deep, captivating ones. Brother Han, what brings you here? Before Mu Yihan could respond, Wei Ziwei's expression suddenly shifted, her right wrist bearing the phoenix birthmark inexplicably becoming scorching hot, the heat more intense than ever before. While applying needles to Mo Yen, Wei Ziwei had expended considerable profound energy, leaving her complexion pale. Now, with her brow furrowed, she appeared unwell. Mu Yihan's eyes filled with concern. Where, it would be best if you refrain from involving yourself here. I've brought Dr. Zhao along to examine the situation. Perhaps he possesses a remedy. Having accompanied Mu Yihan for many years, he was well aware of Dr. Zhao's medical prowess. Upon hearing this, Mo Wanner's eyes brightened. The purpose of their journey to the imperial city was indeed for him. Wei Ziwei raised her eyes, noticing a stranger in the side hall. The man wore a deep gray robe, his hair and beard streaked with white, his complexion ruddy, and a hint of a gentle smile danced in his eyes.
Doctor.
Zhao squinted slightly, nodding in acknowledgement as he regarded Wei Ziwei. He appeared to be a kindly elder, yet for reasons unknown, she felt an unsettling discomfort in his smile, as though it did not reach his eyes. Nevertheless, as he was associated with Brother Han, she could only suppress her unease. The heat of the phoenix birthmark intensified, and she gently placed her left hand over her right wrist, caressing the mark. What could possibly be the cause of this? Confusion clouded Wei Ziwei's mind. She cast another glance at Dr. Zhao and slowly approached him. With each step closer, the burning sensation of the phoenix birthmark grew stronger. Just as she was 3 steps away from Dr. Zhao, the heat abruptly vanished. Stunned, she halted in her tracks. Then I shall rely on Dr. Zhao. If possible, I hope to seek your guidance. Not at all. It is indeed impressive to meet such a young talent. I too wish to exchange ideas with you. The two entered Mo Yan's chamber in succession. When Dr. Zhao took Mo Yan's pulse, his expression visibly shifted, though he quickly regained his composure. Wei Ziwei's attention was focused entirely on his face, and she did not miss the subtle change in his demeanor. Dr. Zhao suddenly inquired, "Did you truly manage to resolve the ice fire poison afflicting the young prince?" Wei Ziwei paused, nodding before shaking her head. "Yes, but it was merely by chance. Should I encounter it again, I may not be able to resolve it." Dr. Zhao stroked his beard thoughtfully. "What ailment do you believe this lady is suffering from?" Without hesitation, Wei Ziwei recounted the explanation she had previously shared with Qin and Mo Wanner. However, The peculiarities and suspicions she had discovered while treating Mo Yen remained unspoken, as she had yet to formulate how to convey them. The notion of a living insect within a person's body would be hard for anyone to accept. Moreover, she had never encountered such an affliction, and the specific type of goo worm was unknown, making it impossible to explain clearly. Without clarity on the nature of this goo poison, revealing it would only lead to unnecessary worry. When Dr. Zhao posed his question, she intended to respond honestly. Yet for reasons unknown, the words lingered on her lips and were swallowed back. As a healer, she ought to have shared her observations, but she inexplicably chose to conceal this matter, leaving her astonished at her own actions. Dr. Zhao again stroked his beard. Indeed, this patient appears to be beyond salvation. Although there is a faint breath remaining, a person without a pulse is essentially deceased. It would be wise for the family to prepare for the necessary arrangements, allowing the deceased to rest in peace. Upon hearing this, Wei Ziwei felt something was amiss and discreetly observed Dr. Zhao once more. She nodded. I am but a novice and have never encountered a patient with such symptoms. However, I believe that hastily arranging for burial may be too premature. The family may not readily accept such a conclusion. After all, though she lacks a pulse, her breath still seems normal. The two exchanged dialogue for a while longer, with Dr. Zhao maintaining that the patient was indeed beyond hope, asserting that the faint breath was merely residual air in the chest, not genuine respiration. Wei Ziwei sensed from his words that he was rather eager for Mo Yen to be buried, which only deepened her suspicions. She contemplated seeking an opportunity to inquire about Dr. Zhao's background from Brother Han. There was something about Dr. Zhao that felt off. Yet she could not articulate what exactly felt strange. After leaving the side hall, Mu Yihan hurried away due to urgent matters. Wei Ziwei, along with Qin and Mu Yining, boarded a carriage back to Mu Manor. Chapter 65. A new discovery in the space in Mu Manor. After dinner, Wei Ziwei did not linger long before returning to her chamber. Once the door was closed, she seated herself on the bed and closed her eyes, allowing her consciousness to enter her personal space. With her mind preoccupied, she was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, she perused the medical texts on the bookshelf from beginning to end. 3 days prior, when Wei Ziwei rescued Mo Yen and her daughter from the Ning'an Marquis' residence, she had believed their claim of being acquaintances of the Mu family. However, she had not anticipated that the late General Lan was, in fact, her uncle's savior. This understanding clarified why the Mu family risked annihilation to rescue his widow when the Lan family was exterminated. As for Mo Wanner, Wei Ziwei knew that Mu Yining had likely already acknowledged their engagement. On New Year's Eve, Mu Yining had unexpectedly saved Mo Wanner, and she and Mu Yihan had again rescued Mo Yen and her daughter from the Marquis' residence. It must be said that some events are indeed destined by fate. In her previous life, she had no recollection of Mu Yining having such a betrothal. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising that she was unaware, as her ties to the general's residence had faded after marrying into the Marquis' household. Moreover, considering Mo Yan's illness, if she did not act today, she might not survive another 3 days. Had she remained in the Marquis' residence, how could she have learned of this matter? Yet now, she was acutely aware. She could not afford to be careless regarding Mo Yan's condition. Though she felt momentarily at a loss, she would not overlook even the faintest glimmer of hope, no matter how remote it seemed. After an indeterminate time, Wei Ziwei closed the last book with a sigh and a shake of her head. The poison originated from the kingdom of Shishu, something she had heard during her travels as a wandering physician in her past life, yet had never encountered firsthand. Even regarding the ice-fire poison, had she not met that exceptionally peculiar patient in her previous life, she would remain oblivious to the existence of such a ruthless and formidable toxin from Shishu. Was it merely coincidence that both poisons hailed from the same kingdom? Wei Ziwei shook her head. The situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Mu Yihan belonged to the royal family of the Southern Li Kingdom, while Mo Yen, although associated with the Jianghu sect, was also the widow of a former general of the state. The juxtaposition of their identities rendered the machinations behind the poisoning glaringly evident. In matters concerning the two nations, Wei Ziwei found herself disinclined to delve deeper. Let her brother Han bear the burden of that headache. Just as she was about to commence her training, her gaze fell upon a landscape painting and a wooden box beside it. The objects that had once been fiercely protected by Chung Yutong in her past life now rested in her possession. Wei Ziwei opened the box to reveal a book and a small white porcelain vial. Upon seeing the 4 characters Feng Ming sword technique, her eyes sparkled with excitement. In her previous life, the martial artist had taught her life-saving techniques and mentioned that it was the Fengming sword technique. Regrettably, she had not inquired further about this swordplay at that time. The Fengming sword technique was undoubtedly a legacy of the Phoenix clan. It must indeed belong to them. Yet, for reasons unknown, it had come into Cheng Yutong's hands and was preserved as a family heirloom. Artifacts of the Phoenix clan were certainly treasures. Wei Ziwei took the book out and flipped through its pages, her astonishment growing with every turn. The few techniques she had previously learned were merely the most rudimentary moves of this swordplay, akin to an appetizer. They could unleash remarkable lethality, even without a sword. How formidable would the Fengming sword itself be? After an indeterminate time, she placed the book back and casually picked up the small porcelain vial, gently removing the stopper. A waft of a unique medicinal fragrance enveloped her senses. This scent was exceptionally pleasant, invigorating her spirit. Inside the vial were 3 round pills, each glimmering faintly with a golden hue. They were the legendary elixirs. Wei Ziwei inhaled sharply, her heart racing. As a healer, she was well-versed in pharmacology. While elixirs were complex, their pharmacological principles were interconnected. Although she lacked the skill to discern formulas from scent alone, she could identify the primary medicinal ingredients within these elixirs. A hypothesis began to form in her mind, and she contemplated confirming it with Mu Yihan on another day. If they truly were marrow-cleansing pills, they could be administered to Baiyu, heir, and heir. The thought of them beginning their own cultivation journey made her smile even broader. No wonder Cheng Yutong forbade anyone from entering the study. Aside from the Fengming sword technique, these 3 miraculous elixirs were worth a fortune. Wei Ziwei sensed the need to find time to meet Cheng Yutong and inquire earnestly about the origins of these items. Wasn't he offering a handsome reward for a divine physician? A sly smile crept across her face as she envisioned profiting from him significantly. She returned the items to their original places and glanced once more at the ordinary landscape painting, finding nothing particularly special about it, before shifting her gaze away. She was entirely convinced that both the Fengming sword technique and the elixirs, along with the painting, were related to the Phoenix clan and its legacy. Or perhaps, they were linked to Feng Bingyao in some manner. At the very least, they had once belonged to the spatial realm. Otherwise, they could not have entered her personal space. With a blink, Wei Ziwei pondered whether their ability to enter her personal space implied they could also be taken out. She picked up the painting and the box, focusing her consciousness as she exited her personal space. In her dormitory, Wei Ziwei found her hands empty, bemused. Things were not as she had imagined. Undeterred, she attempted twice more. With the same result, she also tried to bring items from her dormitory into her personal space, only to find it utterly impossible. Resigned, she chuckled wryly, realizing she had overthought the situation. With myriad questions swirling in her mind, she suddenly felt a desire to see Feng Zilin, not because she wished to see him, but purely to inquire about the Phoenix clan's legacy. The thought of that ethereal figure caused her brows to furrow slightly. In her previous life, the person who had elevated the Lin family to the foremost commercial position in the Southern Li Kingdom was certainly not a fool. How could he have fallen prey to Wei Zi's manipulations? When he first encountered her, his eyes conveyed indescribable emotions. At that time, he was disheveled, his tongue cut out, only able to utter incoherent sounds. His tendons had been severed. He could neither stand nor walk, only writhing like a worm. Upon seeing her, he desperately tried to draw closer, his gaze filled with a myriad of emotions. Yet, faced with such a sight, she had been utterly terrified. Even at the moment of his death, his complex expression remained directed at her, his eyes shedding not tears, but blood. At that time, she had been too preoccupied to contemplate his thoughts. Now, upon reflection, he must have been filled with regret. Wei Ziwei took a deep breath. Feng Zilin possessed significant prowess that ordinary individuals could not contend with, yet his tendons had been severed, and his tongue cut out. Behind Wei Zi, apart from the Xiang residents and the Crown Prince Yi Hongyi, there might have been others involved. With this realization, her eyes narrowed sharply. Chapter 66. The journey to the library the next day, on the 11th day of the first month, just as dawn broke. Qingfeng, go and deliver a message to your master, inquiring if there's a way for me to gain access to the Royal Academy's library. Wei Ziwei had already perused all the medical texts within her personal space without success, and she thought perhaps she could find some insights from ancient texts. The place with the most extensive collection of ancient tomes was undoubtedly the Royal Academy's library. If even there she could not find relevant information, It would seem that the Southernly Kingdom had no hope of yielding the answer she sought. Although the Jing Wangfu had been granted the Mu surname, Mu Yihan was still of royal descent, and his status remained unchanged, thus he should be able to access the Royal Academy. Wei Ziwei believed that if Mu Yihan could escort her into the Royal Academy, borrowing ancient texts from the library would surely be feasible. If the library did not lend out books, she could still peruse them within. The Royal Academy, as its name implies, was established for the royal offspring. The original intention of the academy was to cultivate successors for the Yi family, naturally allowing only royal descendants to enroll. Later, with the hereditary system for meritorious officials, noble families of merit were allocated a portion of admission slots. Eventually, the late emperor, valuing talent, decreed that those who ranked in the top 3 of the imperial examinations could attend the Royal Academy for a year before taking office, as a show of royal favor. With this decree, the Royal Academy underwent a transformation. Once, enrollment in the Royal Academy was a symbol of status, inherently noble and unapproachable. With the inclusion of top examination candidates, the Royal Academy also embraced the essence of common scholars, becoming a symbol of a different kind of identity. The top 3 candidates often hailed from humble backgrounds, and the late emperor's generous patronage opened a vista of hope for countless talented individuals from lowly origins. They believed that with diligent effort, even those of humble origins have the opportunity to gain admission to the Royal Academy and enjoy the same privileges as the nobility. Consequently, the ambition of those from modest backgrounds to change their destinies through education has surged to unprecedented heights. The late emperor was therefore greatly praised by the populace, who regarded him as a ruler with the welfare of the people at heart, a rare and wise monarch for the kingdom of Nanli. However, the rising star, Prime Minister Wei, lacking both background and accomplishments, found himself without a place at the Royal Academy. Before the National General's estate was seized, there had been an enrollment spot that Mu Yining had intended to reserve for Mu Yixuan, but with the general's residence now lost, they could not even linger at the academy's entrance. Wei Ziwei, not being a descendant of a heroic lineage nor among the top 3 of the imperial examinations, could only seek the aid of Mu Yihan to access the library of the Royal Academy. Although she could have attempted to stealthily enter the library at night, the potential risks deterred her. Unbeknownst to Wei Ziwei, those admitted to the Royal Academy do not have free access to the library, let alone the ability to borrow books from it. When Qing Feng returned alone, a profound disappointment washed over Wei Ziwei. "Miss," Qing Feng said, "the master has instructed me to deliver this to you." He extended a jade pendant, representing Mu Yihan's royal identity. The master mentioned that with this pendant, you may freely enter any area of the Royal Academy, including the library. Wei Ziwei blinked in surprise, accepting the pendant, and, accompanied by Baiyu, they boarded the carriage and departed. The Royal Academy is located at the southeastern corner of the imperial city. After more than an hour's journey from the Mu residence, they finally arrived. As Wei Ziwei stepped out of the carriage, a young man in a blue robe passed by, making his way towards the academy's entrance. As he neared the door, he glanced back at Wei Ziwei, opened his mouth to speak, but said nothing before entering the academy. Wei Ziwei raised an eyebrow, choosing not to speak, and continued forward with Baiyu. The academy was still on break, and the students had returned home for the new year, leaving the gates unguarded. Wei Ziwei's presence felt somewhat out of place. The Royal Academy is not an ordinary institution. Entry is restricted to those affiliated with it. Before they could reach the entrance, a gatekeeper rushed out to block their way. Wei Ziwei presented Mu Yihan's jade pendant and explained her purpose. The gatekeeper momentarily hesitated, then quickly donned a smile. "I was blind to not recognize you, Miss Wei. Please, come in." The swift change in demeanor left Wei Ziwei astonished. Indeed, her brother's status proved advantageous. Beyond the gates lay a spacious courtyard, with a row of school buildings ahead. "Miss Wei, that is the library of the academy." The gatekeeper indicated towards a towering structure behind the classrooms. Wei Ziwei looked up at the 4-story building, the most magnificent edifice within the academy. However, as it was still the break period, the library was closed, and Master Xia might not grant her access. The gatekeeper kindly reminded her of this fact. "Even with a token from the Prince of Jing, Master Xia may not offer you any favor." "No matter, I shall take a chance," Wei Ziwei replied, thanking the gatekeeper before striding towards the library. True to the grandeur of the Royal Academy, although the library appeared to be a short walk away, it took them a quarter of an hour at a normal pace to reach it. The library doors were tightly shut, and apart from Wei Ziwei and Baiyu, there was no one else around. the surroundings unusually quiet. Wei Ziwei furrowed her brow, realizing she might have come in vain. Having forgotten that the academy remained closed for the festival, she shook her head and turned to leave when suddenly, the library doors creaked open. Wei Ziwei turned back, momentarily startled by the figure emerging from within, a young man in blue, possessing an exceptionally handsome visage, exuding a scholarly aura. He was the same individual she had encountered at the academy entrance. "Are you here to borrow books from the library?" he inquired. Wei Ziwei nodded. "Yes. But it seems I've come at the wrong time. The academy is on break, and the library is naturally closed. However, since you can enter the academy, I presume you possess a royal token." Indeed, Wei Ziwei's eyes brightened as she handed over Mu Yihan's jade pendant. The young man appeared visibly taken aback. "You are the fifth miss of the Wei family?" Recognizing the pendant as belonging to the young prince, he quickly deduced her identity. The tale of how the fifth miss of Wei fell into the abyss of soul-severing and how the young prince jumped in to save her had spread widely. And he was already familiar with it. Wei Ziwei confirmed her identity, but swiftly added, "I am Wei Ziwei, an independent woman registered with the Ministry of Revenue, and have no ties to the Prime Minister's residence." The young man, momentarily taken aback, apologized. "My apologies, Miss Wei. Please proceed." As Wei Ziwei stepped forward, the young man extended his hand to stop Baiyu, stating, "You cannot enter." Wei Ziwei furrowed her brows but responded, "Baiyu, please wait outside. I will be out shortly." Baiyu shot a reluctant glance at the young man before agreeing with a reluctant nod. "I will wait here, miss. If anything happens,
Please call for me."
she cast a fierce glare at the young man, prioritizing her mistress's safety above the library's rules. The young man, unfazed, turned and walked inside, with Wei Ziwei following closely behind. "Are you the steward of the library?" Wei Ziwei inquired. "I am merely a temporary student at the academy, not the steward of the library." Upon hearing this, Wei Ziwei realized that the individual before her was among the top 3 in the imperial examinations, a remarkable achievement at such a young age. The young man continued, "Thanks to Master Xia's favor, I am allowed unrestricted access to the library, my duty being to assist in organizing its archives." Wei Ziwei was astonished. Someone receiving such privilege must be an extraordinary talent. Though she was a lady of the inner quarters, she had heard of the significance of a library. The Royal Academy was held in high esteem by the monarchy, and the library occupied a unique status within it. The archives within the library were the most vital and core aspect of the entire Royal Academy. The young man, Dong, not only had free access but was also involved in organizing the library's archives, showcasing the esteem in which Master Xia held him. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the staircase. "Yonghuai." Dong Yonghuai's expression shifted, and he quickly called back, "Master Xia, I shall be there shortly." He pointed in a direction. "Miss Wei, that way is the library's layout. It may be of use to you." Having said that, he did not linger and hurried toward the stairs, soon disappearing from sight. Wei Ziwei approached the library layout, glancing over it to gain a general understanding. The library was divided into 4 floors. The first and second floors were for general literature borrowing. The third floor housed foreign collections and ancient texts, while the fourth floor was the core area of the library, containing the Academy's most confidential archives. Wei Ziwei did not stop on the first and second floors, heading directly to the third floor to search for books related to the kingdom of Shishu. Even before entering the library, she had been certain that this place was extraordinary. The materials used in constructing the building appeared to be anything but ordinary. The library was devoid of guards, yet she was convinced that should one attempt to breach it at night, they would surely be thwarted. Upon stepping through the grand entrance, she felt an unmistakable aura of hidden mysteries within the library. If her instincts were correct, a formidable bagua formation was intricately laid out inside. Having entered, she needed to swiftly locate the tome she sought. An hour later, Wei Ziwei descended from the third floor, clutching a substantial stack of books. As she navigated the staircase's turn, an elderly man with a head full of white hair ascended. The moment the old man caught sight of Wei Ziwei's face, he paused, slightly taken aback. With the books obscuring half of her visage, she slightly bent her knee, greeting him, "I am Wei Wunyang, honored elder." The old man exuded an air of distinction, and she had no doubt he was the esteemed Master Xia of the library. "Wei Wunyang," Master Xia murmured, lingering without any intention of allowing her to depart. "You seem to share a certain affinity with the young Prince Jing." His words were vague, leaving Wei Ziwei perplexed and speechless. "Do you play chess?" Wei Ziwei nodded. I possess a rudimentary understanding. Then today is not suitable. I am presently occupied with matters of my own. Upon your return of the books, we may engage in a game, if that pleases you." Her tone was tinged with urgency, sounding somewhat rude, yet she could not afford to linger. The sooner she returned to studying methods to dispel the curse for Aunt Yen's safety, the better. "That would be splendid," he replied, calling toward the fourth floor. Yonghuai. Dong Yonghuai promptly approached them. Master Xie turned to Wei Ziwei. "Yonghuai has been here for some time now. He is well acquainted with every book within these walls. Should you require assistance upon your next visit, do not hesitate to seek him out." "Thank you, Master Xie," she expressed her gratitude. After Master Xie departed, Dong Yonghuai offered to help carry her books, but she declined. "Master Xie is correct. Should you wish to borrow any texts, feel free to seek me out." He glanced at the books she held, noting they were all about the kingdom of Shishu, his expression deepening with contemplation. Suddenly, a thought struck Wei Ziwei, and her expression shifted dramatically. His surname is Dong, with the given name Yonghuai. She tightened her grip on the books. "Thank you, young Master Dong." Following Master Xie's directive, Dong Yonghuai escorted Wei Ziwei to the entrance of the academy. At that moment, next to the Mu residence's carriage, another carriage bearing the insignia of the Ning'an Marquis appeared. A woman clad in green emerged from the carriage, and upon descending, she spotted Wei Ziwei and the congenial demeanor shared between her and Dong Yonghuai. "Damn it!" The woman's face turned a shade of green. "Dong Yonghuai, you rejected me for this wretched girl." Wei Ziwei cast a cold glance her way, a subtle smile gracing her lips.
Chengdi?
In her previous life, she had been unaware of Cheng Dai's discerning eye, as she had set her sights on the renowned scholar of the Nali Kingdom. "I merely followed Master Xie's instructions to escort Miss Wei out of the academy." "Cheng Miss, do not make baseless accusations that could tarnish another's reputation." Dong Yonghuai's expression darkened, his tone turning sharp. "Calling each other so affectionately. You expect me to believe there is nothing between you two? Do you take me for a fool?" Cheng Dai was nearly livid. Wei Ziwei raised an eyebrow. "Clever as you are, there is indeed a connection between young Master Dong and me."
What of it? Is it a sore spot for you?
Dong Yonghuai regarded Wei Ziwei intently. "Miss Cheng, our acquaintance is fleeting. I have made it clear that my sole focus is the pursuit of knowledge. I harbor no interest in other matters." Cheng Dai, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "A commendable pursuit of knowledge. As the legitimate daughter of a marquis. If you do not esteem me, that is one thing, but to pursue a divorced woman, that is an affront. I must have been blind to have ever desired someone like you. Just wait. If I cannot have you, then neither shall anyone else. You will surely regret this." With that, Cheng Dai's carriage swiftly departed. Dong Yonghuai's expression darkened further. Yet when he turned to Wei Ziwei, it was as if nothing had transpired. "Miss Wei, please exercise caution on your return journey. The Marquisite's people are not to be trifled with and may pose a threat to you." Wei Ziwei was taken aback. He was aware of the Marquisite's reputation. His refusal of their offered olive branch perhaps bore deeper implications. No matter, she thought, let them come. Cheng Yutong had lost his most treasured possessions to her. What did she have to fear from Cheng Dai? Chapter 68. Truly unashamed, Wei Ziwei boarded the carriage as it slowly departed from the Royal Academy. Dong Yonghuai turned and re-entered the academy. Wei Ziwei lifted the carriage curtain, gazing at his retreating figure, lost in contemplation. If her memory served her right, he was the one who had once bestowed upon her a bowl of congee in her time of need. In her previous life, after fleeing the village, she had joined a band of refugees heading north, collapsing by the roadside from hunger and cold. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in a dilapidated temple, where she was offered the only bowl of thin porridge the stranger possessed. During those dire times, most refugees were unkempt and concealed their true appearances. Yet, she vividly recalled his words, "My surname is Dong, given name Yonghuai. I am a scholar, and thus, it is only natural to extend kindness without expectation of gratitude." Scholar. A revelation struck her, and her eyes shifted. In her previous life, there had been a scholar named Dong who was closely associated with Yi Hongyi, holding considerable influence among the scholars of the realm. It was said he hailed from humble beginnings, yet was a rare talent since the founding of the Nali Kingdom. He had entered the Royal Academy as a top scholar and, upon completing his term, chose to remain and become an instructor. Young as he was, he possessed an exceptional memory and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. His vast erudition was unparalleled, and among scholars, his influence was second to none. Yi Hongyi had leveraged this man's prominence to rally support from the common folk, garnering acclaim among the court officials. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had suddenly faced condemnation from the scholarly community, labeled as unworthy of his role as a teacher, and was expelled from the Royal Academy, never to be seen again. The coincidence of their shared surname was striking. Wei Ziwei resolved then and there to seek an opportunity for Mu Yihan to investigate Dong Yonghuai. He was a talented individual who must not fall prey to Yi Hongyi's schemes. The carriage rolled steadily toward the Mu residence. Baiyu noticed her mistress's somber demeanor upon boarding and, not wishing to intrude, quietly sat beside her. Suddenly, the horse neighed loudly, rearing its front hooves high.
Whoa.
The coachman, Wang Bo, was startled and quickly tightened the reins to steady the carriage. Wei Ziwei reacted swiftly, pulling Baiyu back just in time as she was about to tumble forward. You nearly frightened me to death. Had it not been for you, I would surely have suffered a nasty bump on my forehead, Baiyu exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. With a frown, Wei Ziwei sensed an ambush, at least 10 individuals lurking nearby. Regarding their strength, she smirked slightly and asked, Wang Bo, what is happening? Miss, you should step outside to see. Some ill-mannered individuals are obstructing our path. Wang Bo, a servant of the Jing Wang's estate assigned to the Mu residence for convenience, was well aware of the young prince's regard for Wei Ziwei. He knew that dark guards had been discreetly arranged to accompany her. With a mere word from her, the guards would act, and thus there was no cause for concern. Very well, Wei Ziwei replied, glancing at Baiyu. Stay put in the carriage. I shall investigate. There is bound to be a conflict, and you are too timid to witness such brutality. Baiyu shook her head vigorously. At such a perilous moment, she could not allow her mistress to venture forth alone. Swiftly, she climbed up and exited the carriage. In front of the Mu residence's carriage, Cheng Dai stood tall like a proud rooster, arrogantly gazing at Wei Ziwei. To her surprise, Wei Zi was standing beside her. Wei Ziwei appeared unwell, her complexion pale, occasionally sniffling as if she had recently suffered a serious illness. Wei Ziwei, did you ever think you would fall into my hands so swiftly? I am kind-hearted, and I shall ensure you meet your end with clarity. She had clearly observed that Wei Ziwei was accompanied only by a maid, along with the coachman and herself, totaling merely 3 individuals. Cheng Dai brimmed with confidence. She had come well prepared today, and there was no escape for Wei Ziwei. You have frightened my horse. How shall you compensate? Cheng Dai faltered, pondering if she truly understood her own words. Compensate? What does your horse's fright have to do with us? It is only reasonable to seek compensation from you, as it was your actions that caused it. Wei Zi furrowed her brow, tugging at Cheng Dai's sleeve.
Dai.
Do not waste time on her. Seize her first, and remember not to kill her outright, for I still have questions to ask.
Cheng Di.
As if awakening from a stupor, exclaimed, You wretched girl, you nearly led me astray. Seize her. Since you delight in enticing men, I shall send you to the brothel to experience what it is like to be overwhelmed by countless suitors. Wei Ziwei scoffed, reminiscent of her past life. A noble daughter of the Marquis household, she was truly a lady of refinement, yet her thoughts were perpetually consumed by sordid matters. In her previous life, Cheng Dai had ordered her legs broken and, following the counsel of Green Willow, had secretly sold her to a pleasure house. Wei Ziwei lowered her gaze, reflecting on how, were it not for Brother Han's timely arrival. At that moment, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. 10 figures clad in black stepped forth, advancing steadily towards a carriage. Wei Ziwei cast a glance at the black-clad figures, noting the presence of a formidable assassin of the Xuanwu 3rd rank. If she were merely an ordinary woman of the inner quarters, this would be an audacious move. But she was no ordinary woman. Such strength was insufficient against her. To engage personally would be beneath her dignity. Wei Ziwei blinked. Are you not concerned about being seen in broad daylight? Seen? This road is inherently secluded. I have set up barriers at both ends, ensuring no one can enter. So, whatever occurs here will remain undetected by outsiders. Naturally, if you are wise, you will surrender without resistance, sparing yourself from unnecessary pain. Otherwise, should you end up in a place like the brothel? Baiyu, infuriated, stepped forward, arms wide to shield Wei Ziwei. Those who know you are an unmarried maiden, while those who do not might mistake you for a courtesan. Truly shameless. After speaking, Baiyu turned to whisper, Miss, I will protect you. Seize the opportunity to escape when you can. She believed her mistress only possessed basic martial skills and would surely be no match for so many black-clad figures. Thankfully, her mistress was swift of foot. If she could delay them, there remained a chance for escape. Wei Ziwei felt warmth in her heart for this foolish girl, just like in her past life. She would always stand in front of her regardless of the situation. Yue retreated, assuring her, "Do not worry, these weaklings cannot harm my mistress." Yue felt a surge of joy. Indeed, Prince Jing treated her mistress with such kindness, surely he had arranged for hidden guards. To deploy 10 assassins against a single fragile woman was truly a lavish expenditure. Wei Ziwei mused, "Yet I wonder, will Cheng Yutong be enraged that you have brought them out merely to meet their demise?" With a snap of her fingers, a series of sounds erupted. Whoosh, whoosh,
Bang! Bang! Bang!
the 10 black-clad figures fell one after another, lifeless before they even comprehended their fate. Chapter 69. The opportunity for revenge, as the 10 black-clad figures collapsed. Blood gushed from their necks, pooling on the ground, the metallic scent instantly saturating the air, akin to a battlefield. Cheng Dai and Wei Zi were rendered speechless. Utterly astounded and unable to breathe. They were dead. All of them. Yet they had seen no one strike. The two stared in terror at their surroundings, eventually collapsing to the ground, their faces ashen. Their earlier confidence was now a stark contrast to their current trembling forms. Wei Ziwei too was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Ning Tao would be the one accompanying her. Without revealing his identity, he had annihilated their assailants. She had witnessed the prowess of an Xuanwu 8th rank fighter. Were it not for the absence of Mu Yihan's presence nearby, she might have suspected he had personally intervened. Wei Ziwei took measured steps towards Cheng Dai and Wei Zi, her movements light yet resonating like hammer blows upon their hearts. Her gaze chilled as she regarded them, akin to gazing upon the deceased. One had once marred her face, while the other had orchestrated the breaking of her legs. "I have long wished to reminisce with you. However, there were too many matters at hand, leaving me scarcely able to attend to you. I did not seek you out, allowing you a few extra days of peace. Yet, seeing you so lively, it would seem ungracious of me not to respond in kind. Since fate has brought us together today, shall we engage in a reciprocal exchange?" She suddenly bent down, casually picking up a shard of rubble, weighing it in her hand. Somewhat satisfactory. "Fourth sister, I had a dream last night. Can you guess what it was about?" Wei Zi, perplexed by her intentions, felt an inexplicable dread upon seeing the rubble in her hand. "You told me you admired my face, but could not possess it." "Nonsense. How could I possibly admire your face? Indeed, how could you? Yet, with your nails." Wei Ziwei placed the rubble against Wei Zi's face, gently tracing a long, bloody line from one point to another. Wei Zi's heart raced. "Are you mad? What do you intend to do?" As her words fell, a deep gash appeared on her left cheek, stretching from the outer corner of her eye to the corner of her lips, grotesque and terrifying.
Ah!
Wei Ziwei swiftly plunged towards Wei Zi's throat, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Wei Zi writhed on the ground, her face marred in blood, yet unable to utter a sound, enduring her agony in silence. "This was entirely according to your wishes. Are you satisfied?" Wei Ziwei spoke lightly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet she vividly recalled the pain she had felt when her own face had been disfigured in her past life. Fear filled Wei Zi's eyes. This person was utterly deranged. Had she known, she would never have come today. Not only had she failed to obtain the Phoenix clan's treasure, but she had also marred her own appearance. Her life was surely ruined. Regret coursed through her, wishing she had never listened to that wretched Cheng Dai, who insisted on witnessing her humiliation firsthand. At that moment, a pungent stench filled the air. Wei Ziwei frowned, observing Cheng Dai cowering in a corner, her skirt soaked. She was not only frightened, but had also lost control of herself. Wei Ziwei cast a disdainful glance before walking away to pick up a thick wooden stick.
Biyue.
Biyue approached, though her face was ashen. She had never witnessed such a scene, and was genuinely terrified. "Biyue, I am somewhat fatigued. You shall break her legs for me." In her previous life, she had been wrongfully accused of enticing Cheng Yutong, and Cheng Dai had ordered her legs broken. Biyue had shielded her, only to be beaten to death in the process. Now, she would have Biyue take vengeance herself. "Miss, Biyue hesitated, fear holding her back from grasping the stick. "Biyue, do you know I have nightmares every night, yet you do not know what haunts my dreams? I shall tell you now. I dream of her ordering my legs broken." And you dying in the process while saving me. Can you still hesitate? Miss by you, after you were killed, they moved your body aside. And only stopped when they had broken my legs. Miss by you wept uncontrollably in Wei Ziwei's embrace, unaware of the tragic fate that had befallen her mistress. Anyone would awaken in terror from such a nightmare. By you, if it weren't for Brother Han's shadow guards, today's events would mirror those in the dream. Miss, by you will not allow anyone to bully you. All right, I trust you. The carriage of the Mu family departed slowly. Inside the carriage, Bai curled up in the corner, burying her face in her arms. Suddenly, she raised her head, panic evident on her face. Miss, are we just leaving like this? What if they report to the authorities? Wei Ziwei reached out and patted Bai's back. Do not worry, they wouldn't dare.
Noticing Bai's confusion,
She added a few more reassuring words. Reporting to the authorities requires evidence. If they dare, they must first produce proof. Moreover, those cloaked figures are not ordinary assassins. If they dare to speak out, they must first explain the origins of those in black. Just 10 corpses of cloaked figures appeared on New Year's Eve. And if a second incident arises so soon, both the Marquis and the minister's houses will have enough trouble on their hands. But miss, I still feel uneasy about leaving their lives intact. It could lead to unforeseen complications. Wei Ziwei cast a sidelong glance at Bai, realizing that the girl had grown considerably braver after the recent fright. She suddenly felt a sense of nurturing a blossoming young lady. What was happening? Sometimes, death is a form of liberation. Wei Ziwei returned to the Mu residence, had a light meal, and then retreated to her chamber to study the ancient texts borrowed from the library. At the hour of the rat, as Wei Ziwei's consciousness entered her personal space, she sensed movement outside the window and abruptly opened her eyes. Before she could react, she found herself in a familiar embrace. She struggled, but could not break free. Brother Han, you're hurting me. Upon hearing this, Mu Yihan quickly eased his grip. Wei, why didn't you tell me? Tell you what? About your nightmare. Why didn't you share it with me? Wei Ziwei was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the shadow guards must have informed him of the day's events. What would telling you accomplish? Would it prevent my nightmares? Even if it couldn't, I would prefer to be by your side. So you wouldn't have to bear it alone. Wei Ziwei paused, contemplating, if he were always by her side. If only. I wish I could bear the pain of your nightmares for you. Wei Ziwei couldn't help but chuckle. What an absurd notion. I can't believe you thought of that. Even if it were possible, she would not wish for him to endure such nightmares on her behalf. Moreover, those were not mere nightmares, but rather events that had truly transpired in her past life. In her previous existence, he had already suffered enough because of her. Chapter 70. The reason for protection. Brother Han, you should call Ning Tao back. Are you angry? Wei Ziwei shook her head. No, I just feel that with his abilities, he should be assigned to more important tasks. Nothing is more crucial to me than your safety. After a moment of silence, she remembered Physician Zhao and deemed it necessary to inquire. Brother Han, how long has Physician Zhao been by your side? 4 or 5 years. Is there a problem? Wei Ziwei shook her head. Not quite. I just feel he is rather different from other doctors. There is something peculiar about him. Upon hearing this, Mu Yihan visibly relaxed. He is not from the Southernly Kingdom. It is natural for you to feel a sense of unease. Then, what about him? His situation is somewhat complex. His father is from the Western Shu Kingdom, while his mother hails from the Eastern Island Kingdom. Wei Ziwei's eyes flickered. Since he is from the Western Shu Kingdom, what about the matter of the poison? Mu Yihan pondered for a moment before responding. Before coming to the Southernly Kingdom, he lived in the Eastern Island Kingdom and has never set foot in the Western Shu Kingdom, so he should be considered an Eastern Islander. If Physician Zhao has never been to the Western Shu Kingdom, could it be merely coincidental that he suggested Mo Yen be buried quickly? But why does she still feel that there is something odd about this matter? Noticing Wei Ziwei frowning, Mu Yihan reached out to gently massage her brow. Prior to bringing him back to the northern frontier, I had thoroughly investigated his background. There is nothing suspicious about him. Wei Ziwei nodded. Perhaps she was indeed overthinking it. Matters related to the Mu family often made her overly sensitive, and it was not surprising to have such thoughts. Besides, Physician Zhao is someone close to Brother Han, so there shouldn't be any issues. 5 years ago, he saved my life, and when the ice and fire poison recurred, it was he who proposed using his mystic power to suppress it. Wei Ziwei suddenly understood. That connection explained why Brother Han would keep someone with such a complicated background close. However, Brother Han should have remained at the northern frontier. Why would Physician Zhao, an Eastern Islander, come to the borders of the Southern Li Kingdom and Western Shu Kingdom? Brother Han, can you tell me what he saved you from? Mu Yihan's expression darkened. 5 years ago, the Western Shu Kingdom frequently instigated conflict, and I was seriously injured during a battle. That mistake has become a lasting shame in my life. The northern frontier borders the Western Shu Kingdom. Unlike the Southern Li Kingdom, the Western Shu Kingdom predominantly lives on the vast grasslands, with a long history of nomadic life. Their existence revolves around horseback living, and they are tall and skilled in archery. The border regions have always been tumultuous, with commoners suffering greatly. The people of the Western Shu Kingdom are brave and good at warfare, continuously provoking conflicts. They have attacked multiple times but were repelled by the Mu family's ancestors, allowing for a relatively stable life along the border. Later, the Mu family was summoned back to the imperial city, with the Jingwang mansion permanently stationed at the northern frontier. The Western Shu Kingdom's ambitions began to stir once more, relying on their military strength and bravery to frequently instigate disputes. 8 years ago, the 12-year-old northern frontier war god emerged, leading the northern frontier army to inflict heavy losses on the Western Shu Kingdom, rendering them too weakened to provoke further unrest for a long time. However, 5 years ago, for reasons unknown, the Western Shu Kingdom seemed determined to confront the northern frontier army. While there were no major battles, skirmishes erupted incessantly, like a bothersome fly. During one such skirmish, Mu Yihan fell into an ambush, mistakenly entering the heartless valley of the Western Shu Kingdom and was struck by hidden arrows. Had he not possessed extraordinary strength, he would not have escaped the encirclement despite being hit by multiple arrows. Shortly after breaking free, he lost consciousness from excessive blood loss and fell down a slope. It was physician Zhao who saved him, bringing him to a humble dwelling in the countryside. He took care of me for over a month until my people finally found me, and from that point on, he has been by my side. Wei Ziwei felt a wave of relief, realizing that had it not been for physician Zhao's timely intervention, Mu Yihan might have faced grave danger. Mu Yihan seemed to recall something, his gaze flickering slightly. However, after that, the ice and fire poison recurred. Wei Ziwei furrowed her brow. Are you saying that prior to that, the ice and fire poison had not manifested? Indeed, that is correct. Then, during each episode, Mu Yihan lowered his gaze, casually asking, do you truly not remember it all? Wei Ziwei was puzzled. They were discussing the ice and fire poison. So, what did he mean? Remember what? Mu Yihan looked at her, his eyes filled with disappointment. Back then, when my ice and fire poison flared up, I only wanted to find a secluded place to hide, yet you, perched on the wall, saw me. Wei Ziwei blinked. You're not referring to the incident when I was 5 years old, are you? Mu Yihan gently nodded. You told me not to cry, and even took off a string of beads from your hand, saying it was your mother's possession and would keep me safe. Wei Ziwei was taken aback. Her mother's belongings? I was in excruciating pain and could not struggle against you at all. You stuffed it into my hand, and when I refused to wear it, you personally put it on my wrist. Wei Ziwei felt awkward, realizing that she had been the one behaving mischievously. In that moment, I thought you were a little fairy sent by heaven, both beautiful and adorable. He gazed at her with intense eyes. Wei Ziwei felt a wave of embarrassment. She was hardly a plague spirit, let alone a fairy. If it weren't for her, how could he have suffered so greatly in his past life? Ever since you bestowed upon me that string of beads, the affliction of the ice and fire poison has ceased to torment me. He vividly recalled the moment the beads fell into his palm, the excruciating pain of the poison vanishing in an instant. At that moment, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival. What? You claim that string of beads can suppress the ice and fire poison? Wei Ziwei was taken aback. Setting aside her complete lack of memory regarding this matter, the assertion that the beads could suppress the poison was utterly preposterous. Mu Yihan's gaze darkened as he lowered his eyes once more. Indeed, there were more things you do not remember. Back then, she was merely 5, while he was 10. It was natural for her to forget, but he would never be able to do so. Wei Ziwei sensed Mu Yihan's sudden despondence, her heart fluttering slightly. He wouldn't concoct a story to deceive her. Thus, this matter must hold some truth. Brother Han, he was only 10 at the time, yet he bore the torment of the ice and fire poison. How cruel fate had been to him. Where, he said, that day was just an ordinary day for you. But for me, it was pivotal. He reached out, embracing Wei Ziwei once more. Had he not encountered her, he would have lost the courage to continue living that day. The pain of the ice and fire poison was unbearable. After the first episode, he contemplated that, if it were to strike again, he would simply leap into the lotus pond. Yet, unexpectedly, on his way to the pond, he encountered her. She leaped down from such a high wall, blocking his path forward. Wei Ziwei's eyes brimmed with tears. This was the reason Brother Han had silently protected her all along. But in his past life, she had been utterly oblivious to it all. Chapter 71. The enigmatic bracelet. Suddenly, Wei Ziwei laughed, and amidst her laughter, tears began to flow. Brother Han, you truly are. Perhaps her unintentional act at the age of 5 had indeed saved him, but it had also caused him suffering. You big fool.
Vaya.
Had I not met you, I would not have survived to this day. I vowed then that my entire life would belong to you, yet I. Wei Ziwei abruptly recalled something, wiping the tears from her cheeks. Wait, if that string of beads could suppress the ice and fire poison, why did you still suffer from its effects? What happened to the beads? Mu Han's hand froze midair, his expression heavy with sorrow. I lost it. His voice was barely audible. Wei Ziwei stared at Mu Han in disbelief. Logically, someone who cared for her so deeply would have safeguarded the beads, knowing they were hers. Furthermore, if what he claimed was true, that the beads could suppress the ice and fire poison, how could he have misplaced them so easily? Forgive-me, Bayard, y. The significance of that string of beads weighed heavily on him. Not only had it spared him 5 years of suffering from the ice and fire poison, but it had also been the first gift she had ever given him. Yet he had lost it. What plagued him even more was that the beads had been a relic left to her by her biological mother, Feng Bingyao. Had he known this earlier, he would have never taken the beads away. Brother Han, please tell me in detail how the beads were lost. She bore no intention of blaming him, but merely found the circumstances far too coincidental. The ice and fire poison had remained dormant until after he had been gravely injured, and it was then that the esteemed Zhao Xinshi had appeared by his side. For reasons unknown, she held a vague suspicion that the beads had been taken by Zhao Xinshi. Mu Han glanced at her, sensing that she truly bore no ill towards him, which only deepened his unease. Before that battle, the beads were still with me. However, after the ambush, I was gravely wounded. When I awoke, the beads were nowhere to be found on my wrist. He had once suspected they might have fallen into the depths of the Heartless Valley, but by the time he had regained the strength to search, more than a month had passed. He had scoured every possible location for 3 months, yet ultimately found nothing. Upon hearing this, Wei Ziwei's hand clenched into a fist. The beads must have been taken by Zhao Xinshi. They simply must have.
Vaya.
I once suspected that Zhao Xinshi had taken the beads, but after numerous tests, I am convinced that I lost them myself, and he had no part in it. As if reading her thoughts, Mu Han suddenly began to explain. He took care of me at a farmer's home, attending to my needs for more than a month. Wei Ziwei nodded. It was indeed plausible. If Zhao Xinshi had truly taken the beads, he would have likely eliminated Brother Han to prevent future troubles rather than saving him. The beads are lost, and there is no need for you to feel guilty. Although it is a pity, they are lost for now, and it serves no purpose to dwell on it. However, it was my mother's possession, and if we cannot retrieve it, that is indeed quite regrettable. Wei Ziwei gently touched the phoenix birthmark on her right wrist. Was that day's peculiarity truly just coincidence? She cast a glance at Mu Han but ultimately refrained from voicing her innermost doubts. She lowered her gaze, pondering what kind of person her mother truly was. Setting aside the legacy of the Foam clan, her extraordinary medical skills alone made her a legendary figure. Yet how could such an extraordinary person have chosen the ordinary Wei Zhongzhe and given birth to him? Had Wei Zhongzhe been an unmarried, upstanding young man, it might have been somewhat acceptable. Yet he had a legitimate wife and 3 sons prior. It was utterly incomprehensible that Feng Bingyao would willingly follow him. Brother Han, regarding my mother. Your mother was undoubtedly an extraordinary woman. She did not raise you personally, likely due to circumstances beyond her control. Wei Ziwei chuckled. Brother Han, are you trying to comfort me? There is truly no need. Since she referred to her as mother, she had naturally accepted her in her heart. She believed her mother loved her dearly. Brother Han, she is not only my mother but also indirectly my mentor. I once mentioned to you that my medical skills stem from the manuscripts in the Zhuangzi, and those manuscripts were penned by her. Mu Han nodded. Indeed. Your mother must have loved you deeply. If she were to see the person you have become, she would surely be very pleased. I think so too. My mother must have had her own compelling reasons for leaving me in the Xiang residence, where my mother also loves me dearly. When she meets you, she will certainly like you very much. At that time, I shall share half of her affection with you. Wei Ziwei was taken aback. Share half? How would that work? The two continued their conversation for a while, but soon Mu Yihan urged Wei Ziwei to rest. It is late, you should get some sleep. Wei Ziwei remembered that she had to visit the Maple Forest Villa to see Mo Yen, and she nodded in agreement. All right, then you should head back soon too. However, Mu Yihan lifted her from the chair and carried her towards the bed. You should sleep. I shall leave once you are asleep. He gently placed her on the bed and pulled the covers over her. Wei Ziwei blinked. Very well, I shall sleep now, Brother Han. You should return quickly as well. She thought to herself. Once she closed her eyes, her consciousness would enter her spatial realm to cultivate her mystical energy, akin to sleeping. Upon seeing him nod, she shut her eyes, her consciousness slipping into her spatial realm. The next day, January 12th, at the hour of Qin, Wei Ziwei opened her eyes, perplexed. Did she actually fall asleep last night? The room was devoid of Mu Yihan's presence. The spot beside her still held warmth, indicating he had likely just left. She felt as though she had uncovered a remarkable secret. Brother Han not only aided her sleep, but also shielded her from nightmares. She had slept remarkably well. Without a single nightmare, it was truly a rarity. Wei Ziwei had no doubt that Mu Yihan had stayed by her side throughout the night, concerned she might have night terrors. However, she harbored fresh doubts about why she had inexplicably fallen asleep. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knock echoed at the door, followed by the soft voice of Baiyu. Miss, are you awake? Wei Ziwei replied, and Baiyu entered, cradling a thick stack of books in her arms. Miss, these are the rare volumes that Brother Qingfeng just brought back from the residence of the Duke of Jing. They might be of use to you. Baiyu placed the books beside the pile of borrowed texts in the library and turned to fetch water for Wei Ziwei's morning routine. As Wei Ziwei casually flipped through the books, she discovered they were all related to the kingdom of Shishu, warming her heart instantly. She had not mentioned to Mu Yihan what she was searching for, yet he had sent her precisely the volume she desired. One could not help but admire his attentiveness. Chapter 72. A good dog does not block the path after breakfast. Mrs. Qin prepared for the opening of the restaurant. While Wei Ziwei intended to consult with Mo Yen, they departed together in a carriage. Mu Yining gazed at Wei Ziwei longingly, but she feigned ignorance. Sister Wei. He called out, but she continued walking towards the gate, deliberately ignoring him. All of Mu Yining's emotions were written across his face. Yet she understood that his health was not suited for daily outings. Undeterred, Mu Yining hastened a few steps to catch up with her. Sister Wei, may I know? You may not. Mrs. Qin, witnessing her son's despondent demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. She was exceedingly pleased with Mo Wanner and believed it beneficial for them to spend more time together. Wei, why not bring your cousin along? Wei Ziwei shook her head. Aunt, cousin's injury was no mere scrape. It was a serious wound, and it has not yet been half a month since that large gash. Mrs. Qin was momentarily at a loss for words, casting a helpless glance at Mu Yining before boarding the carriage. She believed her son was recovering well and that there should be no issue with him riding the carriage, but as a physician, Wei Ziwei's word was final. With a crack of the whip, Uncle Wang urged the carriage away from the Mu residence. Wei, regarding the name of the restaurant, I had the signboard inscribed as Fengqi Lu. I hope you do not blame your aunt for taking the initiative. Mrs. Qin looked at Wei Ziwei, her expression filled with regret. The opening on the Lantern Festival was too rushed. Many decisions had been made without consulting her.
Do not speak like that, Aunt.
It is I who feel guilty for leaving you to manage such a large establishment alone while I can offer no assistance. Moreover, Fengqi Lu is a splendid name. Truly, you are remarkable. I could never have thought of it. Wei Ziwei genuinely appreciated the name. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Qin's expression softened, though she remained silent. The carriage halted in front of Fengqi Lu, and Baiyu disembarked alongside Mrs. Qin. Uncle Wang guided the carriage toward the Fenglinwen villa. As Wei Ziwei perused the books in her hands, the carriage jolted suddenly before coming to a stop. She furrowed her brow. Uncle Wang, what is happening? Miss. It is Captain Wei of the Jinui, he replied. Wei Ziwei's brows knitted together. Wei Ziren? What does he want? Fifth sister, I know you are in the carriage. Come out. Second brother has something to ask you. Captain Wei, I am not well acquainted with you, and have no time for idle chatter. Please clear the way. Fifth sister, have you no desire to call me second brother anymore since leaving the Xiang residence? Wei Ziwei snorted coldly. You are not worthy. Wei Ziren's face darkened. We are at least blood relatives. Blood relatives? You only remember that I am your sister now? Too little, too late. Since the day I married, I have had no ties with the Xiang residents. If you seek to reconnect, I advise you not to waste your efforts. You are as unreasonable as ever.
Incomparable tu ir.
Are you finished? If so, move aside. A good dog does not block the way, you know? Is Heir's face the result of your actions? Wei Ziwei scoffed. You are indeed here to vent for someone else. Who is afraid of whom? I am sorry, but I do not understand dog language and do not engage with dogs. Every dog should return to its own home and cease barking here. Wei Ziren seethed with anger.
Come out.
You will return with me to apologize to Heir. I can pretend you never said that, otherwise what? Wei Ziwei lifted the curtain of the carriage and slowly stepped out, standing at the door without any intention of descending. Dressed in a striking crimson gown, she exuded confidence and defiance, casting a disdainful glance at Wei Ziren. Upon seeing Wei Ziwei's figure, Wei Ziren's expression behind his mask shifted dramatically, his eyes flickering as he froze in place. Could this really be his fifth sister? He vaguely sensed an aura about her reminiscent of the formidable Xiao Jingwang.
How could this be?
As the captain of the Jinui, experiencing trepidation upon seeing his own sister was utterly bewildering. Reflecting on Wei Zi's face, he felt a surge of anger, which led to his cowardice in the presence of his sister. Heir is, after all, your fourth sister. How could you be so cruel as to injure her so severely? How will she marry in the future? Wei Ziwei laughed. How she marries is of no concern to me. That is a matter for your residents to ponder. Why do you ask me? Heir claims that the scars on her face were inflicted by you. I ask you directly, is it true? And if it is, or if it is not, you are truly amusing. One might think Wei Zi is your true sister. Yet, someone just mentioned we are blood relatives. We share the same father. Wei Ziren paused, her words sounding strangely off. With your malicious disposition, I wish I had no sister like you. Wei Ziwei burst into laughter, tears of mirth forming at the corners of her eyes, which she swiftly wiped away. As if anyone would covet such a relationship. To tell you the truth, I wish I had never spilled a drop of blood from the Wei family. From the moment I learned I was to marry into the Marquis family on the day of my coming of age, I resolved never to return after stepping out of the Xiang residence. I became independent so swiftly to sever ties with the Xiang residents. Understand this. Between me and your household, there is not a single copper coin's worth of connection. Do you comprehend? As for Wei Zi, if you have time to squabble with me here, you might as well return and inquire what she has done to me. Heir is such a kind person.
How could she do anything to you?
Wei Ziwei coldly retorted. Kind? Do you know why your face became scarred? What do you mean? The literal meaning. Say it again. You claim I harmed her. Where is your evidence? Wei Ziren was rendered speechless. The captain of the Jinui, without proof, dared to block my carriage in the street. Was Wei Zi truly planning to confront me here? Desiring to marry into the Eastern Palace, she would not dare to face me now, having been disfigured. I have no time to concern myself with the affairs of your household. If you do not step aside, do not blame me for being impolite. Wei Ziwei snorted and turned back into the carriage. Uncle Wang, do not mind him. Just charge forward. If need be, let the young prince shall bear the consequences. Wei Ziren's eyes narrowed. He understood she would dare to act. He promptly stepped aside. Watching the carriage depart, he fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 73. A curious fragrance at the entrance of the Finglinwen villa. The carriage came to a gentle halt. Inside, Wei Ziwei felt a sudden twitch in her eyelid. She unconsciously closed the book and lifted the curtain to exit the carriage. As she approached the door, she raised her hand to knock, only to discover that it was ajar. A sudden jolt coursed through her heart, instantly igniting a sense of foreboding as she hastily pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moment she crossed the threshold, a distinctive fragrance wafted through the air, yet her mood inexplicably darkened, engulfed by a wave of sorrow, the urge to weep, and an undercurrent of irritation. She abruptly halted, retrieving a small porcelain vial from her pocket, pouring out a transparent liquid, and applying it beneath her nose. Following this, she pressed a small cloth against her nostrils before continuing deeper into the premises. In the rear chamber, a black coffin stood ominously, accompanied by an incense burner on a nearby table, from which a lit stick of incense emanated smoke. Wei Ziwei furrowed her brow in confusion. Why was there a coffin prepared? She approached with determination, only to find the coffin lid ajar and its interior empty. A sigh of relief escaped her lips until her gaze fell upon the incense burner. There was something amiss with that incense. She promptly extinguished it and made her way toward the adjacent bedroom.
Inside.
Mo Wanner was gently wiping Mo Yan's face with a damp cloth, her movements delicate and tender. Silent tears streamed down Mo Wanner's cheeks, each drop falling onto Mo Yan. Upon entering, Wei Ziwei halted, biting her lip to suppress the urge to advance further. Suddenly, her brow knitted once more. There was only Mo Wanner's presence in the room. Her eyes fixated on Mo Yan's hand, and her heart sank with dread. The corpse marks on Mo Yan's skin had intensified. What was happening? Hadn't she set up the needle array? With no time to ponder, she stepped forward briskly. Wanner, something is amiss with your mother. Step aside. Let me examine her and see what is truly happening. Mo Wanner remained unresponsive, as if she had not heard Wei Ziwei's plea at all. Wanner, please move aside. As Wei Ziwei reached the bedside, she extended her hand to pull Mo Wanner away. It's you? How dare you show your face here? Mo Wanner appeared to finally notice Wei Ziwei, shaking off her hand with palpable anger. You deceitful charlatan, leave. Your false sympathy is unwelcome here.
Montag war näher.
In a fit of emotion, reached for Wei Ziwei, trying to shove her away. Observing the redness in Mo Wanner's eyes, Wei Ziwei presumed it was merely the result of her prolonged weeping and thought little of it. Wanner, what has happened? Speak to me.
Mo Wanner gled at Wei Ziwei.
Her voice cold as ice. Did you not promise that my mother would not die in 3 days? Wei Ziwei faltered, yet nodded. Yes. If it were merely an illness. Her unique heart-protecting needle array could indeed prolong life for 3 days. However, upon discovering the presence of poison within Mo Yan's body, she realized that 3 days might not suffice to find an antidote. After extensive research and considerable expenditure of her mystical energy, she had set up a special needle array capable of safeguarding Mo Yan's life for 10 days. But my mother has already died. She was gone within a day. Is this your idea of a solution? Wei Ziwei frowned, noting the deepening corpse marks on Mo Yan's skin. By all accounts, she should indeed be deceased. But how? Why can't I speak? Then why did you proclaim before everyone that you would find a way to save her? Mo Wanner's agitation escalated as she continued to push Wei Ziwei away, determined to expel her from the room. Wei Ziwei stepped back repeatedly, wishing to avoid conflict with Mo Wanner. I did indeed perform a life-preserving needle array for your mother the day before yesterday. Her life force should not be draining away. She is dead, and yet you still feign concern? Mo Wanner retorted, seizing a sword from the nearby table, drawing it with intent to strike at Wei Ziwei. Your mother's situation is peculiar. While she appears dead, perhaps she is not truly gone. If you do not step aside, how can I ascertain what is truly happening? Even Wei Ziwei's patience wore thin when faced with such hostility, her temper flaring beneath the surface. In her rebirth, she was no saint. Had it not been for the Mu family, she would care little for Mo Yan's fate. Reflecting on her cousin's expression as she departed, she felt a surge of indignation. It was fortunate he had not followed her, otherwise, he might have met his demise at Mo Wanner's hand. Wei Ziwei's strength far surpassed Mo Wanner's, allowing her to evade multiple attacks effortlessly. Yet she understood that this conflict could not continue. Mo Wanner was relentless, offering no opportunity for her to approach Mo Yan. Now that there is no one else here, how long will you continue this charade? Mo Wanner shouted, swinging her sword toward Wei Ziwei once more. All of you from the Mu family possess hearts of wolves and lungs of dogs. Begone.
Leave me.
Wei Ziwei frowned at the increasingly deranged Mo Wanner. Something was terribly wrong with both Mo Yan and Mo Wanner. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. But I hope you do not come to regret your earlier words. With that, Wei Ziwei turned on her heel and departed, her frustration boiling over. She knew there was an issue, yet felt utterly powerless to act, and this sense of helplessness drove her to distraction. Upon seeing Wei Ziwei emerge, Wang Bo was astonished. Had the young lady resolved her matters in the guest house so swiftly? Wei Ziwei cast a glance at Wang Bo and casually inquired, Wang Bo, did you enter the guest house just now? In response to the young lady's inquiry, I have not left the carriage for even a moment. Wei Ziwei said nothing further. Stepping into the carriage, Wang Bo shook his head in confusion, unsure whether the young lady wished for him to have entered the guest house or not. Inside the carriage, Wei Ziwei reflected on the recent events, utterly perplexed. When she had seen Mo Yan the day before, the absence of a pulse and the emerging corpse marks were alarming. Yet there had been weak signs of breathing and a heartbeat. Now, the corpse marks on Mo Yan had grown increasingly pronounced, a symptom only indicative of death. Mo Wanner had not allowed her to approach for an examination, leaving her unable to confirm whether Mo Yan had truly lost her heartbeat and breath. She had great confidence in her needle array. Mo Yan's life force should not be depleting. Unless, Wang Bo, take me to Fengqi building. You may return to the estate. Come back for me and my aunt when night falls. As she spoke, her voice rang clear, almost as if she feared Wang Bo would mishear her. With a sigh, the carriage came to a halt, and Wei Ziwei alighted, striding toward the entrance of Fengqi building. Wang Bo urged the carriage onward at a leisurely pace. Just 3 steps away from the grand entrance, however, Wei Ziwei suddenly pivoted and swiftly changed direction. Her speed was remarkable. Had one not been observing closely, they would have failed to notice her departure from Fengqi building. In no time, Wei Ziwei's figure vanished amidst the throng of people on the street. Chapter 74. A significant order received at the end of the long street. There was a clothing shop, its entrance desolate. Clad in a striking red garment, Wei Ziwei sped past the shop, only to halt suddenly, turning back without hesitation to enter the establishment. A middle-aged man dozed in a chair behind the counter. Wei Ziwei surveyed her surroundings, preparing to conduct the transaction herself, when the man unexpectedly opened his eyes. Ah, how fortuitous, young lady. We have just received a new batch of women's clothing yesterday. No need for that. Just find me a plain set of men's clothing. The plainer, the better. The shopkeeper, bewildered, pondered how such a beautiful girl with delicate features and expressive eyes would desire to purchase men's clothing, and even more so, the simplest of garments. Such a deal seemed impossible. Wei Ziwei shot a glance at the shopkeeper, noting his astonished expression and lack of action. Never mind, I'll take that set. It looks quite satisfactory. Young lady, that outfit is far too shabby. Would you not consider something else? No need, I want that one. How much is it? You appear to be someone of means. Surely, you can afford something better than this? Wei Ziwei tossed a piece of broken silver onto the counter, took the clothing herself, and headed toward the back of the shop. Young lady, the exit is this way. I need to use the restroom. Not long after, the back door of the clothing shop swung open, and Wei Ziwei emerged, swiftly navigating through the narrow alley. Upon reaching a corner, her pace abruptly slowed, and she continued forward at an ordinary speed. On the other side of the corner, 2 men were engaged in a tug-of-war. Wei Ziwei maintained her focus ahead, undeterred by their presence. The 2 men glanced at her, their expressions marked by evident surprise. One of them was robust yet notably short, sporting a bushy beard that rendered his appearance rather peculiar. Unaware of their thoughts, Wei Ziwei ambled toward the opposite end of the alley. Ergu, I don't care. I must be part of tonight's task, one of the men insisted. Xiaoho, have you lost your mind? Let go of me. If you don't, then what? What else could happen, you lunatic? I've always considered you a brother, yet you lack discernment in your actions. Did I not mention that I couldn't attend last night due to pressing matters? You're talking nonsense. I distinctly heard you say that delivering a coffin during the new year is inauspicious. Missing it might actually be a blessing, so stay out of this. Having walked several paces away, Wei Ziwei halted upon hearing the word coffin, her demeanor momentarily faltering. Since we've reached this point, if you still regard me as a brother, you ought to let me earn my share of tonight's payment. Whether you acknowledge it or not is irrelevant. I cannot make decisions regarding this matter. Undertaking a funeral is no trivial matter. In the end, you're merely concerned that an extra person means less reward for you. How about this? Take me along, and I will split my share with you 70-30. Why can't you understand? This simply cannot be done. To be frank, I wish we had never accepted this private job. What do you mean? Anyone who delivered a coffin last night must be present tonight, or else. Or else what? You wouldn't resort to the pathetic excuse of eliminating witnesses, would you? Ergu was visibly agitated, stamping his feet. It's true. Xiaoho paused, then inquired, Ergu, one must be kind-hearted. With such a high reward, you shouldn't frighten me with such threats to monopolize it. The employer insisted that after the coffin is buried, no one is allowed to leave. Naturally, one must receive their reward before departing, right? It's not about the reward. The employer said we must wait in place and cannot leave. What is that supposed to mean? Are they going to dig up the coffin again? Under normal circumstances. After the burial, the funeral procession quickly departs without a backward glance. That's common knowledge. Ergu remained silent, his expression grave. Xiaoho, losing his playful demeanor, questioned, Surely not? I was merely jesting. The employer can't genuinely intend to exhume the coffin, can they? Erga sighed. To be candid, my heart is unsettled. I've heard such rumors before, but I've never engaged in such work. This situation indeed sounds bizarre. What could the employer's motive be? Erga shook his head. Who knows? I'm just afraid that, like the rumors suggest, they will dig up the coffin afterward. Xiaohou shivered. If that's the case, this job is truly unmanageable. After delivering the coffin last night, you shouldn't have taken on tonight's task. Erga sighed again. Do you think I want to take it? The employer stated that if we don't show up tonight, they have ways to find us, and they don't seem to be bluffing. Xiaohou's eyes lit up with a sudden thought, and he turned to flee. I feel a bit unwell. I think I'll head back to rest. Let's drink together another day. Ergu, frustrated, called after him. Hey Xiaohou, why are you leaving so quickly? Where did you buy that wine last time? It was in Wudong Alley. If you go, be sure to bring me back a couple of jars. Ergu watched as Xiaohou vanished at the alley's entrance, shaking his head before turning toward the other end of the alley. Hey brother, what are you? Ergu found himself confronted by a figure blocking his path, baffled that this person had not left earlier. You just mentioned delivering a coffin to a family. Was the estate named Finglinwen? Ergu was taken aback.
How do you know that?
Who is the employer who requested the coffin? Ergu shook his head.
Who are you?
What do you want? I must tell you, in our line of work, there are rules. We do not divulge employer information. Wei Ziwei toyed with the rubble in her hand, then gently crushed it, letting the powder fall like snow. You see the consequences of silence? Ergu swallowed hard. In our line of work, there aren't so many rules. Brother, whatever you wish to know, I promise to tell you everything. Wei Ziwei smiled, having anticipated this outcome. If we all act with goodwill, everyone benefits. Why complicate matters? In truth, I do not know who that person is. He wore a gray robe and a black hood, obscuring his face entirely. Wei Ziwei's expression darkened. Regrettably, after her transformation, others remained oblivious. However, her aura was anything but insignificant. Ergu shuddered, adding nervously, he was an older man, with a faint scent of herbs. Chapter 75. Sending the coffin out of the city, Wei Ziwei returned to the Finglinwen villa once more. She did not enter through the front door but instead scaled the wall from the back courtyard, swiftly making her way to the chamber where Mo Yan resided. Inside,
Montag van was absent.
Wei Ziwei hurried to the bedside, placing her hand on Mo Yan's wrist, still devoid of a pulse. She extended her hand to check Mo Yan's breath. It had ceased, and her heartbeat was no more. Her veins had also congealed. Wei Ziwei was utterly perplexed as to why, after just a day, matters had deteriorated so drastically. Could Mo Yan's condition be related to that incense? While she pondered this, she suddenly sensed someone approaching and hastily restored Mo Yan to her previous state, then lightly leaped onto the roof beams to conceal herself. The visitor was none other than Mo Wanner. She continued to weep silently, wordlessly using a handkerchief to wipe down Mo Yan's body repeatedly. As time slowly passed, Wei Ziwei found herself regretting her decision to hide in the rafters. Mo Yan's condition was peculiar. She required a thorough examination, yet Mo Wanner showed no signs of leaving, forcing Wei Ziwei to remain hidden. Thankfully, the beam was wide enough that sitting and lying on it was manageable, but enduring such stillness for an extended period was unbearable. Half a day passed, and it seemed Mo Wanner's tears had finally run dry. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the side hall. Miss Mo, please accept your grief. The deceased has departed, and life continues. The sun sets, and it is time to lay the departed to rest. Wei Ziwei furrowed her brow. Indeed, it was him. Upon hearing this, Mo Wanner immediately ceased her tears, awkwardly dressing Mo Yan's body before lifting her and exiting the chamber. Observing this, Wei Ziwei's frown deepened. Yet she secretly sighed in relief. She descended from the beam and crossed through the window. The cold wind was biting, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. At the entrance of the Finglinwen villa, 2 horse-drawn carriages awaited. The coffin was being carried out from the villa and placed into one of the carriages, with Mo Wanner following closely behind, sitting beside the coffin. There were only 4 bearers, one of whom climbed onto the carriage with the coffin to act as the driver, while the other 3 approached the second carriage. At that moment, a man in a hooded robe approached, stopping one of them. What are you doing here? Where is Ergu from last night? Wei Ziwei's heart sank. Had she been exposed? My brother Ergu was delighted with the payment he received last night. After returning, he drank quite a bit and accidentally fell into a latrine while getting up at night, breaking a leg. Wei Ziwei licked her lips and explained. Brother Urga said the reward this time was substantial and that it would be a shame to miss out. So, he sent me to help carry the coffin to the funeral. Beneath the hood, the man's eyes darkened, an unmistakable aura of menace emerging. Wei Ziwei keenly sensed the ominous aura surrounding her, contemplating her next move when the figure gestured dismissively. Let us go. 2 carriages gradually departed from the courtyard, racing down the street to reach the eastern city gate before its closure. The soldiers stationed there, recognizing the funeral procession, did not conduct thorough checks and allowed passage without delay. Once outside the city gates, the carriages sped away, merging seamlessly into the night. After more than an hour, the carriages halted at the foot of a mountain. The already frigid air grew even colder as they entered the forest, with gusts of wind biting through the chill. A man in gray led the way with a torch, while Mo Wanner walked beside him, and the others carried the coffin behind. Wei Ziwei cast a glance at Mo Wanner, her brow furrowed slightly. She felt an inexplicable strangeness emanating from Mo Wanner, whose vacant expression and stiff demeanor resembled that of a marionette. The 6-person group ascended the mountain along a narrow path, the atmosphere becoming increasingly eerie. Having faced death once, Wei Ziwei harbored no fear of ghosts. Her only concern was for the Mu residents, which she imagined must be in chaos at this hour. Brother Han must be frantic. At that moment, outside the Jingwang's residence, the carriage came to a slow stop. Mui Han had just disembarked when hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Master, it's bad. Cousin has encountered trouble. Qingfeng gasped for breath. Mu Yihan's heart raced, his complexion shifting dramatically. Repeat that. Master, Wang Bo has delivered cousin to Fengqi Lu. Qingfeng relayed the events succinctly, concluding that Wei Ziwei had vanished at the entrance of Fengqi Lu. The temperature around Mu Yihan plummeted. Summoning Feng to me at once. The men, realizing their shame, expressed their intent to redeem themselves and dispersed to search for clues. Ning Tao, accompany me to the study. In the nameless mountains outside the eastern city, the group halted at a level clearing. Following the gray-robed man's instructions, the bearers placed the coffin on the ground and began to dig a grave. 4 of them positioned themselves at each corner. Wei Ziwei, shovel in hand, strolled leisurely to one corner, casting a glance at Mo Wanner before commencing her work. After a short while, the deep pit was completed. The 4 men carefully placed the coffin inside and began to cover it with soil. No one noticed as Mo Wanner's vacant gaze suddenly sharpened. She stared blankly at her surroundings and, after a moment, seemed to comprehend who lay within the coffin.
Stop. Montag Warner shouted,
rushing forward to seize one man's shovel and tossing it aside. Who gave you the audacity to entomb my mother alive? In the midst of her outburst, she snatched away 2 more shovels, poised to reclaim Wei Ziwei's shovel when the gray-robed man intervened. Miss Mo, the dead cannot return to life. You mustn't. What are you? A mere wintermelon? Who told you my mother is dead? You'd best step aside, or I won't be so courteous. Wei Ziwei breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Wanner had returned to her senses. This only solidified her suspicion that the incense in the courtyard was indeed problematic, warranting further examination upon their return. Mo Wanner circumvented the gray-robed man, leaping into the pit to push open the coffin lid, intending to retrieve Mo Yen. The 3 bearers exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. The gray-robed man snatched the shovel from Wei Ziwei and began to fill the grave with dirt. Take up your shovels and continue. His ominous voice sent shivers down their spines. Are we truly to bury that girl alive? Someone questioned, while the others stood frozen. Wei Ziwei glanced at the speaker. Realizing these men were not entirely foolish, they could discern right from wrong and still possessed a conscience. She deserves this. It is not another's fault. What are you waiting for?
Get to it.
We were only tasked with carrying the coffin, not burying the living. Do you wish to die? The man hesitated, but remained unmoved. The gray-robed figure suddenly broke into a sinister grin. You will do as I say, whether you wish to or not. There is no choice. Those who refuse will meet a fatal end. I refuse to earn this money, the man declared, turning to flee, with the other 2 hastily following suit. Then go and die. The gray-robed man hurled the shovel, striking the questioning man in the back, piercing his heart. Thud. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed, quickly succumbing to death. The remaining 2, paralyzed with fear, fell to the ground. You have been poisoned with the deadly powder. Those who seek an antidote must come forth and work, or meet the same fate as him. At this revelation, not only the 2 men but even Wei Ziwei was taken aback. Had they truly been poisoned? Chapter 76. The hidden master Mo Wanner, clutching Mo Yen, was preparing to exit the coffin when Wei Ziwei extended a hand. Mo Wanner looked at her, momentarily stunned, before offering her hand in return. Just then, a shower of dirt fell from above, landing squarely on Wei Ziwei's face. She wiped her face dismissively, glaring at the two men by the pit. You two are hopelessly foolish. Did you truly believe he would give you the antidote? He won't give it, will you? Wei Ziwei faltered, unsure how to respond. While she possessed the ability to research an antidote, she first needed to know the exact composition of the poison. Having never encountered the deadly powder before, the prospect of creating an antidote was daunting. I have an elder to care for and a family awaiting my return. I cannot die here. Indeed. I advise you to cease your interference and join us in finishing this task. They continued, it is not our fault. She insisted on holding a corpse. If you remain obstinate, do not blame us for being ruthless. Mo Wanner retorted angrily, my mother is not dead. Wei Ziwei scoffed coldly, even if you bury them both. Do you truly believe that man will allow you to leave? These two were utterly dim-witted. Forget them. You should ascend first.
Curse it.
You all deserve to die. The gray-robed man suddenly laughed maniacally, fixing his gaze on Wei Ziwei. I had intended to let you live a while longer, but now I have changed my mind. He abruptly swung his hand, striking at the three still in the pit. A storm surged within Wei Ziwei. He is at the 9th level of Xuanwu. How could he possess such a formidable aura? Previously, at the entrance of the Fenglin 1 courtyard, she had sensed his overwhelming murderous intent. At that time, she had wondered why a mere mortal exuded such potency. Curiosity about his urgency to bury Mo Yen had compelled her to follow discreetly outside the city. Had she known he was a master, she would not have come alone. She should have found a way to inform Brother Han. But did he even know about this man's cultivation? Wei Ziwei had long realized that this gray-robed man was none other than Dr. Zhao, a confidant of Mui Han.
Yet,
she had never imagined he was not only a practitioner, but of such high caliber. Logically, one could not conceal their cultivation unless they had surpassed the level of Xianwang. Wei Ziwei suspected that Dr. Zhao harbored secrets. As a mere 4th-tier practitioner of Xianling, confronting a 9th-tier Xuanwu head-on would surely lead to her demise. Yet, she could not evade this strike. If she did, both Mo Yen and Mo Wanner would undoubtedly perish. In an instant, she shoved Mo Wanner back into the coffin, gathering her Xianling power to counter him, all occurring in the blink of an eye.
Bang!
Wei Ziwei collided with the coffin behind her, which shattered into splinters under the immense force. Wei Ziwei's lips were stained with blood, her heart filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency. How could she possibly break this deadlock? She glanced sideways, relieved to see that the mother and daughter were unharmed. As long as she could divert Zhao, the physician, Mo Wanner would have the opportunity to escape with Mo Yen. Just as she was about to leap out of the pit, she suddenly furrowed her brow and remained still. A powerful aura was approaching. It was formidable and unfamiliar. If she wasn't mistaken, it was undoubtedly beyond the realm of the Xian King. Wei Ziwei couldn't comprehend how. In this small country of Nanli, there could exist a master of such caliber when the Xuanwu's 7th level was supposed to be the pinnacle. Zhao, the physician, also sensed the aura and turned to gaze intently at the distant mountain. At that moment, Mo Wanner struggled to stand up, and Wei Ziwei quickly yanked her back, alarmed. Was she foolish? With her own strength at the 4th level of Xianling, she dared not act rashly. Mo Wanner, at the 4th level of Xuanwu, would only be foolishly offering herself up. The two individuals above were thoroughly frightened by what had just transpired. They dropped their shovels and attempted to flee. But after only a few steps, they found themselves unable to move forward. A chilling scream echoed from the mountainside, followed by the sound of 2 heavy objects hitting the ground. In the distance stood an elderly man in black robes, his hair completely white. Although Wei Ziwei could not see the situation outside, she knew that the powerful figure had arrived. The air around her seemed to shift, suffused with a sinister energy that felt stifling and uncomfortable. As soon as she sensed the presence, she immediately retracted her gathered Xianling energy and concealed her aura, diminishing her presence. She gently patted Mo Wanner on the shoulder, covered her mouth with one hand, and gestured to sneak away. Mo Wanner grasped her meaning instantly, nodding as she slowly crawled out of the pit and turned back to assist Mo Yen. Wei Ziwei, using both hands and feet to climb out, proceeded cautiously to avoid drawing attention, moving at a painstakingly slow pace. Just as she was about to escape the pit, a sudden roar reverberated, laden with immense Xian power, sending her tumbling back to the pit's bottom. How dare you hinder the affairs of the Sun and Moon sect? You truly know not your own mortality. The resonance of the elder's voice left Wei Ziwei's ears ringing. Was he mad? Why must he accompany his words with such overwhelming power? She dared not use her own Xian power for protection and quickly covered her ears. The elder, with a wave of his hand, unleashed a torrent of Xian energy toward Zhao, who had no time to evade and could only brace himself. The clash of energies produced a thunderous sound, akin to a muffled thunderclap. A fierce wind arose, swirling snowflakes through the air, creating an atmosphere of chaos. Wei Ziwei remained hidden at the bottom of the pit, too frightened to move. Earlier, when Mu Yihan had battled Feng Zilin, the scene had been far more intense, yet she had felt secure, knowing she wouldn't be affected.
Now,
any attempt to climb out amidst the clash of two formidable masters would surely result in her demise. By what right do you claim these items belong to your Sun and Moon sect? Zhao's face was ashen, panting heavily, clearly wounded. Because the devouring Xian Gu originates from our Sun and Moon sect. And so what? Does only your sect possess the art of devouring? You are truly obstinate. Their verbal sparring continued even as their physical assaults persisted. The howling winds carried dust and debris, the impact of their Xian energies skimming perilously close to Wei Ziwei's head. To avoid being caught in the fray, she lay flat against the ground, her appearance quite disheveled. With a thud, Zhao fell to the ground, his hat tumbling aside as blood poured from his mouth. He glared at the elder before him, his eyes filled with hatred and resentment. If not for the unforeseen circumstances, he would have already attained the rank of Xian King and would not need to fear this old wretch. Very well, there will be other opportunities. A strange smile crept across his face, and suddenly, a red glow enveloped him, causing him to vanish from sight. The elder in black furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss as he rushed forward, managing to grasp a corner of Zhao's clothing. His keen eyes spotted a talisman on the ground, and he bent to pick it up, his gaze flickering with contemplation. Chapter 77. Brother arrives too late. After what felt like an eternity, the surroundings finally quieted. Wei Ziwei felt a surge of excitement, yet she remained motionless, acutely aware that the elder was still present. Suddenly, footsteps echoed once more, growing ever closer. Wei Ziwei felt the faint light of the snow dim. Her heart raced, and she looked up to find the white-haired elder in black robes staring thoughtfully at her. Her heart pounded as she remained seated, staring wide-eyed at him. The elder's brow was furrowed, and he spoke two words: waste. Wei Ziwei blinked, unsure to whom the words were directed, but it mattered little to her. All she desired was for him to leave quickly, so she could escape. She worried for Mo Wana, uncertain of her fate amidst the recent chaos. If anything happened to her, her cousin would be heartbroken. Only when she was certain the elder had departed did she exhale in relief and rise to her feet. However, before she could fully escape the pit, the elder returned unexpectedly. You insufferable girl, you nearly deceived me. Alarm bells rang in Wei Ziwei's mind. Could he see through her disguise? Despite her efforts to conceal her identity, he still recognized her as a woman? The elder suddenly reached out, grasping for her neck. Anticipating his move, Wei Ziwei quickly struck out with her palm just as he was about to seize her. Simultaneously, she sprang upward from the pit's bottom. The elder momentarily froze. Then his face lit up with delight. Wei Ziwei, holding her breath, managed to cover 3 paces before the path ahead was blocked. She realized that not only was the individual before her exceptionally powerful, but he also emanated a suffocating aura of malevolence that instilled dread and discomfort. Heaven is aiding me. The once vanished Xianling energy had re-emerged. The elder's gaze fixed on Wei Ziwei as if she were a soul marked for sacrifice. Ah, what a stroke of fortune. Stumbling upon you, without effort. With a swift motion, the elder raised his hand, causing Wei Ziwei's body to levitate involuntarily into the air. Tendrils of black smoke streamed from the elder's wrist, wrapping around her form, tightening with each moment. Wei Ziwei could not see the black smoke. She merely felt as though she were ensnared by ropes, powerless to escape. More terrifyingly, she sensed her Xianling energy draining away. A bold hypothesis struck her. This man was consuming her Xianling energy. Beyond the realm of sight, her Xianling power flowed steadily toward the elder along the black smoke. The realization that her energy might be entirely devoured filled her with despair. The Sun and Moon sect was indeed a malevolent cult, thriving on the absorption of practitioners' energy to enhance their own powers. She had overheard the elder's earlier conversation with Zhao, but she had never heard of the Sun and Moon sect, leaving her oblivious to its nature. The elder sneered, "What are you, an insignificant insect, understand?" His arrogance was palpable, as if he were a deity, relying on such sinister means to elevate his power, truly an affront to the natural order. Wei Ziwei found herself utterly immobilized, helplessly watching her Xianling energy dissipate. She understood that death was inevitable today, yet she did not wish to perish without understanding. She was reluctant to die, having only just been granted this chance at rebirth, with many more tasks left unfinished. She sought vengeance, aimed to concoct a resurrection pill for her grandmother, to heal Yu's affliction, to witness her cousin's marriage, and to see Xianer grow. Ants are but ants. What are the celestial beings? Seeking death. A powerful voice resounded from afar, followed by a surge of formidable energy. The elder in the black robe changed countenance and was compelled to retract the power controlling Wei Ziwei, then swiftly struck out in another direction. Two streams of mystic energy clashed in midair, producing a thunderous explosion.
Boom.
The ground trembled, and nearby trees swayed perilously. Wei Ziwei's body was no longer under control. She fell from the sky, landing in the arms of another. Her mystical energy had nearly drained away, leaving her in a dazed state. Feeling that this embrace was unfamiliar, yet surprisingly warm, Wei Ziwei raised her gaze, recognizing the person holding her, exclaiming in astonishment, "Feng Zilin?" Feng Zilin pressed his lips together, a look of remorse crossing his features. "I apologize. I have arrived late, dear sister." Upon hearing this, a peculiar warmth surged within Wei Ziwei's heart, a sensation never before experienced in her past life. Could this be the bond of blood that connects one through broken bones and sinews? They shared the blood of the Feng clan. He was her brother. Ha ha ha, indeed, the heavens assist me. My years guarding the Southernly Kingdom have not been in vain. Mystical energy has truly manifested here. Feng Zilin furrowed his brow. "Sister Wei, rest aside for now. Allow me to deal with him before bringing you home." Wei Ziwei nodded gently. Feng Zilin supported her, guiding her to sit upon a nearby stone, then turned his attention to the black-robed man. "Be cautious, brother." Feng Zilin hesitated. His sister had acknowledged him as her brother. He did not turn around, his face betraying his excitement. "All right, be careful. That man is truly sinister." Feng Zilin nodded. "Do not worry, sister." His heart felt sweet. Wei Ziwei's expression was filled with worry. She was well aware of Feng Zilin's strength, yet the opponent was exceedingly sinister. The clash of immense mystical energies resonated with a deafening roar, causing sand and stones to fly, while snowflakes danced in the air. In midair, two figures, one black and one white, engaged in an escalating battle. Initially, the white figure held the advantage, inflicting several heavy blows upon the black-robed elder. However, inexplicably, the elder grew stronger with each setback, gradually gaining the upper hand.
Bang!
Feng Zilin received a severe blow, his body soaring like a kite with its string severed. Yet, he was momentarily suspended in midair. Upon witnessing this scene, Wei Ziwei's eyes widened in alarm. Indeed, that man was far too sinister. Without a second thought, she rushed forward to assist. "You cannot help by rushing in. Do not create more chaos. Stay put." Wei Ziwei was startled, having not noticed the person standing behind her. Before she could turn, a flash of crimson darted past her, heading towards the black-robed elder. That silhouette appeared eerily familiar. Murongyan, the master of the Infinite Palace. What is he doing here? With Murongyan's intervention, the black-robed elder was forced to retract his control over Feng Zilin. A wicked smile crept across his lips. The heavens truly favored him. By devouring the mystical energies of these three, even if he could not fully restore his peak power, he would be close. Murongyan acted swiftly, and Feng Zilin regained his freedom. Together they confronted the black-robed elder. The elder found himself at a disadvantage once more. Clearly outmatched by Feng Zilin and Murongyan, yet the light in his eyes grew ever brighter. In the distance, Wei Ziwei observed the chaotic two-on-one struggle. Sensing something was amiss, yet she could not pinpoint the issue. She soon realized that despite their collaboration, they seemed to be gradually losing ground. As she pondered, a sudden epiphany struck her.
No.
The more mystical energy they expended, the more advantageous it became for the black-robed man. "Brother, cease using mystical energy. Fight with brute strength. Strike when you can, Evade when you cannot. After speaking, Wei Ziwei swiftly retrieved silver needles from her pouch, clasping them tightly in her palm, and ran towards them. Chapter 78. Call Me Uncle. Feng Zilin was wholly consumed with countering the black-robed elder, oblivious to what Wei Ziwei had said. Suddenly spotting her running in their direction, dread gripped his heart, and his expression shifted drastically. Sister, do not come any closer. He dared not linger, immediately turning to sprint towards Wei Ziwei. His mind was singularly focused. He must prevent her from advancing. Impudent girl, what do you intend to do? Murong reached Wei Ziwei first, his face dark as ink. Do you truly fear no death? Quickly retreat. Having faced that man personally, he understood just how malevolent he was. Her reckless approach was tantamount to courting death. Wei Ziwei disregarded his reprimand, seamlessly slipping several silver needles into his hand, almost whispering in his ear, Dantian. Murong was momentarily taken aback, his eyes flickering with realization. Just then, Feng Zilin arrived beside Wei Ziwei, blocking her path. It's dangerous. You must leave. His complexion paled, anxiety consuming him. Wei Ziwei blinked, stepping forward to place more silver needles into his palm. Brother, the Dantian. She was immensely grateful for having instructed Buet to prepare extra silver needles earlier, as they were now proving invaluable. In the distance, the black-robed elder's gaze darkened, his eyes narrowing at Wei Ziwei like a venomous snake. Among the three, she was the weakest, yet her mystical energy was the purest, reminiscent of a figure from the past. Moreover, her status in the hearts of the other two seemed remarkably high. If he could first subdue her. The black-robed elder suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a force that sent tendrils of black smoke surging towards Wei Ziwei. In the night, they could not see the smoke, yet they felt the overwhelming wave of mystical energy approaching. Feng Zilin and Murong instinctively positioned themselves in front of Wei Ziwei. Simultaneously, they unleashed their mystical energies, repelling the force that threatened Wei Ziwei.
Boom.
The powerful impact reverberated, sending sand and stones flying, plunging the surroundings into chaos. Brothers, you. Wei Ziwei cried out. Murong frowned, correcting her. I am not your brother by relation. You should call me uncle. Feng Zilin's brows furrowed deeper, clearly displeased. Do not listen to his nonsense. Your mother has no brothers, and I will not call him uncle. The only brother of Sister Yao is this palace master. Feng Zilin shot a glance at Murong. With a character like yours, a multitude follows my aunt calling her sister. Murong scoffed. Please, when I called Sister Yao, you were still contemplating which reincarnation path to choose. Feng Zilin retorted angrily. Who are you insulting? Murong replied. Whoever deserves it. As the two engaged in a heated argument while fending off the black-robed elder's assault, the elder found their banter to be a tremendous insult. He struck again, dividing his concentrated power to attack both Feng Zilin and Murong. Brother, uncle, silver needles now. Wei Ziwei exclaimed, exerting the last remnants of her mystical energy to launch the silver needles from her hand. Feng Zilin and Murong simultaneously hurled their silver needles as well. The three sets of needles struck the black-robed elder's body in succession. The black-robed elder staggered, bewildered as he looked down at his Dantian.
Whoosh.
A sound akin to air escaping from a punctured balloon echoed, and the elder soared towards the mountain's peak like a deflated balloon. Wei Ziwei blinked in astonishment. What just happened? Feng Zilin and Murong were equally dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for this outcome. With the crisis averted, the three of them visibly relaxed. Thud. Thud. Feng Zilin and Murong finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Wei Ziwei was startled, momentarily disregarding her fatigue, as she hurriedly took their pulses. Fortunately, it was merely a depletion of their mystical energy. They would recover in due time. Uncertain if the old man in the black robe had any tricks left up his sleeve, they needed to vacate the premises swiftly. She glanced at the three corpses in the distance, and then at the ready-made grave. It seemed only right to bury them together as an act of kindness. Living apart yet resting in the same grave, these unfortunate souls had met their end side by side. In their next lives, they ought to exercise more caution. Earning silver at the cost of their lives was a trade they should never engage in again. As for their families, I shall deliver the silver to them, fulfilling your final bond of affection. May you reincarnate well. Dust to dust, you have merely gone a step ahead of them, and there is nothing to linger upon. She gently placed the three bodies into the pit, arranging them neatly side by side, before picking up a shovel to fill the grave with earth. Once this was accomplished, Wei Ziwei returned to Feng Zilin and Morong Yan. The whereabouts of their previous carriage were uncertain. They should descend the mountain first and address other matters later. The two nodded, attempting to rise but immediately collapsing back down. Wei Ziwei blinked, although she too had exhausted her mystical energy. She was not yet at the point of instability. She still possessed the strength typical of an ordinary person, sufficient to carry 3 adult men to the pit and fill it. "I will escort my brother and uncle down the mountain," she said, as she helped the 2 men to their feet, one on each side. They struggled, but their intentions were futile. After a brief while, upon seeing the carriage firmly stationed in place, Wei Ziwei felt a surge of joy. "Wonderful, the carriage is still here." Just as she spoke, her gaze fell upon Mo Wana, who was waving at her from a distance. "Sister Wei, I'm here. You are still here? Where is your mother?" Wei Ziwei asked, only to realize something felt amiss. "My mother is in the carriage, Sister Wei. I knew you would be fine." Mo Wana, her eyes solely on Wei Ziwei, opened her arms in an attempt to embrace her. Cough, cough. 2 sudden, light coughs interrupted, causing Mo Wana to retract her neck and glance at the 2 men beside Wei Ziwei, awkwardly withdrawing her hands. "Sister Wei, who are they? What did you call me?" Wei Ziwei finally grasped what was wrong.
Montag Vanner looked aggrieved.
"Sister Wei, are you angry? I didn't mean to sneak away. I just didn't want to be a burden to you." Wei Ziwei felt a sense of frustration, having thought her disguise was quite successful, only to find the awkwardness lay with her. "How did you recognize me?" she asked, still clinging to hope. "Sister Wei, your unique aura, even if you turned to ash, I would still recognize you." Just then, as she spoke with excitement, she caught sight of Feng Zilin and Morong Yan's icy gazes, which made her immediately fall silent. She truly could not comprehend why the man beside Sister Wei always seemed to wield a deadly stare. Wei Ziwei, bearing the 2 men, passed by Mo Wana and continued toward the carriage. "Sister Wei, let them sit in the back carriage." Wei Ziwei paused, choosing not to board the first carriage, and instead assisted Feng Zilin and Morong Yan into the rear carriage. She settled into the driver's seat, her hand gripping the reins, suddenly halting. "Someone is coming." A chill ran through Wei Ziwei's heart, her brows knitting in concern. Having just survived a life-and-death battle, if enemies were approaching now, they would all perish. However, this presence. The 2 inside the carriage, still devoid of their mystical energy, sensed the powerful aura drawing near. Alarm bells rang in their minds as they struggled to exit the carriage. False alarm. Morong Yan suddenly smirked, remaining completely still. "If you go out now, you'll be killed on the spot." Feng Zilin's body swayed slightly, his outstretched hand frozen midair. "Is it him?" Morong Yan offered no response, merely casting a dispassionate glance at Feng Zilin before closing her eyes. Feng Zilin too shut his eyes to meditate, yet his heart remained tumultuous. At the entrance of Fengqi Building, Wei Ziwei, upon descending from the carriage, was taken aback as a dark figure flashed before her. Before she could react, she found herself enveloped in a firm embrace. Inhaling the familiar scent of sandalwood, an inexplicable sense of grievance welled within her, causing her nose to tingle and her eyes to burn. She closed her eyes, a single tear escaping. Drawing a deep breath, she savored his familiar aroma. "Brother Han, you have come." In a whirlwind, she was whisked away from the carriage. Thud. Wei Ziwei's head collided painfully, and before she could utter a sound, her lips were sealed by a soft touch. Suddenly, she felt as if a thunderclap exploded in her mind, leaving her thoughts blank. She widened her eyes, staring at the stunning visage just inches away. He kissed her. This was her first kiss, in both this life and the last. It was the first time he had kissed her. Yet his actions were rough, and discomfort surged through her as she struggled against him, but only a soft whimper escaped. He disregarded her discontent, as if venting something, his kiss devoid of tenderness, resembling a primal urge rather than affection. The tree behind pressed painfully against her back. She pushed against him with all her might, yet he remained unmoved. Wait, how could he possibly kiss her in this guise? Gasp. As Wei Ziwei lost herself in thought, a sharp pain at the corner of her mouth jolted her back. Had she just been bitten? "Brother Han, it hurts." Han finally released her, licking the blood that seeped from her lip, then resting his chin on her shoulder. Soon, she felt warmth spreading on her shoulder, accompanied by the sound of his low sobs. His body trembled slightly. Her thoughts became increasingly chaotic. Brother Han, you. In her 2 lifetimes, She understood that in his heart, her life was even more precious than his own. The sudden turn of events had genuinely frightened him. She reached out, gently patting his back, unsure how to offer comfort. Where, I am afraid. Wei Ziwei's heart quivered lightly. She understood his feelings. Brother Han, I have always said that whatever you wish to do, I will support you wholeheartedly. Why can't you trust me just once? Today was a matter of urgency. Had you been harmed, what would I have done? I know you dislike having anyone follow you, but can you comprehend my feelings?
Wei.
I have lost you once and do not wish to lose you again. Do you understand? If this place is without you, it will perish. Mu Yihan unfastened his clothing, taking Wei Ziwei's hand and placing it over his heart. It still beats because you are here, so where, no matter what we face, please consider me as well. Wherever you go, take me with you, all right? Heaven knows how he felt upon hearing the news of her disappearance. It felt as though the sky had collapsed. All he wanted was to bring about a complete upheaval in the imperial city. He had even made arrangements. If she was not found by dawn, Ning Tao would lead the northern troops southward to storm the imperial city. Fortunately, Ing Yi had discovered the suspicious heir go outside the villa and confirmed the presence of a coffin in the carriage heading out of the eastern gate. Thank goodness, she was unharmed. Wei Ziwei's eyes reddened as she nodded. All right, I promise you. The cold winds howled and snowflakes danced as the two embraced tightly, oblivious to the chill around them. In that moment, the world only contained the two of them. Brother Han, Dr. Zhao is a practitioner of profound power, and his strength is remarkable. Upon hearing this, Mu Yihan's gaze darkened. On this day, not only Wei Ziwei had gone missing, but also Dr. Zhao. The situation with Dr. Zhao is my fault. I had been careless earlier. After returning from the Mu residence last night, I had someone secretly monitor Dr. Zhao. Yet it seems I still overlook something. With such a predicament now, it is impossible for him to return to his previous residence. Finding him in this situation proves to be quite challenging. His ability to remain hidden by your side for such an extended period speaks volumes about his exceptional skills. And it further confirms that the bracelet is indeed with him. Wei Ziwei even suspects that the bracelet possesses the ability to conceal one's cultivation.
Wei I apuludis.
If only I, Mu Yihan, had been more meticulous back then and hadn't he given Dr. Zhao any opportunity, the bracelet would not have been lost. Wei Ziwei shook her head. Even if you hadn't been injured then, he would have found another way to approach you. As for today's incident, it happened so suddenly, do not blame yourself. She understood that he must regret having reassigned Ning Tao and allowing others to accompany him. However, if Ning Tao had been with him, it might not have yielded a favorable outcome. Suddenly, she recalled something and inquired, Brother Han, have you heard of a poison called deadly powder? Mu Yihan nodded. I have heard Dr. Zhao mention it. It is a colorless and odorless poison that kills invisibly. I might have been poisoned by the deadly powder. Mu Yihan's expression changed dramatically, and he swiftly carried Wei Ziwei away. Brother Han, what are you doing? We are returning to the Prince Jing's residence now. Outside the forest, those waiting in the carriage felt an indescribable sensation as they awaited the return of the two. Mo Wanner, seated at the driver's position, craned her neck, glancing frequently toward the woods. Suddenly, she spotted a large shadow emerging from the forest. Just as she was about to take a closer look, the shadow vanished in an instant. She blinked and called out loudly, Sister Wei heir, you all, Wanner, return to the courtyard and wait, and bring them back with you. Wei Ziwei's voice grew distant, and the rest of her words became unintelligible.
All right, Sister Wei heir.
Don't worry, Wanner will ensure the task is completed. The two individuals in the carriage were left dumbfounded. She just left like that? Chapter 80. Identifying the poison's components, Prince Jing's residence. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. Wei Ziwei felt the tension in the air and, knowing she was at fault, lowered her head, nervously picking at her nails. She was brought back to Prince Jing's residence by Mu Yihan at a hurried pace before dawn. He first had someone prepare water for her to bathe and change, and only after she entered the washroom did he turn to leave. Just as the servants finished setting up breakfast, Mu Yihan returned, his expression darker than before. Wei Ziwei awkwardly touched her belly. She hadn't felt hungry earlier, but her body was now quite honest in the presence of food. Brother Han, let us have breakfast first. Perhaps after we eat, there will be good news? Mu Yihan nodded, intending to accompany Wei Ziwei for the meal, but as he picked up his chopsticks, he set them down again, utterly lacking appetite. Wei Ziwei picked up her bowl, quickly finishing the lotus seed soup and then picking up a crystal dumpling. Seeing this, Mui Han also took a bowl and drank half a bowl of millet porridge. At that moment, Ning Tao rushed in, his face tense. Useless. What good are you to me? His furious shout made Wei Ziwei's heart tremble. Has Brother Han always had such a temper? In her 2 lifetimes, she had never seen him unleash such anger on his subordinates. The thought of the brutal rumors surrounding the young Prince Jing sent a shiver down her spine. If they were to marry, would he frequently resort to violence against her? Earlier, after bathing and changing, she had inadvertently overheard the servants discussing that both Ying Yi and Ying Feng, who had secretly protected her yesterday, had been severely punished. 50 strokes of the military baton, and they were left with barely half their lives. Ying Yi and Ying Feng possessed the strength of the 6th stage of Xuanwu, and even they were severely injured by 50 strokes, a mere commoner would likely perish from a single blow. Wei Ziwei felt a heavy sense of guilt, knowing they suffered because of her. She pondered how she could advocate for their plight, as it was truly unjust. Mui Han's expression remained grim, and his anger flared again, further deepening her sense of guilt. Brother Han, please drink some water. Wei Ziwei's cautious voice broke the silence, causing Mui Han to pause and soften his expression. He reached for the cup she offered, but she instead brought it to his lips. Stunned, Mui Han obediently opened his mouth to drink. Wei Ziwei secretly sighed in relief and smiled. Brother Han, it's actually not a problem if there's no antidote. Mui Han looked puzzled, urging her to continue. Brother Han, the ice fire poison on you is resolved by me. Even without the red heart fruit, I possess methods to detoxify you. Have you forgotten? However, the ice fire poison is quite a tricky toxin. Yet I still managed to find a way to resolve it. A trivial poison concocted by Dr. Zhao should not be capable of truly trapping me. Mui Han's eyes brightened. Wei, you have a method to detoxify? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Wei Ziwei shook her head. You never asked, and moreover, I currently truly have no way to detoxify. Mui Han's expression faltered, the light in his eyes dimming. Do not be anxious. I said I currently have no way, but that is only temporary. If we cannot find the antidote, we can also look for the poison. Wei Ziwei blinked and explained. As long as we know the formula for the poison, I can create the antidote. Mui Han's tense expression eased slightly, and he immediately arranged for people to search for the deadly powder. An hour later, not only Prince Jing's residence, but even Tianqing Tower had been thoroughly searched, yet no trace of the deadly powder could be found. Mui Han's expression grew increasingly grim. Wei Ziwei's demeanor also became serious. Without locating the deadly powder, she would remain ignorant of its components and thus unable to create an antidote. Ning Tao suddenly spoke. Master, why not let Qingfeng try? Wei Ziwei was puzzled. Try what? Mui Han's gaze flickered and he commanded, call Qingfeng here. Soon, Qingfeng arrived, his face filled with dejection. Master, I have indeed encountered the deadly powder before. I could recognize it even with my eyes closed, but I am not knowledgeable about herbs and cannot distinguish its components. He had heard Ning Tao mention that if they knew the components of the deadly powder, Miss Wei could concoct an antidote. Yet he was not a pharmacist. How could he know what ingredients were in the deadly powder? The room fell silent once more. Wei Ziwei blinked and suddenly inquired, You can recognize it even with your eyes closed. Is that based on its scent? Naturally, it is based on its scent. Even if it is placed among a pile of herbs, I can immediately identify it. Wei Ziwei's eyes lit up. If we present herbs for you to identify, could you discern whether it is among the components of the deadly powder? Qingfeng nodded. Of course I can. You're not suggesting we, Brother Han, send someone to the apothecary to purchase all the poisonous herbs available. Following this, the personnel of Prince Jing's residence were exceptionally busy, coming and going. Mui Han had a separate room designated as a pharmacy. Qingfeng was tasked with smelling and identifying the herbs, while Wei Ziwei recorded the herbs he identified. It was not until dawn the next day that they finally managed to identify all the components of the deadly powder. At this point, Wei Ziwei was thoroughly impressed with Qingfeng's keen sense of smell. His ability exceeded her expectations. He not only identified all the ingredients of the deadly powder, but could also discern their proportions. She had no choice but to admire him. Holding the formula, Wei Ziwei conducted her research, confirming without a doubt the toxicity of the deadly powder. Next came the task of formulating the antidote. She locked herself in the pharmacy, refusing food and drink for an entire day. Mui Han felt deeply pained, but dared not disturb her. No one was more anxious than he was. Only by creating the antidote could he find peace. Wei Ziwei was racing against time to concoct an antidote, while Feng Zilin and Murong Yan waited in the maple forest courtyard until the flowers had withered, yet the figures they longed for had yet to appear. Eventually, unable to bear the suspense any longer, the two made their way to the Jingwang mansion. Under the night sky, they beheld Mu Yihan standing quietly in the courtyard. Waiting. In silent agreement, they refrained from disturbing him, choosing instead to stand a short distance behind him. The chilly spring air bore the unexpected touch of falling snow. The delicate snowflakes drifted down, enhancing the beauty of the black, white, and red hues in the courtyard. The sound of the door creaking open was particularly melodious to the three. Their spirits lifted as they eagerly watched the figure emerge from within. Wei Ziwei caught sight of an exquisite silhouette in the courtyard, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile, laughter bubbling forth. The most radiant presence of the entire Nanli kingdom was now before her. However, the three were already dusted with snowflakes, their brows and hair tips laden with ice crystals, and the snow beneath their feet piled higher than their knees. Wei Ziwei felt a twinge of frustration. Were they really competing over who could endure the cold better? Relying on their formidable strength? Chapter 81. Truly a masterful tactic in the courtyard, the three remained motionless. Wei Ziwei furrowed her brows. You all don't seem particularly robust. Yet you truly fear not the chill? Noticing their continued immobility, she shook the pouch of medicinal herbs in her hand. I have successfully formulated the antidote for the deadly umbrella. It merely requires brewing into a potion for consumption. If you wish to bask in the snow, carry on. I shall prepare the medicine first. Before she could finish her sentence, a figure flashed before her, and she found herself enveloped in a cold yet sturdy embrace. The sudden chill made Wei Ziwei involuntarily sneeze. Mu Yihan quickly realized the intensity of the cold radiating from him and immediately concentrated his internal energy to dispel it.
Ning Tao,
he called, and Ning Tao promptly appeared, taking the pouch of herbs from Wei Ziwei. Feng Zilin and Murong Yan remained rooted to the spot, utterly motionless. Turning back, Wei Ziwei caught sight of their expectant gazes and felt a pang of sympathy. With a playful glint in her eyes, she said, Brother Han, please let me down. Mu Yihan hesitated, pausing his stride towards the house. Wei Ziwei wriggled free from his embrace and took a few steps aside, then crouched down to scoop up a handful of snow, kneading it before tossing it at him. Since you're all so hardy, unbothered by the wind and snow, come on, let us have a snowball fight. The three were taken aback, yet a rare smile crept onto their lips. The snowflakes in the sky had long ceased their descent, but the atmosphere within the Jingwang mansion was particularly lively. Hidden in the shadows, the guards exchanged astonished glances at the lively scene in the courtyard. Qing Feng remarked, Indeed, it must be our cousin. My courage has been tested throughout this day. Bai Yu questioned, Why are you still here? Qing Feng replied, My master hasn't he dismissed me to return to the Mu residence. If he doesn't he say so, I shan't go. Bai Yu cautioned, Do you not realize how significant the cousin is to the Mu family? Qing Feng acknowledged this, but shrugged. And what of it? If something were to happen to the Mu residence, what would become of our cousin? Bai Yu responded gravely, If she is troubled, our master will be furious with me. At that, Qing Feng shivered and slipped away. Master, the medicinal potion is ready, Ning Tao announced, approaching with a food box. The four in the courtyard immediately ceased their play and entered the side hall. The room was warm and inviting, the charcoal fire crackling pleasantly. Mu Yihan received the food box from Ning Tao, presenting a bowl to Wei Ziwei. Allow me, she said, taking the bowl, blowing on it, and drinking it down in one go. Mu Yihan then offered her water to rinse her mouth and handed her a hot water bottle. You've taken your medicine. It's time to rest. He began to usher the others out, as dawn was approaching, yet the two remained stubbornly in place. Brother Han, I would like to inquire about Feng Bingyao, Wei Ziwei ventured. With merely 2 hours until dawn, you should rest. Any matters can be discussed another day. The following day, on the 15th of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival, at the quarter of the hour of the snake, Wei Ziwei awoke leisurely, freshened up, and shared breakfast with Mu Yihan. He disclosed a matter that drew a frown from her. Is this the Emperor's directive, or the Empress Dowager's? The palace had sent a decree inviting the Mu family to attend the Lantern Festival banquet. While the Mu family had indeed qualified for such events during the time of the general's residence, it seemed absurd now that they were still invited after its dissolution. Even more absurd was that the Mu family members had already entered the palace in royal carriages, including the blind Mu Xia. If you wish not to attend, you may remain in the residence. There is no need for concern while I am here. Mu Yihan was acutely aware that the earlier search for her had caused quite a stir. He understood the Emperor's intentions well. While he could overlook inconsequential intimidation, he would not hesitate to return the favor should anyone be frightened by it. Wei Ziwei shook her head. Grandmother and the others have gone. If I do not follow, I will not feel at ease. She sensed that this matter was directed at her. If she did not attend, it would likely spell trouble for the Mu family that night. Reflecting on the interactions between the princess, the empress, and the prince consort, Wei Ziwei glanced at Mu Yihan. After the princess and the prince consort separated, the princess had caused a scene with the empress, leading to the empress dowager fainting from distress. Mu Yihan nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. He continued, the rumors circulating about the princess, the empress, and the prince consort, were they not orchestrated by you? Mu Yihan nodded again. Yes, I had them spread, though they are not entirely unfounded. Wei Ziwei was momentarily taken aback, asking why. She is your own aunt. Mu Yihan shot her a reproachful look. I have stated before. Regardless of familial ties, anyone who offends you must face the repercussions of their actions. Wei Ziwei's eyes shimmered with gratitude, and a mischievous curiosity arose within her. Aside from being childhood friends, is there anything else between the empress and the prince consort? Mu Yihan chuckled. You've said it yourself. Truth and falsehood can intertwine. As long as someone desires it, the genuine can morph into the fabricated, and vice versa. Who can truly discern the line between the two? Wei Ziwei teased, Brother Han. You've become quite mischievous. With her aunt having entered the palace, the Feng Qilo could not operate as usual today. I wish to go see it. Please fetch me once you are done so we may enter the palace together. At her words, Mu Yihan's gaze flickered, his mouth opening slightly, yet ultimately, he said nothing.
Top, 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 creak, creak, creak.
Wei Ziwei exited the Jingwang mansion, boarding an unmarked carriage. As she approached Feng Qilo, the carriage slowed to a crawl. Peering through the window, she saw a throng of people on the street. To her surprise, a long line extended from the entrance of Feng Qilo all the way to her carriage. Stop the carriage. Wei Ziwei alighted and hastily made her way towards the grand entrance. Were it not for the resplendent golden characters of Feng Qilo, she would have truly believed she had arrived at the wrong location. Didn't my aunt enter the palace? How can Feng Qilo still be open for business? As she advanced, she discovered that the queue was not a straight line, but rather twisted around several corners. To her astonishment, the majority of those waiting were women, especially as she attempted to push through the crowd. Hey, you in the red dress, I'm talking to you. How dare you cut in line? Exactly. We arrived early to queue. You may be beautiful, but that doesn't give you the right to be more beautiful than us. Look at you, quite clever in appearance, yet so ignorant of the rules. Rules? What rules? Wei Ziwei was preoccupied with her thoughts of entering the palace, and her mind was already troubled. The noise around her only heightened her agitation. Just as she was about to explode with frustration, she caught sight of a figure resembling a celestial being, gracefully approaching from the Fengqi building. What brings you here? Wei Ziwei asked, utterly astonished as she gazed at Feng Zilin. Feng Zilin strode forward, effortlessly parting the crowd that instinctively stepped aside, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable light. He walked directly to Wei Ziwei's side. I've heard about the Mu family affairs. If my sister wishes to enter the palace, she should do so without worry. I will be here for you. A voice from the crowd questioned, Sister? Young Master Feng. When did you have a sister? Another echoed, Yes, don't deceive us. If she is your sister, then we are also your sisters. Wei Ziwei regarded Feng Zilin with a complex expression. It made sense. Even if her aunt were highly capable, how could she manage to open the Fengqi building in just a few days? In her previous life, Feng Zilin was a business prodigy who elevated the Lin family to the status of the foremost merchant in the kingdom of Nanli. His formidable financial backing solidified Wei Zi's position in the Eastern Palace. Suddenly, Wei Ziwei felt a pang of regret. It seemed she was the only one left in the dark regarding Feng Zilin's assistance at the Fengqi building. Having experienced her past life, she detested the feeling of being kept in the dark. Yet, she seemed to suddenly understand the emotions of her brother Han when he found her at the unnamed mountain on the outskirts of the eastern city. Sister? Feng Zilin's voice broke through her reverie, successfully pulling Wei Ziwei's thoughts back to the present. She glanced around and replied coolly, Cousin, your methods are indeed impressive. Feng Zilin shuddered slightly at her address. He understood that she was still upset. Initially, He had mistaken her for someone else and opted to call her sister instead of cousin, which felt more intimate. However, her deliberate mention of cousin served as a reminder that she had yet to forgive him. Sister, it was I who concealed everything from you. Do not blame them. Having been thoroughly beaten by her earlier, he knew that winning her forgiveness would not be an easy task. To avoid being expelled, he had exerted effort to have Qin and others cover for him, but this backfired. Just yesterday, she had still been willing to call him brother. As Wei Ziwei surveyed the surroundings, she noticed the hungry gazes of the women fixated on Feng Zilin, which only added to her complicated feelings. In her past life, had he also employed his charm while serving Wei Zi? Anger, sadness, heartache. This foolish brother placed such importance on that little bit of blood relation. For them, having never met, cousin merely served as a title, yet he was willing to sacrifice so much. Unfortunately, in her previous life, he was blind and led to such a tragic end. Wei Ziwei chose to ignore Feng Zilin, striding past him directly toward the Fengqi building. Feng Zilin stumbled slightly from the impact, momentarily stunned before shaking his head with a bitter smile. When he raised his eyes again, he restored his ethereal composure. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he forced out the charming smile befitting a young gentleman. Beside the entrance of the Fengqi building, a sign stood prominently, its red paper and black characters strikingly visible. Grand Opening Celebration. In celebration of the Lantern Festival, we express our gratitude to our esteemed patrons with a lottery event today. The lottery included grand prizes and first to third tier prizes. One grand prize winner would enjoy a complimentary meal and receive a 60 discount membership card. Two first prize winners would receive a buy one get one offer along with two 60 discount membership cards. 5 second prize winners would enjoy a 40 discount on the meal and receive two 60 discount membership cards. 10 third prize winners would benefit from a 30 discount on the meal and receive two 60 discount membership cards. The rules for the lottery followed. Each table would draw a sealed prize from the entrance of the restaurant, and upon finishing their meals, the staff would unveil the prizes. For those who did not win, each table would receive an 80 discount membership card. After reading the announcement, Wei Ziwei couldn't help but admire the cleverness of this idea. Undoubtedly conceived by Feng Zilin, truly a business genius. This blind box concept was unheard of in the imperial city. No one knew if they would win. Yet everyone harbored a glimmer of hope. What if? Out on Lantern Festival, if one was hungry, they would eat regardless of the establishment. They say there is no such thing as a free lunch, but what if one were to hit the jackpot? Dining out had to be done with a hearty appetite. After all, if one won the grand prize, all meals would be free. Why not indulge? Even if one did not win the grand prize, there were still the first, second, and third prizes to consider. Surely one would win something. Should luck be particularly unkind, there was still the 80 discount membership card to claim. Moreover, one could enjoy a glimpse of that celestial figure without spending a dime. Wei Ziwei wandered around the first floor before ascending to the third, pushing open her previously favorite private room. A figure clad in red leaned against the window, leisurely observing her. You're here? Wei Ziwei was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? She approached the window, glancing outside at the bustling street, which had become significantly more lively. Murong Yen nodded. Didn't he, my little niece, guess it earlier? I moved in as soon as Feng Zilin persuaded Qin to help manage the Fengqi building. Wei Ziwei shook her head. The Fengqi building is under my name, yet I am not the one managing it. She regarded Murong Yen. Tell me about my mother. What kind of person is she? Murong Yan's languid demeanor vanished. Sister Yao is the best woman in the world. She is intelligent, beautiful, kind-hearted, and generous. She possesses an impressive presence, a chivalrous spirit, and her skills in medicine are unparalleled. Suddenly, a luxurious carriage approached, and Murong Yen sighed. It seems we can only discuss this much for now. I shall see you tonight. He even threw her a flirtatious glance. Wei Ziwei felt a shiver run down her spine. This mischievous uncle was quite inappropriate. Brother Han had come to escort her into the palace. She would ask about her mother another day. However, what did he mean by see you tonight? It seemed unlikely they would have time to meet later. She wondered when she might be allowed to leave the palace after this visit. Once inside the carriage, Wei Ziwei found herself increasingly pondering the peculiarities of Murong Qing. Brother Han, what do you think of my uncle?
Not much, he replied. Why do you suddenly ask about him?
I just feel that the identity of the Lord of the Wigidian Temple does not quite suit him. What puzzled her was how her mother could recognize such a frivolous person as her brother. He is merely an inconsequential individual. There's no need to dwell on him. Mu Yihan gently played with her long hair, his tone calm. Wei Ziwei lowered her gaze. Was he truly just an inconsequential person? The events at the unnamed mountain were vividly etched in her memory. He genuinely regarded her as his niece. She could sense that if she were in peril, he would risk his life to save her simply because she was her mother's only bloodline. Reflecting on her encounter with Morong Shui at the Wigidian Tower only deepened her confusion. Noticing the conflicted expression on Wei Ziwei's face, Mu Yihan felt a pang of bitterness. Where, rather than spending time worrying about others, wouldn't it be better to think more about me? Suddenly confronted with his breathtakingly handsome visage, Wei Ziwei felt her heart flutter. Her brother Han was truly too striking. Outside the palace gates, numerous carriages had already gathered. The ladies disembarked from their vehicles, forming a queue to enter the palace. In a short while, more carriages arrived in succession. Beyond the red walls by the entrance, the crowd surged as the carriage from the Jing Wangfu approached, prompting everyone to step aside. The carriage came to a gradual halt. Mu Yihan emerged from the carriage, and Wei Ziwei followed closely behind. Before she could even step down, his hand was already extended toward her. Without a moment's hesitation, she placed her hand upon Mu Yihan's grand palm and descended from the carriage. Their movements were seamless and instinctive, as though they had performed the same act countless times before. The onlooking ladies turned their heads, some even emitting disdainful snorts. Whispers floated through the air. My goodness. The notoriously unattractive Prince Jing appears remarkably handsome. Is it possible? Prince Jing is known for his brutality. How can he be so gentle?
Did you not see?
That is indeed the carriage of the Prince Jing. With him absent from the capital, who else could ride in such a vehicle? Yet rumors say Prince Jing is hideously ugly and never reveals his true face, only daring to venture out in a silver mask. Perhaps he has been healed? Indeed. He is astonishingly attractive. Look at that lady accompanying him in the carriage. What luck for her to receive such favor from the prince. You must admit, she is indeed lovely, albeit a tad plump, but isn't that the kind of figure all men adore? Quite so. After all, Prince Jing is indeed a man. Her cherubic face was charming yet spirited, especially with those enchanting phoenix eyes that captivated and delighted the beholder. Were her face to be a touch slimmer, she would indeed be a peerless beauty, leaving any man utterly entranced. And not just men, I dare say women would be equally fascinated. We must inquire about her origins. How could such a charming creature emerge from a household? Mu Yihan's demeanor shifted from indifference to coldness, ultimately darkening into a scowl. Wei Ziwei quickly scratched his palm, causing him to start slightly, the chill surrounding him dissipating in an instant. Where? Do not stoke the flames. Wei Ziwei was taken aback. How can he twist this against me? I merely cautioned him against losing his temper at this moment. At the palace gates, Lu Mama craned her neck to peer into the crowd beyond. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she hastened forward. This humble servant has met Prince Jing. The Empress Dowager has instructed me to wait here for you, Your Highness, and to request your presence at Sinang Palace. Mu Yihan cast her a fleeting glance. I am aware, Mama. You may return now. I shall first escort Wei to Daming Hall and will join you shortly. However, Lu Mama's brow furrowed imperceptibly, displaying her displeasure. Wei Ziwei tugged at Mu Yihan's sleeve. Brother Han, the Empress Dowager surely has urgent matters to discuss. It is of no concern, he replied. He was unwilling to part from her side without personally ensuring her safety among the Mu family. Lu Mama sighed, casting a lingering gaze at Wei Ziwei before hastily departing. Brother Han, I can manage on my own. If I lose my way, I can simply find a palace made to guide me. This matter is not for you to worry about. I shall escort you. The palace, after all, was not like the outside world. A moment's inattention could lead to considerable trouble. He wished for her comfort, harboring no desire for her displeasure. In Daming Hall, the interior was resplendent, adorned with an array of red lanterns and embellished with red silks and other decorations. Officials and their families entered successively, taking their seats while engaging in hushed conversations. The murmurs gradually escalated into a lively buzz, diminishing the solemnity of the grand hall. Mu Yihan led Wei Ziwei to the entrance of Daming Hall. She cast a glance inside and immediately spotted her family. She urged Mu Yihan to hasten to Sinang Palace. He nodded yet took another look at the scene within before turning to leave. Mu Yihan, with keen eyes, spotted Wei Ziwei and waved her over. Cousin Wei, come quickly. We are over here. Wei Ziwei nodded, her face brightening as she walked towards the Mu family seating. How dare you, you wretched girl, show your face in the palace. The matriarch of the Mu family glared at Wei Ziwei. Wei Ziwei's eyes darkened as she cast a dismissive glance at her. You, at your age, still dare to speak? I am in the bloom of youth. It is only fitting that I come. Furthermore, she added coolly, if I were to shy away, what of those noble ladies who have marred their appearances? Should they remain hidden for life? Wei Zi, standing beside the matriarch, turned pale beneath her white veil. You are a disgrace. You should have been suffocated back then to spare the world from your mischief. Lin Shuhui, do exercise restraint. I am still alive and well. If you wish to insult my dear niece, you must first seek my permission. The matriarch's voice rose sharply, addressing the elder with considerable authority. Why bother contending with her? A dog that bites us need only be silenced. Retaliating only leads to disgrace. Who are you calling a dog? Who barks without reason if not themselves? The matriarch of the Wei family nearly fainted from anger, while Wei Zi hastily patted her back to soothe her. Wei Ziwei smiled faintly. As a discarded woman, I prepare for self-defense. Should your family's mad dog choose to bite, it would be a minor matter if I were to retaliate, but a substantial embarrassment for you. The others from the Wei family could only seethe in silence, for in this setting, any uproar would reflect poorly on the Prime Minister's residence. Wei Ziwei shot a cold glance at the Wei family before taking a seat beside the matriarch. Seating arrangements at the banquet were determined by the official ranks of the attendees, regardless of gender. The Mu family, lacking representation in the court, found themselves positioned prominently among the officials, flanked by the Wei and Ho families. The Lantern Festival banquet, as the first palace feast of the new year, held great significance. Such an arrangement was indeed thought-provoking. The moment she stepped through the grand doors, Wei Ziwei sensed the palpable hostility directed at her from numerous attendees. Wei Zi, with her ruined appearance, surely harbored deep-seated hatred. The matriarch of the Ho family, Li Shi, also held animosity towards her, which was understandable given that Cheng Dai had sustained a broken leg and become incapacitated. As for the Grand Princess, Wei Ziwei found it truly unjust. The matter of Yi Wanrong's dalliance was not of her doing, yet the ire was directed at her, which felt excessive. There were other glances, both venomous and resentful. She could hardly fathom having offended so many. Oh well, since I am here, I shall make the best of it. I shall dine and drink as I please. She sought no trouble but feared none either. If the heavens were to fall, would there not be a tall figure to hold it up? Wei Ziwei merely surveyed the room before returning her gaze to the table, picking up a pastry and savoring its delightful taste. Indeed, the palace pastries surpassed those outside in flavor. Seizing the rare opportunity, she resolved to indulge in a few more. Wei Zi, observing Wei Ziwei's demeanor, clenched her nails into her palm beneath her sleeve. That wretched girl. Just wait. You have marred my beauty. I shall make you suffer 1,000 deaths, leaving you in misery. The other members of the Wei family wore evident expressions of anger, except for Wei Ziran, whose expression remained neutral beneath his mask, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Since that day, he had halted Wei Ziwei's carriage and faced her wrath. He realized she was not merely throwing a tantrum but genuinely severing ties with the Wei family. Reflecting on their past interactions, he acknowledged that they had indeed treated her poorly while she resided with them. Yet he still struggled to comprehend. The commotion had drawn attention, and the whispers within the hall momentarily ceased. The sudden silence was palpable, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Yet soon enough, the gossip resumed among the curious. I cannot believe she is indeed Wei Wunyang. But wait, wasn't she said to be as rotund as a pig, her figure akin to 3 grown men? Look at her now. If this is considered fat as a pig, then my own relative must be likened to an elephant. Rumors, undoubtedly mere rumors, have reached an absurd level. One wonders who harbors such ill intentions that they would propagate such unreliable tales. It goes without saying, the source must be none other than those closest to her. The gazes of those present were uniformly directed towards the Prime Minister's residence, their faces flushed with discomfort. The Emperor has arrived. The Empress has arrived. The sharp voice of the eunuch echoed, and silence once again enveloped the grand hall. Everyone rose to kneel in reverence to the 2 most esteemed figures of the Southernly Kingdom. Wei Zi raised an eyebrow, standing to follow the crowd in their act of homage. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Empress! Please, everyone rise. It is a rare occasion of the Lantern Festival. Let us treat this as a familial banquet, without excessive formality. As Wei Zi stood, she sensed a shadowy gaze upon her. She feigned ignorance and returned to her seat among the others. Shortly thereafter, the sharp voice rang out once more. The Empress Dowager has arrived. The young Prince Jing is here. Once again, the assembly rose to kneel in respect for the Empress Dowager. Naturally, the young Prince Jing was not of a rank to warrant such reverence from the ministers. Following them were the Crown Prince and other late-arriving princes. The Emperor declared the banquet officially commenced, and in an instant, the hall was filled with the sounds of revelry and merriment. Chapter 84. Wei Zi's embarrassment after the opening dance. Officials took turns toasting and offering well wishes, followed by performances from talented individuals of various households. Feng Zi, donned in a lake blue gown, gracefully rose to pay her respects to the emperor. Though I am but an unworthy servant, I wish to contribute to this splendid lantern festival banquet and have prepared a piece, Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix, to entertain everyone. Approved. Wei Zi accepted the zither from the attendant and made her way to the center of the hall. Her fingers gently plucked the strings, producing melodious notes that flowed like a clear spring and sang like a joyful kingfisher in the woods. The music weaved tales of love's pursuit and yearnings for a beautiful life, each note resonating long after the final chord. Within the hall, everyone was moved by the zither's enchanting sound, particularly the Crown Prince Yi Hongyi, who found himself lost in the music's profound essence. His gaze upon Wei Zi grew fervent and affectionate. Wei Zi raised her brows in satisfaction, standing to dutifully bow to the emperor. Wei Zi looked on, her thoughts deepening as she observed Wei Zi's retreating figure. She hoped her sister would not attempt any mischief at this moment, for it would only lead to her own embarrassment. In truth, when it came to the zither, her fifth sister was far more skilled than she. However, she rarely played in front of others. Wei Zi smirked, thinking to herself, such a splendid opportunity. How could she possibly resist creating a scene? Wei Ziran's expression darkened. His fifth sister had always preferred medical texts and had never played the zither. The entire residence knew this. He was perplexed as to why his fourth sister would make such a claim in the grand hall. Seeing that Wei Zi did not respond, Wei Zi, feigning innocence, continued her performance. Oh, dear sister, I apologize. I forgot you dislike showcasing your talents in public. I misspoke, and you surely do not hold it against me. Do you? Wei Zi's smile grew more pronounced. You are unworthy. Mu Yihan lowered his eyelids, sitting upright, one hand gripping a cup while the other gently tapped the table. The sound barely audible. On the dragon throne, Yi Nantian surveyed the surroundings, lingering for a moment on Mu Yihan's face, seemingly unable to decipher the depth of that boy's care for her. A tense silence blanketed the hall. Yi Nantian cleared his throat and was about to speak when he noticed Wei Ziran rising from a seat. Your Majesty, my fifth sister has been unwell of late. I would be honored to perform a piece on her behalf to entertain everyone. Wei Ziran spoke earnestly. He could not state that Wei Zi was incompetent with the zither, for that would expose Wei Zi's deceit, a crime against the emperor. Yet, if he did not mention Wei Zi's illness, she would be compelled to perform publicly, which would surely provoke the emperor's wrath. He deemed his own performance as the best solution to this predicament. The emperor's gaze deepened, surprised that the one to save her was not his dear nephew. He turned to Wei Zi and inquired, "Is this the fifth miss of the Prime Minister's residence?" Wei Zi rose and bowed, her manners impeccable. Your Majesty, I am indeed surnamed Wei. However, I have long since established myself independently in the Ministry of Revenue, and I am no longer associated with the Prime Minister's residence. The expressions of those from the Prime Minister's household darkened, and Wei Ziran's face turned awkward and stiff. The Emperor waved his hand. It is a rare occasion of the Lantern Festival. Let us celebrate together. Would you care to perform a piece for everyone? Wei Zi replied with an apologetic tone, I am not skilled in playing the zither. She did not express a willingness or unwillingness, but spoke the truth of her lack of talent with the instrument. As for any crime against the Emperor, what concern was that of hers? However, doing nothing would surely incite the Emperor's anger, and he might even think she was deceiving him. Wei Zi glanced at Wei Zi and continued, however, to avoid disrupting Your Majesty's enjoyment, I could perform an impromptu sword dance. The Emperor glanced once more at Mu Yihan, laughing heartily. Approved. Yet a solitary sword dance may be somewhat monotonous. If Miss Wei Zi could accompany with her zither, I believe it would be truly splendid. What say you, Your Majesty? The Emperor turned to Wei Zi. In that case, Miss Wei Zi, Will you accompany Miss Wei Ziwei's sword dance with your playing? A sense of unease gripped Wei Zi more strongly than ever, but the situation had escalated beyond retreat, and she had no choice but to agree with a forced smile. As the zither began, gentle and prolonged, the audience was once more enveloped in the serene music. Wei Ziwei took the sword from the attendant, and as the music flowed, she began to wield the sword. The woman in red exuded vitality. Her sword, as if enchanted, danced with grace and power, both fierce and gentle. The crimson figure melded with the rhythm of the music, the sword's movement swift and sharp at times, slow and tender at others. In its gentleness, it felt like a spring breeze, uplifting the spirits. In its ferocity, it transformed into a warrior on the battlefield, invincible and formidable. Mu Yihan watched her with growing brightness in his eyes. She remained the most radiant star. The audience's focus shifted from the entrancing zither to the visually striking figure in red, soon captivated by the battle-like aura. Wei Ziwei was equally surprised. It was her first time using a sword. She had initially intended to merely feign a performance and find an excuse to do something else, yet in this moment, it felt as though the spirit of the sword god had possessed her. The forms of the phoenix crying sword technique were vividly clear in her mind, and the swordplay felt as familiar as if practiced countless times. Perhaps because she was not using the phoenix crying sword, the sword's wind was not overwhelmingly commanding. Yet to onlookers, it embodied the spirit of a woman not yielding to men. Wei Zi sensed the shift in the crowd's attention. They had initially been entranced by her music, yet now their focus lay entirely on Wei Ziwei, their gazes filled with admiration and envy, feelings she had never experienced herself. A surge of resentment brewed within her. Why should a mere castaway enjoy such prominence? The jealousy within her fueled her fingers to play even faster. Wei Ziwei, in turn, quickened her sword dance, her presence elevating to a peak, akin to a warrior blinded by the thrill of battle. Wei Ziran keenly felt the atmosphere shift and took out the flute he carried with him. As the gentle notes of the flute arose, the ambience transformed instantaneously, adding a touch of tenderness amidst the chaos of battle. Wei Ziwei's sword dance took on a more rhythmic quality, the prior intensity mellowing. However, let us conclude the events here. Wei Ziwei blinked and suddenly surged forward, the tip of her sword aimed directly at Wei Zi's face. A gasp escaped Wei Zi's lips, terror gripping her heart as she fell backward onto the ground. In an instant, her veil fluttered away with the sword's motion. The next moment, the hall erupted in uproar. How ugly could it be? Was she truly the renowned beauty of the imperial city? Wei Zi? Good heavens, how had she become this way? It was no wonder she wore a veil on such an important day. Indeed, something unusual must be afoot. Not only the officials' families, but even the exalted emperor was taken aback by the long, coarse scar on Wei Zi's face. Yi Hongyi's expression darkened to an extreme, his gaze towards Wei Zi turning sinister and frightening. But soon, he directed that venomous look towards Wei Ziwei. Wei Ziwei, unconcerned with how others perceived her, knew that the trouble had been initiated by Wei Zi. Had she not acted recklessly, this scene would not have unfolded. The expressions of the people from the Prime Minister's residence varied, a spectrum of emotions displayed. Mu Yihan maintained an air of indifference, gently swirling the cup in his hand. Yi Nantian cast a deep glance at Wei Ziwei, falling into contemplation. For a moment, the hall buzzed with noise, yet no one intervened. Suddenly, a figure entered through the palace doors. Chapter 85. Wei Zi is punished. The master of this hall had heard that an entertaining spectacle awaited tonight. I wonder if I arrived at the right moment? The person, donned in red, exuded arrogance, wearing a black fong mask that obscured their features. Upon seeing this individual, Wei Ziwei's eyes widened in astonishment. Her uncle? He truly disregarded the emperor of Nanli Kingdom, thinking there was merriment to be found at the Lantern Festival banquet. Yi Nanshan's pupils constricted, his expression shifting abruptly. He had arrived.
What was his intention this time?
How dull. If there were no performance to behold, the master of this hall would simply enjoy a fine drink and depart. Yi Nanshan's tense demeanor relaxed somewhat as he instructed the servants to prepare seating and delicacies. Wei Ziwei shrugged, concluding it was none of her business, returning to her seat to continue eating. Seeing her about to depart, Wei Zi suddenly shouted, "Stop. You have ruined me like this, and you think you can leave?" Wei Ziwei paused, turning back to her, her voice icy. "What did you just say? I couldn't quite catch that." Wei Zi, desperate, struggled to rise from the ground, attempting to approach the prince. Brother Hongyi, she is the one who destroyed my beauty. You must stand up for me. The hall erupted in commotion once more. Wei Ziwei raised an eyebrow. Where's your evidence? I am the evidence. I witnessed you inflicting the scar upon my face with debris.
What kind of evidence is that?
I could claim I saw you emptying my dowry, but the officials couldn't do anything about it. I did not. You know in your heart whether that is true. As for your slander against me now, I trust the laws of Nanli Kingdom will restore my honor. The Prime Minister's countenance had long since changed, and he hastily rose from his seat.
See.
Do not be rude. How can you behave this way before His Majesty? Come back, quickly.
No.
It was clearly her fault. Grandfather, your refusal to seek justice for me is one thing, but why do you obstruct me in seeking help from the prince? Wei Zi's emotions escalated. Pointing at Wei Ziwei, you personally ruined my face, and then, smack. The sharp sound of a slap echoed through the hall, reverberating painfully. Wretched child, you shall not be so insolent before the emperor. Wei Zi was stunned, staring blankly at the Prime Minister, tears streaming down her cheeks. Grandfather, you actually struck me. You have never hit me before. Today, you do so for that discarded woman. The Prime Minister trembled with anger, looking at Wei Zi as though she were a corpse. If you stir up any more trouble, do not blame me for forgetting our blood ties. Upon meeting the Prime Minister's gaze, Wei Zi shuddered. Was her grandfather truly abandoning her? But would she let it end here?
No. Impossible.
Wei Zi swiftly turned and approached the prince, tugging at his sleeve. Brother Hongyi, you must help me. It was that vile Wei Ziwei who ruined my face. The cold aura emanating from Wu Yihan made those nearby shiver, secretly regretting their choice of attire. Had it not been for Wei Ziwei's prior instructions to refrain from acting rashly, he would have already hurled his cup at Wei Zi when she pressured Wei Ziwei to perform. At that moment, a languid voice resounded within the hall.
Yin Antian.
I am quite curious, when did the kingdom of Nanli change its surname to Wei? A collective gasp echoed through the hall. Soon after, the ministers knelt in unison, holding their breath. The people from the Prime Minister's residence turned ashen. In this moment, Mu Yihan, Wei Ziwei, and Murong Yan appeared distinctly out of place. Yi Nanshan's expression darkened significantly. Everyone rise. Today is the Lantern Festival. Master Mu merely jested with me, and I shall not take it to heart. There is no need for such behavior. Look at your cowardice. What a disgrace. He turned to Murong Yan, although Master Mu's jest was lighthearted. It serves as a kind reminder. I am deeply grateful for it. Rest assured, the kingdom of Nanli will forever bear the surname Yi. Murong Yan raised an eyebrow, casually sipping from a cup on the table, opting not to respond. Yi Nanshan's expression grew awkward as he lowered his gaze, concealing the murderous intent simmering in his eyes. The atmosphere in the hall turned eerily quiet. Brother Hongyi, my face was truly scarred by that vile woman Wei Ziwei. Wei Zi's voice once again rang out, oblivious to the danger, eliciting another gasp from the crowd. The prince, as if suddenly awakening, kicked Wei Zi aside. What sort of vile woman are you? Get away from me. I have no sister like you. Wei Zi was taken aback. What was wrong with her brother? Was he also abandoning her? Brother, it is me, Zi. You promised that during the Lantern Festival banquet, you would petition His Majesty for our marriage. Have you forgotten all this? Wei Ziwei raised an eyebrow. Marriage? In her past life, Wei Zi indeed had been betrothed to the prince at this banquet. She had been deemed unworthy by the Marquis' residence and thus had not attended the palace banquet, remaining unaware of the events that transpired. However, recalling this made her glance towards the direction of the Ningen Marquis' table, where her gaze unexpectedly collided with Cheng Jinhong's. She raised an eyebrow and quickly looked away, her eyes landing on Mu Yihan's face instead. Brother Han was indeed pleasant to behold, but why did he look so pained? The prince, flustered and angry, retorted, Nonsense. I have never uttered such words. There are countless women in the world. How could I possibly fancy you, a hideous woman? Wei Zi's eyes brimmed with tears, staring in shock at Prince Yi Hongyi, rendered speechless. Yi Nantian spoke, Bring forth Wei Zi, fourth daughter of the Prime Minister, for her misconduct in this hall. She is to be punished by reflection in the Quiet Thought Monastery for 1 year. The Prime Minister shall face a 6-month salary reduction for his lax supervision. The Quiet Thought Monastery, akin to a nunnery, was a place designated for punishing wayward women. As a legitimate daughter of a second-rank official, being sent to such a place constituted a severe punishment. Any woman who entered the quiet thought monastery would find it impossible to marry into a good family thereafter.
No.
I refuse. Brother Hongyi, you cannot abandon me. Your Majesty, I cannot go to such a place. Wei Ziwei cried out in panic, disregarding everything. Yi Nanshan's expression grew increasingly frigid, ordering the guards to drag Wei Ziwei away. Realizing her plea to the prince was futile, Wei Ziwei suddenly cried out. I carry the prince's child. Who dares to touch me? I bear the royal heir. With this declaration, another uproar erupted in the hall. The Empress's face turned green with rage as she glared fiercely at the prince, her disappointing son, almost ready to explode. The Empress Dowager suddenly spoke. Now that we have the child of heir, it is only fitting that we take good care of the first grandchild of the family. Let him be sent to the Night Moon Palace for nurturing until the child is born, and no one shall be permitted to visit. Wei Ziwei's fate was already sealed. The Night Moon Palace, the closest palace to the Cold Palace, was where the previous emperor had allowed favored women without titles to give birth. The royal family's practice of sending mothers away to conceal scandals was well known. Wei Ziwei, unaware of the royal secrets, found the Empress Dowager's insistence on no visitors to be quite peculiar. Was this not akin to house arrest? If she truly valued this child, why would she confine Wei Ziwei? Seeing the Empress Dowager had spoken, Wei Ziwei felt a secret sigh of relief. She had made the right bet. She was carrying the royal heir, and the royal family would not neglect her. The expressions of the older courtiers varied, but only the matriarch of the Wei family looked utterly shocked. She wished to plead for leniency, but was firmly restrained by Prime Minister Wei, who shot her a deadly glare, preventing her from making any further moves. After Wei Ziwei was taken away, the court returned to its previous revelry, as if the earlier commotion had merely been a farce. Yi Nantian glanced at Morong Yen and, noticing him quietly drinking and eating, suspected that he had come to vent his frustrations on behalf of Wei Ziwei. Alarmed, he regretted bringing the Mu family into the palace. Not long after, the Empress Dowager excused herself early, citing her advanced age and fatigue. Yi Nantian shot another glance at the immovable Morong Yen, further confirming his suspicions, and also found an excuse to leave. With the departure of the prominent figures, other officials took their leave, and the banquet came to an inconclusive end. Chapter 86. The devouring Xiangu insect outside the palace gates. Mu Yihan had arranged for a carriage in advance. The Qin family members were already seated, yet Mu Yining hesitated to board.
Vayar, brother,
Where says you need to rest. Before Mu Yining could finish, Mu Yihan interrupted. Resting was secondary. Disturbing his rare time alone with Wei was a grave sin. But I am fine now. Look, I am perfectly well. Mu Yining spun around, appearing quite healthy. Unlike the half-month ago when he had been stabbed. Cousin, do not worry. Even if Wanner is not my future sister-in-law, I will do my utmost. His demeanor was somewhat awkward as he cleared his throat twice. Wei Ziwei pondered for a moment and asked, Are you worried about the poison in Wanner?
Mu Yining nodded. Aye.
Cousin is overthinking. The antidote has already been sent to her, and I have personally tested it. Are you still not at ease? She reached out and nudged Mu Yining. If you do not return soon, I shall grow jealous. With a sister-in-law, you can no longer dote on her as before. Mu Yining's face flushed instantly. Cousin, this is a tumultuous time. You must remember the uproar from years ago. Wei Ziwei refrained from continuing, aware that they were at the palace gates, where walls had ears. Should the higher-ups learn that the Lan family had an heir and a significant connection to the Mu family, it could provoke unforeseen complications. Before the case was overturned, it was best to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Years ago, when Mu Kaijie was appointed as the Guardian General, Lan Jianhai was named the National General. Mu Kaijie's title somewhat inherited the merits of the Mu family's ancestors, while Lan Jianhai earned his through his own commendable achievements. However, 15 years prior, rumors suddenly spread that Lan Jianhai had colluded with external enemies and plotted treason. At that time, Yi Nantian had just ascended, and in his fury, he ordered a thorough investigation. To everyone's shock, evidence emerged. Witnesses and physical proof were all present, leading to the imprisonment and execution of all members of the Lan family. Colluding with enemies was a grave sin, punishable by the death of all kin. In one night, over 300 lives were lost. The fall of a once great hero left many lamenting. If Mo Yen and Mo Wan's identities were revealed, not only would the Mu family be powerless against Yi Nanshan's wrath, but even the Prince Jing's residence could find itself in a precarious situation. Some matters required patience. Careful strategizing was necessary to ensure the safety of the descendants of General Lan and protect the Mu family from repercussions. Mu Yining froze, displaying a look of regret. Sister Wei, I was too hasty. I shall return now. Wei Ziwei nodded. Today, our attendance at the palace banquet, particularly our arrangement at such a conspicuous position, is indeed suspicious. We must remain vigilant. As they watched the carriage slowly depart, Wei Ziwei and Mu Yihan turned to board a nearby unmarked carriage. Mu Yihan entered the carriage first and sat down, while Wei Ziwei took a seat opposite him. Brother Han, I believe the matter concerning my uncle might be related to the case involving the Lan family from years ago. Back then, the Mu family risked potential annihilation to help Mo Yen escape. She felt that beyond the friendship between her uncle and General Lan, it was crucial to note that General Lan had been framed. Mu Yihan nodded. Yes, I have already begun investigating this matter, and I believe the truth will soon emerge. The day after the incident at the Ningen Marquis residence, Mu Yihan had arranged for personnel to probe the truth of the past. However, too much time had elapsed, and some traces had been erased, making it challenging to uncover clues in a short time. Do you think that person truly fears them to such an extent that they resort to killing a chicken to scare the monkey?
Wei.
You are preoccupied with too many concerns, yet you have not considered me. Wei Ziwei fell silent, lowering her gaze, lost in thought.
Mu Yihan sighed helplessly.
The events of the past were beginning to take shape, but some suspicious areas still required evidence. They needed to wait a little longer. He extended his hand, pulling Wei Ziwei into his embrace. We are still some distance from the residence. If you are tired, you may rest your eyes for a while, and I shall wake you upon arrival. Wei Ziwei shook her head. Brother Han, I am not tired. I wish to discuss important matters with you. Mu Yihan raised an eyebrow. Only matters pertaining to you are important to me. Wei Ziwei, Weier, be obedient. Rest for now. Whatever it is, we can discuss it upon reaching the residence. Wei Ziwei, exasperated, replied, Do not jest. I have been holding this in for nearly 2 days. Let me finish what I was saying. The night before, she had wanted to talk to him about the man in the black robe on the nameless mountain. However, he brought her back to the Prince Jing's residence without giving her a chance to speak, and later, due to the antidote, she had forgotten to bring it up again. After finally being cured, she wanted to seize the opportunity with Feng Zilin and Murong Yen present to inquire about the man in the black robe, but he had sent them away. She had thought that with them gone, she could still ask him, yet he denied her the chance. Somehow, she had again fallen asleep.
Today,
upon hearing that the Mu family members had all been brought into the palace, her thoughts were entirely consumed by palace affairs. Now that she had finally remembered, if she did not inquire, would she have to wait until the next Lantern Festival? As for the matter regarding Physician Zhao, Wei Ziwei nodded, then shook her head. Regarding Physician Zhao, his urgent abduction of Mo Yen was actually for the insect within her. Insect? Mu Yihan frowned. Such things were native to the Western Shu Kingdom. No wonder the books she sought pertained solely to the Western Shu Kingdom. The insects from the Western Shu Kingdom were exceedingly sinister, said to turn the afflicted into puppets of the one who had placed the insect. Due to their malevolence, the royal family of Western Shu had explicitly prohibited their breeding. It was indeed surprising that such a matter as the insect existed. He had never encountered such an insect, let alone a puppet-bearing one. However, why would such a nefarious entity from Western Shu appear in the Southern Li Kingdom? Indeed, it is apparent that Aunt Yan's condition is rather peculiar. She is afflicted with a form of poison known as the Shishuangu, a parasitic insect residing within her. Subsequently, Wei Ziwei recounted the events that transpired on Wuming Mountain, particularly the discourse between Dr. Zhao and the man in the black robe. Dr. Zhao's intention to possess the Shishuangu is primarily driven by the desire to enhance his own cultivation. Mu Yihan's brow furrowed even deeper upon hearing this revelation. Mo Yen, being at the 7th level of Xuanwu, has her cultivation consumed entirely by the Shishuangu. Should Dr. Zhao obtain this insect, he would be able to absorb the Xuanwu power it devours for his own gain. I, too, have speculated similarly. The Shishuangu indeed has the capacity to devour the host's cultivation, allowing the one who administers the curse to claim that power as their own, thereby augmenting their own abilities. Wei Ziwei continued, stating that it was rather serendipitous. Had she not overheard their conversation, they would have been compelled to journey to the Western Shu Kingdom to discover a remedy for Aunt Yen.
Chapter 87, no affection for Wei Ziwei.
You should not have concealed this from me, Mu Yihan said solemnly, deep in thought. Wei Ziwei, feeling somewhat sheepish, apologized, acknowledging that it was indeed wrong of her to keep such information from him. She regretted not sharing her suspicions about Dr. Zhao with Mu Yihan, as it might have enabled them to apprehend him and extract further information. However, having never encountered a goo worm before, she was at a loss for how to articulate her concerns and chose to remain silent. Furthermore, upon discovering that Zhao had previously saved Mu Yihan's life, she felt it inappropriate to fully disclose her suspicions. Wei, I harbor no resentment towards you. I merely wish for you to share your burdens with me when issues arise, so that we may confront and resolve them together. As he spoke those words, a sense of trepidation lingered in his heart, grateful that she remained unharmed. The peculiar sensation he experienced when they met at the Maple Forest Villa was unsettling. Yet knowing that she had been rescued by Zhao left him apprehensive, fearing that if he wrongfully accused him, he would have to apologize. Nevertheless, he could not permit any potential threat to her well-being to exist. Wei Ziwei averted her gaze, feeling uneasy in the emotionally charged atmosphere. Brother Han, do you not wish to inquire why I harbor doubts about him? Mu Yihan reached out and gently brushed her nose with his fingers, saying, There is no need to ask. Brother Han, are you teasing me again? Did you not often playfully poke my nose when I was younger and naive? Mu Yihan was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a chuckle. Wei, you have indeed forgotten. It was you who first poked my nose. And it was you who encouraged me to do the same. After realizing the truth, Wei Ziwei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The night had deepened, yet the streets remained vibrant due to the Lantern Festival. The throngs of people caused the carriages to slow their pace, and the sounds of conversation grew louder. It's snowing again. Look over there. How beautiful. Let us also release a wish lantern, she suggested. They are only 10 copper coins each.
Mu Yihan suddenly spoke.
Wei, this is the first Lantern Festival we have celebrated together. Wei Ziwei was momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. Indeed, whether in this life or the last, this was their inaugural Lantern Festival together. Brother Han, shall we not release a wish lantern? The pair disembarked from the carriage and walked alongside the crowd, which followed closely behind them. As Mu Yihan appeared, passers-by turned to glance at him. Women paused to admire him, blushing when they caught his gaze, while men stomped their feet in frustration and dragged their companions away. Heavens, how can there be such a stunningly handsome man in this world? Surely, he must be the most handsome man in the Southern Li Kingdom. Indeed, he surpasses the Eastern Palace's crown prince by 100-fold. Who among you has seen the crown prince? They say young Master Cheng is unparalleled, yet in his presence, he seems like mere dirt. Forget young Master Cheng. Have you heard of the newly appointed top scholar Dong Yong? I had the fortune to see him from a distance, and though he possesses an ethereal beauty, he pales in comparison to this man. You may not know, but the Phoenix Master of Fengqi Tower is truly exquisite, a beauty that should only exist in the heavens. Fengqi Tower? Did you visit there today? With such fanfare, it seems half of the capital's residences have attended. Indeed, Fengqi Tower has lived up to its name. The cuisine is exceptional. Keep boasting. They just opened today, and you have not left your estate all day. Ahem, I did not visit today. But I truly did enjoy a meal from Fengqi Tower. Do not doubt me. As he spoke, he revealed a silver-tinged card, which was indeed a 6-discount membership card from Fengqi Tower. Who in your household won such good fortune? Wei Ziwei smiled lightly. The success of Fengqi Tower was entirely expected. In her previous life, her brother single-handedly elevated the Lin family to become the foremost merchant in the Southern Li Kingdom. She blinked and suddenly had an idea. Brother Han, what do you think? Will Wei Zi's unborn child be a boy or a girl? Why do you ponder such matters? Regardless of the gender, it has no bearing on us. I am merely concerned that should she rise in status due to her child, she may become a nuisance upon her arrival. She will have no opportunity. Why is that? Do you truly believe the Night Moon Palace is a suitable place for nurturing a fetus? Wei Ziwei's eyes brightened. Could it be? Mu Yihan, noticing her expression, shook his head in exasperation. It is not as you imagine. What do you believe I am imagining? The Empress Dowager has commanded her to nurture the fetus within the Night Moon Palace, yet forbids any visitors. Do you truly think the Empress Dowager would allow any underhanded actions to take place? Wei Ziwei raised an eyebrow. Is it not so? You are still too young. Lacking an understanding of the royal family's ruthlessness. Mu Yihan took Wei Ziwei's hand, exhaling warmth over it before rubbing it gently. The Empress Dowager indeed will resort to foul play, but not before the birth. Rather, it will occur during the delivery. To put it plainly, once she enters the Night Moon Palace, she will never exit alive. Wei Ziwei was struck dumb, realizing that the Empress Dowager's sole desire was to ensure a mother leaves behind a child. As for the newborn, regardless of its gender, it would first be verified. If it were of royal lineage, it would be raised beside the crown prince, if not. Wei Ziwei was rendered speechless in shock. Is it truly as ruthless as that? No wonder the expressions of those in the palace were so varied, and no wonder old Lady Wei bore such a countenance. The reality is indeed so cruel. One can only wonder if Wei Zi will smile upon learning of such a fate. She recalled that when the Empress Dowager had spoken, Wei Zi had visibly relaxed, even casting a defiant glance in her direction. By the way, there is one more person, Brother Han. Do you think Cheng Jinhong will? Not a chance. Wei Ziwei found it unbelievable, halting her steps to face him. When did he become the parasite in her womb? Cheng Jinhong is no fool. He would never gamble the future of the entire Marquis. Wei Ziwei pouted. Perhaps it is better not to speak so definitively. He might act out of fury for the sake of his beloved. In his previous life, he was utterly infatuated with Wei Zi. How could he bear to watch her perish? Mu Yihan gazed earnestly into her eyes. Wei I truly believe he does not love Wei Zi. Wei Ziwei nearly exclaimed. How is that possible? It is absurd to think he does not love her. Indeed, you seem to know him very well. Cheng Jinhong is simply a fool. Perhaps blinded by his infatuation, loving Wei Zi to the point of madness, even going so far as to leave his home for her. Chapter 88. Laughing like a fool suddenly, Wei Ziwei realized she had overstepped and quickly fell silent. She glanced toward the wish pond and began to stride in that direction. Mu Yihan reached out and pulled her back. Wei henceforth, do not dwell on matters concerning those who are irrelevant. His expression was serious, conveying a sense of finality that implied he would not let go until she acquiesced. Very well, from now on, I wish for no one but you, Brother Han. Is that agreeable? You said it, so you mustn't deceive me. Mu Yihan nodded with satisfaction and released Wei Ziwei's hand. Let's go and release the wish lanterns. The wishing pond is actually a branch of a flowing river, forming a small lake where water flows downstream. Legend has it that there was a pair of star-crossed lovers whose families opposed their union, and they ultimately agreed to meet here, in a tragic end. Out of sympathy, the townsfolk began lighting lotus lanterns to wish for their reunion in the next life. Over time, this place became a site for young couples to make wishes. It is said that if one writes their beloved's name on a candle, lights it, and sets the lantern upon the water, their wish is sure to be granted. Wei Ziwei chose a pink lantern, while Mu Yihan watched her, without selecting one for himself. After Wei Ziwei inscribed his name upon the lantern, she turned to find Mu Yihan still empty-handed. Feeling a bit disappointed, she asked, Brother Han, why haven't you chosen a lantern yet? Mu Yihan reached over and took the lantern from her hand. Next to his own name, he carved Wei Ziwei's name. When she took it back and saw their names intertwined, it resembled two people snuggled closely together, or two hands clasped. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced unexpectedly. Together, they lit the candles and made their wishes. Watching the lantern drift away, Wei Ziwei felt lighthearted, as if walking on clouds, romantic yet so vividly real. She smiled at him, grinning like a fool, while he returned her gaze with a tender smile. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a faint blush creeping to his ears. Hand in hand, they continued down the path as the snowflakes fell heavier and pedestrians dwindled. Brother Han, shall we return to the carriage? They headed towards the carriage. But Mu Yihan suddenly halted, prompting Wei Ziwei to look up at him in confusion. Why have we stopped? Mu Yihan resumed walking. Young master, Miss Wei, you have finally returned. Fu Bo greeted them, glancing at the carriage with a furrowed brow. Wei Ziwei frowned as well. There were others inside, more than one. Did you come out on your own? Or shall I throw you out? A languid voice interrupted, contrasting sharply with Mu Yihan's frigid tone. Uncle? Wei Ziwei lifted the carriage curtain to reveal two figures in white and red, sipping tea. Are you also here to release wish lanterns? Murong Yan and Feng Zilin exchanged a knowing glance, unwilling to engage with Wei Ziwei. Oh, I see. You planned this to find us and stroll through the lantern festival together. They exchanged another glance, growing more reluctant to respond to her. However, you arrived rather late. We were about to head back. Just having released their wish lanterns with her beloved, Wei Ziwei's mood was exceptionally bright. Murong Yan could no longer contain himself. We saw you two holding hands as you got off the carriage. I will count to 3. Will you come down by yourselves? Or shall I throw you out? Mui Han's cold voice resonated once more. Murong Yen sighed. Mui Han, you are as stingy as ever. 3 years ago, you were asking for trouble. Wei Ziwei sensed the situation turning dire and clung tightly to Mui Han's arm. Brother Han, the carriage is spacious enough. Letting them stay for a while won't be a problem. If worst comes to worst, we simply won't bring them next time. It's a joke. The snow is falling heavier. If a fight breaks out, no one will be able to ride the carriage. Mui Han's expression softened slightly. You may ride in the carriage, but you must sit up front with Fu Bo Feng Zilin? Wei Ziwei? Murong Yen erupted in anger. Mui Han, don't push your luck. Do you think this lord will ride in your carriage willingly? Feng Zilin tugged at Murong Yan's sleeve. Where? The mysterious figure in the black robe we encountered that night. We suspect he is from the Sun and Moon sect. Wei Ziwei was taken aback. She had indeed heard that name mentioned, but what kind of organization was it? Mui Han's gaze darkened. The earlier urgency to dismiss them vanished. He stepped into the carriage first and extended his hand to Wei Ziwei. As the curtain lifted, they entered hand in hand, causing Murong Yan's expression to darken. Wei, niece of mine, how am I to explain your actions to your mother? Wei Ziwei's mouth twitched involuntarily, instinctively pulling her hand back, but Mui Han's grip was firm. After a couple of futile attempts to escape, she relented. If it weren't for how bothersome you are, I wouldn't have brought your brother here first, which is quite irritating. Wei Ziwei? Feng Zilin? Ignoring them. Mui Han held Wei Ziwei's hand and chose a seat as far from the two as possible. The carriage began to move slowly. There were few people on the road, and the carriage traveled at a leisurely pace. The snow covering the ground muffled the usual crisp sound of the hooves, the wheels crunching in the snow producing a dull thud. If memory serves, several years ago, you investigated the Sun and Moon sect. Murong Yen abandoned his relaxed demeanor, appearing quite serious. Get to the point. Murong Yen rolled his eyes, his tone growing impatient. Mui Han, I am not one of your subordinates, so do not treat me as such. After saying this, he grinned slyly. I am your uncle now. Show me some respect or else. For some unexplainable reason, Wei Ziwei felt that there was a story between these two. What kind of story could it be? Or perhaps something sinister? Mui Han's tone was indifferent. Continue to chatter, and you may leave. Feng Zilin seemed to snap back to reality and quickly spoke up. Before my aunt went missing, the family received a message mentioning the Sun and Moon sect. The members of the Sun and Moon sect are also practitioners, but their method of gaining power is by devouring the energy of other practitioners. The method of consuming energy is a secret dark art known as the devouring evil technique. Feng Zilin glanced at Mui Han, hesitating briefly before continuing. Our Feng clan's ancient texts contain records of the devouring evil technique, though not in great detail. If my sister returns to the clan, she might uncover more. The atmosphere turned delicate. Feng Zilin hastily corrected himself. If it weren't for my sister's reminder, I wouldn't have thought that such a technique truly exists. I believe that the mysterious man in black is indeed someone from the Sun and Moon sect mentioned in my aunt's message. Chapter 89. Here, I hold the power. Wei Ziwei was stunned. The devouring evil technique? Could it be related to the devouring goo? The devouring evil technique is divided into two types, the Xianling devouring method and the goo insect devouring method. Feng Zilin looked at Wei Ziwei, his expression grave. If I am correct, the man in black we encountered on Wuming Mountain practiced the Xianling devouring method, directly consuming the spiritual power of practitioners to enhance his own. Wei Ziwei suddenly understood. She recalled that the man had exuded a sinister aura, capable of manipulating her spiritual power to flow towards him endlessly. She had sensed his evil nature and had casually remarked that he practiced a dark art of consuming others' cultivation, only to discover that such a technique indeed existed. The Xianling devouring method does not sound like a righteous practice. On this continent, practitioners of spiritual power are exceedingly rare. Should he succeed, he would become unmatched. Reflecting on that night, she felt a shiver of dread. And what about the goo insect devouring method? Remembering the devouring goo on Mo Yen, the answer began to take shape in her mind. As for the goo insect devouring method, the path to enhance one's cultivation could only be through the devouring goo insects. The Xia Xian goo worm, once placed upon a practitioner of the Xuanwu cultivation, grows increasingly formidable alongside the host's ascension in power, ultimately devouring the host's cultivation entirely. Once the Xia Xian goo is affixed to a host, it becomes a symbiotic entity, allowing the host to utilize their Xian energy without any discernible difference, thus remaining oblivious to the poison coursing through their veins. However, should the Xie Xiangu be expelled, what fate awaits the afflicted? They face either death or the transformation into a puppet. Feng Zilin paused momentarily before adding that the goo can survive within the host for a maximum of 15 years. If not extracted in time, it will cause the host to explode alongside it. Wei Ziwei's complexion darkened as she lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Murong Yen muttered in frustration, lamenting that had he known the sinister nature of this creature, he would have eradicated it without hesitation years ago. Back then, upon receiving news of Feng Bingyao's appearance in the Western Shu Kingdom, he rushed over only to inadvertently discover a secret goo breeding operation within the royal family. His singular focus had been on locating Feng Bingyao, leaving little room for concern about other matters. Perhaps you were fortunate. Had you encountered members of the Sun and Moon sect back then, you might now be but a mere puppet in their hands. Mu Yihan's words were cold, yet painfully truthful. Murong Yen shrank back, recalling that the longer he and Feng Zilin had delayed that night, the less able they were to contend with the man in the black robe. Wei Ziwei pondered aloud. If what you say is true, and the Sun and Moon sect originates from the Western Shu Kingdom, could it be that they are backed by the royal family? The Xie Xiangu indeed traces back to the Western Shu Kingdom, and if it truly ties to the royal family, this warrants deeper investigation. Suddenly, Wei Ziwei's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, Brother Han, if the divine physician Zhao represents the Eastern Japan, and the Sun and Moon sect represents the Western Shu, then our Southernly Kingdom is undoubtedly in peril. If the Eastern Japan and Western Shu unite against us, our doom is sealed. She shook her head, realizing she had inadvertently entangled herself in the complexities of international intrigue, a matter that should not concern her. Judging by his tone, it was clear that the individual within the Sun and Moon sect held significant standing, perhaps even as the leader. Wei Ziwei's mind raced as she recalled the location of the Sun and Moon Taoist temple, situated behind the Wuming Mountain. Could that be their hideout? She vividly remembered the malevolent energy emanating from that direction when it first appeared. Moreover, if the Sun and Moon sect concealed themselves within the Taoist temple, it would indeed be challenging to uncover any signs of their presence. What piqued her curiosity further was why the members of the Sun and Moon sect only emerged during the burial beneath the coffin.
Mu Yihan, Feng Zilin,
and Murong Yen wore grave expressions, their concerns aligning closely. If it were merely foreign spies, Feng Zilin and Murong Yen would consider it irrelevant, as they were not citizens of the Southernly Kingdom. However, the fact that the Sun and Moon sect practiced the sinister art of devouring forced them to take the matter seriously. Mu Yihan's expression turned solemn. Whether it was the infiltration of spies from the Western Shu or the emergence of the devouring art, both posed catastrophic threats to the Southernly Kingdom. Wei Ziwei murmured to herself, receiving no response until she suddenly slapped her thigh. The Sun and Moon Taoist temple lies on the outskirts of the eastern city. We should seize the opportunity to investigate. The others vehemently objected in unison, though their words varied, their meaning remained consistent. Wei Ziwei, taken aback, glanced at them, perplexed at how they had suddenly formed a united front. We merely wish to pay our respects. What could be the harm in that? Even that is out of the question. They retorted in unison, their stance unwavering. Wei Ziwei exclaimed, this conversation is going nowhere. If we must go, it shall be us. You are not to accompany. Murong Yan's tone was resolute, acutely aware that the man in the black robe displayed a distinct preference for the Xian energy she possessed. As the only bloodline of Yao's sister, how could she allow herself to venture into danger again? Wei Ziwei, indignant, retorted, on what grounds? I am your little aunt, a senior. Murong Yan cast a glance at the other two, clearing her throat. Regardless of age or seniority, I hold the highest position here, and you all must heed my command. Wei Ziwei blinked, recognizing the validity of her words, yet a lingering sense of disquiet gnawed at her. She turned to Mu Yihan, Brother Han. What do you think? His response surprised Wei Ziwei. It seemed her brother was not the brother she knew. Listen to your uncle, he advised. Wei Ziwei felt her spirit deflate. It was evident that not even a true brother would stand by her side, though she longed to assert her independence and declare, if you won't take me, I shall go alone. The reality of the Sun and Moon sect's malevolent practices weighed heavily upon her. She was acutely aware of her own vulnerability. It would be foolish to present herself as an easy target. Ultimately, she recognized that her own lack of strength was the crux of her predicament. Very well, You may continue your discussion without me, she declared, closing her eyes and retreating into her personal space to commence her cultivation. Mu Yihan opened his mouth, poised to speak, but was interrupted by Murong Yan's loud warning. Should you dare agree to her request, I shall drag you to the depths of hell with me, even if I cannot end your life. Wei Ziwei jumped in fright, her eyes snapping open. Was he truly incensed? Sister, do not be angry. We are not intentionally preventing you from joining us. It is simply that the devouring art of the sun and moon sect is not to be underestimated. I have no intention of. My aunt's disappearance was mentioned in the information sent back before her vanishing. There is a possibility that the sun and moon sect is involved. Brother, who brought back this information you speak of? Was it someone who could shed light on my mother's whereabouts? Feng Zilin paused, then chuckled softly. The information is relayed through a special method our Feng clan uses, known as shadow messages, which is not something ordinary individuals can utilize. How long can such a shadow message last? Do you possess any? Wei Ziwei's heart raced as she posed the question. Feng Zilin shook his head. The shadow message is a real-time projection created by the caster. Once viewed by the recipient, it automatically disappears. Disappointment washed over Wei Ziwei as she lowered her gaze. Brother, is this technique difficult to learn?
Feng Zilin nodded.
It is not easily mastered, primarily because it requires a significant amount of Xian energy. Only those with sufficient cultivation can employ this technique.
Technique?
Indeed, however, within our entire clan, only my aunt and my father possess the strength to execute this technique. Suddenly, Wei Ziwei pondered that perhaps the Feng clan was not merely cultivating but rather pursuing immortality, though she had no evidence to support her theory. Chapter 90. Mo Yen is still alive. The carriage halted at the entrance of the Feng Lin 1 courtyard. Sister Wei, you have finally arrived.
Montagwanne exclaimed,
Dashing forward with open arms to embrace Wei Ziwei. However, upon spotting the 3 individuals standing behind her, her expression darkened.
Montagwanne offered an awkward smile,
retreating a couple of steps before leading Wei Ziwei into the side hall. Come, let me first check your pulse. Wei Ziwei found a chair to sit upon. Drawing Mo Wan Heir's hand over to rest on the table, her 3 fingers placed gently upon the wrist. Confirming that Mo Wan Heir was in good health, she then turned to enter the bedroom to see Mo Yen. Mo Yen's body bore signs of livor mortis. There was no breath or heartbeat. Any ordinary person would deem such symptoms as indicative of death. Yet, Wei Ziwei knew that Mo Yen was still alive. However, she remained uncertain if Mo Yan's condition stemmed solely from the Xie Gu, or if there were other underlying causes. Wei Ziwei commenced a thorough examination of Mo Yan's body, meticulously checking every inch for any signs of Gu activity. Previously, she had deployed a special heart-protecting needle array, utilizing her Xian energy, which not only safeguarded the heart meridians but also sealed the dantian. Mo Yan's life signs had ceased the moment the array was successfully established. At that time, she believed that by sealing the heart meridians and dantian, the Gu would be compelled to cease its activity.
Now,
it appeared that this needle array had proven remarkably effective. The Xie Gu remained motionless, and thus, Mo Yan's life force would not continue to wane. This approach is akin to temporarily encasing Mo Yan's body in ice, with only the thawing process allowing for the restoration of her vitality. The parasitic Xuangu insect within Mo Yen has been nurtured for 15 years, already intertwined with her bloodline, merged into her very essence. As long as the insect lives, Mo Yen retains a chance at life. However, regrettably, even with the application of a special needle array, only 5 days remain. Should no solution be found, the only recourse would be to forcibly extract the insect from her body, leading to her inevitable demise. Yet, should that dire moment arrive, Mo Yen fears she would lose her cultivation entirely, perhaps even devolving into a mindless, ordinary person. Wei Ziwei meticulously examined Mo Yen's body once more, reaffirming her diagnostic direction, and thus her treatment plan underwent new considerations. To ensure utmost caution, she devoted over half an hour to reinforce the needle array with another application. It is worth noting that had she not whimsically employed her Xian spirit power during the initial needle application, Mo Yan's condition could have deteriorated significantly. The Xuangu insect within her devoured all of Mo Yan's Xuanwu power, and Mo Yan herself is a 7th-tier master of Xuanwu. When she arranged the needle array, her strength was equivalent to that of an initial 4th-tier Xian spirit, contending against a 7th-tier Xuanwu. Even if the needle array succeeded, it could not possibly contain the opponent for long. To ensure absolute certainty, she nearly depleted her Xian spirit power during this arrangement. Upon exiting the dormitory, Wei Ziwei appeared pale, her steps unsteady. Where are you, alright? Mu Yihan rushed forward to support her, his heart filled with concern. Feng Zilin and Murong Yan also furrowed their brows, their gazes toward Wei Ziwei brimming with worry. Mo Wanner expressed her gratitude. Sister Wei, thank you. Wei Ziwei managed a faint smile. I promise my aunt, and besides, you are to be my future sister-in-law. I shall exert every effort. I only hope you do not monopolize my cousin entirely.
Montag war pauset, her cheeks flushing. Sister Wei.
I and Ningij. Wei Ziwei's smile deepened, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Wanna, if I do not strive, I fear my cousin might hold a grudge against me.
Montag war pouted, Heiress?
Immediately realizing her slip of the tongue, she hastily covered her face with her hands. I will get you a cup of water. Turning to pour water, she was outpaced by Feng Zilin. After sipping some tea, Wei Ziwei's complexion improved slightly, prompting her to discuss the events from 3 days prior. Mo Wanner, taken aback, asked uncertainly, Sister Wei, did you say you came 3 days ago? Wei Ziwei nodded. Not only did I come, but you also laid hands on me. As her words fell, the temperature in the room plummeted dramatically. 3 displeased gazes simultaneously fixed upon Mo Wanner. She vehemently shook her head. Impossible. Only my mother and I have been in the courtyard. Wei Ziwei pondered for a moment before inquiring, when was the last time you saw me? Sister Wei, what has happened to you? Of course, it was 3 nights ago. At the unnamed mountain east of the city. I was just about to emerge from the coffin with my mother. I never expected you to appear. It was as if a deity had descended, extending your hand to me when my mother was on the verge of being buried alive.
Sister Wei.
Next time you disguise yourself, you should choose a more appealing appearance. That day, I would not have recognized you without your unique aura. Wei Ziwei felt a tinge of embarrassment, but pressed on with a frown. Before that, after I and my cousin left, did anyone else come? That seems correct. Someone must have come, yet I cannot recall why I feel as though I have forgotten something. It is Mufeng, a toxin from the Shishu kingdom that induces hallucinations. The emotions of the inhaler are magnified infinitely, and if disturbed, they may retaliate against the intruder. Mu Yihan's voice was cold, casting a disapproving glance at Mo Wanner. How dare she lay hands on Wei? It was utterly intolerable. Even if she was poisoned, it was inexcusable. Wei Ziwei suddenly realized why she had sensed something was amiss with Wani's emotions. It was due to the poison. Yet, she had not taken the antidote. Mufeng acts quickly, but lasts only 6 hours. The poisoned individual does not require an antidote. Once the time is up, a gentle breeze restores normalcy. Wei Ziwei blinked. Mufeng, the antidote is like a spring breeze? Suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany, scanning the surroundings but failing to locate the incense burner she had seen that day. Wanner, where is the incense burner? She had suspected the incense burner was problematic that day and extinguished the burning incense. Now, reflecting on that impulsive action, she realized it had inadvertently aided Wanna, allowing her to recover early. In her haste to leave, she had not taken the incense for further study. Now that she understood the peculiarities of Mufeng, she was determined to research it thoroughly. Mo Wanna was taken aback. The incense burner? Sister Wei, that item is too ominous. Why would you want it? To study the components of Mufeng. I wish to see if I can concoct a similar poison.
Montag appeared awkward.
I found it ominous and threw it into the river outside. You threw it into the river? Wei Ziwei's expression fell, lamenting internally how regrettable. Murong Yan scoffed lightly. One would think it was something of great importance, but it's just Mufeng. If you desire it, my uncle can procure it for you. Wei Ziwei's eyes sparkled. How had she forgotten about her generous uncle? He is the master of the Wigidian. Then I shall rely on my uncle. As long as Wei is pleased, anything is negotiable, especially concerning mere Mufeng. Mo Wanner quietly asked, Sister Wei, what about my mother's illness? Wei Ziwei turned to Mo Wanner, her expression growing serious.
Wanner.
Your mother is not ill. She has been afflicted by a parasitic poison. Parasitic poison?
Montag was momentarily stunned, incredulously gazing at Wei Ziwei.
Wei Ziwei nodded. It is a type of poison called xuangu, and the insect has been residing within your mother for quite some time, nearly 15 years if I am not mistaken. Mo Wanner shook her head vehemently. No. Sister Wei, you must be mistaken. My mother cannot be poisoned. How could she possibly be poisoned? She was well aware of how well the people of Mo family village treated her mother. There was no way anyone would harm her. But your mother is indeed poisoned. As for who inflicted it, that remains uncertain. Wei Ziwei could discern the approximate timeline of the parasitic poison within Mo Yen, but could not ascertain whether it had been administered by someone from Mo family village. Sister Wei, you do not understand. The people of Mo family village are exceedingly kind to my mother.
Montag Van shook her head repeatedly.
She had never left Mo family village since she could remember, nor had she interacted with outsiders. If her mother had truly been poisoned, the one who had done so could only be someone from the village, but they would never harm her mother.
Van.
The insect within your mother will consume her Xuanwu power. The purpose of the one who placed the parasite is to seize her Xian power. Wei Ziwei looked at Mo Wana. The reason Dr. Zhao urged for your mother to be buried quickly is also related to the insect, to elevate his own cultivation.
Montag Van's eyes widened.
The two of them had traveled a great distance to the imperial city solely to seek Dr. Zhao's help for her mother's illness. To discover that the legendary healer was, in fact, a practitioner of sinister arts was utterly shocking.
No.
Sister Wei said that the insect had been within her mother for 15 years. 15 years ago, her mother had lived in the imperial city. The one who inflicted the parasite must be from the imperial city. Mo Wanner wore a troubled expression, her mind awash with turmoil. The recent revelations had struck her profoundly. Throughout her life, she had never met her father, and she did not even know his full name. Upon arriving in the imperial city, she learned his full name, only to discover that he was a great hero of the Nanli kingdom. When she was quite young, her mother had told her numerous times that her father was a formidable man. To her astonishment, she discovered that her father was a great general. Regrettably, this heroic father did not perish on the battlefield but fell victim to the schemes of a treacherous foe. Her mother had once mentioned that her father's dying wish was for her to raise their child well. After her father was executed, her mother, with the aid of the Mu family, escaped the royal city and was brought back to the Mo family estate by her maternal grandfather's envoy.
Little did anyone know that.
Before returning, her mother had already been afflicted by a deadly poison. Wei Ziwei noticed the complex expression on Mo Wani's face, fully aware that she would find it difficult to comprehend and accept the reality of the poison at that moment. Wana, I have just examined Aunt Yan's condition. She is currently stable, so there is no need for excessive worry. As for the identity of the poisoner, the truth will eventually come to light. After a moment's contemplation, she chose not to divulge her subsequent thoughts. Within 5 days, if no better solution emerged, she would have no choice but to enlist Mu Yihan's assistance to forcibly expel the poison. However, this would result in Mo Yan's lifelong cultivation being utterly obliterated, leaving her devoid of any possibility for further practice. Should it come to that, for one who had once attained the 7th level of the Xuanwu realm, it would be tantamount to a cruel death sentence. In the eyes of cultivators, strength signifies everything. Losing the opportunity to cultivate further would render one no different from a waste. The more powerful the cultivator, the more they cherish their abilities. It is bearable to have never possessed something, but once acquired, few can endure the anguish of being forced to relinquish it. As Mo Yan's daughter, the choice that Mo Wanner was about to confront was immensely challenging. Wei Ziwei recalled her initial return to the Mu residence when she had encountered Mu Yihan collapsing due to the onset of his affliction. Suddenly, she understood his urgency in seeking an antidote. In the past, she would have chosen survival above all else. Yet now, she might not necessarily opt for mere existence. As the group exited the villa and boarded the carriage, it slowly departed from the Finglinwen villa entrance. Wei Ziwei wore a troubled expression, her eyelids drooping, lost in thought. Observing Wei Ziwei's unusual demeanor, Mu Yihan couldn't help but inquire, "Where, are you feeling unwell?" Wei Ziwei shook her head. "I was merely contemplating whether Aunt Yan would wish to live on if her life were preserved, but her ability to cultivate was lost." She pondered briefly before laying bare her concerns regarding Mo Yan's situation. Silence enveloped the carriage once more, creating an eerie atmosphere. After an indeterminate time, Feng Zilin cleared his throat. "Sister, dear best, there's no need to feel overly pressured. Whatever the outcome, it is in the hands of fate. If it were me, I would hope for her survival." Mu Rongyan gazed at Wei Ziwei as if peering through her to another soul. Mu Yihan reached for Wei Ziwei's hand, enveloping it in his own. Where, survival is the best choice for both of them. Wei Ziwei was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Mu Yihan's perspective. Nevertheless, he spoke the truth. Mo Yan and Mo Wanner were already dependent on each other. If one were to perish, the remaining one would undoubtedly suffer immensely. As the carriage passed by Fenkala, its speed slowed, but did not halt. Only after two figures disembarked did the carriage resume its normal pace towards the Mu residence. Inside the carriage, Wei Ziwei closed her eyes, entering her personal space. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she opened her eyes wide, coincidentally witnessing Mu Yihan lightly tapping a specific acupoint on her body. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted into a deep slumber. Mu Yihan did not expect her to awaken suddenly. Seeing her fall back asleep, he sighed, "Where? Rest well. Whatever the matter, we shall address it once you awaken." The following day, on the 16th of January, Wei Ziwei stirred, gazing blankly at the canopy of her chamber. She mused that every time she shared a carriage with Brother Han, she inexplicably succumbed to sleep. What a peculiar occurrence, she thought. Not immediately rising, she closed her eyes once more, delving into her personal space. However, just as she settled into a meditative position, a cacophony of noise assailed her ears. Chapter 92. Does the Chancellor know? Wei Ziwei reopened her eyes and called out, "Biyue, miss, you're awake." Biyue entered the room. Indeed, with such clamor outside, it was a wonder that it hadn't roused her sooner. "What is happening? People from the Chancellor's residence have arrived, clamoring for you to provide justice for Miss Wei Si. Their audacity is truly remarkable." Biyue scoffed, continuing, "I told them you were still asleep." But they began shouting outside the main gate. "Miss, should we let them in?" Biyue felt it inappropriate for them to make such a racket outside. However, with the other masters absent, she, as a mere servant, felt it improper to take the initiative to admit them. If not for Xiao Bai's presence, they would undoubtedly have barged in. "But we aren't afraid. Brother Qingfeng is here. What time is it? Have grandmother and the others risen?" Wei Ziwei furrowed her brow. The arrival of the Chancellor's family at this hour could only mean trouble. "The old lady has risen early. Knowing you returned late yesterday, she instructed the servants not to awaken you during breakfast. After breakfast, everyone went to Fenkala." Wei Ziwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss, the old lady said that once you awaken, you should go to Fenkala to have lunch together before returning." Wei Ziwei nodded. "All right." As the owner of Fenkala, they hadn't been able to attend its opening yesterday, so it was indeed time to visit. After grooming herself, Wei Ziwei leisurely exited her chamber and made her way to the front courtyard. Upon seeing Wei Ziwei emerge, the old lady of the Wei family immediately erupted in anger. "You wretched child finally decided to show yourself. You are nothing but a calamity. You truly deserve to die." Wei Ziwei paused momentarily, casting a cold glance at the individuals beyond the gate. "Oh, whose crazy dog is barking so early in the morning? Biyue, why don't you fetch a brick?" "Yes. Miss, just a moment. I'll go right away." Biyue's voice was loud, glaring at the people outside as she genuinely went to find a brick. The old lady, fuming with rage, attempted to step forward to slap Wei Ziwei, but hesitated at the sight of the old tiger feigning sleep, her raised foot retreating. Wei Ziwei scoffed, "Oh, have you stopped barking? Then tell me, what do you want this time? You wretched child." The old lady opened her mouth to curse, but caught sight of the tiger's eyes opening. Her heart jumped, and she quickly fell silent. "I have come today to demand an explanation from you." Wei Ziwei raised an eyebrow. "Are you losing your mind? The one who slept with her is the crown prince, not me. If you want an explanation, shouldn't you be seeking the crown prince instead?" Her voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly with everyone present. The old lady was taken aback, glancing around to ensure no one was within earshot, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "Wretched child. I should have suffocated you back in the day. Keeping you has only brought calamity to heir, and now you aim to ruin the entire Chancellor's residence? I suggest you rinse your mouth before stepping out next time." The old lady paused, her expression darkening. "If there's nothing else, then be gone. Don't linger here and pollute the air." The old lady trembled with rage, squeezing the arm of the Mu matriarch beside her. "Look at the daughter you've raised. She's utterly disgraceful." The Mu matriarch winced, the veins in her forehead bulging, but she could only endure in silence, not daring to defy the old lady of the Wei family. "Where, you have indeed gone too far. No matter what, heir is your fourth sister. How could you let her end up in that place?" Wei Ziwei sneered. "What's wrong with the Night Moon Palace? If the Empress Dowager knows that the Chancellor's family is dissatisfied with her arrangements, I wonder what her thoughts would be. Regardless, we are family. You should exercise some restraint when acting. If heir is well, it would benefit you too, wouldn't it? Family? Are we truly family?" Wei Ziwei shot back. Madam Mu, ask yourself honestly, have you ever regarded me as a member of the Wei family over the years? The Mu matriarch frowned, feeling that Wei Ziwei had undergone a drastic transformation. Just when did this change begin? Even if you have gained your independence as a woman of the Wei family, it does not alter the fact that you belong to the Wei clan. Heir has suffered because of you, and you must find a way to help her escape that place. Mu's expression darkened as she contemplated, then continued, given the esteem that the young King Xiao has for you, if you speak up, he will surely persuade the Empress Dowager to permit your fourth sister's return to the residence. Wei Ziwei's countenance fell, asking Han Gij to petition the Empress Dowager? Does Wei Zi deserve that? Let me be clear, if you can arrange for Heir to return to the residence, I will overlook past grievances. After all, we are still mother and daughter. Otherwise, Madam Wei, what about your dignity? Your ego truly knows no bounds. Wei Ziwei smiled, yet tears glimmered in the corners of her eyes. Have you ever truly regarded me as your own daughter? Mu's heart jolted. Could she possibly know? No, that cannot be. The old matriarch of the Wei family struck the ground heavily with her cane. Nonsense. All these years, you have dined and resided in the official residence. And now that you have gained some skills, you refuse to acknowledge that you were raised there? Very well. Even if you refuse to identify as a descendant of the Wei family, you must first ensure Heir's release from the Night Moon Palace. If you can accomplish this, we will grant your wish and cease our entanglements with you from that point forward. Wei Ziwei remained silent, her gaze cast downward, lost in thought. The old matriarch, seeing her lack of response, assumed she was taking it in, and her expression softened slightly. Had it not been for your interference, Heir would have been bestowed in marriage to the Crown Prince. You have deprived her of the position of Crown Princess. Should it not be your responsibility to devise a means for her return to the residence? Wei Ziwei lifted her gaze. The old matriarch is advanced in age and forgetful. Allow me to remind you, had Wei Zi not revealed her pregnancy, who would have known of her indiscretion with the Crown Prince? Carrying royal offspring, the imperial family must protect her well. This is royal favor. If she were to bear a prince, she might indeed achieve a grand marriage. Such a treacherous scheme. She knew full well that the old matriarch understood the royal family's ruthlessness and had deduced Wei Zi's fate, which is why she had come to seek her assistance in desperation. Do not presume that I can alter the Empress Dowager's decree. Even if I could, why would I assist Wei Zi? You must agree today, whether you wish to or not. If you fail to return my ear, you and I shall be at odds. Is that so? How do you intend to oppose me, old matriarch Wei? I shall expose you to the authorities for harming the family of a court official. Such a crime is sufficient to imprison you. Wei Ziwei feigned fear. Oh dear, how frightful. However, may I ask, does the esteemed old matriarch know that you are causing a scene at the Mu residence today? The old matriarch and Mu's figure trembled slightly, turning to scan the surroundings, her eyes narrowing in alarm. Dreadful. When did so many people arrive? The two dared not linger further, hastily boarding the carriage back to the official residence, leaving in a flurry. Bai Yu clapped her hands with glee. The people of the official residence truly possess no shame. Their actions are utterly disgraceful. After she spoke, she even spat in the direction of the departing Wei carriage. The crowd gathered at the residence's entrance, realizing there was no spectacle to witness, began to disperse. Watching the carriage fade into the distance, Wei Ziwei's lips curled into a pleasing smile. The events that transpired during the Lantern Festival banquet had been strictly ordered by the Emperor to remain confidential. Who among the attendees would dare to utter a word? She had been troubled about how to disseminate the scandal of the Crown Prince's dalliance with Wei Zi, but it seemed fortune had smiled upon her. She blinked and summoned Xingfeng, whispering a few words to him, and upon hearing, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 93, An Unexpected Encounter with the 10th Prince. Thinking of the ensuing chaos that would unfold in the official residence, Wei Ziwei felt elated.
Biu.
Let us head to Fengqi Tower. No sooner had her words left her lips than a palace carriage slowly approached from a distance. The carriage came to a steady halt at the Mu residence's entrance. Granny Lu lifted the curtain of the carriage door and stepped out. Wei Ziwei recognized her at a glance. She had seen her at the palace gate just the day before, and her presence now certainly indicated she was not there for her. After greeting Granny Lu, she was informed, I have come on the Empress Dowager's order to escort you into the palace. As the carriage gradually departed from the Mu residence, Bai Yu also boarded the carriage bound for Fengqi Tower. Once inside, Granny Lu closed her eyes, feigning sleep, showing no intent to converse with Wei Ziwei. Wei Ziwei cast her gaze downward, lost to her thoughts. The palace carriage halted at the first palace gate. The two disembarked and walked along the lengthy palace path, where Granny Lu, whether by intention or accident, moved at a pace significantly quicker than usual. Wei Ziwei blinked, a subtle smile playing on her lips, matching her steps to Granny Lu's. Before long, they entered the second palace gate and continued towards Sinang Palace. Upon reaching a small garden, they encountered a young eunuch who exchanged a few words with Granny Lu. Granny Lu said, "Wei Fifth Miss, there is a small pavilion over there. Please wait for a moment while I attend to a matter." Wei Ziwei nodded in agreement, and once Granny Lu had walked away, she turned and navigated around the high flower bed, entering the nearby small pavilion. On the opposite side of the pond lay a small lake, its surface covered with a thin layer of ice. Should anyone fall onto the ice, it would surely break. Wei Ziwei cast a fleeting glance at the lake before shifting her gaze. This secluded spot meant that any happenings would be obscured from the outside. She blinked and found a place to sit. Now, she was unafraid of slipping into the water. A woman was slowly approaching along the lakeshore, obscured by trees, her figure only partially visible. Wei Ziwei felt a sense of familiarity with the woman's silhouette and found herself glancing again, catching a glimpse of the veiled face. And she was momentarily taken aback. Was it Wei Zi in the Night Moon Palace? Why was she here? Wei Ziwei immediately decided to leave the pavilion and seek a hiding place. With Wei Zi pregnant and now in the palace, she could not afford to provoke her. But she could certainly conceal herself. Suddenly, something came hurtling toward her. Without a moment's hesitation, she pivoted on her toes and swiftly shifted her body to the right. Thud! A small white rabbit landed at her feet. She stared coldly at the creature, which was undeniably adorable, yet she felt no affection for it. 10th Prince, please be cautious. The ground is slippery. A distant sound of hurried footsteps approached. A boy clad in a bright yellow brocade robe hurried toward the pavilion, followed closely by a palace maid in a pink dress. The boy was small and frail, appearing no older than 10, yet he was actually 13. Xiaobai, come back. If you don't, you might get lost. The boy ran frantically, his forehead beaded with sweat, gasping for breath. Soon, both master and servant entered the small pavilion. Wei Ziwei observed the boy before her, her brow slightly furrowing. This was the 10th Prince Yi Hongyu, who was rumored to be frail and of lesser intelligence than his peers. Such a mischievous child. I shall no longer take you out. You ought to remain obediently in the Bixiao Palace. Yi Hongyu bent down carefully to pick up the small white rabbit. Xiaobai, I have told you countless times. It is cold outside. Why do you not listen? Running about carelessly could lead you to fall into the lake and be frozen solid. Wei Ziwei's eyes flickered. Compared to the Xiaobai in the residence, this one was indeed deserving of the name. The palace maid, seeing Wei Ziwei staring at Yi Hongyu, raised her voice in reprimand. How dare you? Where did this girl come from, not even paying respects to the 10th prince? Before Wei Ziwei could respond, Yi Hongyu frowned. Kaidao, what are you doing? If you startle Xiaobai, I will hold you accountable. 10th prince, it is my fault. I was merely... The maid named Kaidao quickly knelt. Enough, you may leave. Xiaobai enjoys this place. I must accompany it for a while. Kai Tao reluctantly turned away from the pavilion and waited outside the flower bed, occasionally glancing in this direction. Which estate do you belong to, sister? Is this your first time in the palace? Wei Ziwei blinked. Does the 10th prince have a fondness for rabbits? She countered with a question, observing Yi Hongyu discreetly. His physique appeared frail, and he had stumbled slightly upon arriving, yet his subtle movements were remarkably agile, never lingering unnecessarily. His complexion was unnaturally pale, yet his voice resonated with vitality. He seemed innocent and lively, yet there was a hint of cunning concealed in his eyes. Weak and sickly? Intellectually deficient? Nonsense. Sister is right. I have no other companions. Only little Bai is willing to keep me company. Suddenly, Yi Hongyu looked at Wei Ziwei with anticipation in his eyes. Sister, would you come to the palace often to play with me? Wei Ziwei raised an eyebrow. 10th prince, do you not think your act is slightly excessive? Others might genuinely believe you to be intellectually challenged. Sister, why are you silent? Do you also dislike Hongyu? They all mocked Hongyu for his supposed lack of intelligence. Yet he had tried so hard. Why did they insist on calling him dim-witted? Wei Ziwei stared at him in shock. Was this child truly a dramatist or genuinely simple-minded? Sister does not want to play with Hongyu. She too thinks him dull. 10th prince, A commoner like me cannot freely enter the palace. So, does that mean you have agreed to come and play with Hongyu often? Oh, is that not fifth sister? Wei Ziwei's heart sank, feeling as though she had swallowed a fly, utterly unwilling to engage. This was the palace. She wished to avoid trouble, but was thwarted by the sudden appearance of a little white rabbit. Has fifth sister gone deaf? Seeing Wei Ziwei remain silent, Wei Ziwei was filled with anger. What an ugly woman. If she is ugly, so be it. But how dare she disregard decorum and not greet me properly upon seeing me? Upon hearing those words, Wei Ziwei pretended to notice Yi Hongyu for the first time and knelt in greeting. I greet the 10th prince. Please forgive my earlier oversight. Yi Hongyu nodded, having bowed. Quickly leave. Do not disturb little Bai from enjoying the scenery, or I shall report you to father. Then why does she not leave?
Yi Hongyu invited.
Why should she go? She is affecting your view of the scenery. Yi Hongyu exclaimed in anger. You ugly creature, what nonsense are you spouting? It is little Bai who wishes to see the scenery. How dare you mistake me for a rabbit? Wei Ziwei was stunned. Could the 10th prince truly be simple-minded? I know you mock me for my lack of intelligence. Do you truly believe I am so easily bullied due to my youth? Wei Ziwei observed. Fifth sister. You should wait. Once I marry brother Hongyi and become the crown princess, I shall surely grant you a cup of poison. And as for you, Wei Ziwei, one day you shall experience the agony of disfigurement. The surroundings fell silent, and finally, Wei Ziwei could not contain her laughter. Your laughter is so enchanting. No wonder Brother Han is fond of you. The smile on Wei Ziwei's face abruptly vanished. Brother Han? A shiver ran down her spine. Chapter 94. The Empress Dowager's thoughts. Mama Lu returned, accompanied by 2 palace maids carrying food boxes. Upon seeing the maids standing by the flower bed from a distance, Mama Lu's heart skipped a beat, and her expression shifted dramatically. Entering the pavilion, her eyes widened in surprise at the scene before her. Yi Hongyu immediately stood up upon spotting Mama Lu, revealing a pure smile. Is Mama here to take me? It must be that grandmother misses me. I miss her dearly as well. Mama Lu chuckled, teasing, 10th prince, you jest. Did you not just visit Sinang Palace this morning? Yi Hongyu was first taken aback, then furrowed his brow, his little face falling. Mama, are you bullying me for my youth? I distinctly remember not having seen grandmother for several days. I did not see her today nor yesterday. He lifted the little rabbit in his arms, freeing his hands to count earnestly on his fingers. Oh, dear. Little ancestor, I would not dare bully you. If you did not remember, it must be me who is mistaken, Mama Lu replied. Hearing this, Yi Hongyu beamed with a bright smile. I knew it. I am not dim-witted. It is you who have simply forgotten. I do not blame you, Mama. Do not be upset. Mama Lu, Wei Ziwei discreetly observed Yi Hongyu once more. Was he truly not pretending? Kai Tao, quickly take little Bai back to Bixiao Palace. I must go to pay my respects to grandmother, and cannot take it with me, lest it offend her. Mama Lu's expression became somewhat unnatural upon realizing Yi Hongyu genuinely intended to accompany her to Sinang Palace. Sinang Palace. In the resplendent and grand hall, the Empress Dowager, adorned in a phoenix-embroidered robe, sat upon her phoenix chair. Her demeanor appeared exceptionally cheerful, though a closer look revealed a sickly pallor. Beside the Empress Dowager stood a young woman, gently kneading her arm. On the left was Feng Ziwei, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Anqing, dressed in a purple gown with matching accessories, exuding youthful elegance. On the right stood Wen Wanshuang, the daughter of the head of the Imperial Medical Institute, attired in a simple white dress, her demeanor fresh and poised, exuding grace. As Mama Lu led the group to the outer hall, laughter erupted from within as the Empress Dowager was evidently amused by something. Wei Ziwei curled her lips. She wondered who could make the Empress Dowager so joyful. Yet, judging by the voice, it was clear the Empress Dowager lacked vitality, suggesting she may be unwell. Last night at the palace banquet, she had noticed the Empress Dowager's pallor from a distance, as if her health were sustained by an abundance of precious medicinal herbs. However, matters concerning the Empress Dowager were not something she could comment on.
Recaling Mama Liu suden departure.
She felt increasingly that this was a scheme directed at her and wished to stay out of trouble. Grandmother, look who has come to see you. A sweet, innocent voice broke the silence, halting the laughter in the hall. Yi Hongyu dashed forward. Grandmother, Mama has brought me to see you. I miss you so much. It seemed he was about to throw himself into the Empress Dowager's arms, alarming everyone present. How could the Empress Dowager's frail body withstand such an impact? Mama Lu rushed forward to pull Yi Hongyu back, only to see him suddenly halt, then make a wide turn. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, only to witness Yi Hongyu grasping Wei Ziwei's arm and, with a thud, kneeling before the Empress Dowager. Grandmother is the best person in the world to me. How could I forget my manners? His mother had said that when greeting grandmother, one must kneel, and he remembered well. I have seen grandmother. May she have long life and peace. He dutifully bowed his head. Wei Ziwei followed closely behind. I greet Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. May she live long and prosper. Yi Hongyu's eyes brightened as he imitated Wei Ziwei, bowing again. I greet grandmother. May she live long and prosper. The Empress Dowager burst into laughter. You little rascal. Get up quickly. Yi Hongyu, hearing this, happily scrambled to his feet, pulling the still kneeling Wei Ziwei up beside him. Sister, get up quickly. Grandmother has told us to rise. In the harem, grandmother is the most important. We must listen to her. Listening will be rewarded, but disobedience will be punished. Wei Ziwei lowered her gaze, silently repeating to herself, children's words are innocent. Children's words are innocent. Grandmother, Mama said to bring me to see you, and I invited my new sister to come along. Will grandmother be upset with me? The Empress Dowager smiled more warmly, saying, It is rare for you to have a friend. The Empress grandmother is pleased and would never blame you. Yi Hongyu replied, but Yu hasn't seen the Empress grandmother for a long time. Why is it that she only sent someone to find you today? The Empress Dowager shook her head helplessly. Child, who was the first to enter the Sinang Palace this morning when you paid your respects to the Empress grandmother? Think again. Yi Hongyu furrowed his brow, murmuring, The maid just mentioned that it was Yu who forgot, and the Empress grandmother said the same. It seems that Hongyu truly has a poor memory. The Empress Dowager sighed and beckoned to the palace attendants. Bring tea. Yi Hongyu obediently sat down in a chair, but upon noticing Wei Ziwei still standing, he stood up again and walked over to pull her along. Sister, the Empress grandmother has granted you a seat. You must sit. But since it is your first time in the palace, you need not worry. The Empress grandmother will not blame you. Wei Ziwei lowered her eyes and sat down on the chair prepared by the attendants. At that moment, she vaguely sensed that Yi Hongyu's visit today was to stir up trouble, perhaps to prevent her from being punished in the Sinang Palace. All right. You two should also take a seat. Yes. Feng Ziyue and Wen Wanshuang replied, slowly taking their seats. The Empress Dowager had initially thought that Wanshuang, being the first daughter of the Wen family, would understand the intricacies of the body. She was surprised to find that Ziyue also had a skillful hand. Today, this old body of mine truly enjoyed some comfort. The Empress Dowager shifted her tone. Honor has been afflicted with illness since childhood and has lived in the barren lands of the north for many years. If there were someone skilled to care for him, I would feel at ease. Wei Ziwei's hand trembled slightly beneath her sleeve. Did the Empress Dowager mean what she thought? Suddenly, the Empress Dowager turned to Wei Ziwei and casually asked, Wei Wunyang, I have heard that you are temporarily residing in the Mu residence? Wei Ziwei nodded, replying to the Empress Dowager, Indeed, I am living at my maternal grandfather's home. When Honor first returned to the capital, he also stayed at the Mu residence for several days. As his adopted cousin, you must know his preferences for food better than most. Wei Ziwei found it difficult to respond. It was neither right nor wrong to agree. She had not yet discerned the Empress Dowager's intent in summoning her to the palace, so she remained silent, tacitly accepting. Ziyue Wanshuang, you are of similar age to Wei Wunyang. Do spend more time together. She and Honor share a close bond. The two nodded in agreement. Wei Ziwei kept her gaze lowered, concealing her emotions, while her palms grew damp with sweat. Years ago, the incident of Mu Yihan following her off the cliff of Broken Souls had already stirred much talk in the capital. How could the Empress Dowager not be aware? At that moment, she understood the Empress Dowager's intentions. She hoped that she would recognize the difficulty and withdraw. Chapter 95. The higher you jump, the harder you fall. It must be said that the Empress Dowager had achieved her aim. When Wei Ziwei exited the Sinang Palace, her expression was calm, but her heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. The Empress Dowager's words had sealed her fate. She had not even been afforded the opportunity to explain or refute. To put it grandly, she was a national Empress Dowager, while she was merely a commoner. Saying even one more word could lead to charges of disrespect. On a smaller scale, she was the grandmother of Mu Yihan, and if she were not acknowledged by the other party, even her very breath would feel wrong. She walked alone down the long palace corridor. The crimson palace walls and the gray marble floor were unchanged, yet her solitary figure seemed ever more desolate. Wei Ziwei moved with heavy steps, her gaze fixed ahead, but if one looked closely, it was easy to see that her mind was elsewhere. She was just an ordinary woman, lacking a powerful family background, while he was the little King Jing, a renowned war hero of the north. She had once been carried into the Ningen Marquis' residence in a grand sedan chair, seen by the world as a discarded wife, while he remained unmarried. With no concubines or maidservants, she had returned to life, bearing responsibilities and a thirst for revenge. He had treated her with such kindness, sacrificing his life in the previous incarnation for her, and in this life, he spared no effort to save her from the cliff of broken souls. His kindness to her was something she must repay. His feelings, she could not feign ignorance. It was difficult not to be moved, even harder to remain unresponsive. Yet the Empress Dowager's actions today were clearly a declaration against their union. Should she persist, similar events would likely follow. Even if she felt resentful, she understood the Empress Dowager's reasoning, let alone the fact that she was a national Empress Dowager. Even a common family elder would wish for their descendants to make the best choices. She was clearly not the best choice. Mu Yihan, caught in the middle, would only be troubled on both sides. No matter how strong the relationship, it could not withstand prolonged disputes. In light of this, Wei Ziwei suddenly felt regret. At the beginning of her rebirth, she had only wished to protect her family, to grow strong and seek revenge step by step. She was aware of her limited power and knew it might take a lifetime to avenge her enemies. She had never considered the possibility of marrying. But somewhere along the way, she had tacitly accepted Mu Yihan's help, even growing dependent on the feeling of having him by her side. The Empress Dowager's actions, from another perspective, were helping her confront reality. Reality was so cruel. Choices were never an easy matter. She closed her eyes and sighed inwardly, each misstep leading to further errors. When she opened her eyes again, a hint of resolve shone in her gaze. At that moment, Wei Ziwei stood at a fork in the path, quietly gazing down the palace corridor. Upon spotting Wei Ziwei's figure, her expression instantly turned icy. Wei Ziwei, noticing her, maintained her steady pace, while discreetly observing her surroundings. A nameless fire simmered within her. She longed to find someone to vent her frustrations upon. Unfortunately, this was the Imperial Palace. As she thought this, her gaze drifted from Wei Ziwei's veil down to her belly. Is she with child? Whether it survives to a safe birth is uncertain, yet she dares to prance about, truly reckless. Wei Ziwei thought, if I were you, I would find a quiet place to rest during my pregnancy. Don't you know that the higher you jump, the quicker you might fall? Wei Ziwei's complexion turned pale. She had a premonition that if she did not leave soon, as Wei Ziwei had said, the child might very well be lost. But considering she was in the palace, even with 100 times the courage, she wouldn't dare act out. With that thought, she put on a smug smile, her hand resting on her abdomen as she took a couple of steps forward. What are you talking about, fifth sister? If you are leaving the palace, as your elder sister, I naturally must see you off. Wei Ziwei continued her leisurely pace, but just when they were 10 steps apart, she suddenly halted. Something was amiss. There was an uncomfortable aura emanating from Wei Ziwei. That aura was too faint. She stepped closer, wanting to get a better sense of it. When they were merely 3 steps apart, hurried footsteps approached. Wait, Sister Wei. Yi Hongyu ran breathlessly, and upon seeing Wei Ziwei turn to look at him, he momentarily forgot how to walk, stumbling over his own feet. Thud. He tripped himself and fell heavily to the ground. Wei Ziwei, witnessing this, did not have time to ponder and quickly rushed forward to help him up. Your Highness, are you all right? Yi Hongyu looked up, his chin scraped and a bump forming on his forehead. Wei Ziwei frowned, finally convinced that he was not pretending and truly had a low intellect. Your Highness, weren't you returning to the Bixiao Palace? She inquired while pulling out some ointment from her pouch to tend to his injury. Sister Wei, take this. With it, you can come and go freely through the palace gates, and no one would dare to bully you. When you leave the palace, you can even choose the best carriage. Yi Hongyu produced a golden object from his robe and pressed it into Wei Ziwei's hand. Wei Ziwei was taken aback, the item feeling heavy in her grasp. You are giving me your life-saving token? You wouldn't have just stolen it upon returning to the Bixiao Palace, would you? Yi Hongyu nodded. Yes, it's a gift for you. Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Wei Ziwei's lips twitched. There was no joy, only a significant shock. She returned the life-saving token back to Yi Hongyu's hand. I am indeed quite surprised. However, this is a bestowed gift. You should quickly keep it safe and return it to your mother. But this was given to me by my mother, who also mentioned that with this item in your possession, you would frequently come to the palace to play with me. Wei Ziwei, she yearned to convey to him that not only did she not wish to visit the palace regularly, she would prefer not to go at all.
Yet.
Considering he was already 13 years old, but appeared no more than 10, with an intellect akin to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. It was a pity that the current emperor's youngest son, who was the least likely to harbor treasonous intentions, had been unjustly condemned to drink poison. In the distance, Wei Ziwei witnessed the scene, her fingernails digging painfully into her palm, her eyes revealing an indescribable chill. Cursed be it, he has thwarted my plans again. She shot a fierce glare at the two before turning and striding down another path. At the end of the path lay a palace, with the inscription Chongyao Hall adorning its grand entrance. The hall was devoid of any presence, and Wei Ziwei walked directly to the door, pushing it open to step inside. The moment the door closed behind her, darkness enveloped her surroundings. A wave of dread washed over Wei Ziwei, her fear reaching its zenith. She felt as though her throat was being constricted, lifting her off the ground. Her breath quickened, her complexion turning a deep purple, her eyes filled with terror and supplication. Great national master, spare me. Ah, a worthless and disobedient fool. What purpose do you serve? On the palace path, Yi Hongyu, unnoticed by Chun Wei Ziwei, once again thrust something into her hands before making a hasty retreat. Wei Ziwei stood in astonishment, weighing the item in her palm.
Noticing Wei Yi's absence.
She hesitated no longer and swiftly made her way out of the palace. Instead of taking the palace carriage, she chose to walk aimlessly, soon arriving at a bustling street filled with activity. Chapter 96, A Flower Blossoms Clop, Clop, Clop. Hiss. The rapid sound of hooves suddenly halted, followed by a long whinny from the horse. The reins were pulled tight, the horse rearing on its hind legs. Wei Ziwei was startled to find herself in the middle of the street, drenched in cold sweat. How had she come to be in such a perilous position? With her life at stake, she had no time to ponder, and with a swift push off the ground, she twirled away from danger in the blink of an eye. Miss Wei, what are you doing? It was then that Wei Ziwei recognized the rider as Cheng Jinhong. He steadied his horse, quickly dismounting and instructing the servant trailing behind to hold the horse while he approached Wei Ziwei. Are you all right? Wei Ziwei blinked, noticing an unusual emotion on his face. One she had only seen previously when he was in the presence of Wei Ziwei. An illusion. It must be just an illusion. I am fine, thank you. I must take my leave. As she turned to walk away, Cheng Jinhong stepped forward, blocking her path. Miss Wei, he stammered. Her displeasure was evident. Cheng young master, what is it? With a resolute expression, Cheng Jinhong declared, there is nothing between me and heir, I assure you. Wei Ziwei furrowed her brow even deeper. Cheng young master, while we may not be enemies, we are certainly not close enough for you to feel the need to report every relationship to me. If not for the generosity you showed on our wedding day by returning my dowry, I would consider conversing with you a waste of time. Cheng Jinhong faltered, but then astounded her with his next words. If you are willing, I can marry you again. Wei Ziwei blurted out. Are you out of your mind?
Viad.
I am serious. Green Willow has informed me that I misunderstood you. Cheng young master, if you are unwell, I suggest you generously hire a renowned physician. I wish you a swift recovery. With that, Wei Ziwei sidestepped him and continued on her way without a backward glance.
Viad.
The little King Jing is not your suitable match. The royal family will not permit you to enter the Jing Wang residence. Then go die quickly. Wasting even a moment is a waste of silver. Wei Ziwei picked up a fragment of stone from the roadside and hurled it at him, causing it to strike his forehead. Young master, what has happened? As Cheng Jinhong collapsed, Wei Ziwei was taken aback. Was he really so weak? Their relationship was not one of true enmity. In her past life, he had married her yet remained uncommitted. The fault was not entirely his. In this life, when she sought negotiation, he had readily acquiesced, and their collaboration had been quite agreeable. She had once thought of him as a gentleman, with no flaws except for his romantic inclinations. Today, she discovered that he was not only foolish in love, but also shameless. She had overestimated him in the past. Never mind, she had inflicted the wound herself. She should tend to him first. What do you intend to do? You have injured our young master. Yet you are still not satisfied? As Wei Ziwei approached, the servant shouted for her to step back, insisting she not come near Qing Jinhong. Put your master down. I will treat his wound. You are not a doctor. Do you not think he has suffered enough already? Because of you, he nearly faced expulsion from our family. Silence. Qing Jinhong's voice rang out, silencing the servant. Young master, you are awake. How do you feel? I will take you to the doctor immediately, do not worry. Say another word, and do not follow me again. The servant pouted. Upon seeing him awake, Wei Ziwei simply applied pressure to his wound before departing. Qing Jinhong did not stop her this time. She had no desire to entangle herself further with him and left swiftly. The sky subtly darkened. A cold breeze swept through, causing Wei Ziwei to draw her neck in, realizing she had been wandering the streets for quite some time. She felt a twinge of regret. Whether it was her reunion with Mu Yihan, the unexpected encounter with Feng Zilin, or the newly acquired uncle, along with matters concerning the Lan family and the Sun and Moon sect, all had taken her by surprise. So much had happened in such a short span of time. Truly unforeseen and disorienting. After the Empress Dowager's warning today, she realized that overthinking could lead to distractions, as evidenced by her near miss with the horse's hooves. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a rich mutton soup aroma. Looking up, she spotted a small stall at the end of the street, illuminated by an oil lamp, with white steam wafting from it. Gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach growled at the opportune moment, and she touched her belly, recalling she had not eaten a single grain all day. Miss, would you prefer wontons or noodles? This was a stall selling mutton soup with wontons and noodles, run by an elderly couple. The man prepared the dishes while the woman set the tables. The stall had 2 large pots. One was filled with steaming mutton soup, the rich aroma wafting from there. The other pot contained clear broth for the wontons or noodles. Wei Ziwei swallowed hard before asking, Sir, could you mix the wontons with the noodles for me? Of course. Would you like clear broth or mutton soup? Mutton soup, please. Would you like meat slices added? None for now. All right, please wait a moment. A bowl of our family's secret warm mutton soup with wontons and noodles will be ready shortly. There were 4 tables for 4 people in front of the stall, and only one table was currently unoccupied. Wei Ziwei walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. She observed the hurried passers-by on the street, lost in her thoughts. Before long, the woman returned with a steaming bowl of mutton wonton noodles. Miss, it's cold. Please drink the mutton soup while it's hot to warm yourself. Wei Ziwei nodded. Thank you, ma'am. She inhaled deeply. The aroma of the mutton soup was truly enticing. Tentatively, she took a sip of the broth, then began to relish the noodles and wontons. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed her food so heartily. It was utterly delightful. She is the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence and naturally understands that savoring one's food is a quality befitting a lady of the court. However, in her past life, during her time in the Marquis' residence and the countryside, as well as while seeking medical aid in the north, she had endured famine. When faced with the imminent threat of starvation, if one could manage a morsel of food, they would devour it ravenously to survive. Hardly concerned about the decorum expected during a meal, a bowl of lamb wonton noodles was quickly emptied, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Uncle, another bowl of lamb wonton noodles, please. Perhaps the dish was simply too delicious, or perhaps her mood was less than cheerful today. She felt she could manage yet another large bowl. When the second bowl of lamb wonton noodles was served, the patrons at the neighboring table had already finished their meal and departed. Before the humble stall, only Wei Ziwei remained. The female vendor, now unoccupied, took a seat across from her. My dear girl, it's rather unsafe for you to be out alone at this late hour. Make sure to return home promptly after finishing your lamb wonton noodles. Thank you for your concern, Auntie, Wei Ziwei replied, placing down her coins and rising to leave the stall. Chapter 97. How she entered the Mu residence was shrouded in darkness. Wei Ziwei quietly sighed with relief as she leapt down from the courtyard wall, stealthily making her way toward her chamber. Is that you, Ziwei? Qin's voice rang out, and the surrounding lamps flickered to life. Wei Ziwei's hand, which had just reached for her chamber door, trembled slightly as it creaked open. Just a step away, and she could have slipped inside. But she had no choice but to turn back with a forced smile. Aunt, I'm back. I feel a bit weary today, so I'll rest now. You should also retire early. Without waiting for Qin to respond, Wei Ziwei swiftly entered her chamber, her shoes barely making a sound. However, before she could close the door, Qin's voice called out again. Your grandmother is still awake, saying she can't sleep until you return. Ziwei, as you know, she cares for you the most. Only your words can soothe her. Wei Ziwei felt a pang in her heart. She nodded, lowering her gaze as she followed Qin to the main hall, where the family was gathered, waiting for her. Her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. She sniffled, holding back the sorrow that threatened to spill over. Grandmother. She rushed into the arms of the elderly matriarch, seeking comfort like a child who had been wronged. Nestling against her, the matriarch placed her hand gently on the back of Wei Ziwei's head, offering soft pats. It's getting late. You all should retire.
Just keep me company for a while.
Once the others had left, the matriarch finally asked, My dear Ziwei, have you had your supper? Yes. I had 2 bowls of lamb wonton noodles. They were delicious. Next time, I'll take you to try them. Oh, you child. The two conversed lightly, avoiding any mention of the day's visit to the palace. Time passed, and the elderly matriarch, exhausted, eventually drifted off to sleep. Wei Ziwei accompanied her back to her chamber, tucking her in snugly, before returning to her own room. Yue was still waiting for her in the chamber. Yue, who was the lady standing beside Aunt Lu earlier. Lu was once a maidservant to the matriarch, having followed her into the general's residence. When the general's household fell into disarray, all the maids and servants were dismissed, and Lu thus departed. Miss, I knew you would ask. She is Lu's niece. Lu Longji, claiming to be the daughter of a farmer, but I find her too beautiful to be from such humble origins. Wei Ziwei teased, Oh. It seems our Bue has a talent for reading faces. Bue stomped her foot. You don't understand. I heard from Aunt that her entire family has perished, leaving her an orphan who can only rely on her last remaining aunt. Bue continued, glancing outside before returning to Wei Ziwei's side. Her background is indeed tragic, yet I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Wei Ziwei, having heard that she was Lu's niece, didn't dwell on it further. Trusting Lu, she assumed her niece wouldn't present a significant concern. The Fengqi building was operating normally, and they would soon become busier. Aunt was not superhuman, and the household needed additional maids and servants. Lu bringing her niece back at this time was certainly preferable to hiring someone new from elsewhere. Feeling somewhat melancholic today, Wei Ziwei couldn't think of more and simply instructed Bue to rest. After Bue left, Wei Ziwei rose to secure the chamber door. She glanced at the slightly ajar window, contemplated for a moment, then approached and latched it shut. Turning off the lights, she climbed into bed, pulling the covers close. Wei Ziwei lay awake, staring at the canopy above, and after a long while, sighed and closed her eyes, focusing her mind on her inner space. She sat cross-legged, attempting to cultivate her ethereal power, yet for some reason, her concentration eluded her. As the hour grew late, a powerful and familiar aura approached, causing Wei Ziwei to open her eyes wide. He has arrived. The window was gently pushed, producing a sound as the latch caught, but then all fell silent. Wei Ziwei's heart raced, and for reasons unknown, she silently wished he would push the window open or ask her to do so, but he did neither. Disappointment washed over her, yet she felt it was for the best for both. His aura lingered, confirming he had not left but stood quietly by the window until dawn broke, when his presence finally faded. That night, he remained outside, while she lay awake, staring at the canopy. He must be feeling heartbroken. She too felt a similar ache. The first obstacle between them was the Empress's interference. She had made her choice, yet his reaction left her conflicted. She wished for him to give up, but also hoped he would persist. Wei Ziwei had long been aware of the Empress's favoritism towards Mu Yihan, even more than any of her other descendants. Mu Yihan had received the title of Little King Jing early on, all due to the Empress's affection. She also knew of Mu Yihan's deep respect for the Empress, perhaps even exceeding his feelings for King Jing and his consort. Wei Ziwei felt as though she were at war within herself, as if two versions of her were battling, one advocating for reconciliation, the other for separation, with the latter gaining the upper hand. She understood how well Mu Yihan treated her. In both this life and the last, he had risked his life to save her, which was undoubtedly admirable. Having been granted a second chance, she would not cling to romantic sentiments for anyone else, but he was different. When she made the decision to let go, her heart ached as if it were bleeding. In truth, she could wait for him to choose first, but she was afraid that his choice would shatter her heart. She recognized her actions as somewhat selfish, but she would allow herself this indulgence, at least ensuring they parted with dignity, rather than her being forced into a hasty retreat. Wei Ziwei pushed open the window, and outside, a blanket of white greeted her. It had begun to snow once more. She recalled that it had snowed when he arrived. And gazing at the deep footprints left behind, her heart ached inexplicably, her nose tinged with the sting of unshed tears. Brother Han, why must you do this? The Mu family had gathered for breakfast, and Wei Ziwei prepared to return to her chamber to study and adjust the antidote for Mo Yen. Just then, the legitimate daughter of the Anqing Marquis, Feng Ziwei, stepped through the door, her demeanor graceful and dignified, dressed in a striking red outer robe. She was as radiant as the ruby adorning her hairpin. Having met the matriarch, Ziwei's unannounced visit, without prior notice, was indeed abrupt. To express her apologies, she brought a piece of blue-field warm jade as a gift for the matriarch, hoping she would accept it graciously. Visits between official families typically required a formal notice in advance, with the host's consent necessary for entry. Otherwise, it could be considered impolite. In contrast, visits among common folk were generally more casual. The Mu residents, while not quite an official household, still adhered to such customs. Feng Ziwei's failure to present a formal notice, yet mentioning it nonetheless, surprised Wei Ziwei, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Seemingly oblivious to the awkwardness, Feng Ziwei approached to take Wei Ziwei's hand. By chance, Sister Wei was also present. Yesterday, the Empress Dowager mentioned that Sister Wei would temporarily reside at the Mu residence. Given our similar ages, we should encourage Ziwei to engage with her more often. However, Wei Ziwei reacted coldly, subtly shifting away from Ziwei's touch. How did you come in? Feng Ziwei's face displayed a hint of embarrassment. Lu Longji, witnessing this, hurriedly clarified. It was me. I opened the door. Granny Lu glanced at old Madame Mu and, seeing her calm demeanor, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Later, although we haven't signed a contract of servitude, we are merely servants of the household. When guests arrive, we must announce their presence beforehand. One cannot be so lacking in decorum when attending to the young lady. Wei Ziwei raised an eyebrow, her gaze subtly flitting between Granny Lu and Lu Longji. Old Madame Mu frowned, and Qin Shi's expression shifted slightly, but due to the presence of outsiders, neither spoke up. Suddenly, Wei Ziwei smiled and said, "Let's discuss future matters later. For now, Miss Feng was invited by you, so you must receive her personally." She then turned to Biyue and instructed, "Biyue, it is not good for little tiger to be cooped up. Bring him to the front yard for feeding." After saying this, she greeted old Madame Mu and turned to leave the hall, heading back to her own chamber. As little tiger's imposing figure passed through the hall door, Lu Longji's expression changed dramatically, her lips trembling. Feng Ziwei, along with Granny Lu, was so frightened that her legs nearly buckled beneath her. Little tiger merely cast a disdainful glance at the people in the room before strutting away. Feng Ziwei could no longer pay attention to anything else. With the assistance of her maid, she hurriedly fled the Mu residence. In the shadows, faint laughter echoed. Chapter 98. A stunning breakthrough. The people at the Mu residence understood that Mo Yan's situation was peculiar. Wei Ziwei required a sufficiently quiet environment to study treatment methods, and no one dared to disturb her as she returned to her chamber. Over the next 2 days, Wei Ziwei secluded herself in her quarters, rarely venturing out. For 12 hours a day, she was either poring over books or researching adjustments to the antidote. When exhaustion set in, she would close her eyes and enter her spatial realm for cultivation. Her personal space, a unique advantage, left other cultivators feeling envious. While others closed their eyes to rest, she utilized that time for cultivation, effectively doubling the benefits of her efforts. On the 19th day of the first month, in the dead of night, Wei Ziwei once again dismissed a new plan, shaking her head in lament. This must be Aunt Yan's fate. Overcome by fatigue, she climbed into bed and closed her eyes, entering her spatial realm immediately. After an indeterminate amount of time, she felt a subtle shift at her brow. The previously locked barrier showed signs of loosening. Was a breakthrough imminent? Even she could not help but feel that the rate of her advancement was extraordinary. Previously, ignorance had afforded her courage, but now she fully understood the arduous path of ascension. Since channeling her meridians and cultivating the Xianling power, she had ascended from the first to the 4th tier in an astonishingly brief period, enough to instill a sense of inferiority in other cultivators. If she succeeded in this breakthrough, she would reach the initial 5th tier. While surprise filled her heart, caution prevailed. The aura within her dantian grew increasingly powerful, and beads of sweat began to form at her temples. The Xianling power surged like a mighty river, relentlessly crashing against the blocked barrier. Unbeknownst to her, a faint golden glow enveloped her surroundings, almost imperceptible. At the pivotal moment of her ascension, she suddenly sensed a familiar presence. He had returned. For 3 consecutive days. He had stood quietly outside her window, without making a sound until dawn. A pang of pain struck her heart, and her energy began to spiral into chaos. The orderly assault of the Xianling power became erratic, causing her body to heat up and her complexion to flush. Wei Ziwei was alarmed. Her mind grew increasingly restless, and blood began to seep from her lips. She attempted to stabilize the chaotic Xianling power within her, but the more she tried to control it, the more the energy swelled, teetering on the brink of explosion. Outside, Mu Yihan stood silently, aware that she did not wish to see him, so he refrained from intruding, content to know she was unharmed. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and his expression shifted dramatically. With a crash, the window and its frame shattered as a figure clad in dark robes appeared at her bedside. Wei Ziwei's face was alarmingly flushed, her body radiating heat, symptoms of a cultivation deviation.
Heir, Mu Yihan exclaimed inwardly, alarmed.
A continuous flow of Xianling power surged towards Wei Ziwei, seeking to forcibly suppress the chaotic energy within her. He soon realized that his efforts were futile. The power he transmitted was absorbed in an instant, like droplets in a desert.
Panikstricken, Mu Yihan shouted, Heir, stop.
You will die if you continue. He found himself in a dilemma. If he withdrew the Xianling power now, Wei Ziwei would be unable to halt her deviation. Yet if he did not withdraw it, the accumulating energy would inevitably lead to her demise. Amidst her own turmoil, Wei Ziwei wondered why he was relentlessly supplying her with Xianling power. She felt as if she were on the verge of explosion. 2 forces clashed within her, neither yielding, colliding violently, causing her skin and hair to seep faint traces of blood. Suddenly, the phoenix birthmark on her wrist pulsed slightly, then began to heat up. Just as Mu Yihan was at his wit's end, Wei Ziwei's aura began to change imperceptibly. The previously chaotic Xianling power gradually regained order, becoming a coordinated force. The 2 energies merged, akin to 2 rivers converging, flowing through successive thresholds. With each crossing, the flush on Wei Ziwei's face diminished, and her body temperature began to normalize. Mu Yihan felt a surge of relief and prepared to cease the flow of Xianling power, only to find he was unable to stop it altogether. Time passed, and eventually, Wei Ziwei ceased her advancement. Mu Yihan's complexion had turned pale, and he staggered, collapsing to the ground, but he secretly sighed in relief. After a while, Wei Ziwei's complexion and temperature returned to normal, though her body felt as if she had just emerged from murky waters, drenched with a thick layer of grime. The gentle glow surrounding her disappeared the moment she completed her ascension. As dawn broke, Wei Ziwei exhaled a breath of turbid air, opening her eyes to reveal an even brighter gaze. To her astonishment, she had successfully broken through to the 9th tier. Noticing Mu Yihan's pale face, Wei Ziwei felt a pang of guilt, pondering whether her actions had been excessive.